In the hall, furniture of precious wood was carved with exquisite patterns, and elegant costly porcelain was displayed on the tables. Above the hall had a gilded double-eaved ceiling, vermilion lacquered carved beams, an antique and luxurious atmosphere. The three women sitting in the hall all had faces of ethereal beauty, exuding an air of nobility. The elder woman sitting at the head, after glancing at the already broken hair ornament, suppressed her temper and said to Zhū Xún Táo, "Second Miss Zhū, rest assured this lady will give you a chance to explain." Zhū Xún Táo spoke with a faint smile, neither proud nor impatient. "Marquis' wife, I am very at ease. What is there to be uneasy about? They clearly want me to be the scapegoat." Jiang Yijing's temples twitched. Although she did not know why, she could hear Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts. She had not expected that in Zhū Xún Tao's heart she was perceived as such. This hair ornament was a gift from the Empress. Today it is damaged. The Marquis' residents can disregard this, but we must give the Empress an explanation. Therefore I will handle this fairly. I will not show partiality or wrong anyone. Miss Ingyan will be the witness. Then you can set your mind at ease. The name Zhū Ingyan smiled shyly, very pleased with the Marquis' wife's regard for her. Zhū Xún Táo said calmly, "Madam is truly thoughtful and fair. The hair ornament was broken by Zhū Ingyan to frame me, asking Zhū Ingyan to be a witness. Madam truly has great talent. Isn't this just using today's matter to cancel my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan? Fine, let it be cancelled today. Whoever doesn't cancel is a dog. I'd rather marry Prince Yu as a widow than marry into this chaotic Xiao family." She really was unlucky. In modern times, she was just an overworked 007 corporate drone, raised in an orphanage. To earn a bit more money, she worked overtime until she died from overwork. When she opened her eyes, wow, she had transmigrated, and she was even a fetus through birth. Until 3 days ago, having been constantly targeted and framed by her own blood sister, she suddenly awakened. She realized that not only had she transmigrated as a fetus, but she had also transmigrated into a book. In the book, the female lead was her reborn sister, and she herself was the cannon-fodder sister. It was like 10,000 mythical beasts stampeding through her mind. Jiang Yijing was shaken. Zhū Ingyan broke the hair ornament. Impossible. Zhū Ingyan had always been well-behaved, virtuous, and took care of her younger siblings. On the contrary, Zhū Xún Táo was spoiled and unruly. Between the two sisters, as Zhū Xún Táo had said, she indeed preferred Zhū Ingyan. No wonder Zhū Xún Táo always looked for trouble with Zhū Ingyan. Out of jealousy, Zhū Xún Táo had such a great misunderstanding of Zhū Ingyan. To prove that Zhū Xún Táo was projecting her own pettiness onto Zhū Ingyan, Jiang Yijing looked at Zhū Ingyan with hopeful anticipation. "Ingyan, what actually happened? How did the hair ornament get broken?" Zhū Ingyan thought for a moment and said softly, "Actually, Ingyan doesn't know what happened either. Although the hair ornament broke only after it reached Xún Tao's hands, I believe this matter has nothing to do with Xún Táo. If the Empress really wants to blame someone, I will bear all the responsibility myself. After all, I am Xún Tao's elder sister. It is my duty to care for my younger sister." Zhū Ingyan's words might fool ordinary people, but how could they deceive Jiang Yijing, the matriarch of the Marquis' residence? Every word Zhū Ingyan said claimed she believed Zhū Xún Táo, yet every sentence implied that the deed was indeed done by Zhū Xún Táo. As an outsider, she had not even condemned Zhū Xún Táo yet, but Zhū Ingyan was the first to lay traps for her everywhere. Was this still the same good girl she knew? Humble, polite, and virtuous. "Xún Táo, what do you have to say?" Hearing Jiang Yijing still giving Zhū Xún Táo a chance to explain, Zhū Ingyan tensed up. But then Zhū Xún Tao's reaction surprised and reassured her. "I'll go along with my sister. Finally, we're at the point of going to the palace to apologize. Then everyone will think Zhū Ingyan is the scapegoat and I'm arrogant and irresponsible, only pushing my elder sister forward to take the blame. Zhū Ingyan is such a good girl, just right for Xiao Jingzhan. I, on the other hand, am so terrible. With my background, I'm only fit to marry a dead man and be a widow." Fine. Hurry up." Jiang Yijing was stunned. If Zhū Ingyan went to the palace to apologize, it would be like making Zhū Xún Tao's mistake even worse, and Zhū Xún Táo would surely have her reputation ruined. Zhū Ingyan, on the other hand, would use this opportunity to step on Zhū Xún Táo to climb even higher. How had she never seen before that Zhū Ingyan was so calculating and so fond of stepping on her own sister to rise? Suddenly Jiang Yijing withdrew all the affection from her face and revealed a solemn expression. "Ingyan, I ask you again, did Xún Táo really break the hair ornament?" The delighted Zhū Ingyan was startled and Marquis' wife. I saw. No, I don't know how the hair ornament broke. I only know that Xún Táo touched it, and then it broke. This hair ornament, have you ever touched it?" Zhū Xún Tao's eyes flickered. "Blind student, you've found the key point. Has the IQ of the Marquis' wife finally come online? Wasn't it said that the Marquis' wife liked Zhū Ingyan so much that she was always depressed about why Zhū Ingyan wasn't her future daughter-in-law?" Jiang Yijing didn't understand Zhū Xún Tao's first sentence, but she roughly understood what it meant when Zhū Xún Táo praised her IQ for coming online. She was half proud and half annoyed. She had only been blinded for a time, only seeing Zhū Ingyan as a well-behaved child primed by first impressions, and had almost wronged Zhū Xún Táo. As for wanting Zhū Ingyan to be her daughter-in-law, that was already in the past. Now, Jiang Yijing's eyes towards Zhū Yingyan had turned much colder and more distant. Zhū Yingyan was flustered at first, thinking it would be effortless to pin the crime on Zhū Xún Táo, but being a reborn person, she quickly calmed down to answer the "Madam, I did touch it." By this time Jiang Yijing had already figured out Zhū Yingyan's intentions. Both sisters had touched the hair ornament, but with neither witnesses nor material evidence, the final determination of who was guilty of damaging an imperial gift depended entirely on the sisters' reputations in everyone's minds. In this regard, Zhū Yingyan surpassed Zhū Xún Táo by far. Zhū Yingyan was playing a psychological game. After getting her answer, Jiang Yijing narrowed her eyes. "You two sisters are both guests of my Marquis' residence, and the damage to the hair ornament is partly due to the negligence of its owner Miluo in not keeping it safe. The matter of apologizing at the palace will be handled by our residents alone. You two sisters may return to your home." Zhū Xún Táo, Zhū Yingyan. Zhū Yingyan said, "We won't go into the palace to plead guilt, be disrespectful to the empress." What did the Marquis' wife mean? If the Marquis' residents took on all the responsibility and let Zhū Xún Táo escape, then wasn't all her work today for nothing? Zhū Xún Táo was concerned with another question. If we don't let Zhū Yingyan go to the palace to apologize and miss this chance to perform, can the marriage still be called off today? If I don't clear out this pit, how will Zhū Yingyan fall into it? Jiang Yijing was amused by Zhū Xún Tao's words. She had only been a little muddled when it came to Zhū Yingyan. Why did the Marquis' residence seem so repulsive to Zhū Xún Táo? She had thought Zhū Xún Táo was eager to marry her son and become the young mistress of the Marquis' estate. As for breaking off the engagement, even if Jing Zhan truly didn't marry Zhū Xún Táo, the one who married into the family could never be Zhū Yingyan. At this moment, she actually preferred Zhū Xún Táo over Zhū Yingyan. Jiang Yijing looked coldly at Zhū Yingyan. "It's fine, the Marquis' residence will handle everything. Miss Zhū, do not worry." Both sisters sensed Jiang Yijing's change. Zhū Yingyan inwardly felt something was amiss, unable to understand what she had done wrong today. Clearly the Marquis' wife had been growing fonder of her, while her gaze towards Zhū Xún Táo was filled with impatience and disgust. How had the matter of the hair ornament not only failed to break off the engagement between Zhū Xún Táo and the young Marquis, but also made the Marquis' wife displeased with her? No, she had to find a way. In this life, she must marry the young Marquis. For once Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts aligned with Zhū Yingyan's. She too was scheming to break off her engagement with Xiao Jingzhan. According to the book, Zhū Yingyan had indeed used the incident with the hair ornament to successfully break off her engagement with Xiao Jingzhan. Once the engagement with the Marquis' residence was gone, to squeeze out the last bit of value from her, Zhū Yingyan suggested to mother-son that she be betrothed to Prince Yu, the current emperor's younger brother, who had died in battle. In others' eyes, becoming a widow to a dead man meant a life without hope. But for Zhū Xún Táo, it was quite the opposite. Could there really be such a good thing in this world? No mother-in-law to oppress her from above, no husband to annoy her in the middle and below. If she wished, she could adopt a child from a collateral branch, amusing herself when happy and letting the maids and nannies take care of it when not. With a house in hand and money in her pocket, it was the pinnacle of life. Compared to marrying Xiao Jingzhan and becoming the thorn in her reincarnated sister's side, becoming the widow of Prince Yu seemed a far happier and more beautiful life. Having realized this, the awakened Zhū Xún Táo gave up struggling. Knowing full well that Zhū Yingyan was going to frame her today, she lay low and let Zhū Yingyan do as she pleased. Who would have thought Zhū Yingyan would be so ineffective? It seemed she had messed things up. Had she not heard the Marquis' wife change her address from second Miss Zhū to Xún Táo, and from Yin to Miss Zhū? So which part of the plan had gone wrong? Speak up and let's solve it together. Mother, said Xiao Miluo, who had arrived late after changing her clothes, her eyes full of heartache, as she looked at the hair ornament lying in the brocade box. Zhū Xún Táo, you've broken the hair ornament bestowed by the Empress. Have you thought about how you will explain this to Her Majesty? A woman like Zhū Xún Táo was not worthy of her elder brother. Once the engagement between them was called off, she would find a way to make Sister Yingyan her sister-in-law. Zhū Xún Tao's eyes lit up. Xiao Miluo was a great help to Zhū Yingyan in marrying Xiao Jingzhan. Reinforcements had arrived. Miss Xiao, what do you think I should do? Xiao Miluo looked disdainful. Will you do whatever I say? I say you are not worthy of my brother. Hurry up and break off the engagement with him. Zhū Xún Táo sighed, faintly looking helpless. Marriage is a union of two families. Since Miss Xiao looks down on me, then I will agree to break off the engagement. Nonsense. Jiang Yijing stopped her. Marriage is a matter of parents' command and the matchmaker's words. How dare you be so reckless? Miluo, is this how I taught you? Xiao Miluo pouted. Mother. It was rare for Zhū Xún Táo herself to agree to break off the engagement. Zhū Xún Táo, quiet as a mouse, silently cheered for Xiao Miluo. As long as you swing the hoe well, no wall can't be toppled. Xiao Miluo, whether Zhū Yingyan marries your brother depends on how effective you are. Xiao Miluo stumbled, nearly falling. What did she hear? She actually heard Zhū Xún Táo encouraging her to help Sister Yingyan and her brother get married. Was she hallucinating from the shock of the broken hair ornament? Xiao Miluo looked strangely at Zhū Xún Táo, who hadn't opened her mouth and moved her lips as if to speak, but couldn't utter a single word. Zhu Yingyan also saw Xiao Miluo as a savior. Sister Miluo, the matter of the hair ornament has already been resolved by the Marquis' wife. Don't argue with her about it anymore. After speaking, Zhu Yingyan winked at Xiao Miluo, reminding her of their appointment tomorrow. Although she couldn't understand why the Marquis' wife's attitude towards her had changed so drastically, Xiao Miluo was the only daughter of the Xiao family. As long as Xiao Miluo was still on her side, she still had a chance to marry Xiao Jingzhan. Xiao Miluo winked back. Mother, see how kind Sister Yingyan is to me. Mother, tomorrow I want to go out with Sister Yingyan. Please allow it. Oh ho. With this appointment appearing, Zhū Xún Tao's calm exterior hid a tumultuous inner. Zhu Yingyan's #1 sycophant Song Zichuan is about to appear. Zhu Yingyan knows that Song Zichuan has feelings for her, yet she still sets up a meeting between Song Zichuan and Xiao Miluo. She's trying to control both the sister-in-law and the brother-in-law, handling both firmly. That makes sense. The Xiao family dotes on Xiao Miluo. Xiao Miluo listens to Song Zichuan, and Song Zichuan listens to Zhu Yingyan. This way, Zhu Yingyan essentially has a grip on the entire Marquis' residence. It's just that Song Zichuan is really no good. Because he has feelings for Zhu Yingyan in his heart, and to climb up the social ladder, he actually takes the initiative to send Xiao Miluo to another man's bed. When Xiao Miluo learns the truth, unable to bear such a great humiliation, and hating herself for being blind and marrying the wrong man, she hangs herself. Not long after discovering that Zhu Yingyan was poisoning her reputation in front of the Xiao family, Zhū Xún Táo had tried to advise Xiao Miluo to stay away from Zhu Yingyan. This simpleton was no match for Zhu Yingyan. But upon hearing this, Xiao Miluo accused her of being jealous of Zhu Yingyan and trying to sow discord. Fine. Having lived 2 lives, she understood the principle, let go of the need to help others and respect their fate. Since she was preparing to become a widow, what did it matter to her whom Xiao Miluo married, or what kind of life she led? Having learned to respect others, Zhū Xún Táo looked straight ahead, so she didn't see Xiao Miluo's look of utter shock. Xiao Miluo's lips trembled. She looked fearfully at Zhu Yingyan, then conflictedly at Zhū Xún Táo. Mother, I'm not going out. I'm not going out tomorrow. I'm staying home. Zhū Xún Táo. Zhu Yingyan. Zhu Yingyan, Sister Miluo, are you feeling unwell? If so, we can reschedule. Xiao Miluo and Zhu Yingyan were as thick as thieves. Zhū Xún Táo wisely refrained from interrupting. Sure, if you can't meet tomorrow, meet the day after. If not the day after, then the day after that. Letting Xiao Miluo marry Song Zichuan, who is infatuated with her, is entirely beneficial to Zhu Yingyan. Through Song Zichuan, Zhu Yingyan can control Xiao Miluo completely. It's a double insurance. This meeting must happen. Xiao Miluo's pupils trembled. Sister Miluo, what is the matter with you? Perhaps we should summon a physician to take a look. Xiao Miluo's complexion was truly ghastly. Zhu Yingyan had not the slightest doubt that she had deliberately avoided their meeting. Don't come any closer. As Zhu Yingyan advanced a step, Xiao Miluo retreated one. When she could evade no longer, she fled behind Zhū Xún Táo, causing the latter to nearly spray the tea from her mouth. First the Marquis, and now Xiao Miluo. What was happening? Xiao Miluo cried out with a mournful face, Mother, I don't want a physician. I want the master. She was cursed, she must be cursed. Was she about to die? Otherwise, how could she have heard such a terrifying thing? Xiao Miluo scurried to hide behind Zhū Xún Táo, causing Zhu Yingyan's face to alternate between pale and flushed. Sister Miluo, you frighten me like this. Madame Marquise, could it be that Sister Miluo is overly frightened of the Empress's wrath? Jiang Yijing concealed the sharpness in her eyes. All of this was merely Zhū Xún Tao's one-sided account of events yet to occur. She should not repeat the same mistake of trusting Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts as readily as she had once trusted Zhu Yingtao. Even knowing that the likelihood of Zhū Xún Táo deceiving her was negligible, Jiang Yijing refused to casually lay blame on anyone again. Fortunately, Xiao Miluo understood fear and had declined tomorrow's invitation herself, willing to remain obediently at home. From this, Jiang Yijing deduced that her daughter, like herself, could hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts. It is growing late today. Oh, I am afraid I cannot detain you both for a meal. Zhu Yingyan hastily bowed. We have imposed for too long, Xún Táo, and I should return to the manor. Today we thank the Madame Marquise and Sister Miluo for your hospitality. With the departure of Zhu Yingyan, who was so welcome in the Marquis' residence, how could Zhū Xún Táo shamelessly linger? She followed behind Zhu Yingyan and left. No sooner had they exited the Marquis' gate and boarded their own carriage than Zhu Yingyan seized Zhū Xún Tao's hand. Did you say anything behind my back to the Madame Marquise or Sister Miluo? Zhū Xún Táo shook her head. Elder sister, you know full well whether I have ever been alone with the Madame Marquise or Xiao Miluo. If I had said anything, how could you not have heard it? After a moment's thought, Zhu Yingyan withdrew her hand. Zhū Xún Táo, you are my sister, which is why I counsel you. One must know one's place. Do not provoke father and mother's anger again, nor bring shame to the Zhū family. Zhū Xún Táo nodded obediently. I understand, elder sister. Her compliant and sensible demeanor eased Zhu Yingyan's mind slightly. In 2 lifetimes, this younger sister had indeed never vied or contended with her. In her past life, she had aspired to be the exalted empress and had persuaded her mother to devise a plan. Thus she became the crown prince's consort, and when he ascended the throne, she was made virtuous consort. Alas, there were too many women in the palace, each not only ravishingly beautiful, but also skilled in scheming for favor, and the crown prince was a fickle and faithless man. Not only did she fail to become empress, but she was also framed by the palace women and cast into the cold palace, where she died a miserable death. In contrast, her sister Zhū Xún Táo, following the betrothal arranged by their grandfather, married Xiao Jingzhan peacefully, enjoyed a harmonious union, and lived a life of one spouse for a lifetime. In this life, she no longer wished to be empress. Compared to that cold, lifeless throne, a devoted lover, like Xiao Jingzhan, was far more precious. Upon returning to the Zhū manor, Zhū Xún Táo tactfully avoided approaching her mother, Lady Sun. After paying her respects, she slipped into her own quarters. Watching Zhū Xún Tao's retreating figure, Lady Sun's eyes were filled with disgust. What a blockhead. I bore her, and yet she dares to give me a cold shoulder. I should never have given birth to her. Lady Sun repeated such words several times a day throughout the manor. Zhu Yingyan was accustomed to it. Mother today, the Madame Marquis, and Sister Miluo were not as warm toward me as usual. I wonder if they have some misunderstanding about me. Mother, you know my heart best. You must help me. Lady Sun's brows shot up. Did Zhū Xún Táo instigate this? Zhu Yingyan gave a disdainful laugh. Mother, do you think she would dare? That is true. Lady Sun's anger subsided. If she dares to spoil your plans, I will deal with her. But Yenner, have you truly decided to forsake the crown prince and marry the heir? With your talents and beauty, you are worthy of the crown prince. Zhu Yingyan's eyes flickered as she gritted her teeth. The crown prince will inevitably have a harem of 3,000 beauties. The Marquis' household holds a distinguished status second only to the imperial family. Moreover, the rear chambers of the Marquis' residence are pure. The Xiao men have taken no concubines for 3 generations. Marrying Xiao Jingzhan would not disgrace me. Lady Sun pondered and agreed. Very well. Whatever you desire, your mother will help you achieve. But the betrothal was arranged by grandfather and old Marquis, Xiao. Oh, it will not be easy to annul. Before today, Zhu Yingyan had been confident for the Madame Marquis, and Xiao Miluo had always detested Zhū Xún Táo and favored her. But today, Lady Sun patted Zhu Yingyan's hand. Whatever you want, your mother will help you fulfill your wish. Thank you, mother. You are so good to me. Zhu Yingyan flashed a sweet smile at Lady Sun and clung to her arm, acting coy. Second, Miss the Madam is here. No sooner had she returned to her room and barely sat down than Zhū Xún Táo heard that her cheap mother had come looking for her. All of you leave. Lady Sun dismissed the maids, leaving only mother and daughter in the room. I will say this only once. Engrave every single word in your heart. The heir is your sister's beloved. If you dare to contend with her for him, I will flay the skin off your back. I will find a way to annul your betrothal to the heir. When that time comes, if you do not make trouble, I might still be willing to find you a good match. Otherwise, you will have no peace for the rest of your life. After delivering this harsh ultimatum, Lady Sun was unwilling to stay a moment longer and hurried away. Zhū Xún Táo was utterly indifferent to Lady Sun's stepmother-like behavior and felt no sorrow. In her past life, she had been an orphan, and in this life, she considered herself one as well. It was only a pity that she had let down her grandfather's good intentions. Still, this could be considered good news. To please Zhu Yingyan, her mother would surely use every means. She would just wait to become a widow princess. Master, how goes it? A handsome man furrowed his brow deeply, his eyes filled with concern. Can the baleful star be eliminated? It is a matter of fate and timing. Now that the baleful star has appeared, how could it be easily dispelled? Amitba, the bald, aged monk seated across from him, had a kind countenance and an aura of profound tranquility which was very soothing. A baleful star has appeared, bringing calamity to the mortal world. As the heir to the throne, must I stand idly by and let it run rampant? The crown prince clenched his fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Master, is there truly no room for remedy? The master heaved a long sigh. Heavens will cannot be defied. Just as the two were at an impasse, the master suddenly noticed that another star had lit up beside the baleful star. The master counted on his fingers and finally smiled. Heaven has shown mercy. The heavens above cannot bear to see the people suffer this torment. An auspicious star has appeared. The Yong dynasty is saved. Following the master's direction, the crown prince indeed saw a faint star in the sky, brightening at a visibly rapid pace, its momentum seemingly poised to surpass the demonic star beside it. The crown prince, overjoyed. Is this an auspicious star? Indeed, it is, Tianyu. It is said that misfortunes never come singly, but today that proverb was broken. Crown Prince Tian Kuei has brightened. Even the master could not remain calm for a moment. The crown prince wondered if he should pinch himself to see if he was merely dreaming due to recent excessive worry. Master, did you not say that Tian Kuei had been corrupted by the demonic star? It has been demonized. The master shook his head. Demonization is merely the beginning. Once corruption sets in, it becomes irreversible. It appears that Tian Kuei, moved by Tian Yu's influence, has escaped the demonic star's corruption. The crown prince smiled gratefully. It seems I can sleep soundly tonight. But master, could you tell me who these 3 stars truly are? I do not know, old monk. It is my own fault. The master could foretell fortune and misfortune, already a great being. Thank you, master, for your recent help. I must return now. Forgive old monk for not seeing you off. Crown Prince. Zhao Xún, clad in black brocade robes, stood with a solemn, fierce expression that commanded respect and made others dare not approach. The aura radiating from his upright posture made people retreat. Seeing the Crown Prince in such good spirits, Zhao Xún was surprised. Has the matter of the demonic star been resolved? Indeed, the Crown Prince said with renewed vigor, his earlier gloom dispelled. The master said that Tian Kuei and Tian you have appeared, so I no longer fear that sudden demonic star. Zhao Xún did not believe that demonic stars could bring chaos. They were merely strange and supernatural phenomena. But since the Crown Prince believed in them, Zhao Xún could only protect him. In that case, the Crown Prince should return to his residence. The Crown Prince patted Zhao Xún on the shoulder. Thankfully you have been by my side recently, relieving my worries. You are truly my good cousin. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Xún's expression softened. Your Highness, you speak too highly. If you rest any later, how will you manage tomorrow's court session? Quickly go home and sleep. Ha, very well, I'll listen to you. The Crown Prince's hearty laughter echoed through the night sky, shimmering in harmony with the stars above. After returning the Crown Prince to the prince's residence, Zhao Xún hurried back to the Marquis of Yongjing's residence. A servant took hold of the horse's reins. Young master, you've returned. The lady instructed the young master to go straight to the study to see her and the Marquis after returning home. Zhao Xún had no time to change his clothes. At this hour, why have my parents not yet rested? Rushing to the study, Zhao Xún saw his parents with stern expressions, a situation not much better than the Crown Prince's earlier state. Parents, what has occurred? Jiang Yijing recounted the events of the day. Your father has already sent someone to investigate, and indeed a scholar named Song Zichuan has arrived in the capital, and he is also acquainted with Zhu Yingyan. Zhao Xún frowned. If his mother had not said it, he would have reprimanded her. Can she read Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts? And does Zhū Xún Táo possess the ability to foresee the uncharted? Mother, could all this merely be a misunderstanding? Zhū Xún Táo and Zhu Yingyan are sisters. It is not strange that Zhū Xún Táo knows whom Yingyan knows. Jiang Yijing was unconvinced. Then why does Zhū Xún Táo not speak aloud, yet I can hear her thoughts? Lip reading. Rather than saying Zhū Xún Táo knows lip reading, you should tell me that today Zhū Xún Táo and Zhu Yingyan staged a play to frighten me and Mi Luo. Or perhaps I am growing old and foolish, fooled by a young girl. The Marquis warned his son, pay attention to your tone when speaking with your mother. Zhao Xún exhaled, calming considerably. I meant no offense to mother, but what she said is truly inexplicable and absurd, making it hard for me to believe. I knew long ago that the two sisters did not get along. Even if Zhū Xún Táo said something about Yingyan, it would not be strange. It is merely the petty schemes of young women. However, when the sisters clashed, Zhū Xún Táo used such vicious language to curse Mi Luo. That was beyond tolerance. Humph. Seeing Zhao Xún acting so arbitrarily, Jiang Yijing laughed coldly. No wonder Zhū Xún Táo would rather be a widow to prince you than marry you. It seems Zhū Xún Táo sees clearly, knowing you are not a worthy man. As her betrothed, how dare you speak of her like this? Zhao Xún's head ached intensely. First the Crown Prince, now his mother acting strangely. All right, tomorrow I will meet Zhū Xún Táo personally and make a decision. Who wants to see me? Zhū Xún Táo scratched her ears ungracefully, wondering if she had woken up too early this morning. Zhao Xún coming to the Zhou residence to see her. Impossible. Xiao, you looked excited. Miss Second, it really is the young master coming to see you. You were originally betrothed, so his coming to see you is not strange. Hurry and go meet the young master, or do not make him wait for you. I won't go. Zhū Xún Táo refused. Have someone spread the news that Zhao Xún came to the Zhou residence to my sister's ear. I'm an idiot. I don't need to spread that news anyway. The Zhou residence was her mother's domain. Once Zhao Xún came, her mother would surely inform Zhu Yingyan immediately, leaving her out of it entirely. Miss Second. Qiao was anxious. Zhū Xún Táo patted Qiao's head. Be good, listen to me. None of this concerns us outside. Even if I cannot marry the young master, I promise you we will live in luxury and comfort, never letting you suffer hardship. If she could not become the young master's wife, she would directly leap to becoming a princess. The mere thought of Zhu Yingyan marrying Zhao Xún, both bowing and calling her auntie, brought Zhū Xún Táo immense joy. The heroine and hero calling her auntie. Miss Zhu, do you look down upon our Marquis residence? The voice came before the person, startling Zhū Xún Táo so much she nearly fell from her seat. She quickly rose, smoothing her skirt, lowering her head, instantly assuming that meek and obedient image. Greetings, young master. Apart from just now boasting loudly, the Zhū Xún Táo before him was exactly as he remembered. A flicker passed through Zhao Xún's eyes. Miss Zhu, why have you been avoiding me? Zhū Xún Táo wondered in her mind. Has Zhao Xún come to vent his anger on me because he hasn't seen Zhu Yingyan yet? I didn't cause any trouble for the two of them. Zhao Xún's temper is utterly unreasonable. Zhao Xún rubbed his index finger and thumb together, just as his mother had said. Zhū Xún Tao's lips did not move, yet there was sound. And this sound differed slightly from Zhū Xún Tao's spoken voice, as if shrouded in a mist. By the way, has Xiao Jingzhan come today to break off our engagement? Oh, I would be so delighted, haha. Hearing Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts, which were almost maniacal in laughter, and seeing Zhū Xún Tao's blank expression before him, Xiao Jingzhan's lips tightened. Did Zhū Xún Táo truly not wish to marry him? Xiao Jingzhan. Young Marquis Xiao, Madame Sun having chased after him, her cheeks flushed from running, panted, "My daughter Xún Táo is feeling unwell today, and truly cannot receive guests. If you have any matters, my lord, please tell me, and I shall surely relay them. This would also spare you from catching any ailment from Xún Táo." Having said this, Madame Sun shot a harsh glare at Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo nodded, and said with feigned gentleness, "Cough, cough. I caught a chill from the draft last night, and thought to seek a physician. If you have any business, my lord, it would be just as well to tell my mother. If he's here to break off the engagement, then I'm certainly not ill. If not, then turn right at the door, good riddance. If that's the case, Madame Sun, could you tell me if your elder daughter Zhu is acquainted with a certain imperial examination candidate from the capital named Song Zichuan?" "No, she is not." Madame Sun hastily denied it. "My Yingyan has always been well-behaved and proper. How could she possibly know any unrelated man? Who is it that is spreading such vile rumors in young Marquis Zhao's ears, slandering my Yingyan like this? If I ever get my hands on this person, I will not let them off lightly." As Madame Sun said this, she shot all her venomous glares at Zhū Xún Táo, as if Zhū Xún Táo was the one spreading the rumors. Seeing Madame Sun's attitude towards Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan pressed his lips together. In the past, he had always thought that if Madame Sun disliked Zhū Xún Táo so much, it must be because Zhū Xún Táo as a daughter had done something wrong. Parents are never in the wrong. If Zhū Xún Táo hadn't committed a grave error, why would Madame Sun be so unreasonable, favoring only Zhū Yingyan? But today Xiao Jingzhan saw things differently. Zhū Yingyan, who had arrived a step behind Madame Sun, happened to hear the conversation starting from the part about Song Zichuan. Upon hearing that Xiao Jingzhan had come, Zhū Yingyan hurried to greet him. Before she even reached the main hall, a maidservant reported that Xiao Jingzhan had gone to the rear courtyard to find Zhū Xún Táo, and her mother had chased after him. Helpless, Zhū Yingyan followed. "Greetings, young Marquis Xiao. Were you just asking about Master Song?" "Indeed. Do you know Song Zichuan?" Xiao Jingzhan turned his attention to Zhū Yingyan, but his body remained angled towards Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Yingyan smiled warmly. "I have indeed met Master Song once at a bookshop. I happened to see a manuscript by Master Song, and found his literary talent to be extraordinary. He will surely pass the imperial examinations with flying colors one day." Zhū Xún Táo listened to this assessment, and smiled without speaking. "Indeed, once your sister reads Song Zichuan's essay, she will be filled with admiration for him, and vow to marry none other." The tone of schadenfreude and delight in Zhū Xún Tao's voice made Xiao Jingzhan understand that there must be something dubious about Song Zichuan's talent. "Sure enough. Too bad the essay that made your sister fall for him at first sight wasn't written by Song Zichuan himself. He plagiarized it from a fellow scholar from his hometown. That poor scholar is the one who suffered most. His essay was stolen, his wife was stolen, his entire life was stolen, and then he was falsely accused of plagiarism by Song Zichuan, dying from pent-up resentment." These words from Zhū Xún Táo had already given Xiao Jingzhan plenty of information. "I see. Actually, the reason I came today was to invite the second young lady Zhū to the Marquis' residence." "For what purpose?" Madame Sun asked, displeased. "If there is business, it would be better to have Yingyan accompany you. Better yet, let Yingyan go and Zhū Xún Táo stay behind." Yingyan spending time with young Marquis Xiao. What was Zhū Xún Táo doing butting in? "Do not worry, Madame Sun. It is my grandmother who wishes to see the second young lady Zhū. She hopes to visit the old lady, and I hope Madame Sun will grant permission." At the mention of the old Marquis' wife, Madame Sun could no longer make waves. The marriage between the Zhū and Xiao families was arranged by Old Master Zhū and Old Master Xiao and his wife. After Old Master Zhū passed away, Old Master Xiao and his wife doted on Zhū Xún Táo like a close friend, caring for her on behalf of Old Master Zhū. Were it not for this, with Zhū Xún Tao's status, how could she ever have been betrothed to such a prized catch as Xiao Jingzhan? Even if others in the Xiao family disapproved, the engagement could not be easily altered for the time being. Zhū Yingyan, who had not been invited, knew how to take the initiative. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen the old lady in a long time. Perhaps I could go along." Before Zhū Yingyan could finish, Xiao Jingzhan interrupted her. "My grandmother prefers peace and quiet. If you wish to visit, you may find another opportunity." Until the matter of Song Zichuan was resolved, he could not allow Zhū Yingyan to enter the Marquis' gates and come into contact with Miluo. Zhū Yingyan was choked up, angered. She wasn't a noisy person, so why was it not acceptable to have her along? "With that, I shall take my leave." Having achieved his goal, Xiao Jingzhan steps away without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, meeting the accusing glares of both Madame Sun and Zhū Yingyan, Zhū Xún Táo quickly explained, "I didn't say anything." Madame Sun, furious, pinched Zhū Xún Táo hard before pulling Zhū Yingyan away. "Hiss." Zhū Xún Táo rubbed her arm, reciting in her heart, "My own flesh and blood, my own flesh and blood, my own flesh and blood." Xiao Jingzhan found it far too easy to investigate someone. Within a single day, Song Zichuan's file was neatly arranged before Xiao Jingzhan. As for the fellow scholar from the same hometown that Zhū Xún Táo had mentioned after reading the file, Xiao Jingzhan could only say that Zhū Xún Tao's assessment of him was spot on, a complete unlucky fellow. This man was named Feng Nantian. When he passed the imperial examination for the shortstory degree, he was among the top 10 stipend students, while Song Zichuan barely scraped through at the bottom of the list. Had it not been for losing his father first, then his mother, and observing 3 years of mourning plus another 3, he would not still be just a shortstory today. Song Zichuan, who had once failed the exam, was already a jiren. Xiao Jingzhan picked up 2 of the sheets and went to find Xiao Miluo. Take a look. Xiao Miluo, still somewhat listless, took 1 sheet and began to read half-heartedly. But within a few breaths, Xiao Miluo's expression grew increasingly focused, his eyes bright and sparkling, almost leaping up to shout a single word: brilliant. Without a change in expression, Xiao Jingzhan handed the other sheet to Xiao Miluo as well. Xiao Miluo, thinking it another treasure, was stunned when he saw its content. Brother, these 2 sheets are the same essay, just in different handwriting. This. Xiao Jingzhan pointed to the second sheet. This is the one Song Zichuan wrote. The flush that had just risen on Xiao Miluo's face faded, and his hands holding the paper began to tremble. The other one was written by a shortstory named Feng Nantian. Xiao Miluo stammered. And who? Who is Feng Nantian? Xiao Jingzhan said meaningfully, he is someone I found out about from Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo said Song Zichuan plagiarized this essay from Feng Nantian. What do you think, truth or falsehood? Xiao Miluo's hands trembled even more violently, the paper in his hands rustling audibly. It was Zhū Xún Táo who said this again. This Feng Nantian. Is he also here to take the imperial examinations? Xiao Jingzhan shook his head. He is merely a shortstory, hasn't even passed the jiren exam. How could he be taking the jinshu exam? Xiao Miluo broke out in a cold sweat from sheer fright. Song Zichuan was in the capital. One could still argue that Zhū Xún Táo had heard rumors. But Feng Nantian was far away in a rural town, and Zhū Xún Táo never left her home. Tell me, how could Zhū Xún Táo fabricate a real person out of thin air? Brother, I'm scared. Xiao Miluo thought, recalling Zhū Xún Tao's words about her being destined to marry Song Zichuan and subsequently being given away to another man to be humiliated and destroyed to death. Xiao Miluo was on the verge of tears. After calming down for a day, she managed to convince herself not to hold a prejudice against Zhu Yin based on Zhū Xún Tao's words. Everything Zhū Xún Táo said, who knew if it was true or false? But now Zhū Xún Tao's words were gradually being confirmed. Xiao Miluo could no longer persuade herself that Zhu Yin was innocent in this matter. Oh whoa! Xiao Miluo burst into tears. I am the only girl in the family, so I truly regarded Zhu Yin as a close sister. How could she do such a thing to harm me? She already knows Song Zichuan likes her, yet she still wants me to get to know Song Zichuan, brother. Xiao Jingzhan did not rush to comfort her, but calmly added a sentence. Miluo, this article was created after Song Zichuan got to know Zhu Yin. The article was written by Feng Nantian. Song Zichuan did not copy it earlier or later, but he had this wicked thought only after he got to know Zhu Yin. Its deeper meaning made them think more. After hearing this, Xiao Miluo cried, even more uncontrollably, feeling that she had been blind before, thinking that Zhu Yin was a good person and always helped Zhu Yin to bully Zhū Xún Táo. Fortunately, thanks to Zhū Xún Tao's reminder, all nightmares had not yet happened. Though Xiao Jingzhan was heartbroken for Xiao Miluo, all he could do at this time was to comfort his sister. From now on, stay away from Zhu Yin. She is not as good as she appears on the surface, and Zhū Xún Táo is not as bad as you imagine. Fortunately, the person I will marry is Zhū Xún Táo. Get along with her well. Xiao Miluo wiped her tears. But you don't like Zhū Xún Táo, brother, you can't be in love with Zhu Yin. Now every time Xiao Miluo heard Zhu Yin's name, she felt afraid. Thinking about how she had once tried to match her brother with Zhu Yin and actively promoted Zhu Yin's reputation in front of her brother, Xiao Miluo wished she could go back in time and strangle that version of herself. How dare she make Zhu Yin her sister-in-law? Was she tired of living? Brother Zhū Xún Tao's mouth is not pleasant, but her heart is good. I think she still has hope. Xiao Jingzhan laughed. I never thought of breaking off the engagement. It was you who went back and forth insisting that Zhū Xún Táo was not worthy of me. Now you are scared. Will you dare to be reckless in the future? Tomorrow Zhū Xún Táo will come to the residence to visit the grandmother. You accompany her and apologize to her properly. If it weren't for her, think about how you looked when you saw the article. Miluo would have fallen deeply in love with a man because of an article, just as Zhū Xún Táo said, and then have her feelings misdirected and be harmed for life. Big brother, don't worry. Tomorrow when Zhū Xún Táo comes, I promise I will not bully her as before, nor will I show her a bad face. Xiao Miluo nodded obediently. Isn't one who has seen ghosts afraid of the dark? Compared to Zhu Yin, who is sweet on the surface but bitter in the heart, Zhū Xún Táo is much better. So when Zhū Xún Táo arrived at the Yongjing Marquis' residence as promised and was welcomed by Xiao Miluo, Zhū Xún Táo had a look of seeing a ghost. Madam, I have come to see you. Upon reaching the side courtyard before passing the courtyard gate, Zhū Xún Táo ran briskly heading straight for Lady Sheng. The lord and lady of the Shao family were close friends with the Zhū family. Apart from the old master Zhū, the only people who truly cared for Zhū Xún Táo in this world were the lord and lady of the Shao family. In Zhū Xún Tao's eyes, Lady Sheng was like her grandmother, and the old Lord Shao was like her grandfather. "Oh my, you little ungrateful one finally remembered to come see this old person." Lady Sheng was delighted when Zhū Xún Táo hugged her. Xiaomi Luo said enviously, "Grandmother, I am here too." It was always like this. Whenever Zhū Xún Táo was around, the grandmother could not see her. Smelling the faint scent of soap from Lady Sheng, Zhū Xún Táo seemed much more real. "Not at all. I should have come to see you the day before yesterday, but I encountered some things and could not make it." Hearing this, Xiaomi Luo felt guilty because it was all her fault. Zhū Xún Táo, hugging Lady Sheng's arm, frowned slightly, tilted her head, and looked at Lady Sheng a few more times. "Madam, have you been gaining weight recently?" Xiaomi Luo pursed her lips. "What does it have to do with you if grandmother gained weight? Did you eat our rice?" After saying this, Xiaomi Luo occupied the other arm of Lady Sheng. "Grandmother, see. I am your most intimate little granddaughter. I do not mind you gaining weight, grandmother, you are beautiful." Lady Sheng looked at her little granddaughter with a scolding eye, then said to Zhū Xún Táo, "Mi Luo is impolite, we will not argue with her. But recently I have indeed gained a little weight. Even the serving maids notice that the clothes I wear have become tight, and they want to make new clothes for me." Xiaomi Luo, who failed to please, huffed, very dissatisfied. Ignoring Xiaomi Luo's little temper, Zhū Xún Tao's face became increasingly dark. She had not seen Lady Sheng for half a month, but Lady Sheng had become so noticeably plump with weight gain happening too quickly. Thinking about Lady Sheng's age, Zhū Xún Táo asked carefully, "Madam, have you been feeling unwell recently?" "No, I can eat and sleep, otherwise how could I gain so much weight?" Lady Sheng answered with a smile. The serving maids who were attending knew Zhū Xún Tao's genuine love for Lady Sheng, and quickly interjected, "How could that be? This morning Madam had severe dizziness, and kept feeling pain all over her body. Did you consult a doctor?" Zhū Xún Táo quickly steadied Lady Sheng. The maid replied, "We did, but the doctor did not find any problem." "Don't worry, I am fine. I still need to watch you wear your wedding dress and marry Jingzhan in style, giving me a beautiful little grandson." After receiving the care of a beloved junior, Lady Sheng was overjoyed, and all her pains disappeared. "Madam, please sit down." At this moment, Zhū Xún Tao's heart was not at all at ease. She forcibly made Lady Sheng sit down, touched her face, and pinched the back of her neck. "Are these two places painful?" "Huh?" Lady Sheng looked surprised. Tao, when did you learn medicine?" "Indeed, these two places are uncomfortable. But the doctor examined me and said my body is fine." Xiaomi Luo looked on in astonishment. Was grandmother really unwell? But why did Zhū Xún Táo understand what the doctor could not figure out? Zhū Xún Táo took a deep breath. "Nanny, could you please tell me what the madam has been eating recently?" The maid rattled off the menu. "Miss Zhū Xún Táo, is there a problem?" What problem could there be? Xiaomi Luo did not understand. These dishes sounded very ordinary. They ate them usually, and nothing happened. Zhū Xún Táo twitched her lips, wanting to push Xiaomi Luo aside. The dishes themselves do not have major problems. But it depends on who is eating them. Young people have a high metabolism and exercise frequently. Eating greasy food is either burned off or results in gaining some weight, having little impact on overall health. The dowager lady is of such an age, yet she eats like this. In just half a month, she has become rounder, heading straight for a fatal outcome. What concerns Zhū Xún Táo most is that the dowager lady has clearly developed health issues. The dowager lady has developed hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. The trouble is that she and the others do not know what these three highs are. How can I explain the dangers to them in a way they understand? Xiao Miluo was overwhelmed by a barrage of unfamiliar terms, the only thing she grasped being that from Zhū Xún Tao's urgent tone the three highs were a serious and troublesome illness threatening her grandmother's life. Thus Xiao Miluo cautiously squatted beside the dowager lady, treating her as if she were a porcelain doll. The dowager lady pressed her hand against her chest where her heart pounded wildly. Three highs. Three highs. What does it mean? If not for Tao Tao's harsh tone, the three highs sounded quite pleasant. Tao Tao, don't scare me. The doctor said I'm fine. After much hesitation, the dowager lady finally managed to utter these words. More concerned about her own body, she wondered if Zhū Xún Táo had encountered some trouble. How could a girl with no medical knowledge explain the complexities of the three highs to these ancient people? I was puzzled. The dowager lady's health has always been strong, yet upon hearing that Xiao Qinliang, that little fat boy, had gone missing, she suffered a stroke and became paralyzed. An elderly person with the three highs could hardly withstand such a shock. It's a miracle she didn't die outright. Before I had planned that as long as I protected Xiao Qinliang, that little fat boy, from being kidnapped and devoured, the dowager lady would surely live a long and peaceful life. Now it seems I must first find a doctor to study together, figuring out how to restore the dowager lady's health. Grandmother. Xiao Miluo was first terrified by Zhū Xún Tao's words, then shocked by the dowager lady's sudden change in expression. Quick, call a doctor. She now truly believed Zhū Xún Tao's strange claims. Even if the doctor said the dowager lady was healthy, Zhū Xún Táo said there was a problem, so there must be one. Look at the dowager lady's condition. Can that be healthy? The dowager lady, quick-eyed and quick-handed, pinched hard on the rinzhong point, waking the dowager lady with a sharp sting. Tao. Her voice was filled with tears. She was not crying about her own condition of having the 3 highs, possibly even suffering a stroke and paralysis. She was crying because her great-grandson, Xiao Qinliang, had been kidnapped and devoured. Just thinking about it made the dowager lady wish she could go with her great-grandson. How could she bear the heart-wrenching pain of an old person sending off a young one? The child was only 2 years old. Grandmother, don't worry. Xiao Milio, nearly on the verge of tears, tried to comfort the dowager lady. Quick, call my mother. Panicked Xiao Milio was completely overwhelmed by the scene before her. Hearing the fate of her little nephew, all she wanted was to hold the little fat boy in her arms. Nothing else mattered. Dowager lady, don't worry. Take your time to speak. Breathe deeply. Yes, inhale, exhale. Your emotions should not be too agitated. Zhū Xún Táo patted the dowager lady's back to calm her down. Miss Xiao, what happened to the dowager lady? Why is she suddenly so agitated? Xiao Milio was about to speak, but seeing Zhū Xún Táo, the culprit, with an innocent expression, she fell silent. What's wrong with the dowager lady? Hearing that her mother-in-law was unwell, Jiang Yijing rushed in, her gown flustered. Mother! Xiao Milio wanted to quickly tell her mother the dreadful news she had heard from Zhū Xún Táo, but her mother pulled her back. Jiang Yijing reacted quickly, pulling Xiao Milio closer to her side. Xún Táo, you stay with the dowager lady and see to the doctor. I will wait with Milio outside. Too many people in the room will make the dowager lady uncomfortable. Zhū Xún Táo nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Keeping the air circulating in the room will make the patient more comfortable. Lady Ho understands quite a bit. Praised Jiang Yijing felt no joy, as she was more eager to know what Zhū Xún Táo had said to make the dowager lady so agitated. In the outer room, Xiao Milio leaned close to her mother's ear and recounted the entire situation. Mother, what should I do? I'm afraid. Don't worry. Jiang Yijing tried to steady herself. Qinliang is safe within the manor. We can assign more people to watch over him. There must be a way. As long as Qinliang is safe, your grandmother will be safe too. Saving one is equivalent to saving both. Having her mother by her side, Xiao Milio felt somewhat relieved. Mother, lately our family has been so unlucky. Even if we don't invite a great master to come and look, we should go to the temple to pray. Whether the Xiao family's misfortunes were caused by meeting Zhū Xún Táo, or whether they were already destined to be unlucky, Xiao Milio dared not speak rashly anymore. This time Jiang Yijing did not refuse. They had only heard Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts twice. The first time Milio died tragically. The second time, after Qinliang died, tragically the mother-in-law passed away as well. It's really, if Zhū Xún Táo says nothing, everything is fine, but once she speaks, the Xiao family will surely leave. Such as Zhū Xún Táo, Jiang Yijing could not say whether she was a blessing or a curse to the Xiao family. After a while, the doctor came out of the room and reported the dowager lady's condition to Jiang Yijing before taking his leave. Zhū Xún Táo, based on her recent discussion with the doctor, revised a menu and handed it to Song Mama. For the dowager lady's long life, please no longer indulge her appetite. Try to follow the diet on this list from now on. Song Mama treasured the new menu, tucking it close to her chest. Miss Zhu, please rest assured, old nanny will keep an eye on the dowager lady. Song Mama did the kitchen change chefs. Zhū Xún Táo felt something was still off. Jiang Yijing approached and took Zhū Xún Tao's hand. Good child, I know you are concerned about the dowager lady's health. You can rest assured I will look into this matter thoroughly. The flaw in the dowager lady's diet was so serious, and yet they had not noticed as keenly as an outsider like Zhū Xún Táo. The father and mother-in-law have truly not spoiled Zhū Xún Táo in vain. Conversely, those who favor Zhu Yingyan have much worse judgment than the two elders. Zhū Xún Táo blinked hard, and the woman's voice, so gentle it seemed to drip water, gave her goosebumps. Good child. Me. Lady Ho must have mistaken me for someone else. But it didn't matter. They would all be family soon, and she would surely make Zhū Xún Táo change her mind. Mother, I heard grandmother is unwell. How is she now? She had been too strict with this child before. Although Zhū Xún Táo was supposed to be her future daughter-in-law, she had always treated Zhu Yingyan better. But it didn't matter. They would all be family soon, and she would surely make Zhū Xún Táo change her mind. Mother, I heard grandmother is unwell. How is she now? Upon receiving the news, Xiao Jingshan rushed over in a flurry. Grandfather and grandmother were the pillars of their Marquis manor. Third brother. Seeing a familiar relative, Xiao Miluo leaned closer. Grandmother is much better now, but she'll need to be more careful in the future. She had seen Zhū Xún Tao's prescription. It meant they'd have to treat grandmother like a rabbit from now on. That's a relief. Xiao Jingshan let out a soft sigh. Second Miss Zhu. Third young master Xiao. Since the other had greeted her, Zhū Xún Táo couldn't continue playing invisible and returned the courtesy. Jiang Yijing quickly interjected. Sun Tao, from now on you'll be Jingshan's elder sister-in-law. Just call him by his name. Xiao Jingshan. What was happening? Was it developing this fast? Zhū Xún Táo. Wasn't this supposed to be about breaking off the engagement? How did I become the elder sister-in-law? I was preparing to be a widow, so Xiao Jingzhan would have to call me aunt. Xiao Jingxin looked at Zhū Xún Táo in horror. What kind of talk was that? No, was he going mad? How could he hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts? As someone who had been through this, Xiao Miluo tugged at Xiao Jingxin's sleeve to comfort him. This was nothing, as she had heard far more terrifying things from Zhū Xún Tao's mind. Stay calm. Xiao Jingxin's eyes were full of astonishment as he stared at Xiao Miluo. Xiao Miluo nodded. Xiao Jingxin. Should he be glad he wasn't the only one who could hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts? Leaning closer to Xiao Miluo, Xiao Jingxin asked, have you summoned a master? This situation clearly meant their house was haunted. Xiao Miluo sighed. Mother won't allow it. Before Xiao Jingxin could voice his opinion, she added, but Mother agreed we could go to the temple to pray. I've decided to get 10 or 8 peace talismans to hang on myself to ward off evil and ensure safety. I want some too. Get them for me as well. The more the better, never too few. He needed them too. Xiao Miluo agreed, no problem. I'll get plenty, ensuring everyone in the manor has one. Good sister. Xiao Jingxin praised. Ignoring her 2 mischievous children, Jiang Yijing wasn't the least bit angry at Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts. One must always pay for the wrongs they have done. Jiang Yijing felt that Zhū Xún Táo would rather marry the Prince Yu and become a widow than marry into the Yongjing Marquis manor, all because they had favored Zhu Yingyan over her in the past. The resentment in Zhū Xún Tao's heart was something they deserved. Sun Tao, among my 3 children besides Jingzhan, who is steady, the other 2 are little rascals. In the future I'll rely on you to help me manage them. If they dare disobey, you tell me, and I'll deal with them. Heart for heart, she acknowledged, and wanted Zhū Xún Táo as her daughter-in-law. Xiao Jingxin, Xiao Miluo. Old Madame Sheng, supported by Mammy Song, had a much better complexion. She echoed, Yijing is right. Among you children, Sun Tao and Jingzhan are the eldest. You should listen to your elder brother and sister-in-law. Those who dare disrespect your elder brother and sister-in-law will be punished. Seeing her eldest daughter-in-law finally willing to accept Zhū Xún Táo, old Madame Sheng finally showed a hint of a smile. Back when the children's marriage was arranged, her eldest daughter-in-law was not satisfied with Tao Tao. She only endured it in silence out of filial piety. Fortunately, her eldest daughter-in-law had finally seen Tao Tao's goodness and was willing to treat her well. This way, even if she died, she could close her eyes in peace. Feeling the situation spiraling in a completely wrong direction, her plan to be a laid-back supporting female lead taking a huge deeder, Zhū Xún Táo felt dizzy and sharply sucked in a breath of cold air. Old Madame Sheng asked with concern, Tao Tao, what's wrong? Zhū Xún Táo forced a smile. Too fake. Heartache. What happened to the promised broken engagement? What about my dream of becoming a widow? Xiao Jingxin looked at Xiao Miluo. Is Zhū Xún Táo confused from anger? I admit that you and Mother favored Zhu Yingyan over Zhū Xún Táo before, but still being our sister-in-law is better than being a widow. Wait, is there even a comparison between the two? Weren't all the girls in the capital crying and scrambling to marry his elder brother and become the young madam of the Xiao family? For Zhū Xún Táo to be engaged to his elder brother was a stroke of luck. Otherwise it wouldn't have been her turn at all. Xiao Miluo reluctantly admitted she was part of that you all. Maybe being the widow of Prince Yu means no one can give her a hard time. That was the only advantage she could think of. Xiao Jingxin. Although it was unfair to his elder brother, he couldn't argue with that. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Jingxin deliberately said, Mother, tomorrow Zhao Fengyu has invited me to hunt at his western suburb estate. I'll return the day after. Jiang Yijing understood. Be safe and don't cause any trouble. Zhao Fengyu, the son of Minister Zhao Ji. Zhū Xún Táo asked casually. That's right. Xiao Jingxin nodded. Zhū Xún Táo glanced at old Madame Sheng and said tentatively, I think you'd better not go on this trip tomorrow. Xiao Jingxin was displeased. It's already been arranged. How can a true man casually break his promise? Zhū Xún Táo said she wanted to be a widow, yet she was contradicting herself and acting like his sister-in-law, trying to control him. After being rejected, Zhū Xún Táo obediently shut her mouth. Fine. If I say another word, I'm a pig. It's just a leg broken by a horse's kick. He'll be lame after it heals, but his life is still there. No big deal. The old madam was paralyzed from fright by the little fatty's disappearance. Xiao Jingxin's broken leg isn't that influential. As long as the old madam is fine hunting. Go ahead, go ahead. Old Madame Sheng. Jiang Yijing. Xiao Miluo. Great, this time it wasn't her who was unlucky, but her third brother. Compared to losing his life, a broken leg was indeed nothing. Xiao Jingxin. As his future sister-in-law, was it really okay for Zhū Xún Táo to give up on him so easily? He thought he was quite obedient and could still be saved. He didn't want to become a cripple. A disobedient brat like Xiao Jingxin needs to be taught a lesson by society. Once he mounts the fine steed specially prepared for him by Zhao Fengyu, he'll understand what true thrill means. Once she let go of her urge to help others, Zhū Xún Táo immediately found the world to be so beautiful. Zhu Yingyan was the one who wanted to be Xiao Jingxin's sister-in-law. As a reborn person, she knew that Xiao Jingxin would surely break his leg on this trip tomorrow, yet she hadn't thought to stop it. She, an outsider, why should she stick her nose into this and get struck by lightning? Xiao Jingxin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So his broken leg was Zhao Fangyu's deliberate doing. Thinking about it, I should listen to grandmother and mother. Tomorrow is not a good day. Oh, I should not go out. He wanted to protect his legs. Xiao Miluo raised an eyebrow, believing her third brother was too frightened to think clearly. Grandmother and mother never told you not to go out. Throwing a glance at the obstructive Xiao Miluo, Xiao Jingxun explained, grandmother and mother told me to listen to Zhū Xún Táo. If I listen to her and stay home, isn't that the same as obeying them? No problem. Yes, the weather will be bad tomorrow. Don't go out. Madame Sheng held Xiao Jingxun's hand tightly. A great-grandson was a treasure, but a grandson was also precious. A broken leg was not a loss of life, and she still felt pained. However, Jingxun's disrespect toward Tao Tao needed to be corrected. Glancing at the bright and clear weather outside, Xiao Miluo nodded. Tomorrow's sun would surely be even stronger than today's. Going out under such a scorching sun would be far too inconvenient. Zhū Xún Táo looked at the weather with suspicion. Well, if the weather was bad, then it was bad. It had nothing to do with her anyway. Throughout the day, Madame Sheng had endured quite a shock. Fortunately, with Zhū Xún Tao's company and the fact that none of the terrible things she mentioned had occurred, Madame Sheng's spirits improved considerably. Reluctantly seeing Zhū Xún Táo off, Madame Sheng summoned Jiang Yijing to her side. I will speak to the old master about this. Jiang Yijing replied, I will also inform the Marquis. However, regarding second uncle's side, Xiao Qinliang was the only young master of the fourth generation in the mansion, but he was Jiang Yijing's grandnephew, not her grandson. Old Master Xiao and Madame Sheng had 3 sons and 1 daughter in their lifetime, the eldest Xiao Yuanshan, the second Xiao Yuanqi, the third Xiao Yuanqing and the youngest daughter Xiao Yanru. Xiao Yuanshan inherited the marquisate. Xiao Yuanqi was now the vice minister of war. Xiao Yuanqing did not enter officialdom, but was a renowned scholar teaching at an academy. The only daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Yanru, became the empress and bore the crown prince for the emperor. Xiao Qinliang was the grandson of the second son, Xiao Yuanqi. Currently, aside from Madame Sheng, only those from Xiao Yuanshan's branch could hear Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts. Unfortunately, Zhū Xún Táo was Xiao Jingxun's fiancée. If there were any lack of trust between them, Jiang Yijing informing Xiao Yuanqi about Xiao Qinliang would seem like the eldest branch cursing the second. If there's any problem, just tell him to come and ask me. Madame Sheng knew her own sons well and believed there was enough trust between the second son and the eldest. Madame Sheng's willingness to take responsibility relieved Jiang Yijing. Regarding other matters, she certainly had confidence in Xiao Yuanqi. However, this involved Xiao Yuanqi's beloved treasure, so the situation was naturally different. Also tell Yuanqi about Jingxun's matter. Yes, mother. Jiang Yijing did not approach Xiao Yuanqi directly. She informed her own husband and let the 2 brothers resolve it themselves. Even Xiao Yuanshan, upon hearing such a tale from his wife, found it astonishing and hard to believe, let alone Xiao Yuanqi. However, his wife would never joke about such things. His grandnephew was about to meet with an accident, but his daughter's situation was no better. She was deceived and harmed by a poor scholar. Big brother. Xiao Yuanqi remained silent for a long time, still unable to accept it. Xiao Yuanshan understood. Xiao Yuanqi, don't force yourself. If your sister-in-law hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a fantasy too. Mother means Qinliang's incident won't happen anytime soon, so don't dwell on it. As for Jingxun's destined calamity, we'll know the answer tomorrow. If what happens to Jingxun truly matches Zhū Xún Tao's words, then we cannot be careless about Qinin's matter. Patting his younger brother on the shoulder, Xiao Yuanshan encouraged Xiao Yuanqi, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I won't let anything happen to the Xiao family. Xiao Yuanqi nodded. That very night, he had his son send his grandson to his room where he and his wife would watch over him. The next day, big brother, you must protect me. Riding on his horse, Xiao Jingxun wore a grim expression. He had decided to listen to Zhū Xún Táo and refuse Zhao Fangyu, but his father had forced him to go. Was there no justice? Don't worry. Xiao Jingxun nodded. I won't let anything happen to you. Xiao Jingxun forced a smile that was uglier than crying. How can I be at ease? Big brother, can you guarantee that I won't lose even a single hair? Xiao Jingxun's expression turned serious. He tapped the horse, urging Xiao Jingxun to move on. Stop being so dramatic. You're not Miluo. Xiao Jingxun. So what if he was a younger brother? Did being a brother mean he had no rights? At the Zhou mansion, all day Zhu Yingyan waited for a certain news, the news from her past life. Eldest miss, how is it? Seeing the returning maid, Zhu Yingyan's eyes brightened. Has third young master Xiao been injured while hunting and sent back to the Xiao mansion? Rebirth, this divine miracle had happened to her. So in this life, she could surely change the regrets of her past and have a different life. He is injured. The maid was out of breath from running. Really injured. The events unfolding as she remembered made Zhu Yingyan's eyes gleam. She wasn't dreaming, everything was real. The maid shook her head, then nodded, confusing and frustrating Zhu Yingyan. What do you mean? What? Zhao Fangyu, the son of the minister, was carried back to his mansion. Receiving the news around the same time, Zhū Xún Táo was stunned. Xiao Jingxun kept changing his mind. First he would go, then he wouldn't. Yesterday, he said the weather was bad, and today, he went happily. Zhū Xún Táo was already tired of hearing about him. Zhū Xún Táo didn't care, but her maid Qiuyue worried for her. She regarded the Xiao family as her mistress's future in-laws, so Xiao Jingxin was naturally her mistress's brother-in-law. For such a close relative, she had to pay more attention to the news. I heard that during the hunt young Master Zhao's horse was startled and went wild. It not only threw him off, but also trampled his foot, breaking it completely. The injury is severe. They say it will be hard to heal. Zhū Xún Táo curled her lip. He's quite lucky. Indeed. It's fortunate that only his leg was broken. If the horse had trampled somewhere else, he would have lost his life. Qiuyue nodded. It was a blessing in disguise that young Master Zhao hadn't died. The mistress and maid were not talking about the same person, but Zhū Xún Táo didn't explain. After all, she couldn't clarify who the truly fortunate one was. Just then an old servant came to deliver a message. Second Miss, the Yongjing Marquis mansion, has sent word. The Marchioness misses you and invites you to visit. Zhū Xún Táo looked reluctant. I heard that third young master, Xiao, nearly had an accident. He must still be shaken. It would be highly inappropriate for me to disturb him at such a time. Today was meant solely for the Xiao family to celebrate Xiao Jingxin's narrow escape from death. As an outsider, she had no place in it. She inwardly cursed Zhū Xún Táo for being a complete fool. What baffled her even more was how Xiao Jingzhan in his past life could have cherished such an unaffectionate and disloyal Zhū Xún Táo as his one true love, doting on her for a lifetime. On this matter, even the mother who disliked Zhū Xún Táo couldn't help but repeatedly murmur to her all of Zhū Xún Tao's good fortune was spent on marrying Xiao Jingzhan. Second sister, if you feel embarrassed, how about I accompany you on this trip? It wouldn't be proper for us to show no concern after the third young Master Zhao's fright. Without Zhū Xún Táo by her side, it would be somewhat inappropriate for her to go alone to the Xiao residence to express her care. Zhū Xún Táo frowned. She didn't want to go to the Xiao residence, and even less did she want to go with Zhu Yingyan only to watch how well the Xiao family treated Zhu Yingyan while they snubbed her. She wasn't so masochistic as to seek out humiliation. However, compared to the trouble her cheap mother would cause if she refused Zhu Yingyan, making a trip to the Xiao mansion was the simpler option. Fine, she'd just act as Zhu Yingyan's background prop. With a look of grievance, Zhū Xún Táo pulled a long face and followed behind Zhu Yingyan like a little sidekick heading towards the mansion's gate. But when they encountered Madame Sun, whose face was even longer than Zhū Xún Tao's, the situation took a turn. Madame Sun first shot a piercing glare at Zhū Xún Táo, then pulled Zhu Yingyan to her side with a beaming smile. Yinner, there's nothing much happening at the Xiao residence. It's too tiring for you to be running about. This time, why don't you stay in the mansion and keep your mother company? You can visit the Xiao mansion another day. Mother, Zhu Yingyan was puzzled. Her mother should have kept Zhū Xún Táo in the mansion, and how could she possibly let Zhū Xún Táo go to the Xiao residence alone? Didn't her mother know of her desire to marry Xiao Jingzhan? Yinner, be obedient. Madame Sun took a deep breath. Mother will surely help you. Not understanding the situation before her, Zhū Xún Tao's eyes flickered. Otherwise I won't go either. I'll just say I'm feeling unwell. Her mother and Zhu Yingyan certainly wouldn't want to see her getting too close to the Xiao family. If she didn't go, it would suit both of them perfectly. Looking at Madame Sun and her daughter Zhū Xún Táo felt a headache coming on. According to how things should develop, her engagement with Xiao Jingzhan would have long been called off, and her marriage to the Prince of Yu should be settled with the Zhu mansion and the imperial family making preparations, just waiting for the ceremony. Why was reality so different from the plot in the book? And Zhu Yingyan, this female lead, was performing terribly. Her relationship with the Xiao family wasn't as good as described in the book, and not one of her scheming attempts had succeeded. For the 108th time, Zhū Xún Táo questioned inwardly, when would the female lead's halo finally shine, stir things up, and allow her to marry that dying prince, become a widow princess, and retire in peace? This batch of female leads was just no good. Zhu Yingyan was anxious, but Zhū Xún Táo was even more so. Not understanding Zhū Xún Tao's feelings, Zhu Yingyan looked at Madame Sun in confusion. Mother, why wouldn't she let her go to the Xiao residence together? Today, when Xiao Jingxin had nearly met with disaster, was the perfect opportunity for her to show herself in a good light. Madame Sun couldn't tell Zhū Xún Táo that this request came directly from the Xiao family. Your father wants you to stay in the mansion and learn how to manage household affairs for me. Really? Zhu Yingyan didn't believe it. Managing household affairs was something she had learned from her mother since childhood. Why would she need to study it specifically today? If you don't believe me, come with me to see your father. Madame Sun pulled Zhu Yingyan along and said coldly to Zhū Xún Táo, go early and return early. Don't disgrace our Zhu family at the Marquis' residence. Understood. Suffering this unprovoked attack, Zhū Xún Táo submitted meekly. Yes, mother. Autumn Moon's eyes were red-rimmed, feeling wronged on her young mistress's behalf. Both the second young lady and the eldest young lady were born of the same mother, yet Madame treated the second young lady terribly. Even the concubine-born children could get a kind word from Madame, but the second young lady could not. There. Zhū Xún Táo patted Autumn Moon's head unconcerned. Weren't you hoping I'd visit the Marquis' residence more often? Today your wish has come true. Come accompany your mistress on this trip. Autumn Moon sniffled, put on a smiling face, and walked briskly. Mother. Once they were at a distance, Zhu Yingyan called out again. Madame Sun sighed. Yingyan the Marchioness has always favored you over Zhū Xún Táo. Lately, have you done something to offend the Marchioness in her presence? What do you mean? Did her mother think the Marchioness no longer liked her? Madame Sun looked at her beloved daughter. If you hadn't angered the Marchioness, why would she have specifically stated that only Zhū Xún Táo should come? Worse still, these words weren't conveyed directly to her, but to the master of the house, who then told her. Neither of them was particularly dull-witted. The Marchioness's meaning, who was to stay away, was clear not only to Madame Sun, but also to Master Zhū. Finally, Zhū Yingyan understood. Under her father's constraints, her mother naturally wouldn't dare to go against his wishes and let her accompany Zhū Xún Táo to the Marquis' residence. Yinner, don't hide anything from your mother. If you've truly done something wrong, your mother will find a way to make amends. Madame Sun planned for her beloved daughter. In the past, how much did the Marchioness detest Zhū Xún Táo? Now her treatment of Zhū Xún Táo is only so-so, and that's only because she has to yield to the old lady. As long as Zhū Xún Táo hasn't married Xiao Jingzhan, yet you still have a chance. With your mother here, I will never let Zhū Xún Táo marry Xiao Jingzhan. Yinner, your mother will protect you. Not a single word of Madame Sun's heartfelt speech registered with Zhū Yingyan. In her mind, the only thing echoing was that the Marchioness had only allowed Zhū Xún Táo to go to the Xiao residence, and had even specifically asked her father to control her mother in order to restrain her. Zhū Yingyan gritted her teeth and confessed about the hairpin incident. How could you be so careless? You know what kind of person the Marchioness is. How could she be fooled by such a trick? You were too hasty. Madame Sun inwardly lamented her eldest daughter's misfortune. The Marchioness has always kept the engagement between the Xiao heir and Zhū Xún Táo a secret from the old lady. By doing this, I was trying to fulfill my own wishes as well as the Marchioness's. Who would have thought that the Marchioness, who had always been so cooperative, would act as if she had taken the wrong medicine that day and insist on clearing Zhū Xún Tao's name? Madame Sun was speechless. She's displeased with Zhū Xún Táo because Zhū Xún Táo wasn't her choice. But if the Marchioness had to choose, she certainly wouldn't want a daughter-in-law who would resort to such schemes. As a mother herself, Madame Sun could fully understand the Marchioness's feelings. Not her own choice, so she didn't like her. And this one who was bad, she naturally didn't like either. I understand. Zhū Yingyan was also filled with regret. Before the hairpin incident, her image in the Marchioness's heart had always been very good. At the Marquis' residence, her status was far higher than Zhū Xún Tao's. She had only been waiting for the old Marquis and his wife to die, so that Zhū Xún Tao's shadow could be completely erased from the Yongjing Marquis' residence, no longer vexing her. She had calculated everything so perfectly. Why had it come to this? Mother, you must help me. Mother, you must help me. Zhū Yingyan grabbed Mrs. Sun's hand tightly. If even you don't help me, then truly there is no one left in this world who cares for me. Don't worry, Mrs. Sun patted Zhū Yingyan's hand. I would help whom else? As long as you're concerned, Zhū Xún Táo, that harmful woman will never be able to compete with you for anything. Whether she willingly gives up the position of the young master's wife is best, if not she must. Zhū Xún Táo had no idea Mrs. Sun said this, otherwise she would have loudly told Mrs. Sun she had no intention of competing for the position and was even willing to give it up. The key was that they should exert some effort. She was waiting until the flowers had all withered. After being sent to the Yongjing Marquis' residence, all the sparkle vanished from Zhū Xún Tao's eyes, and she became as docile as a piece of wood. As a qualified supporting character, remember your role as a background element. Don't act recklessly. Sister Xún Táo, you've arrived. Seeing Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Miluo looked as if she had found a lifeline, acting so warmly as if she and Zhū Xún Táo had a very close bond. Zhū Xún Táo almost broke character, biting her teeth back hard to resist the urge to move away. Me, Miluo, little sister. Xiao Miluo called me sister. Is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow? She's not Zhū Yingyan's lackey or supporter. Why is she suddenly being so friendly to me? Could it be a trap to harm me? A thought popped into Zhū Xún Tao's mind. There are always some rascals trying to harm the emperor. Xiao Miluo. Although everything said was true, it was hard to hear. Thinking back to how she had previously defended Zhū Yingyan and excluded Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Miluo felt so aggrieved that she couldn't refute a single word. Judging by her own feelings, Xiao Miluo's face turned serious as she said earnestly, Sister Xún Táo, it was my fault back then. I was young and immature, always causing you anger. You don't believe me, and I deserve it. But Sister Xún Táo, I will definitely change. Please don't abandon me. The events of the past few days had deeply impacted Xiao Miluo's mindset. The spoiled little girl began to reflect on why she had always hated Zhū Xún Táo so much. What exactly was wrong with Zhū Xún Táo? And what was right about Zhū Yingyan? After much thought, Xiao Miluo realized that this question had no answer. Because her mother disliked having Zhū Xún Táo as a daughter-in-law, she followed suit in hating Zhū Xún Táo and favoring Zhū Yingyan. Zhū Yingyan had ulterior motives, hadn't Zhū Xún Táo warned her? After recalling, Xiao Miluo found that Zhū Xún Táo had indeed warned her, but she hadn't listened. Previously, Zhū Xún Táo had treated her very well, just like her older brothers at home, doting on her. When did Zhū Xún Táo stop paying so much attention to her, and when did the light fade from her eyes? After much deliberation, Xiao Miluo concluded, Zhū Xún Tao's indifference toward me was entirely my own fault with no one else to blame. Zhū Xún Táo halted her steps, hesitantly looking at Xiao Miluo. As a child, Xiao Miluo was exquisite and adorable, soft, sweet, and tender. Such a cute little loli, she liked her very much. Since her elder half-sister and younger concubine sisters had poor relationships with her, she regarded Xiao Miluo as her own younger sister. Unfortunately, Zhū Xún Táo pressed her lips together, retracting all her emotions. Without Zhū Xún Tao's response, Xiao Miluo felt both hurt and guilty. Xún Táo, you've come. Upon seeing Zhū Xún Táo, Jiang Yijing immediately expressed great enthusiasm toward her. It was especially worth your trouble to come here. You've worked hard. Xiao Jingzhen followed closely behind. Sister-in-law, please sit and have some tea. When Jiang Yijing held Zhū Xún Tao's hand affectionately, Zhū Xún Táo stiffened up. As Xiao Miluo moved the stool for her to sit, and Xiao Jingzhen handed her the tea, calling her sister-in-law, repeatedly, Zhū Xún Táo felt completely frozen. Wasn't it Xiao Jingzhen who almost got into trouble? Shouldn't everyone be worrying about him instead of me? Why are they all focused on me? Looking at the tea in her hand, Zhū Xún Táo didn't know whether to drink it or not. Third young master, are you talking nonsense due to shock? Good heavens, Xiao Jingzhen has changed his strategy, trying to win me over with kindness. How vicious. Once he calls me sister-in-law, I won't be able to marry Xiao Jingzhen, and no one else will either. Especially if Zhou Yinyan hears that sister-in-law, she will surely hate me to death. Xiao Jingyan. Seeing Zhao Fengyu's tragic condition, and thinking that if it weren't for Zhū Xún Tao's warning, it would have been him who was carried back, he was terrified. Heaven and earth bear witness, he only wanted to see Zhū Xún Táo once to ease his mind. He had no evil intentions like Zhū Xún Táo thought. Xiao Miluo felt balanced. Sister Xún Táo didn't believe her, and neither did she believe her third brother. Jiang Yijing sighed, understanding Zhū Xún Tao's situation. It was acceptable for the second son to call Xún Tao's sister-in-law, considering she had been engaged to Jingzhan for many years. Unfortunately, just a few days before, no one in the mansion except for the two elders liked Xún Táo. Instead, they all fawned over Zhou Yinyan. This sister-in-law call would not only fail to bring them closer, but also push Xún Táo even further away, startling her. Thus Jiang Yijing said, Jingyan, Xún Táo has not yet married your elder brother. You should wait a while before calling her sister-in-law. It's not too late to do so then. Yes, yes. Xiao Miluo quickly agreed. Sister Xún Táo, don't take your third brother to heart. He's just a fool, clumsy, and awkward. How to put it? The better Jiang Yijing and the others treated Zhū Xún Táo, the more afraid she became. On the surface, she remained calm and indifferent, but inwardly, she was panicking. She was a disposable supporting character. A disposable supporting character. A disposable supporting character. It was said 3 times. The protagonist rule stated that any supporting character who opposed the protagonist would meet a bad end. If she lay low, she might be arranged by the protagonist to marry a dead person and become a widowed princess. But if she forcibly bound herself to Xiao Jingzhan, she feared Zhou Yinyan would crush her to ashes. Xiao Jingzhen was Zhou Yinyan's destined male lead. Xiao Miluo was Zhou Yinyan's devoted younger sister-in-law, and Marquis Lady Zhang's reasonableness served only Zhou Yinyan. In the original novel, after becoming disabled, Xiao Jingzhen only occasionally showed emotions to prove his recognition of Zhou Yinyan as his elder sister-in-law. After this brainwashing, Zhū Xún Táo calmed down. Madam, how is the investigation into the old lady's meals going? Zhū Xún Táo changed the topic to avoid being misled by these people and forgetting her true worth. Knowing that some things couldn't be rushed, Jiang Yijing didn't press Zhū Xún Táo. We found out it was the new cook in the mansion who heard some gossip somewhere, knowing that the old lady liked heavy, greasy dishes. To curry favor with the mistress, he altered the recipe without permission. Zhū Xún Tao's eyes flickered and her expression wasn't very good. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that cook? Jiang Yijing asked. Zhū Xún Táo shook her head. What the madam found out must be correct. Zhou Yinyan, just you wait. A dragon has its scales that must not be touched. After old Master Zhu's death, Zhū Xún Táo had only 2 people left in the world. She cared about the old madam and the old Marquis. To survive, she did not mind at all that Zhou Yinyan schemed against her and snatched Xiao Jingzhan away. However, Zhou Yinyan's ruthless attack on the old madam for her own selfish gain was something she could no longer tolerate. Zhū Xún Táo clearly remembered that in this book the female lead Zhou Yinyan held a family favorite script. In her natal home, her mother doted on her, and her father valued her. In her husband's home, aside from the eccentric old madam and old Marquis, who had other granddaughters-in-law in mind, everyone else in the household was thoroughly satisfied with Zhou Yinyan, believing that only she was worthy of Xiao Jingzhan, the heir. As for her, the cannon-fodder supporting female, she was merely a tool to hold the position for the female lead in the early stages. Had she not been betrothed to Xiao Jingzhan early on with his exceptional qualities, any princess or noble lady would have fought tooth and nail for him. But it was precisely because she served as a contrast that the Xiao family so readily accepted Zhou Yinyan. She not only held the spot for the female lead, but also acted as the green leaf setting off the little red flower that was the female lead. All of this she could not care less about. But when Zhū Xún, to make her own life in the Marquis' household more comfortable, plotted to eliminate the old Marquis and old Madam, who favored only her and not Zhū Xún, Zhū Xún Tao's temper surged beyond control. Back when she read the book before transmigrating, she had felt that the female lead's mentions of the old Madam's death gave off a strange vibe. After hearing the Madam's words today, Zhū Xún Táo was certain that the so-called accident was all man-made. Xiao Jingshan, Xiao Miluo, Jiang Yijing, Xiao Jingshan, and Xiao Miluo exchanged glances. Though they already knew Zhū Xún was not as virtuous as they had imagined, this was still shocking. But the grandmother and Zhū Xún had no enmity. If Zhū Xún wanted to harm Zhū Xún Táo, they would understand instantly. However, Zhū Xún moving against their grandmother, how could that make sense? Despite 100 doubts in their hearts, having learned their lesson, Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Miluo chose to keep silent, no longer easily refuting or denying Zhū Xún Tao's words. Jiang Yijing, more perceptive than her children, realized that to better control the Marquis' household, Zhū Xún had painstakingly introduced her own admirers to Miluo. Thus it was not at all surprising that Zhū Xún would develop murderous intent toward the old madam, who was clearly biased toward Zhū Xún Táo. It was just that without Zhū Xún Tao's reminder, she would never have imagined Zhū Xún to be so malicious. Is that cook still in the residence? Zhū Xún Táo thought she had hidden her concerns, while focusing first on dealing with the immediate threats. Xiao Miluo quickly replied he was dismissed long ago. All right. A mere cook dismissed from the Marquis' household for a mistake would never work in this trade again. Such a punishment was barely acceptable. I'll go see the old madam. Zhū Xún Táo felt utterly uncomfortable around Jiang Yijing and her children. Xiao Jingshan hastily asked sister-in-law, Miss Zhū, do you think if I survive today's ordeal, I will live safely hereafter? Huh. Zhū Xún Táo was taken aback. She was not a fortune teller. Ignoring her bewilderment, Xiao Jingshan persisted in seeking an answer. Otherwise, he feared he would be haunted by nightmares, unable to sleep at night. Moreover, if danger truly arose with Zhū Xún Tao's hint, he might still have a chance to save himself. Not understanding Xiao Jingshan's insistence, Zhū Xún Táo gave a very perfunctory answer. Third young master, after surviving a great disaster, there will surely be blessings to follow. If he wasn't crippled by the horse naturally, he wouldn't be driven to depression and suicide. With his life spared and his future intact, marrying and having children could indeed be considered a blessing. Xiao Jingshan secretly exhaled in relief. Good, tonight he could sleep peacefully. Satisfied with the answer, Jiang Yijing's expression softened considerably. With your auspicious words, Jingshan will surely face no disasters and enjoy a smooth, safe life. Zhū Xún Táo paused. She felt that the madam's words carried a deeper meaning. Hiss. She must be overthinking it. She needed to see the old madam quickly. Only when she was with the old madam did she not have to think so much. Watching Zhū Xún Tao's retreating figure looking as flustered as if chased by a dog, Jiang Yijing shook her head helplessly. Some things could only be taken slowly, haste would not do. Mother, could grandmother's matter really have been done by Zhū Xún? With Zhū Xún Táo gone, the remaining mother and her two children could speak freely. Xiao Miluo, who had trusted Zhū Xún the most earlier, was the first to speak up, seeking confirmation from her mother. Jiang Yijing's head ached. We thought things were too simple before and recklessly brought a scourge like Zhū Xún into the household. Above all, she should not have held prejudice against Zhū Xún Táo due to momentary dissatisfaction, nor harbored goodwill toward Zhū Xún. Had she not given Zhū Xún hope first, perhaps Zhū Xún might not have conceived such a malicious thought against the old madam. As things stand now, we should no longer doubt Xún Táo. Xiao Jingshan was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. When you think about it carefully, Zhū Xún indeed had a reason to harm grandmother. If not for grandmother's protection and insistence on Zhū Xún Táo, the engagement between eldest brother and Zhū Xún Táo would have long been annulled. Naturally, Zhū Xún would then have the chance to become our sister-in-law. At the thought of this terrifying, naturally the two younger ones turned pale with fear, and Jiang Yijing's face darkened as well. Xiao Jingshan let out a heavy sigh. A virtuous wife brings peace to the family. Actually, Zhū Xún Táo is quite good. Mother, you should talk to eldest brother and tell him not to be so picky. Xiao Jingzhan, who was entering the house, happened to hear his younger brother's last words. He was so angry he wanted to finish the job and break both legs he had just saved. Mother, seeing her eldest son return, Jiang Yijing nodded. Are all matters regarding Zhao Fengyu settled? The ones who acted were from the Zhao family. It was just a servant's foolishness tampering with Zhao Fengyu's horse. This was the only answer the Zhao family could find. Where is Zhū Xún Táo? She went to see your grandmother. Xún Táo genuinely cares for your grandmother. We have all misunderstood her before. Had she not suddenly heard Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts, she would never have realized how blind she had been. Xiao Jingshan nudged his brother's shoulder and kindly reminded him. Elder brother, every time Zhū Xún Táo comes to see grandmother, it really is just to see grandmother. It's not about running into you. Xiao Miluo added awkwardly. Yes, Sister Xún Táo comes to the residence, and it has nothing to do with you, elder brother. She hadn't understood before, but today she saw clearly. After arriving at the residence, Sister Zhū Xún Táo never once mentioned her elder brother. Even in her inner thoughts there was no place for him. Her heart and mind were solely occupied by grandmother. Xiao Miluo and Xiao Jingxin shared the same doubt. How did they ever believe that a woman whose heart and eyes were only for her grandmother was a fawning, frivolous girl after their elder brother? Speaking of this matter, no one in the world could be more aggrieved than Zhū Xún Táo. Every time she visited the Marquis mansion, her purpose was simply to see the old Marquis and his wife. Yet at some point unknown to her, the household became convinced that each of her visits was aimed at Xiao Jingzhan, believing she sought to seduce him to secure her position as the heir's wife. Truly, who could understand her plight? Yet she could not let this misunderstanding with those she cared nothing for prevent her from visiting the two elderly people she held so dear. Just, what a tragedy. Whenever these matters came to mind, Zhū Xún Táo had an endless stream of sorrowful tears. Fortunately today, unbeknownst to her, she was vindicated. After clarifying this point, Xiao Jingxin and Xiao Miluo were momentarily unsure whether to sympathize with their elder brother's unrequited infatuation or to shed a tear of pity for Zhū Xún Táo. Elder brother, since Sister Zhū Xún Tao's engagement to you, she has gained nothing but trouble and grievances. She has truly suffered unjustly. As a fellow woman in that instant, Xiao Miluo deeply empathized with Zhū Xún Táo. No wonder Sister Zhū Xún Táo was so disheartened that she would rather marry the Prince of Yu as a widow and not utter a single word in her defense when framed by Zhu Yingyan. Mother, Sister Zhū Xún Táo is too pitiful. Jiang Yijing's eyes glistened with moisture. Be kinder to your Sister Zhū Xún Táo from now on. I will. Without her mother's prompting, she would have done so anyway. Xiao Jingzhan, feeling as though he had been subjected to a harsh critique, looked at his defecting family with a deeply furrowed brow. Wait a moment, second uncle will be bringing Chunliang over. Xiao Jingxin caught on. Second uncle is personally bringing him. What else did you expect? Xiao Jingzhan's expression was far from pleasant. After Xiao Jingxin's accident was confirmed, no one would dismiss Zhū Xún Tao's earlier words as nonsense. Xiao Miluo, now under Xiao Jingzhan's gaze, shrank her chilly neck. Elder brother, Sister Zhū Xún Táo just said that the trouble at grandmother's place is related to Zhu Yingyan. Xiao Jingzhan was initially puzzled, but after a moment's thought his brow twitched. From this day forth, dogs and Zhu Yingyan are forbidden from entering our Marquis mansion. Xiao Miluo's eyes widened. Elder brother, don't you like Zhu Yingyan? Who said I liked Zhu Yingyan? Xiao Jingzhan was perplexed. Xiao Miluo's voice grew softer. The way you look at Zhu Yingyan and Sister Zhū Xún Táo is different. I always thought you liked Zhu Yingyan. Since mother thought well of Zhu Yingyan and elder brother also liked her, she naturally supported Zhu Yingyan too. Xiao Jingzhan explained. It was you who often told me that Zhū Xún Táo had a bad temper, was disrespectful to her elder sister, Zhu Yingyan unfilial to her parents, and only knew how to flatter grandmother. Hearing such disparaging remarks about his betrothed, how could he remain unaffected? The look he gave Zhū Xún Táo was merely one of disappointment that despite having such an exemplary elder sister as Zhu Yingyan, she failed to learn any good qualities. How could someone with such a temper be fit to be the heir's wife of the Marquis mansion or the future Marchioness? Xiao Jingxin began to understand Zhū Xún Táo was a maiden from the inner chambers, and even though they were betrothed, it was improper for his elder brother to be overly familiar with her. Moreover, his elder brother was busy assisting the crown prince, leaving him few opportunities to get to know Zhū Xún Táo. All of his elder brother's impressions of her came through Miluo. Well, this logic was now complete. Realizing that the root of the misunderstanding seemed to be herself again, Xiao Miluo clamped her mouth shut, too frightened to make a sound. Jiang Yijing massaged her temples. The fault for most of Zhū Xún Tao's grievances lies with me. In any case, it won't happen again. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, Jingzhan, you should get along well with Zhū Xún Táo. Moreover, you are both of suitable age. Your marriage should be put on the agenda. Once Jingzhan and Zhū Xún Táo were wed, even if Zhu Yingyan had such intentions, it would not come to two women serving one husband, with her becoming her brother-in-law's concubine. Little did Zhū Xún Táo, who was currently in the side courtyard cheering up old Madame Sheng, know that the Marchioness was planning to hasten her marriage to Xiao Jingzhan. Had she known, she would have fled the Yongjing Marquis mansion without a care for her dignity. Old Madame Sheng held Zhū Xún Tao's hand, beaming, as she said, Jingzhan is truly a fortunate child. Although she did not know how Cao Dao had suddenly acquired the ability to foresee the future, the fact that they could hear Cao Dao's inner thoughts was a blessing for the Xiao family. With Cao Dao around, their Marquis mansion would surely avoid misfortune and encounter blessings in the days to come. Zhū Xún Táo was utterly bewildered. The one who had narrowly escaped death was Xiao Jingxin. If the old madam wanted to praise someone, it should be her third grandson, so why bring up Xiao Jingzhan, the eldest? Even the old madam's thoughts were now as scattered and divergent as the rest of the Xiao family, and she could not keep up. Grandmother's second uncle has brought Chunliang to see you. Xiao Miluo, following behind her second uncle Xiao Yuanqi, winked and played with the chubby little boy in his arms. The little boy babbled "dudu-dudu" and was coaxed into giggles, drool spilling down his chin. Xiao Yuanqi, without the slightest distaste, gently wiped the drool away with a handkerchief. Xiao Chunliang, Zhū Xún Táo had only heard of this little treasure of the Shao family, but had never seen him. The Shao family kept him well hidden, and in all her visits, she had never once laid eyes on this chubby child. Unlike Zhu Yingyin, who had held him several times. Fortunately, Zhū Xún Táo neither cared nor felt jealous. She was the female protagonist loved by all. Why would she, a cannon-fodder character who even ghosts pitted, bother to join the fray? But today, knowing she was present, the Shao family was no longer hiding him, unafraid that she might corrupt the little one. Since it was their first meeting, Zhū Xún Táo discreetly cast her gaze upon the chubby child in Xiao Yuanqi's arms. She saw a small, stubby figure with a 3 heads tall stature, dressed in a deep blue silk robe that made him resemble a glutinous rice dumpling. His still baby fat cheeks jiggled with his movements, the rhythm like bouncing jelly, smooth and tender. His big watery eyes were dark and bright, his little mouth pouting, and his voice was adorably childish. In an instant, Zhū Xún Tao's heart was completely captured. Cuteness that was simply lethal. The Marquis mansion was the home of the male lead, Xiao Jingzhan, who was exceptionally handsome, with an ethereal aura. It was easy to imagine that the rest of the Shao family were also extremely good-looking. Otherwise, Zhū Xún Táo would never have been captivated by the young Xiao Miluo and taken care of the little girl like a younger sister. After all, who wasn't a bit of a Lucist? Gasped the little baby, is so cute, I want to ruffle him, cuddle him, and stick to him. Let me hold him. Zhū Xún Tao's uncontrollable frantic thoughts echoed in the ears of the Shao family, yet on the surface she remained as calm as if she hadn't seen Xiao Chunliang at all, only fussing over old Madame Sheng. Xiao Yuanqi was momentarily stunned by Zhū Tao's inner thoughts. His reaction delayed until the grandson in his arms twisted his body, insistently forcing him to put the child down. Xiao Chunliang waddled forward on his 2 short legs like a little duck, running excitedly toward Zhū Tao. Who are you? Zhū Tao's voice trembled. I am. No, I can't hold it any longer, little one. What color bag do you want? Let's go home with Auntie. Holding back the urge to tremble with emotion, Zhū Tao awkwardly shifted her feet, trying to distance herself from this adorable little creature. I'm your Auntie, Zhū Tao. Tao Jidu. Xiao Chunliang tilted his head, drool dripping down. Oh my god, that head tilt. This is unfair. I'm done. I can't resist wanting to snatch this kid away. After hearing Zhū Tao mention several times that she wanted to take the child away, Xiao Yuanqi pulled his hand back into his sleeve. This child belongs to my family. Can Zhū Tao just take him away if she wants to? It was now confirmed not only could the eldest branch hear Zhū Tao's thoughts, but he could too. He wanted to know whether his grandson was truly in danger of being lost. Zhū Tao stubbornly turned her face toward elder Lady Sheng. Lady Sheng, it's getting late. Perhaps I should return to my residence first. Seeing how elder Lady Sheng couldn't take her eyes off her great-grandson, joy filled her heart. Tao, you've only been with me for less than half an hour. Besides, it's not even noon yet. How can it be considered late? Zhū Tao wanted to cry, but maintained a blank expression. Lady Sheng, spare me. I can't keep up the act. My character's breaking. If you don't let me go soon, I'll steal this little chubby boy and spoil him. Elder Lady Sheng was delighted to see Zhū Tao getting close to Xiao Chunliang. She wished everyone in the Marquis household liked Zhū Tao as much as she did. However, Zhū Tao's last remark caused elder Lady Sheng to glance reproachfully at her second son. Xiao Yuanqi felt uneasy. Previously he had prevented Zhū Tao from seeing his grandson because he believed she had poor character and worried she might corrupt the child. Moreover, Zhū Tao showed no mercy even toward her own elder sister, so how could she possibly protect someone so young who wouldn't even know how to complain if bullied? But at this moment Xiao Yuanqi was certain that Zhū Tao would not harm her grandson. He could see she genuinely liked him. Zhū Tao's affection for her grandson was nearly overflowing from her eyes. Feigning complete ignorance of Zhū Tao's inner turmoil, elder Lady Sheng still smiled warmly and held her hand, preventing the young girl from escaping. It's already this time of day. Naturally, you must stay for dinner. Tao, you wouldn't refuse to share a meal with me, would you? Chunliang, will you join your great-grandmother for dinner too? Hearing the mention of food, Xiao Chunliang nodded vigorously, appearing clumsy yet adorable. Tao Jidu, hold me. After responding to his great-grandmother, Xiao Chunliang returned his attention to Zhū Tao. Tao Jidu eats well, and this Jidu must also be delicious since she's Tao Jidu after all. And no, that wouldn't be proper. Zhū Tao verbally declined, yet her hand uncontrollably reached toward the chubby Xiao Chunliang. With a motion like pulling up a radish, she lifted him from the ground and cradled him in her arms. He was so solid and weighty, plump and soft, clearly well fed. Xiao Chunliang sniffed his little nose like a puppy sniffing Zhū Tao. Tao Jidu, you smell so good. But your scent isn't quite like edible. Tao Jidu. Without thinking, Zhū Tao lowered her head and nuzzled against Xiao Chunliang. Let me smell, Chunliang. Wow, you smell wonderful too. Milk sweet and milky. Xiao Chunliang giggled uncontrollably, his small mouth continuously crying, ticklish, twisting his tiny body to evade Zhū Tao's attacks, yet his little hands firmly clung to her clothing, refusing to let go. Xiao Yuanqi watched this scene with surprise. His grandson wasn't particularly delicate or prone to crying, nor was he easily approachable, he wouldn't let anyone hold him except family members. Previously, when he saw Zhū Xún holding the little grandson, he had assumed Zhū Xún possessed kind-heartedness, making it easier for children to accept her. Only today did Xiao Yuanqi understand that previously, when Xiao Chunliang allowed Zhū Xún to hold him, it was entirely due to family demands, not his own initiative. He finally understood why his mother had insisted so strongly on arranging for Zhū Xún Táo to marry his nephew. Perhaps Zhū Xún Táo was destined to be part of the Xiao family. Xiao Yuanqi, lost in such musings, had no idea that his grandson's ease in accepting Zhū Xún Táo wasn't because he thought highly of her, but simply because her name sounded delicious. Xiao Chunliang had recently been weaned and found everything delicious. Summer had just passed, and the small boy held a particularly strong impression of peaches as fruit. Now unable to eat peaches, Xiao Chunliang missed them greatly. Hearing that an auntie's name sounded like peach, how could a food-loving boy like him not be drawn to her? If initially Xiao Chunliang was willing to approach Zhū Xún Táo because her name sounded delicious, now it was because he sensed this auntie genuinely liked him that he felt comfortable drawing closer. By noon, Xiao Chunliang refused everyone else, insisting on staying beside Zhū Xún Táo and demanding that she feed him meals. Fortunately, Zhū Xún Táo had experience with caring for children, so she fed him decently, while Xiao Chunliang ate with relish. Watching this scene, elder lady Sheng suddenly mentioned, when Mi Luo was little, she was also very much like Chunliang, especially fond of clinging to Tao Tao, wanting Tao Tao to play with her, feed her, and refusing to let Tao Tao go home, insisting on sleeping with Tao Tao. Xiaomi Luo paused mid-chew, looking embarrassed. Grandmother, is this true? Don't believe me. Ask your mother. Even elder lady Sheng had once wondered why two children who had been so close in childhood later drifted apart. To elder lady Sheng, it seemed Xiaomi Luo had suddenly estranged herself from Zhū Xún Táo unilaterally. Regarding that past, Zhū Xún Táo remained composed and indifferent, making Xiaomi Luo feel increasingly guilty. The past elder lady Sheng spoke of, perhaps Xiaomi Luo hadn't remembered it before, but recently those memories seemed to resurface in her mind. At that time, as the only girl in the Xiao family, Xiaomi Luo had been excessively pampered, unusually delicate. Zhū Xún, also a cherished daughter in the Zhū household, had been indulged by Lady Sun. When these two temperamental girls met, it was like fire meeting earth. Only Zhū Xún Táo, a child neither father nor mother truly loved, had to soothe her elder sister and comfort her younger sister, mediating between the two. With Zhū Xún as a contrast, Xiaomi Luo naturally preferred the gentle-tempered Zhū Xún Táo, becoming her shadow, within half a day growing extremely close to her. Hearing such specific details of her childhood from old Madame Sheng, Xiaomi Luo felt a sharp pang in her stomach. When she was young, she had such a close relationship with Zhū Xún Táo. Had she really liked her that much? Xiaomi Luo was puzzled, while old Madame Sheng grew angrier with every word. You ungrateful wretch. Tao Tao took such good care of you when you were little, and now that you're grown you turn your back on her. Seeing her granddaughter grow close to Zhū Xún and constantly find fault with Zhū Xún Táo, old Madame Sheng's anger simmered within her. If it weren't for the fact that her granddaughter was grown and had the freedom to choose her own friends, old Madame Sheng, despite her deep affection for her youngest granddaughter, would have insisted on reasoning with Xiaomi Luo. If Tao Tao hadn't always persuaded me, I would have been furious enough to die of anger back then. Old Madame Sheng was incensed by Xiaomi Luo's heartlessness and capriciousness. Even though she was her own granddaughter, old Madame Sheng's only assessment of Xiaomi Luo was an ungrateful wretch. It was Zhū Xún Táo who urged old Madame Sheng not to be angry with her own granddaughter over an outsider like her. Perhaps Xiaomi Luo had grown up and found she got along better with Zhū Xún. Of forcing a friendship would only cause Xiaomi Luo pain, and that would bring her no joy either. Zhū Xún Táo also said that the reason she took such good care of Xiaomi Luo, treating her like a younger sister, was purely because she was old Madame Sheng's own granddaughter. Everything she did was for old Madame Sheng. Zhū Xún Táo believed her words were sincere and without a single falsehood, but old Madame Sheng took them all as mere consolation. As Zhū Xún Táo had said, old Madame Sheng couldn't force Xiaomi Luo to be close only to Zhū Xún Táo and forbid her from making other friends. Since it was an unchangeable fact, she could only learn to accept it and move on. Because of this, old Madame Sheng felt deeply guilty towards Zhū Xún Táo. If she weren't afraid that the fine gifts she gave Zhū Xún Táo would be snatched away by the Madame's son for Zhū Xún, as had happened before, old Madame Sheng would have given her entire dowry to Zhū Xún Táo. No matter how you looked at it, Xiaomi Luo had acted unfairly, so as her grandmother, she naturally had to make amends. Even if she hadn't given those gifts, then old Madame Sheng had planned to hand them over to Zhū Xún Táo when she married into the family. Later, when everyone in the mansion, except for the two elders, including Xiao Jingzhan, disliked Zhū Xún Táo, and she herself considered marrying someone else, old Madame Sheng changed her mind. She would give all those things to Zhū Xún Táo as a wedding gift. If Tao Tao hadn't been there for me during that time, I don't know when I would have come to terms with it. Tao Tao, you've suffered so much injustice. Great wisdom often leads to deep hurt. In front of your grandmother, you don't have to be so understanding. I cherish you too. Xiaomi Luo was so ashamed she couldn't lift her head, while while Xiao Yuanqi looked at Zhū Xún Táo in surprise. The Zhū Xún Táo his mother described was the complete opposite of the one in his memory. One was magnanimous and extraordinary, the other willful, spoiled, and arrogant. Two completely opposite assessments of the same person, both coming from members of their own Marquis household. Xiao Yuanqi looked questioningly at Xiao Miluo, who wished she could bury her head under the table. With that, Xiao Yuanqi understood everything. The younger generation, driven by personal preference, had given false assessments of Zhū Xún Táo, leading everyone who didn't know her well to misunderstand her. It was clear now his elder brother and sister-in-law truly didn't want Zhū Xún Táo as their daughter-in-law, otherwise his niece wouldn't have slandered her reputation so thoroughly. Looking at his little grandson, who was especially cheerful around Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Yuanqi reminded her, "Mother, I know you and father share a deep bond with old Master Zhū, and you're fond of Miss Zhū. But a forced melon is not sweet." Zhū Xún Táo shouldn't be misunderstood under such a cloud of false reputation. The Marquis household owed her justice. Second uncle is right. Zhū Xún Táo nodded. "Old madam, rest assured. Even if I'm alone, I'll live my life well." Holding Zhū Xún Tao's hand, old Madame Sheng was speechless. Back then, old Master Zhū cherished his granddaughter, Zhū Xún Táo. Knowing his son was an official obsessed man indifferent to household matters, and his daughter-in-law son favored the eldest daughter, the old man chose to raise the young Zhū Xún Táo by his side. Later, when old Master Zhū fell gravely ill, fearing that Zhū Xún Táo would be bullied at home, without his care, he entrusted her to two old friends and arranged her engagement to Xiao Jingzhan. What no one knew was that if not for the three elders, Zhū Xún Táo had never considered marrying Xiao Jingzhan. Not in the past, and certainly not now. Which cannon-fodder would be so reckless as to compete with the female lead for the male lead? She was merely unlucky enough to be betrothed to him, suffering mistreatment both inside and outside her home. If she truly married Xiao Jingzhan, she feared for her life. Finally, old Madame Sheng let out a weary sigh. "We old folks thought things were too simple." Xiao Miluo trembled in fear. "Grandmother, what do you mean by that?" Old Madame Sheng glared at her youngest granddaughter. "What do I mean? I mean exactly what you want. This time your whole family should be happy, shouldn't you?" These words made Xiao Miluo's legs go weak. Misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding. Since. Skipping the middle part, Xiao Miluo said, "Now Mother and I both like Zhū Xún Táo very much. Mother has been praising her non-stop. Brother has no feelings for Zhū Yingyan. He doesn't like her at all. They had all accepted Zhū Xún Táo, so why was the engagement being called off? Grandmother, my brother's marriage is a serious matter. It can't be casually broken off. Wait, I'll go fetch my mother." This situation was beyond her control. She had to get reinforcements. "Oh dear." Old Madame Sheng shook her head, affectionately touching her little great-grandson's chubby cheek. "Chunliang, be good. Don't follow your aunt's example." Xiao Chunliang tilted his plump little face and gave a milky smile. "Mimi, good. Dodo, not good." Xiao Miluo, whom Xiao Chunliang had called naughty, ran swiftly. Her face panicked. "Mother, disaster, disaster." "What's wrong?" Jiang Yijing was startled. Did Xun Tao say something else would happen to Chunliang? Today, second uncle had taken Chunliang to see Zhū Xún Táo to find out when and how Chunliang would go missing and whether he would ever be found. Naturally, when Xiao Miluo came running, Jiang Yijing thought it was news about Xiao Chunliang. Xiao Miluo shook her head. "No, it's about brother and sister Xun Tao's engagement. Grandmother seems to be agreeing to let brother break it off with sister Xun Tao." Saying this, Xiao Miluo's face turned pale. "If they break up, will Zhū Yingyan become my sister-in-law in the future?" "Impossible." Jiang Yijing slammed her hand on the table. Even if Jingzhan refused to marry Zhū Xún Táo, she would never allow Zhū Yingyan to enter the household. Moreover, after all these years, just yesterday, they had relied on Zhū Xún Táo to save Xiao Jingshan's legs. It could be said that Jiang Yijing had almost resigned herself to accepting Zhū Xún Táo as her daughter-in-law. Not only did she not want Zhū Yingyan, but she actually hoped Zhū Xún Táo would continue to be her future daughter-in-law. She always felt that as long as Zhū Xún Táo was in the house, there was an inexplicable sense of security. The thought of her eldest son breaking off the engagement, with Zhū Xún Táo severing all ties between her and the Marquis' estate, filled Jiang Yijing with unprecedented panic. At this moment, Jiang Yijing shared the same thought as Xiao Miluo when she disliked Zhū Xún Táo. The engagement between her and Xiao Jingzhan was as solid as iron, seemingly indestructible. Now that she had accepted and understood Zhū Xún Tao's virtues, the marriage was slipping away. What a predicament this had become. Xiao Miluo tugged worriedly at Jiang Yijing's sleeve. "Mother, now I only want Sister Xún Táo to be my sister-in-law. I won't accept anyone else. Without Sister Xún Táo, who can guarantee what kind of woman big brother will marry in the future? Mother, Sister Xún Táo is wonderful." Patting her daughter's hand, Jiang Yijing nodded. "I know of Xún Tao's goodness. Rest assured, Mother will find a way to preserve your brother's engagement with Zhū Xún Táo." Her daughter didn't want anyone else as her sister-in-law, and she herself was equally reluctant to change daughters-in-law. As her daughter said, if they changed daughters-in-law, who knew what intentions the new one might harbor towards the Marquis' estate? The lesson learned from Zhū Yingyan was simply too profound. Because of Zhou Yingyan's selfishness, she had nearly lost her only daughter. Xiaomi Luo dared not feel at ease. She felt this time was different. In the past, grandmother disagreed, and no one could touch sister Xún Táo and big brother's marriage. But now that grandmother has changed her mind, could her mother really stop it? Thinking of her mother-in-law, Jiang Yijing's head ached. Xún Táo is your brother's betrothed. We're frantic with worry for him, yet he acts as if nothing's wrong. Call him back immediately. A man who can't even secure his future wife's heart isn't a real man. Little did Xiao Jingzhan expect that he whom his mother considered exceptionally outstanding would one day be called not a man by her because of Zhū Xún Táo. Upon receiving the message from the estate, Xiao Jingzhan's expression darkened. He then burned the letter, having no intention of heeding his mother's summons. The crown prince, observing Xiao Jingzhan's demeanor, was intensely curious. What happened? Just some family matters, nothing for your highness to worry about. Xiao Jingzhan refused to elaborate. This only piqued the crown prince's curiosity further. We both know what Annie is like. If it weren't urgent, she wouldn't send word at this hour. Or does Jingzhan not consider me one of his own, and thus refuses to speak? Glancing at the crown prince's eager expression, Xiao Jingzhan felt somewhat weary. Zhū Xún Táo wants to break off the engagement. What? The crown prince's face lit up with excitement. How can this be? Even I have heard that she is madly infatuated with you, constantly finding excuses to visit the estate just to see you without a shred of maidenly reserve. Could she be retreating in order to advance, playing hard to get? If she doesn't execute this strategy, well, isn't she afraid of losing everything? She wouldn't. Xiao Jingzhan dismissed the crown prince's hypothesis. The crown prince raised an eyebrow. You trust her that much? Unable to explain, Xiao Jingzhan rubbed his brow. Just consider it so. The crown prince was perplexed. Since you trust her so much, you can't be indifferent to her. Yet why are you so calm about her wanting to break off the engagement? Contradictory, utterly contradictory. Seeing the crown prince genuinely wanted to know, Xiao Jingzhan took a rare moment to explain seriously. In the past, we had many misunderstandings about Zhū Xún Táo, causing her to endure much grievance. If breaking off the engagement is what she wants, I should grant her wish. They couldn't try to break it off when they disliked her, and then cling to her against her will now that they knew her worth. Zhū Xún Táo owed nothing to their Marquis' estate. Zhū Xún Táo did not hear these words from Xiao Jingzhan, otherwise she would have praised him. Truly worthy of being the male lead, his moral compass was at least much straighter than Zhou Yingyan's. After this conversation with the crown prince, Xiao Jingzhan suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Your highness, I think I should return to the estate. Very well, there's nothing else today. You may go. The crown prince readily granted him leave. Big brother, you're finally back. If you had waited any longer, sister Xún Táo would have flown away. Upon seeing Xiao Jingzhan return, Xiaomi Luo rushed to greet him and dragged him towards grandmother Sheng's courtyard. Mother can't hold on much longer. This time both grandmother and sister Xún Táo are serious about the annulment. Please don't misunderstand and think sister Xún Táo is being difficult. Xiao Jingzhan did not reply, silently matching Xiaomi Luo's pace. Entering grandmother Sheng's Yongfu studio, he saw a panicked Jiang Yijing and a resolute grandmother Sheng. Grandmother, mother's second uncle. Xiao Jingzhan greeted the three elders. Xiao Yuanqi nodded. If not for his grandson clinging to Zhū Xún Táo, he would have preferred to leave with the child under these circumstances. Since he could also hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts, he could find another opportunity to probe into his grandson's matters. Zhū Xún Táo, pinching Xiao Chunliang's chubby hand, and with her back to Xiao Jingzhan, cheered inwardly. While all parties are present, the annulment can proceed. Jingzhan, Jiang Yijing, as if seeing a savior, quickly signaled for him to perform well to win back the hearts of grandmother Sheng and Zhū Xún Táo. Jiang Yijing knew that if Xiao Jingzhan could win over grandmother Sheng, the engagement could not be broken, and Zhū Xún Táo would not defy grandmother Sheng's wishes. Thinking how all of them combined couldn't match even a fraction of grandmother Sheng's weight, in Zhū Xún Tao's heart, Jiang Yijing smiled bitterly. How could she have ever believed that this Zhū Xún Táo was completely devoted to her son, jealous enough to target her own sister Zhou Yingyan, and constantly seeking excuses to cause her trouble? Grandmother Sheng's deep dark eyes fell upon her eldest grandson, who filled her with pride. She too wished to hear what he was thinking. When the engagement was made, they had not considered the feelings of the two children. This time for the annulment, she was willing to listen to their thoughts. Instead of directly answering grandmother Sheng, Xiao Jingzhan looked at Zhū Xún Táo. Miss Zhou, what are your thoughts on our marriage? Zhū Xún Táo paused her hand-pinching motion, replying obediently, matters of marriage are naturally to be decided by the elders. If I say I want to marry, you call me frivolous. If I say I don't, you call me haughty. If I'm not falling into that trap. Besides, even if I said I don't want to marry you, and wish to be a widow for the prince of you, would you listen to me? Too aware of the tragedy of women in ancient times, Zhū Xún Táo gave up on expressing her true feelings. She didn't have to say the words, but she would certainly do the deed. Hearing Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts, Xiao Jingzhan made a decision. Xiao Jingzhan bowed to grandmother Sheng. Grandmother, I am willing to annul the engagement with Miss Zhou, and all fault lies with me, with no relation to Miss Zhou whatsoever. For this our Marquis' manor will surely offer apologies and compensation to Miss Zhu. Jiang Yijing Jingzhan. Xiao Miluo, elder brother. Xiao Yuanqi silently nodded, greatly supporting Xiao Jingzhan's decision. Zhū Xún Tao's eyes flickered, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile that was harder to suppress than an AK-47. The male lead is finally acting like a human being. That's right, since you don't like me and can't treat me with mutual respect, why insist on maintaining our engagement only to harm both yourself and me? Now that I've vacated the position, Zhu Yingyan no longer needs to see me as a thorn in her side. You two can be a happy couple. When the time comes, I'll also offer some advice to Zhu Yingyan's chef, letting her taste the power of the 18 antagonisms and 19 incompatibilities. Hearing her grandson's words, and sensing Zhū Xún Tao's delight, grandmother Sheng hesitated no longer. Since this is the case, we shall formally visit the Zhu residence tomorrow and clarify the matter with Lord Zhu. No, Jiang Yijing stopped her. If the engagement is truly annulled, it will inevitably damage Xún Tao's reputation. Given the status of the Marquis' manor, it is unlikely that any good family would be willing to take Xún Tao as their principal wife. Even if the Marquis' manor assumes all responsibility and absolves Xún Tao, such an influence cannot be dispelled. Mother, you cannot indulge the children's whims out of momentary softness only to harm them in the end. Jiang Yijing's words were not wrong at all. In the original story, precisely because Zhū Xún Tao could no longer marry into a high-ranking family to form an alliance for the Zhu household, Zhu Yingyan set her sights on the ghost marriage with Prince Yu. This ghost marriage was originally Zhu Yingyan's final, most ruthless exploitation of Zhū Xún Tao, squeezing every last drop of value from her. But with a different person in her place, it was practically sending Zhū Xún Tao off to enjoy a life of bliss. Thus, Zhū Xún Tao had no desire to alter her own path from the original story. She was perfectly willing to follow the route Zhu Yingyan had mapped out for her, marrying a dead man and becoming a widow. As a supporting female character, she had cooperated to this extent. Surely the heavens would grant her some favor, allowing her to die a natural death and enjoy the riches and honors of the mortal world. Listen, was her request too high? Not at all. Grandmother Sheng, being advanced in years, saw things with greater foresight than most. Ever since she learned of Zhū Xún Tao's intentions, grandmother Sheng had been thinking on her behalf. Following Zhū Xún Tao's line of thought, she truly could not see anything wrong with Zhū Xún Tao becoming a widow. If Zhū Xún Tao could not marry a man from their Shao family, grandmother Sheng would not feel at ease marrying her off to anyone else. But marrying her off to a dead man was a different matter. A dead man could not indulge in wine and women, keep a harem, favor concubines over his wife, or bully his lawful spouse. In short, Prince Yu was already dead. With the backing of the Marquis' manor, Zhū Xún Tao might not be able to walk sideways through the capital, but no one would dare to give her a cold shoulder. As long as Zhū Xún Tao herself accepted and was satisfied with this outcome, there was nothing wrong with it. Having reached this understanding, grandmother Sheng's entire demeanor relaxed. It's fine. Tao Tao is a clever child. She will always find a way to live her life well. Hearing this, Zhū Xún Tao bestowed upon grandmother Sheng a smile as radiant as summer flowers. Her bright and cheerful appearance was like a ray of sunlight piercing into grandmother Sheng's heart. Witnessing the same scene, Xiao Jingzhan steadied his stirred heartstrings and unclenched his fists. Brother. Xiao Miluo stamped her foot and tugged at Xiao Jingzhan's sleeve. Xiao Jingzhan withdrew his sleeve too late. He had seen too late, and his heart had stirred too late. Xiao Jingzhan had never imagined that after being engaged to Zhū Xún Tao for so many years, it was only today, during the discussion of their annulment, that he felt something different for her. The subtle change in his heartstrings, no matter how delicate, was still caught by Xiao Jingzhan. That faint sense of unfamiliarity. Yet the more he thought about it, the more absurd and ridiculous it seemed. He forced himself to accept that he and Zhū Xún Tao were simply not meant to be. Grandmother Sheng looked at Jiang Yijing. This matter is settled. Go and make the preparations later, and do not fail in propriety again. With a calm expression, Zhū Xún Tao focused on playing a game with Xiao Chunliang. Finally, the process of annulling the engagement is underway. This was originally Zhu Yingyan's task. I never expected Xiao Jingzhan to handle it for her. That's right, one is the male lead and the other the female lead. It doesn't matter who does it. They are one as a couple, it's all the same. Give Xiao Jingzhan a thumbs up. Hearing Zhū Xún Tao persistently pairing Xiao Jingzhan and Zhu Yingyan together, Xiao Yuanqi held back his irritation and cast a suspicious glance at his eldest nephew. Xiao Jingzhan was furious. He had already agreed to annul the engagement, and yet Zhū Xún Tao was still taking a jab at him. Seeing his eldest nephew's livid face, Xiao Yuanqi offered a word of comfort. Your second uncle means no harm. I only wish to remind you to be more mindful of your words and actions in the future. Women are prone to suspicion and overthinking, and it would be unfortunate to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The Zhū Xún Tao before them was the perfect example. The eldest nephew thought Zhū Xún Tao's behavior was lacking and considered Zhu Yingyan a role model for her. Over time, it was no wonder Zhū Xún Tao misunderstood that her nephew had romantic feelings for Zhu Yingyan. Such a thing would lead anyone in Zhū Xún Tao's position to the same misunderstanding. Since he had already agreed to annul the engagement, what use was there in explaining? Xiao Jingzhan pressed his lips together, as if tacitly accepting Xiao Yuanqi's words. With the matriarch making the final decision, and her son actively cooperating, Jiang Yijing seemed to be meddling too much. Jiang Yijing took a deep breath to calm herself. Fine, since you all agree, I will prepare for the annulment. I only hope that none of you will regret today's decision. Have you truly decided to annul the engagement? The crown prince, who had arrived not long after Xiao Jingzhan, appeared at the manor wearing a golden dragon robe. After excusing everyone from formal bows, he paid his respects to Grandmother Sheng. Grandmother, why has the crown prince come? Grandmother Sheng shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Jingzhan. The matter of annulling the engagement was trivial. How had it reached the crown prince's ears, troubling him to make this trip? The crown prince smiled. Grandmother, do not blame Jingzhan. It has merely been some time since I last visited. Today is simply a coincidence. Even Zhū Xún Táo, who had been as quiet as a mouse, had to react upon hearing the crown prince's arrival. Taking the opportunity to pay her respects to the crown prince, Zhū Xún Táo stole a glance at him. He was as pure and refreshing as a gentle breeze under a clear moon, with upright brows and clear eyes. Truly a gentleman of virtue. So this is the crown prince. With his open and bright features and extraordinary grace, he looks every bit a modest gentleman. Handsome. I want to marry him, I want to marry him. Xiao Jingzhan, crown prince. Grandmother Sheng felt a dizzy spell. Perhaps it was better not to annul the engagement between Cao Tao and Jingzhan after all. Although the crown prince was her grandson, he would never be the right match for Cao Tao. Rather than letting Cao Tao marry the crown prince, she would prefer to let Cao Tao marry her eldest grandson as originally planned. The crown prince looked at Zhū Xún Táo speechlessly. So Zhū Xún Táo had set her sights higher, which was why she wanted to annul her engagement with Jingzhan. Would he ever fancy such a woman? Little did Zhū Xún Táo know that her casual, flippant remark had caused the crown prince to think less of her. But Zhū Xún Táo was someone who could recover the situation. Such a fine crown prince, what a pity. Crown prince. Crown prince. Why is Zhū Xún Táo feeling sorry for him? It's a pity your eyesight is poor. In your past life, when Zhu Yingyan loved you, you didn't love her. In this lifetime, she sets Xiao Jingzhan as your target, yet you treat her as your white moonlight. White moonlight is beautiful. White moonlight, beautiful white moonlight, makes you die off. For a woman, you've lost the position of heir apparent, engaged in a life and death struggle with Xiao Jingzhan, causing the state to crumble and fields full of corpses. The lethal power of the white moonlight, I'm convinced. The distance between a sage and benevolent ruler and a sickly tyrant is just one white moonlight. Upon hearing Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts, everyone was shocked. Without a word, Xiao Yuanqi picked up his grandson and left. In the face of family and country, the safety of a grandson can be set aside for the moment. Moreover, this matter not only involves everyone, but is also closely linked to the Marquis' household. Fortunately, the crown prince is different from the Marquis' household members. He cannot hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts. Otherwise, based solely on the previous words, the Marquis' household and Zhū Xún Táo would have committed a grave offense, arousing the suspicion of the lords. Xiao Miluo moved closer to stand beside Jiang Yijing, trembling with fear. Will the crown prince be deposed? Will the Marquis' household become enemies of the crown prince because of Zhu Yingyan? So was the crown prince deposed because of the Marquis' household? Jiang Yijing stood in front of her daughter, completely stunned, her confused mind unable to process anything. After being pulled by her daughter, she woke up and took the opportunity to leave. Xiao Jingzhan also cautiously looked at the crown prince, feeling the same relief as Xiao Yuanqi. Fortunately, the crown prince cannot hear. However, the current empress, the crown prince's own mother, comes from their Yongjing Marquis' household. How could the Marquis' household be enemies with the crown prince, and the crown prince lost the throne of heir apparent for a woman? If it weren't for Zhū Xún Tao's words about Xiao Jingzhan's matter at this moment, Xiao Jingzhan would have charged Zhū Xún Táo with the crime of spreading false rumors. What past life, what present life, just like Master Mingdang of the Huafeng Temple, all talking about strange and supernatural things. Wait, Master Mingdang. Xiao Jingzhan was startled and looked at the crown prince. The crown prince steadied himself, disregarding the reactions of the Marquis' household members, and tried to analyze Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts. Even the position of heir apparent was openly mentioned, so the crown prince naturally realized that what he had just heard were all Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts. At the moment, he was powerless to question why he could hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts. All his attention was focused on the content of those words. The crown prince and others were stirred by the waves of surprise, which Zhū Xún Táo could not empathize with. She looked at her empty arms. The fragrant, soft, little chubby baby had been taken away. The Marquis' lady had left, and Xiao Miluo had also gone. Was it inappropriate for her to stay? The Zhū Xún Táo, who wanted to leave, saw the crown prince with a serious, stern face, and Xiao Jingzhan's handsome face, which even Zhū Xún Táo, having seen the world, couldn't help but admire, was also very dark. Even the usually kind grandmother Shang remained silent, making Zhū Xún Táo feel goosebumps and nervous. What's going on? Why is everyone silent? Wasn't the crown prince just gossiping about my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan earlier? Is the gossip over? Hey, since the Crown Prince is here today, why not ask him to help cancel my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan and then help me arrange a match with Prince Yu? When the Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan didn't know how to speak, grandmother Shang held Zhū Xún Tao's hand. Tao, today is your first time meeting the Crown Prince. Today I will introduce you to him. The Crown Prince and Jingzhan are of similar age and grew up together since childhood. These two boys, when they are good, are like brothers. When they fight, they are like bitter enemies. Every time seeing me and the Empress both angry and amused. Fortunately, after arguing and fighting, they are still as close as one person. So how could such a great-grandson get into such a serious conflict with his grandson? Zhū Xún Táo listened carefully. I know this question. The better the Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan's childhood friendship, the more it highlights Zhu Yin's charm later when the two brothers fall out or become enemies due to Zhu Yin. That's how the heroines in novels are written. Since Xiao Jingzhan is the protagonist and the Crown Prince and I are both cannon fodder, in the end Xiao Jingzhan wins and enjoys a blissful life with Zhu Yin. The defeated Crown Prince lost everything and finally ended his life on a winter night. Fortunately, as long as I honestly cancel my engagement with Xiao Jingzhan and marry Prince Yu, I can not only survive, but also enjoy a peaceful old age. With this thought, Zhū Xún Táo secretly gave the Crown Prince a sympathetic look. The Crown Prince is miserable. As fellow cannon fodder, I, as a female supporting character, am much safer than the male supporting character Crown Prince. My sense of superiority is back. Zhū Xún Tao's sighs hit the Crown Prince like a heavy blow. The Crown Prince felt a pain in his head, closed his eyes and fainted. Everyone was surprised and wondered what happened to the Crown Prince. They quickly turned their eyes to Zhū Xún Táo, as if asking what was going on. Zhū Xún Táo, also frightened, looked left and right, but didn't understand what grandmother Shang and Xiao Jingzhan were looking at. It couldn't be at her. She wasn't a doctor. Oh no, the novels say the Crown Prince's body is healthy. If he doesn't commit suicide, he shouldn't die easily, right? Why did he faint out of the blue? And why are they all looking at me? I didn't do anything, not even touched a hair of the Crown Prince. Grandmother Shang sighed with relief. Jingzhan quickly helped the Crown Prince into the room and summoned a doctor to examine him. As long as the Crown Prince is healthy, we must not let anything happen to him. Xiao Jingzhan looked deeply at Zhū Xún Táo before helping the Crown Prince back into the room. As soon as they left, Zhū Xún Táo hurriedly said, "Grandmother, with the Crown Prince's situation, I shouldn't stay here for long. Maybe I should return to the Zhū family first. Next time I have the opportunity, I'll come see you again." If possible, she hopes to see grandmother Shang outside the Marquis' household. Every time she comes to the Yongjing Marquis' household, she is terrified. Grandmother Shang was also dizzy and overwhelmed by the shocking information Zhū Xún Táo had revealed. Zhū Xún Tao's departure gave grandwoman Shang a chance to recover. Good, be careful on the way home. As soon as grandmother Shang agreed, Zhū Xún Táo ran faster than a rabbit. She, a female supporting character who was exiled to the border at the beginning, dared not get involved with these important characters at the center of the storm. Fortunately, grandmother Shang agreed to her canceling the engagement with Xiao Jingzhan, thus freeing her like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. The joyful Zhū Xún Táo didn't know she was still too early to be happy. The Crown Prince sat up abruptly from his drowsiness and asked, "Where is Zhū Xún Táo?" Drowsy and confused, the Crown Prince felt as though he were trapped in a prolonged dream, one filled with profound agony. His sixth sense told him that this dream was connected to the inner voices of Zhū Xún Táo. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Jingzhan's eyes narrowed subtly as he probed calmly. Zhū Xún Táo has returned to the Zhū family. Why does the prince seek her immediately upon waking? Prior to today, the Crown Prince and Zhū Xún Táo had never met. Such a reaction was highly unusual. The prince's expression grew dark, his gaze filled with suspicion and wariness as he examined Xiao Jingzhan. No matter how well the prince concealed his changes, they could not escape Xiao Jingzhan's watchful eye. Realizing that all the relatives in the household seemed capable of hearing Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts, and that the prince, being half Xiao family blood, might also share this ability, Xiao Jingzhan felt heavy-hearted. His worst fear had come to pass. The prince, like the others, could hear Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts. Only this explanation made sense for why he had collapsed upon waking, only to change his attitude and insist on finding Zhū Xún Táo. Between ruler and subject, the subject must yield. Xiao Jingzhan lowered his eyelids. "Your Highness, have you heard that the son of Minister Zhao was trampled to death by a mad horse during a hunt and carried back to the capital?" "I've heard something of it," the prince replied. Xiao Jingzhan looked up at him. "Then, Your Highness, did you know that the horse was originally intended for Xiao Jingchen? Thankfully, we received word in advance. I ordered the tampered horse to be replaced with Zhao Fanyu's own horse, allowing Jingchen to return home unharmed." The prince understood the implication clearly. Zhao Fanyu would never openly announce his plot against Xiao Jingchen. He would have to carry it out in secret. The Yongjing Marquis Manor had no spies in the Zhao family. Where then did they receive such timely information? Before today, the Crown Prince would have had no answer. But after meeting Zhū Xún Táo, the Crown Prince's mind immediately reached a conclusion. You can hear her inner voices. Was it Zhū Xún Tao's foresight that predicted Zhao Fanyu's scheme against Xiao Jingchen? "So, Your Highness, did you faint because of what Zhū Xún Táo said?" Xiao Jingzhan received a definitive answer. The doctor had just left, stating the prince was physically fine, likely just shaken by the shock. He would recover once he woke up. Shock. It was he who had been repudiated, not the crown prince. By all rights, the one who should be shaken was him, not the prince. The only explanation was that the prince, like them all, had heard Zhū Xún Tao's terrifying inner voices. The prince angrily rose from his bed. Who is Zhū Xún Táo? What kind of sorceress is she? How could she possibly know so much? Could it be that the demon star master spoke of Zhū Xún Táo as the demon star? Thinking of how harshly he had been judged by Zhū Xún Tao's words, the prince's fierce anger spilled out uncontrollably. No. Sensing the prince's murderous intent, Xiao Jingzhan quickly explained, Zhū Xún Tao's foresight is indeed strange, but upon closer reflection it benefits us immensely and harms us not at all. Had we not received advance warning from Zhū Xún Táo, it would have been Jingxian who was hurt on horseback that day. And had Jingxian been injured, his legs would never heal, leaving him crippled and destitute. But now Jingxian is unharmed and has a bright, promising future. How could such a person be a demon? To me, Zhū Xún Táo is far more of a blessing than a curse. Xiao Jingzhan spoke these words with genuine sincerity. Zhū Xún Tao's words sounded terrifying, yet they contained so much useful information. With proper measures, they could rely on Zhū Xún Tao's inner voices to avoid misfortune and fortune, forging a completely different life. The prince was also startled by this strange phenomenon, and because the news Zhū Xún Táo revealed was so explosive, his first instinct was to place Zhū Xún Táo on the death list. After being calmed by Xiao Jingzhan, the prince finally regained his ability to think. Even so, Zhū Xún Tao's inner voices are too horrifying. If used by malicious hands, whether it brings blessing or calamity is uncertain. As he spoke, a flash of murderous intent passed through the prince's eyes. Even if Zhū Xún Tao's life must be spared, she cannot be allowed to roam freely, spreading words that should never be heard by the wrong ears. The best solution would be to imprison Zhū Xún Táo in the heavenly prison. Only those under his control should have access to her. Actually, a better method would be to interrogate everyone until they extracted all information from Zhū Xún Táo, then eliminate her. This would be the ultimate way to ensure no further trouble arises. The prince's murderous intent toward Zhū Xún Táo was too obvious. Xiao Jingzhan could not ignore it. After a moment of contemplation, he said again, "Your Highness, do you remember the auspicious star mentioned by Master Mingding?" The prince remained silent, allowing Xiao Jingzhan to continue. "The master once said, when the demon star appears, chaos will engulf the world, and the people will suffer. At first I thought the master was overworried. But now, comparing Zhū Xún Tao's words today, it aligns perfectly. Zhū Xún Táo clearly stated that the conflict between ruler and minister would lead to the collapse of the state and widespread starvation. The source of all this calamity is Zhū Yingyan. As for the demon star, who could be more demonic than Zhū Yingyan? Forgive my boldness, but if the events Zhū Xún Táo described truly come to pass, I shall not remain loyal to your Highness. Thus, with Zhū Xún Tao's warning today, your Highness will surely guard against me, against the Marquis manor. How could your Highness repeat such a disastrous mistake? Furthermore, I have never harbored ill will toward Zhū Yingyan. Currently, I avoid her completely, for she harbors disloyal thoughts. With no prior cause, there can be no subsequent consequence. Zhū Xún Tao's words have warned your Highness, and they have also awakened this humble subject. In the end, the outcome is good. If we must assign Zhū Xún Táo a title, I believe she is an auspicious star, not a demon star, who brings chaos to the world." To protect Zhū Xún Táo in front of the prince, Xiao Jingzhan had just spoken more praise of her than he ever had since he first met her. If any other member of the Marquis manor or Zhū Xún Táo had been present, they would have been utterly stunned. Was Zhū Xún Tao's image in Xiao Jingzhan's heart really that good? If so, why did Xiao Jingzhan previously show so little interest in Zhū Xún Táo, making everyone believe he was merely bound by filial piety to marry her, even though he actually disliked, or even despised, her? Given how urgently Xiao Jingzhan sought to protect Zhū Xún Táo, why not simply marry her according to the marriage contract? Why go through all this trouble? After Xiao Jingzhan finished speaking, the prince did not deny it. He had taken Master Mingding's words to heart. If Zhū Xún Táo were indeed the demon star, he would stop at nothing to eliminate her. But if she were not, or if she were the auspicious star he had been searching for all along, the situation would be entirely different. To convince the crown prince that Zhū Xún Táo was indeed a lucky star, Xiao Jingzhan had a flash of inspiration and added, "Your Highness may not know, but my family hasn't always been able to hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts. As it happens, when I recalled it, the day we began hearing Zhū Xún Tao's inner voice was exactly the same day Master Mingding informed your Highness of the lucky star's arrival." After speaking, the stunned Xiao Jingzhan realized he almost convinced himself. It seemed too coincidental. Is that true? The crown prince's eyes lit up, his thoughts shifting. If Zhū Xún Táo truly is the lucky star Master Mingding spoke of, then Jingzhan, you must break off your engagement with her. In that case, what do you think about having Zhū Xún Táo enter my eastern palace? A lucky star, of course, is safer by one's side. The crown prince's words were unexpected, yet reasonable. A headache-stricken Xiao Jingzhan had no other thought, but one that won't do. That's not appropriate, he said, quickly coming up with the most plausible explanation. Given Zhū Xún Tao's temperament, she would likely refuse to enter the Eastern Palace. It's not that she looks down on your highness, but Zhū Xún Táo is by nature carefree and dislikes restraint. That's why she had the idea of marrying Prince Yu to become a widow. All she wanted was to be left alone. Fortunately, the crown prince had heard Zhū Xún Tao's thought about wanting to be a widow, so he didn't suspect Xiao Jingzhan's words were ulterior. If Zhū Xún Táo would rather be a widow than marry Xiao Jingzhan, the crown prince could understand her unwillingness to enter the Eastern Palace. A voice in the crown prince's heart kept telling him that Zhū Xún Táo, this eccentric, would be willing. So while others avoided the marriage with Prince Yu, Zhū Xún Táo eagerly sought it. Similarly, while other girls longed to enter the Eastern Palace and become the crown prince's woman, this oddity, Zhū Xún Táo, might indeed not care. After all, Xiao Jingzhan in the capital was also a sought-after match. A lucky star must be treated with sincerity to turn misfortune into fortune and assist the emperor's star. Your highness, who cares for the world and worries for the people, needs not a woman, but a wise minister. If Zhū Xún Táo could truly become a lucky star, then her value in the crown prince's eyes would no longer be merely that of a woman. The crown prince suddenly realized, thankfully Jingzhan is here to remind me. If this woman throws a tantrum and goes mad, she might turn from a lucky star into a calamitous star. A calamitous star was already difficult to deal with. He couldn't afford to push a lucky star into becoming one. What Zhū Xún Táo wanted and what he wanted were not in conflict. They could both have their wishes fulfilled. But Zhū Xún Táo is extraordinary after all, and I'm not sure how many people can hear her thoughts. Zhū Xún Táo could no longer be dealt with casually. Xiao Jingzhan had to say, based on my observations so far, only my family and your highness can hear her. No one else can, not even the people in the Zhū residence. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. To protect Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan gritted his teeth and answered. The crown prince got off the bed, walked to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. What if someone else can hear her later? If Zhū Xún Táo isn't handled properly, how can I rest easy? Miss, what's wrong with you? Qiu Yue, seeing her mistress repeatedly touching her neck, asked curiously. It was fine, snow white like congealed fat, neither red nor swollen. Zhū Xún Táo touched it again. I don't know why, but today I keep feeling a chill on the back of my neck. The sun was blazing, the weather so hot. She was wearing only a single layer, so why was only the back of her neck cold? Could it be a cold? Qiu Yu's eyes darted and she shrank her neck. Miss, the eldest young lady is coming and she looks furious. So is the eldest young lady going to trouble the second young lady again? The second young lady and the eldest young lady were both born of the legal wife, so why was the eldest so unkind to the second? With that energy, why not go after the concubine-born misses and young masters? Zhū Xún Táo glanced sideways, and indeed saw Zhū Yingyan striding toward her with a fierce expression, looking as if her hair was standing on end with rage. The female lead was angry. Before Zhū Yingyan could question her, Zhū Xún Táo quickly dropped a bombshell. Big sister, I have good news. The old madam has agreed to annul my engagement with young Master Xiao. The Marquis' household doesn't like me. From now on I won't have to suffer their disdain because of this marriage. Female lead, I'm making way for you. The furious Zhū Yingyan felt as if she had been doused with ice water, the fire sizzling out. Oh really? Truer than pearls. Zhū Xún Táo ignored Qiu Yu's expression that looked ready to cry. Big sister, if you don't believe me, just wait a few days and you'll see. Zhū Yingyan's eyes lit up. So the Marquis' household will come to break off the engagement in a few days. Since it's a broken engagement, why do you call it good news? And how did the old madam agree? That stubborn old woman who mistook fish eyes for pearls. Had she finally come to her senses? If the old madam would stop meddling with her and young Master Zhao's marriage in the future, Zhū Xún Táo might let her live a few more years. Thinking of her past life, the Marquis' wife, who disliked Zhū Xún Táo, had eventually been won over by the old madam accepting Zhū Xún Táo and letting her thrive in the Marquis' household. Zhū Yingyan still harbored resentment. If only the old madam had shown a fraction of the sincerity she gave Zhū Xún Táo by helping her manage the crown prince, she wouldn't have been bullied to death in the cold palace. Zhū Xún Táo said, young Master Xiao and I dislike each other and have nothing to say. Once the engagement is broken, we can part ways and each find our own joy. How is that not good news? So Zhū Yingyan no longer needed to come looking for trouble because of Xiao Jingzhan. Knowing what Zhū Yingyan was upset about, Zhū Xún Táo spoke gently for the sake of the old madam. The old madam dotes on me, but young Master Xiao is her own grandson. Young Master Xiao doesn't like me, so naturally the old madam would fulfill his wish. She didn't understand before, but now she might have figured it out. This news made Zhū Yingyan, who had been angry all day, feel completely at ease. You'd better not be lying to me. Absolutely not. She could swear to heaven she was still counting on Zhū Yingyan to give her cheap mother advice on marrying her off to Prince Yu. Eldest young lady, second young lady, someone has arrived at the mansion. A maidservant hurried over to report. Zhū Xún Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her freedom was coming. Big sister, look, the Yongjing Marquis household is even more eager to break off the engagement than I am. They said they'd come in a few days, but they're so efficient they're handling it today. Earlier the Marquis' household had been reluctant. Turns out they were just putting on an act. Still she was quite satisfied with this result. It seemed everyone felt the same way. Zhū Xún grabbed the maidservant's hand, her eyes blazing. Is it the Yongjing Marquis household coming to break off the engagement? The little maid was startled at first, then said, although Prince Xiao has also arrived, the visitor carries an imperial edict. It must be someone from the palace. An imperial edict. Zhū Xún Táo was full of question marks. The palace. Zhū Xún was puzzled. How could a marriage annulment involve the palace? Somehow Zhū Xún Táo had a vague sense of unease, feeling that such an opening was highly unusual. She had heard of imperial edicts for marriage, but an imperial edict for annulment? No way. Zhū Xún furrowed her delicate brows, seeing that Zhū Xún Táo was equally confused, and could only say, since it's an imperial edict, we must hurry over. We cannot keep the palace envoy waiting. Zhū Xún Táo could not refuse these words, and could only follow Zhū Xún out. When the two sisters emerged, Lord Zhū and Lady Sun had already been waiting for some time. Lord Zhū frowned and scolded. How can the two of you be so inconsiderate, keeping the sage and Prince Xiao waiting? Lady Sun stepped forward to explain. Xún has always been observant of propriety. It's likely that she was delayed on the way because she waited for Zhū Xún Táo. So if anyone was to blame, it should be Zhū Xún Táo alone. Don't drag her darling Xún into it. Xiao Jingzhan pressed his thin lips together, watching the scene with faint displeasure. Zhū Xún Tao's habitual expression stung Xiao Jingzhan's heart even more. The second Miss Zhū has arrived, so this servant shall now proclaim the imperial edict. The eunuch from the palace, seeing that all the principals had assembled, reminded the Zhū household to kneel to receive the edict. Lord Zhū swept his robes aside and knelt, and the other members of the Zhū family followed suit, kneeling behind him. The eunuch, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, having learned that the daughter of Minister Zhū Xún Táo is graceful and generous, gentle and virtuous, of outstanding character and appearance, we and the empress are greatly pleased. We hereby bestow her in marriage to Prince Xiao as his consort, to be wed on an auspicious day. Respect this decree. Long live the emperor. Lord Zhū quickly bowed, his face beaming with joy. The marriage alliance between the Zhū family and the Yongjing Marquis mansion was already a step up for the Zhūs, all thanks to the old master's influence. Previously he had always worried that his second daughter was not as good in appearance and character as the elder one. At any moment she might incur the dislike of the Yongjing mansion, and this marriage might be lost. But now that the imperial edict had been issued, his son-in-law, the heir, was truly secure. Lord Zhū was overjoyed. Zhū Xún Táo, as if in a daze, was pushed forward by Lord Zhū to receive the edict. After holding back for a long time, she asked, could this edict be a mistake? This? How can it be a marriage decree? As she asked this, Zhū Xún Táo looked at Xiao Jingzhan. Just an hour ago they had agreed on an annulment, and Xiao Jingzhan had personally promised it. Xiao Jingzhan's attitude was evasive. The edict was issued by His Majesty, no one can change it. Nonsense. Lord Zhū, who was in high spirits, heard Zhū Xún Tao's words and scolded her harshly. Suddenly remembering that Xiao Jingzhan and the palace eunuch were still present, Lord Zhū restrained his stern expression, put on a benevolent fatherly look, and said in a gentle tone, His Majesty's marriage decree is a heavenly grace. We should be deeply grateful. Moreover, you and Prince Xiao were already betrothed. To receive such an honor of an imperial marriage decree now must be a favor Prince Xiao obtained for you. How can you speak to him like this? If it wasn't a marriage decree, what else could it be? Lord Zhū smiled and said to the eunuch and Xiao Jingzhan, I beg Prince Xiao and your excellency's indulgence. My daughter is not accustomed to grand occasions. She must be overjoyed by the marriage decree and thus lost her composure. I hope you both will forgive her. Having said that, Lord Zhū gave Lady Sun a meaningful glance, but the dazed Lady Sun failed to catch it. Seeing this, the elderly maid attending Lady Sun stepped forward and presented a small brocade pouch to the eunuch. Thank you for your trouble today, your excellency. Who please accept this token of joy. The eunuch accepted the pouch of silver gracefully. His Majesty and the Empress are very fond of the second Miss Zhū and have praised her highly. Moreover, the Crown Prince has acted as matchmaker for the couple. Lord Zhū, congratulations. This second Miss Zhū had been obscure before. If not for her betrothal to Prince Xiao, no one would have known that such an official's daughter existed in the capital. Truly, one cannot judge by appearances. She may not have made a sound, but when she did, it was astonishing. Her Majesty the Empress also said that when there is a banquet in the palace in the future, Lady Sun must bring Miss Zhū Xún Táo along. Although they are all one family, it has been so long that the Empress has yet to meet the second Miss Zhū. This Zhū household was also strange. The second Miss Zhū, being an equally legitimate daughter, was rarely seen in public, as if she was not presentable and would bring shame. Today he had taken a careful look. The second Miss Zhū was extremely beautiful, even comparable to the palace consorts. Her appearance was indeed worthy of Prince Xiao. Good. When he returned to the palace, he could report to the Empress. Your Excellency is right, we will certainly do so in the future. Lord Zhū was not concerned with the inner household, and his second daughter's marriage was already settled. Thus Lord Zhū did not care at all whom Lady Sun usually brought to social events. All he knew was that whenever others mentioned the daughters of the Zhū family, they were full of praise. In that case, it didn't matter whom Lady Sun took out, they were all his daughters anyway. But now, thinking that the Empress had specifically requested to see his second daughter, Lord Zhū said to Lady Sun, His Majesty and the Empress have issued a marriage decree. Such an honor is truly the blessing of our Zhū family. Tomorrow you shall take Zhū Xún Táo to the palace to express gratitude. Lady Sun showed reluctance on her face. If not for the eunuch and Xiao Jingzhan still being present, she would have retorted already. Yet even so, Lady Sun's reluctance was obvious to anyone with eyes. The eunuch said nothing more, silently noting the situation. There is nothing else. This servant will take his leave to return to the palace. Lord Zhū need not see me out. Farewell, Your Excellency. Lord Zhū watched the eunuch leave with a smile. When he was far away, Lady Sun asked, Prince Xiao, why would His Majesty suddenly issue a marriage decree? The betrothal agreed upon by the two families could still be modified. But once the imperial edict was issued, anyone who disobeyed would be resisting the imperial will. Such a grave crime. Who could bear the consequences? If she didn't want to defy the decree, wouldn't her darling Ingyan have to become Prince Zhao's concubine subordinate to Zhū Xún Táo? Absolutely not. Even if she had to find a way to make Zhū Xún Táo die, she would never let her Ingyan suffer such humiliation. Xiao Jingzhan clearly detected the disbelief and displeasure in Lady Sun's tone. The imperial marriage decree has been issued. If Lady Sun is dissatisfied, you may go to the palace and ask His Majesty. Shut up. Lord Zhū's joy receded a little. Prince Xiao may not know, but my wife tends to act this way when she is overly delighted. Zhū Xún Tao's occasional lapses in propriety are learned from her mother. I hope Prince Xiao will not take it to heart. However, Prince Xiao may rest assured. Before the wedding, this official guarantees that Zhū Xún Táo will learn all the rules properly and will never bring shame to you or the Marquis' mansion. Lord Zhū's obsequious demeanor made Xiao Jingzhan feel very uncomfortable. Once the imperial decree was issued, the other party became his confirmed father-in-law, so he had to grant him this face. You flatter me, Lord Zhū. To me, second Miss Zhū is excellent, dignified, and graceful. Even His Majesty and the Empress have praised her highly. Indeed, indeed. Lord Zhū's expression shifted. If he continued to speak ill of his second daughter, wouldn't that imply the Emperor and Empress had poor judgment? Understanding Xiao Jingzhan's implication, Lord Zhū was startled before realizing that the young Marquis was defending Zhū Xún Táo. Lord Zhū cast a glance at his second daughter, who remained as taciturn, unremarkable, and inconspicuous as ever, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In truth, this daughter of mine is not inferior, she is merely clumsy with words. She is, however, extremely honest and kind-hearted. Otherwise, why would my late father, amidst all his grandchildren, have favored only Zhū Xún Táo? In truth, it is His Majesty the Empress and young Marquis Xiao who have the insight to see my daughter's virtues. Perhaps this is simply the destined bond between my daughter and young Marquis Xiao. Extremely honest and kind-hearted. Xiao Jingzhan made no comment on these assessments. Lord Zhū is right. Second Miss Zhū is wonderful. She will be well cared for. I entrust her to your care until the wedding. With the imperial decree issued, Zhū Xún Táo bore the seal of their Yongjing Marquis manor, and this matter was essentially irrevocable. You are too kind, young Marquis. Zhū Xún Táo is my daughter, raising her is my duty. Lord Zhū replied, his mind on high alert against Xiao Jingzhan's attempt to draw a clear line between the Zhū manor and Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo was his daughter. Even after marriage, she would still call him father. Thinking of the Yongjing Marquis manor behind Xiao Jingzhan, and even the Empress and the Crown Prince, Lord Zhū quickly mustered his full attention and explained further, Zhū Xún Tao's temperament makes it hard for most people to appreciate her goodness. It may sound laughable, but as her father among all my children, she is the one I favor most. Zhū Xún Tao's patience wore thin. Father, may I have a private word with young Marquis Xiao? Lord Zhū's attempts to smooth things over were already awkward, and he could not find the words to continue. Interrupted by Zhū Xún Táo, though a slight loss of face, it also served as a graceful exit. You and the young Marquis are now betrothed, so it is permissible. However, mind your propriety. Thank you, father. After bowing to Lord Zhū, Zhū Xún Táo shot Xiao Jingzhan a follow me look and headed towards the small pavilion in the rear courtyard. Xiao Jingzhan cupped his hands to Lord Zhū and followed Zhū Xún Táo. Lady Sun grabbed Zhū Ingyan, who was about to chase after them, and shook her head, signaling her not to act impulsively. My lord, with the imperial decree issued, what is to become of our Yinner? Lord Zhū, who had been pleased, was baffled by Lady Sun's question. What do you mean? What does this have to do with Yinner? Lady Sun dismissed the servants. Earlier we agreed that given the Marquis manor's status and rules, Zhū Xún Táo would inevitably cause a major disaster after marriage, be rejected by the manor, and bring calamity upon our Zhū family. Yinner is different. She has learned propriety well since childhood. She is fit not just for a mere Marquis manor, but even for the palace. Marrying Zhū Xún Táo to young Marquis Xiao is a curse, not a blessing for our Zhū family. The joy on Lord Zhū's face vanished, his expression darkening with coldness. The past is the past. The present is now. From what I see today, I find Xún Táo quite good. At the very least, young Marquis Zhao is interested in her. He was a man and he understood men. No matter how his second daughter behaved, as long as she could capture young Marquis Zhao's heart, she would surely bring benefits to their Zhou family. By becoming in-laws with the Marquis manor, he was simultaneously aligning himself with the crown prince. As long as young Marquis Zhao was pleased, did it matter whether it was the eldest or second daughter who married him. Lady Sun, I warn you, put away all your previous schemes. Whoever sabotages the marriage between my Zhou family and the Marquis manor will face my severe punishment. Seeing the pallor on Lady Sun and Zhou Yinyan's faces, Lord Zhou softened his tone. As you said, Yinner is far superior to Zhū Xún Táo. Losing young Marquis Zhao, Yinner can certainly find a better match. I am Yinner's own father. I care about her future more than you do. How could I mistreat Yinner? Rest assured I will find Yinner a match no less advantageous than Zhū Xún Tao's. Had Lady Sun not said that with the eldest daughter's character and appearance, she was fit even for the palace. With the second daughter marrying young Marquis Zhao, he already had a more promising son-in-law in mind. Thus both his eldest and second daughters would have excellent prospects. With both daughters married off, Lord Zhou could vividly imagine the future glory of the Zhou manor under his stewardship and how he would become the most accomplished descendant of the Zhou family. Lord Zhou's words made Lady Sun hesitate. His implication was quite clear. Both Lady Sun and Zhou Yinyan understood what better match he was referring to. As good as young Marquis Zhao was, he could not compare to the crown prince. Seeing Lady Sun's wavering, Zhou Yinyan gripped her mother's hand tightly. Mother. She had said it before, as she would never again be the crown prince's woman, much less enter his harem. Talk some sense into Yinner. Don't let her be so stubborn. Lord Zhou was not foolish, merely indifferent. He had always been fully aware of Lady Sun's partiality towards Zhou Yinyan, but had chosen to ignore it. Naturally, Lord Zhou knew that Lady Sun's constant efforts to pair Zhou Yinyan with Xiao Jingzhan were all at Zhou Yinyan's behest. Yinner is still young and short-sighted. She is prone to foolishness. You must not be foolish along with her. From now on, refrain from any unnecessary actions. If things work out, the two sisters will support each other, and this immense fortune will truly fall upon our Zhou family. Do not let your own shallow fortune cause you to miss this opportunity. This. Lady Sun's thoughts were torn, causing her great distress. After a moment's thought, she grasped Zhou Yinyan's hand. Yinner, listen to your father. Your father and I only have your best interests at heart. The crown prince and Xiao Jingzhan were blood relatives, and moreover the crown prince greatly valued and trusted Xiao Jingzhan. On this point alone, the Marquis manor's good fortune would last for a long time. If Zhū Xún Táo married young Marquis Zhao and Yinner entered the Eastern Palace, then once Yinner bore a son, she would make sure Zhū Xún Táo and the entire Yongjing Marquis manor supported Yinner and her child. At that time, Yinner might very well become the most honored woman under heaven. Seeing that Lady Sun had come to understand, Lord Zhou gave her a few more instructions before leaving to attend to other matters. When only the mother and daughter remained in the room, Zhou Yinyan gripped her mother's hand tightly. Mother, your daughter is unwilling. Zhou Yinyan was fully aware of Lord Zhou and Lady Sun's plans. In fact, this had been the path of her previous life. But in the end, the truth proved that within the crown prince's deep harem, she had not only failed to secure his exclusive favor, but even her child had been lost to the schemes of other women. Recalling her miserable death in the cold palace in her past life, Zhou Yinyan's eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. Did she truly wish to marry Xiao Jingzhan in Zhū Xún Tao's place solely because of the unwavering devotion he showed to Zhū Xún Táo? Having lived a second life, she saw more clearly than anyone that the crown prince was merely fortunate to be the emperor's son. In terms of capability, the crown prince was utterly inferior to Xiao Jingzhan. In her past life, without Xiao Jingzhan's assistance, how could the crown prince have triumphed over the other princes and ascended the throne as emperor? In other words, if she were to deprive the crown prince of Xiao Jingzhan, his greatest pillar of support, then in this life, forget being emperor, he wouldn't even be able to hold on to his position as crown prince. That man had ruined her entire life. In this one eye, could she simply let him go and watch him enjoy wealth, honor, and the world? In short, no one could stop her from doing what she intended to do. If her mother was willing to help her, that would be for the best, and she would ensure her mother enjoyed a peaceful old age. If her mother was unwilling, then she would have to fend for herself for the rest of her days. With this thought, Zhou Yinyan left with a cold, hard face. Zhou Yinyan and Madame Sun parted on bad terms. The atmosphere between Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan was equally tense. Especially when Zhū Xún Táo looked at Xiao Jingzhan, her usually emotionless eyes now blazed with two fires. I need an explanation. Xiao Jingzhan placed one hand behind his back. The emperor and empress have bestowed a marriage. Zhū Xún Táo nearly exploded with rage. Out of the blue, why on earth would the emperor and empress bestow a marriage? Didn't you hear what the eunuch just said? Neither the emperor nor the empress knows who I Zhū Xún Táo am. Towards the end, Zhū Xún Tao's tone was filled with self-mockery. Her cheap mother, to ensure only Zhou Yinyan shone, never let her appear before others. Whenever anyone asked, her cheap mother would belittle her, saying she was ignorant of etiquette and afraid of disgracing the family, thus only bringing her outstanding eldest daughter along. She didn't need others to throw mud on her. This alone was enough to ruin her reputation. So even though she was betrothed to Zhū Xún Táo and could call the Empress, and she had never once met this Empress and of her fiancé. Since the Emperor and Empress didn't know who she was, how could they bestow a marriage upon her? This line required a bit of skill. Thinking of the threat Zhū Xún posed, Zhū Xún Táo couldn't tell Zhū Xún Táo that the betrothal edict was requested by the crown prince. Zhao Qinliang is already 2 years old, and I'm still alone. The Empress found me disagreeable, so she issued the edict for me to marry soon. I have no other women by my side, and I've been engaged to you for years. Zhū Xún Táo was stunned. So Zhū Xún Táo was being pressured by the Empress to marry, and she was the one who got the short end of the stick. In modern times, she was an orphan. A marriage was her own choice. She had only ever seen the concept of pressure to marry among her colleagues. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that after transmigrating into a book, she would become a victim of such pressure. Zhū Xún Táo felt stifled. Isn't there any other way? Zhū Xún Táo pinched his fingers. Not for now. Zhū Xún Táo rested her chin on one hand and tapped her forehead with the other, adopting a thoughtful pose. No rush. As long as we aren't getting married tomorrow, there's bound to be room for a turnaround. Zhū Xún Táo is the man Zhū Xún has her eye on. I don't need to charge into battle. The Zhū Xún will find a way to solve the betrothal problem first. Besides, Zhū Xún is the female lead. Isn't there anything a female lead sets her mind to that she can't accomplish? Great. This supporting female character can still bide her time. A stealthy development is the way to go. Zhū Xún Táo shook his head, inwardly feeling that this time Zhū Xún Táo might not get her wish. Even if Zhū Xún did make a move, regardless of success or failure, it wouldn't end well for Zhū Xún Táo. He hadn't known Zhū Xún Táo before, but through recent observations he didn't think Zhū Xún Táo would willingly be manipulated just to break off the engagement if Zhū Xún truly intended to harm her. All of Zhū Xún Tao's forbearance was based on a major premise: it wouldn't harm her and would ensure her freedom and wealth. Zhū Xún Táo was definitely not a lazy cat basking in the sun, but a crouching leopard, cunning and fierce. Thinking this, Zhū Xún Táo added, "Do whatever you want. If you encounter any problems, you can go to your father, he will help you." Zhū Xún Táo first wanted to retort that in the Zhū mansion she was invisible, unloved by her father, and uncared for by her mother. When she encountered anything, she could only rely on herself. There was no one else. But soon Zhū Xún Táo realized the implication of Zhū Xún Táo words. With the imperial edict issued, her marriage to Zhū Xún Táo was as unbreakable as if welded with steel and poured with concrete. As the confirmed future daughter-in-law of the Marquis, her scumbag father's attitude towards her would definitely change. It could be said that from the moment the imperial edict was received, Zhū Xún Táo had become the most precious daughter of the Zhū family. For his own interest, her scumbag father would no longer allow anyone to touch a single hair on her head. Naturally, he would have to listen to whatever she said. Zhū Xún Tao's mind raced even faster as she was not unaware of the crisis. Alright, I understand it all. At this point, Zhū Xún Táo couldn't be bothered to waste her breath blaming Zhū Xún Táo for his change of heart. If he didn't like her, why didn't he fight for the freedom to choose his own marriage before the edict was issued? The living are indeed much more troublesome than the dead. Zhū Xún Táo didn't care who became his wife. What is liking? As long as she's suitable and can be a good mistress of the Marquis' manor, that's enough. The young Marquis isn't very picky about women. Zhū Xún Táo was surprised that Zhū Xún Táo could see through his thoughts so thoroughly. Like everyone else, he had thought her insistence on breaking the engagement was more because she mistakenly believed he loved Zhū Xún. Seeing how well Zhū Xún Táo understood him, for some reason, Zhū Xún Táo's ears turned red and his gaze began to waver. How could Zhū Xún Táo have known that Zhū Xún Tao's clarity was all due to the tropes of the novel? Before the male lead falls for the female lead, he is a saint with no desires, like a chaste man. But once he gets involved with the female lead, sparks fly, and the saint turns into a wolf. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Zhū Xún Táo asked. No. If I said it, you wouldn't listen anyway, so why say it? Zhū Xún Táo was uneasy. If you encounter something not even Lord Zhū can solve, come to the manor and find my mother. If that doesn't work, my mother can send word to the Empress. Zhū Xún Táo waved her hand, signaling Zhū Xún Táo to leave. With the betrothal edict issued, Lord Zhū's popularity at court soared, and his work efficiency also improved. Those who interacted with Lord Zhū praised him most for his excellent way of raising his daughter. Otherwise, how could the Emperor and Empress have bestowed a marriage upon the Zhū family? For this, Lord Zhū was beaming with joy and specifically instructed the household staff to serve Zhū Xún Táo well. If any insolent servant slighted Zhū Xún Táo, they were to be taken directly to have their contracts sold and be sent away. With these words, the atmosphere in the Zhū mansion changed instantly. Even though Lady Sun's attitude toward Zhū Xún Táo remained unchanged, the servants no longer dared to look down upon this second miss. They treated her with utmost respect, placing her matters only after those of Lord Zhū, leaving even Lady Sun and Zhū Xún to take a back seat. Zhū Xún Táo herself felt nothing, but her maid Chiua thoroughly enjoyed her borrowed authority. Everyone she met would respectfully address her as Miss Chiua. Second miss, look. This paper kite is so beautiful. Qiuyue rushed in excitedly holding a butterfly-shaped paper kite, showing it to Zhū Xún Táo. A paper kite. The crisp autumn air indeed made it a perfect season for flying kites. Where did you find it? Right on the rockery in our backyard. When I passed by, the kite was still flying in the sky, but suddenly it fell. I had to put in quite some effort to retrieve it from the rockery. Seeing Qiuyue's silly expression, Zhū Xún Táo smoothed her slightly tousled hair. Since someone was flying this kite, if you took it, what about its owner? Won't they be unable to find it? Ah, Qiuyue was stunned. Then should I return it? Do you know who its owner is? How would you return it? Zhū Xún Táo laughed at Qiuyue's naivety. Luckily the kite isn't valuable, but remember, don't pick up things from outside. Having learned her lesson, Qiuyue obediently replied, understood. Second miss, look. There are actually words written on this kite. Zhū Xún Táo looked over. In the clear autumn sky, the force to soar is still weak. If the gentle breeze can carry it, will it finally fly with the white clouds? As she read the last line, her voice and tone wavered unnaturally. Qiuyue was puzzled. Miss, what's wrong? The poem sounds lovely. Is it well written? Good. Of course it's good. This poem was written by the Song Dynasty poet Ko Zhuan. How could it not be good? Zhū Xún Tao's hand trembled as she held the kite, quickly returning it to Qiuyue's hands. Is second sister here? A male voice came from outside. Qiuyue listened and said, Second miss, it sounds like third young master outside. Bring the kite and come with me to see. Since her younger brother had come, she had to go see him, otherwise she would be accused of looking down on her half-siblings as a legitimate daughter. Zhū Xún Táo walked to her courtyard gate and saw that not only was her half-brother Zhū Shiji standing there, but beside him was a young man she did not recognize. The man wore a long robe with a few embroidered green bamboo patterns that accentuated his elegance and refinement, making him appear a graceful gentleman. Zhū Xún Táo glanced at him only once before withdrawing her gaze, not bothering to look at the stranger. What is it? Zhū Shiji gave Zhū Xún Táo a sunny smile. Just now Master Song and I found the weather clear and pleasant, so we took the opportunity to fly a kite. Unexpectedly the string broke. Have you seen the kite, second sister? Master Song. Zhū Xún Táo lowered her eyes, slightly concealing the light within. I wasn't aware there was a Master Song in our residence. Zhū Shiji replied. I haven't known Master Song for long, but I admire his literary talent, so we became good friends. Master Song, this is my second sister Zhū Xún Táo. Second sister, this is Master Song Zichuan. After Zhū Shiji finished the introduction, Zhū Xún Táo thought to herself, oh ho. Song Zichuan was originally a trap set by Zhu Yingyan for Xiao Miluo, and now he was being sent to bury her. Song Zichuan deeply concealed the disgust in his eyes, stepped forward, and said with humble courtesy, Greetings, second Miss Zhu. After speaking, Song Zichuan lifted his porcelain white handsome face, displaying his perfect jawline. With his strong scholarly aura, he exuded an air of bamboo-like purity and calmness, a gentleman with a tranquil heart. Looking again at the kite in Qiuyue's hand, Zhū Xún Táo remarked, This little thing is quite something. Zhū Xún Táo said calmly, Your kite was picked up by my maid by mistake. Qiuyue. Yes, second miss. Although a little reluctant, Qiuyue was not so shallow as to covet a kite that had an owner, especially since its owner was a man. Third young master. Qiuyue was cautious and did not return it directly to Song Zichuan. She first handed it to Zhū Shiji, who then gave it to Song Zichuan to avoid any accusations of her second miss privately exchanging gifts with a man. Thank you, second sister. Zhū Shiji handed the kite to Song Zichuan and remarked, Master Song, the more I read your poem, the more I think it's truly wonderful. By the way, second sister, did you see the poem on the kite? What do you think? Zhū Xún Táo curled her lips and said shamelessly, Third brother, you've asked the wrong person. Everyone in the residence knows that although I can read a few characters, I am completely ignorant of poetry. If you want to discuss poetry, you should go to eldest sister. Eldest sister's literary talent is well known throughout the capital. A mocking expression flickered across Song Zichuan's face before vanishing. Everyone has their own strengths. Second miss Zhu need not belittle herself. At least I rarely see anyone more honest than you. A sincere heart is also rare. Zhū Xún Táo smiled. Master Song is right. Though my virtues are few, they are a little more than just a little. Third brother, you should take Master Song and leave. This is the inner courtyard. If there is a next time, third brother may come alone. Reminded, Zhū Shiji suddenly realized. Second sister is right. I won't make this mistake again. Master Song, let's go. Once they left the backyard and reached a secluded corner, the sunny boy, Zhū Shiji's smile faded, and he became considerably colder. It seems eldest sister overestimated Master Song. Throughout the entire encounter, second sister hadn't even given Song Zichuan an extra glance. Feeling insulted, Song Zichuan remained silent, only admitting that he had made a wrong move. How could a vulgar person like Zhū Xún Táo possibly appreciate the beauty of poetry and thereby admire his extraordinary talent? Zhū Xún Táo, whom Song Zichuan looked down upon, was unaware of this. If she knew, she would surely retort. Even if she had transmigrated into a book, and even if that poem was no longer written by Ko Zhuan, it absolutely could not have been written by a filthy thing like Song Zichuan. With that alone, Song Zichuan still dared to claim exceptional talent. That was true shamelessness. Zhū Shiji, regardless of Song Zichuan's thoughts, said coldly, I have done everything eldest sister asked of me. The failure of the plan lies with you, not me, so eldest sister had better fulfill her promise to me. His help was not for free. Song Zichuan's face changed. This matter was my doing alone and has nothing to do with Miss Zhū. Don't slander her. It was simply that he couldn't stand Zhū Xún Tao's shamelessness in taking what belonged to others, and he pitted Miss Zhū for being betrayed by her close kin, so he wanted to help teach second Miss Zhū a lesson. How could the third young master blame today's incident on the eldest miss, and even demand that she repay a debt of gratitude? It's utterly preposterous. Zhū Shiji looked at Song Zichuan, revealing a mocking yet pitying expression. He had thought Song Zichuan was colluding with his eldest sister, but it turned out he was just a dupe being used by her. You admire my eldest sister. Song Zichuan's face flushed. Don't talk nonsense and ruin Miss Zhū's reputation. My relationship with Miss Zhū is pure and above board with nothing improper. Don't measure others with your own mean yardstick. Zhū Shiji was amused by Song Zichuan. Fine, you call the shots on this matter. Since Song Zichuan was unaware of his eldest sister's true character, there was no need to expose it. After all, his deal with his eldest sister was not yet complete. For now, even though his second sister seemed to be gaining momentum, he couldn't afford to offend his eldest sister. After escorting Song Zichuan out of the manor, Zhū Shiji met privately with Zhū Yingyan. Whatever they discussed when Zhū Shiji left, his face bore a satisfied expression. Eldest Miss, the madam has arrived. Shortly after Zhū Shiji left, a maid announced Madam's son's arrival. Hearing that her mother had come, Zhū Yingyan's face showed no joy, only impatience. All of you leave. As soon as she entered Zhū Yingyan's room, Madam's son spoke coldly. Yes, madam. The maids in the room obediently exited, closing the doors and windows before they left. Once they were alone, Madam's son spoke. Where did this young Master Song come from? Yin'er, do you know what you are doing? Zhū Yingyan remained calm. What's wrong with young Master Song? What's so bad about him? Besides, mother, are you worried this matter will implicate someone? In the household, her father had 5 children in total, but her mother had only given birth to her and Zhū Xún Táo. If Zhū Xún Táo got into trouble, she wasn't afraid, so why should her mother worry? Seeing Zhū Yingyan's nonchalant and confused attitude, Madam's son was deeply pained. Do you think that if Zhū Xún Táo commits an act of moral depravity, you can still marry the crown prince's son? Not to mention that the crown prince's son has an aunt who is the empress and is close to the crown prince. With his outstanding qualities, if any young lady of the Zhū family has improper conduct or moral failings, he will never accept any other young lady from the Zhū family. Madam's son wanted to say more. Given Xiao Jingzhan's status, how could he be tied down to a young lady of the Zhū family, if not for the engagement arranged by her father-in-law based on their friendship? Given the gap between the Zhū family and the Yongjing Marquis manor, no young lady of the Zhū family would have had the chance to be betrothed to the crown prince's son. Yin'er had concocted this scheme with a young Master Song. If it failed, it was unfortunate. If it succeeded, all the young ladies of the Zhū family would be ruined. She didn't care about the concubine-born Zhū Songyan. But could she stand by and watch her beloved daughter shoot herself in the foot? I have already ordered that from now on, not only will that young Master Song never have the chance to enter the inner courtyard of the Zhū manor again, but he will never even set foot through the main gate. That kind of scheming and unscrupulous fellow must not defile the Zhū family's doorstep. Zhū Yingyan was displeased. Mother, what right do you have to look down on young Master Song? Young Master Song is talented and learned. He will surely achieve great success in the future. Haven't you heard the saying, do not bully a youth for being poor? In her past life, Song Zichuan, from a humble background, had climbed the ranks through his own efforts, eventually reaching her father's position as minister. Even as a fellow minister, her father owed his position to the light of his grandfather in the Marquis manor. Song Zichuan was different. He could only rely on himself. Of course, in this life, she would help Song Zichuan, guiding him to take fewer detours, allowing him to gain everything he had in his past life even faster, and perhaps even go further. To bring down the crown prince, Zhū Yingyan certainly wouldn't rely solely on Xiao Jingzhan. Having suffered losses in her past life, she wanted to cultivate her own power, and Song Zichuan was the first person she had her eye on. Initially, she thought it would be more suitable for Song Zichuan to marry Xiao Miluo. Xiao Miluo was the only daughter of the Marquis manor and was extremely beloved. Moreover, the Marquis manor did not want to replicate the Empress's path to favor and only wanted to find an ordinary family for Xiao Miluo, so she was also doted on by the Emperor. If Song Zichuan could marry Xiao Miluo with the help of the Marquis manor, his meteoric rise would be imminent. More importantly, she had seen through Song Zichuan's feelings for her. Without deep thought, it was obvious how a man who married Xiao Miluo but was devoted to her would affect her position in the Marquis manor. To ensure her plan could proceed smoothly, Zhū Yingyan did not hesitate to use the essays of Feng Nanshan, Xiao Miluo's husband in her past life, for Song Zichuan. This was because the crown prince had once teased Xiao Miluo in front of Zhū Yingyan for her naivety, falling for a poor scholar and vowing to marry none other just because of an essay. Fortunately, Feng Nanshan's character was as impeccable as his magnificent essays. Otherwise Xiao Miluo would have paid a heavy price for such a rash decision. Zhū Xún had arranged everything, waiting only for the day she went out with Xiao Miluo. With her help, Xiao Miluo would encounter Song Zichuan and witness his brilliant literary talent. But that day a major accident occurred. Even now Zhū Xún couldn't understand how the lady of the Marquis, who had been disgusted with Zhū Xún Táo moments before, suddenly defended her. Even Xiao Miluo, who had regarded her as a sister, changed her attitude and avoided her like a snake or scorpion. After that day she never managed to meet Xiao Miluo, though every invitation she sent was refused, and Xiao Miluo stayed behind closed doors. With Xiao Miluo like this, Zhū Xún was completely helpless. She couldn't enter the Marquis Manor's gates, nor did she have the chance to forcefully drag Xiao Miluo out. The entire plan had reached a deadlock. Helpless, the plan to pair Song Zichuan with Xiao Miluo was temporarily shelved. It wasn't until the imperial decree of betrothal arrived yesterday that Zhū Xún remembered Song Zichuan again. Since Song Zichuan had no way to make progress with Xiao Miluo, let him first exert some effort on Zhū Xún Tao's side. Zhū Xún was already envisioning the scene when Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Miluo both fell in love with Song Zichuan, becoming bitter enemies over him. At that time, not only would Zhū Xún Táo be unable to marry Xiao Jingzhan, but Xiao Miluo would also take revenge on Zhū Xún Táo, hating her even more than before. Just thinking about it made Zhū Xún feel immensely pleased. She told herself that she was forced into this. If only her younger sister Zhū Xún Táo had been obedient and followed her arrangement to break off the engagement with Xiao Jingzhan peacefully. Considering they were blood sisters, she would have found another good match for Zhū Xún Táo. But hatefully Zhū Xún Táo dared to deceive her. Zhū Xún Táo had just lied to her that the marriage was doomed, and in the blink of an eye the imperial decree of betrothal arrived. Since Zhū Xún Táo was heartless, she couldn't blame her for being ruthless. If she didn't teach Zhū Xún Táo a lesson, where would her dignity as the eldest sister be? All of this was Zhū Xún Tao's own fault. Regardless of whether that young master Song is a poor youth, he must have no connection whatsoever with our Zhū mansion. Naturally, Madame Sun turned a deaf ear to Zhū Xún's words. She held no fondness for Zhū Xún Táo and permitted Zhū Xún to scheme against her, but Song Zichuan must not be dragged into this. Yener, listen to your mother. I would never harm you. And whether you give up or not, as long as I disagree, that young Master Song will never set foot in our Zhū mansion again. As the matriarch of the Zhū family, how could Madame Sun lack such authority? Yener, don't push me. Song Zichuan is nothing but a poor scholar. If I were to take action, he might not even have a foothold in the capital, let alone achieving wealth and glory. For people like them, dealing with Song Zichuan would be far too easy. Zhū Xún was startled. Mother, don't do anything rash. If you do this, you will not only harm young Master Song, but also ruin me. Without Song Zichuan as a powerful ally, how could she ever overthrow the crown prince? At present, Xiao Jingzhan's bond with the crown prince was far too close. For the moment, she had no way to turn them against each other. Therefore, before she could win Xiao Jingzhan over, she had to elevate Song Zichuan to set an early trap. Without Song Zichuan, Zhū Xún could not find a second person to replace him in dealing with the crown prince. Zhū Xún could neither forget nor let go of the hatred from her past life. If anyone tried to stop her revenge, she would show no mercy, not even to her own mother. It was only then that Madame Sun sensed something amiss with Zhū Xún. Yener, what is the matter with you? What are you planning? What do you want? Tell your mother, and I will help you. Humph. Zhū Xún let out a cold laugh, utterly disbelieving Madame Sun. Mother, if you truly wish to help me, then do not touch Song Zichuan. At most, I promise you that I will not bring Song Zichuan to our mansion for the time being. But you must also promise me that you will never allow Zhū Xún Táo to marry Xiao Jingzhan. The only one who can marry Xiao Jingzhan is me. Xiao Jingzhan was the crucial piece in her revenge. Having already refused once, Madame Sun did not deny Zhū Xún this time. Rest assured, the position of the heir's wife is yours. Zhū Xún Táo is in no position to compete with you. Mother, you had better keep your word this time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. She wanted Xiao Jingzhan to betray the crown prince, to make the crown prince taste the pain and despair of being stabbed in the back by those closest to him. Very well. Madame Sun gritted her teeth and agreed. Zhū Xún reminded her that imperial decree ordered the two mansions to set a date for Zhū Xún Táo and the heir to marry. Mother, we do not have much time left. I know. After the decree was issued, Madame Sun was also troubled about facing the Yongjing Marquis manor again. Once the wedding date was set, her Yener would surely cause an uproar. Clearly, Madame Sun could no longer easily handle Zhū Xún. After much thought, the only one she could manage was Zhū Xún Táo, the daughter she disliked. Leaving Zhū Xún's courtyard, Madame Sun went to find Zhū Xún Táo. Upon entering Zhū Xún Tao's room, she sat silently, watching her gaze heavy and cold as icy as the look in her eyes. Qiuyu was too frightened to speak, but she steadfastly stayed by Zhū Xún Tao's side. Zhū Xún Táo curled her lips, finding it all rather tedious. Qiuyu, I'm hungry. Have the cook make me some fresh osmanthus cakes. Also, I heard the grapes are good lately. Have someone from the mansion buy some. Qiuyu hesitated, but fearing her mistress might go hungry, she said, Then this servant will take my leave. After Chiao Yu left, Madame Sun spoke coldly. I didn't expect you to have such a loyal maid by your side. You are quite skilled. Well, if your skills weren't up to par, how could you have begged the Emperor and Empress to issue a marriage decree? I underestimated you. Zhū Xún Táo smiled. Thank you for the compliment, mother. Her skills were indeed decent, weren't they? Hadn't she seen her cheap mother and Zhū Yingyan hopping mad? Thinking this, Zhū Xún Táo tilted her head. So elder sister still insists on marrying the heir, and mother has agreed. When it came to skill, no one could surpass Zhū Yingyan. After the decree was read, her worthless father insisted on her marrying Xiao Jingzhan, and Zhū Yingyan matching with the crown prince. Once her father made up his mind, her cheap mother generally did not oppose or resist. Zhū Yingyan truly was the female lead. Not only reborn, but also blessed with a mother like Madame Sun, who doted on her unconditionally. What good fortune! Hearing Zhū Xún Tao's laughter, Madame Sun angrily hurled a cup at her face. If it had hit, Zhū Xún Táo would surely have been disfigured. Zhū Xún Tao's obedience to Madame Sun was only ever superficial. At heart, she was not a docile child, let alone one given to filial piety. So when Madame Sun threw the cup, Zhū Xún Táo dodged without a second thought. Only the front of her robe was dampened by the spilled tea. Knowing your sister's feelings for the heir, how dare you shamelessly compete with her? Zhū Xún Táo, you are a curse. You have ruined my life, and will ruin your sister's too. If I had known you would be such a disaster, I would have aborted you the moment I conceived you. Without Zhū Xún Táo as a daughter, she would not have suffered so much, nor would she have come so close to death. Zhū Xún Táo was nothing but a demon demanding repayment. Zhū Xún Táo could not remain unmoved by Madame Sun's words, and nearly turned against her. She had never wanted to be the daughter of the Zhū family, nor the daughter of Madame Sun. Had she asked to be born, the child was what Madame Sun wanted to bear. The seed was sown by her worthless father. She was forced unwillingly to become human again. Why should all the blame be placed on her? It was utterly unreasonable. Arguing with someone unreasonable was simply foolish. Thus, despite her anger, Zhū Xún Táo refused to argue with Madame Sun. Zhū Yingyan has been constantly sowing discord between me and the Marquis manor. Have I said anything? Zhū Yingyan deliberately broke the buyao bestowed by the Empress and blamed me for it all to cancel my marriage to Xiao Jingzhan. Have I said anything? I have tolerated everything Zhū Yingyan has thought done and schemed with silence. What more do you want from me? Madame Sun, remember this, you are Zhū Yingyan's birth mother, not mine. I am not obligated to willingly hand over everything I have to Zhū Yingyan. If she covets what is mine and tries to snatch it away, it is already generous of me not to resist. If such things happened among sisters in other mansions, see if Zhū Yingyan's reputation would remain as untarnished as it is now. Madame Sun's eyes widened. What did you call me? Son. Madame Sun. Zhū Xún Táo suppressed the anger on her face, growing calm. You wish you never had a daughter like me, I'm afraid. Every time I call you mother, it stabs you in the heart. To ease your discomfort, I can refrain from calling you mother. You. Madame Sun's finger pointing at Zhū Xún Táo trembled violently. You are unfilial and disobedient. If the Marquis' household learns you are such a beast who disrespects your own mother, will they still wish to marry you? Zhū Xún Táo looked utterly indifferent. You can try. You are free to recount today's events to the Marquis' household. I won't stop you. If the Marquis regrets it and goes to the palace to petition the Emperor, I promise I'll accept it with joy. Even now you still don't understand. This marriage was never about whether I wanted it or not. Instead of throwing your weight around with me, you'd be better off exerting your influence on the Marquis' household. A persimmon may be soft and easy to squeeze, but it's useless if squeezing it yields nothing. Understand. She had always felt that her cheap mother and Zhū Yingyan's scheming against her was nothing but futile effort. She accepted the annulment, but she would never allow those two to harm a single hair on her head. Humph. Madame Sun snorted coldly. Madame Sun was well aware of the logic Zhū Xún Táo spoke. But as Zhū Xún Táo said, was the Marquis' household a stone? It was a steel plate. If she had the ability to communicate directly with the Marquis' household, Madame Sun wouldn't want to cast another glance at Zhū Xún Táo. Similarly, since Madame Sun could do nothing about the Marquis' household, she fixed her gaze on Zhū Xún Táo. Compared to the Marquis' household, Zhū Xún Táo was certainly much easier to deal with. That had been Madame Sun's thinking before today, but at this moment Madame Sun no longer thought so. Looking at Zhū Xún Tao's eyes, which seemed as indifferent and devoid of emotional fluctuation as her own, Madame Sun's heartstrings trembled. You. What? Zhū Xún Táo responded with a puzzled expression. What about me? The more calmly Zhū Xún Táo behaved, the more Madame Sun found herself uncontrollably panicking. Madame Sun dropped the curt, "You just wait," and fled in disarray. Chiyue, who had returned, looked at Madame Sun's flustered, retreating figure full of confusion. "Second, miss, did you scare the madam?" "How could that be?" Zhū Xún Táo denied it. "I'm the most obedient and well-behaved child in the manor. How could I possibly scare my mother?" "That's true." No one understood the relationship between Zhū Xún Táo and Madame Sun better than Chiyue. "It's always the madam and the eldest miss who bully you, second miss. How would you dare to frighten the madam?" Your maid spoke foolishly. "Have you bought the fresh grapes?" Zhū Xún Táo asked Chiyue to clean up the cup Madame Sun had thrown away, while she herself went behind the screen to change into a clean set of clothes. Qiuyue carefully picked up the pieces of the cup to prevent Zhū Xún Táo from getting hurt. Yes. Second miss, this was the only complete set of teaware left in our courtyard. Now that one is broken, what do we do? Hearing this, the corners of Zhū Xún Tao's mouth twitched, and she found her biological mother even more incomprehensible. She was one of only 2 legitimate children in the manor, yet the other 3 concubine-born children were treated better in the manor than she, a legitimate daughter, was. The most ridiculous thing was that the person managing the household affairs was her own biological mother. Her monthly allowance and rations were all inferior to those of the other 3 concubine-born children. Was her biological mother doing this to humiliate her? It was clearly slapping her own face. So foolish, yet every time after mistreating her, she would wear an expression of vengeful satisfaction. Zhū Xún Táo rubbed her forehead. She really didn't want to admit she was born from such a foolish woman. It was a good thing her intelligence was innate, not inherited, or she would be crying her eyes out. It's fine. Zhū Xún Táo comforted Qiuyue, who was on the verge of tears. Qiuyue sniffled. Second miss, how can it be fine? What if the heir or the young miss of the Marquis' household comes to visit you in the manor? It will make you lose face. Even little Qiuyue knew that since this piece of porcelain was broken, Madame Sun would definitely not replace it for Zhū Xún Táo, unless Zhū Xún Táo bought a new set with her own money. The problem was Zhū Xún Táo had never received her monthly allowance on time or in full. Zhū Xún Táo flicked Qiuyue's forehead. Don't worry. I said it's fine, so it's fine. Getting a new set is a very easy thing. Go to the steward and tell him mine is broken. He will naturally provide us with the best. The steward, going over the madam's head to find the steward, would that work? Zhū Xún Táo pinched Qiuyue's cheek. Why don't you trust your Mrs. words? Whether it works or not, you won't know until you try. In any case, standing here crying will certainly get you nothing. All right. Qiuyue nodded, turned around, and immediately ran to find the manor steward. In the entire Zhū manor, only this little maid Qiuyue had a shred of true loyalty towards Zhū Xún Táo. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Qiuyue, who had left with a mournful face, returned as lively as a little rabbit, hopping and skipping. Second miss, you are so amazing. The steward truly agreed to replace them, and he said he would give us the best in the manor. As soon as Qiuyue finished speaking, a crowd of maids and matrons appeared behind her. None of them came empty-handed. They carried large and small bundles, which clearly cost a considerable amount of silver. Qiuyue ran to stand by Zhū Xún Tao's side, then stared wide-eyed as this group of people busied themselves in and out of the room. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Zhū Xún Tao's room was completely transformed. Not only was the teapot set made of precious cloisonné, but even the ornaments in the room were replaced with enamelware. Except for the bulky furniture like tables, chairs, and the bed, all the curtains in the room were replaced with flowing, lustrous fabrics of appropriate thickness. In short, after having been reborn into this world for so long, with just one glance, Zhū Xún Táo could smell the strong scent of money in her own room. One word: expensive. This kind of treatment in the entire manor was only afforded to 3 people: her scumbag father, her biological mother, and Zhu Yingyan. While she had finally made it, becoming the 4th person in the manor. Before the imperial edict, her scumbag father barely remembered he had a daughter like her. After the imperial edict, her scumbag father truly started to treat her like a precious daughter. As if to confirm Zhū Xún Tao's guess, the steward, having arranged everything, made a personal visit. Second miss, is there anything lacking in your courtyard? If there is, second miss must tell this servant, and I will surely handle it properly. The master is busy with many important affairs, and simply cannot attend to matters in the manor. I hope second miss can understand and not take it to heart. The master has always praised second miss for being sensible and intelligent, saying you are sure to have great prospects in the future. Now that a blessed marriage has been ordained by heaven, the master is also happy for second miss. The steward rambled on for a long time, and Zhū Xún Táo naturally understood his meaning. Her scumbag father had finally remembered to make amends today. Or rather, Zhū Xún Táo had counted on this very fact, which was why she had told Qiuyue to bypass Madame Sun and go directly to the steward. It was an immediate success. After seeing off the nagging steward, Zhū Xún Táo asked Qiuyue to send him away. Throughout the entire process, the steward was excessively deferential to Zhū Xún Táo, as if he had never looked down on the second miss before. Who could have imagined that before today, whenever the steward encountered the second miss, he always held his chin high. Due to her height, Zhū Xún Táo could only remember the steward's 2 nostrils and couldn't recall his appearance. Today she finally got a clear look at what the steward actually looked like. Qiuyue entered in a daze, blushing profusely, and slapped her own face hard. Miss Second, am I dreaming? Is this really Miss Second's room? Previously the steward always treated Miss Second like this, but today he treated her differently. I thought the steward only acted this way before father and mother. It turns out that before Miss Second, even the steward was just a servant, while Miss Second was the true master. Heh. Zhū Xún Táo smiled lightly. Enough, don't get too excited too soon. This courtyard is ultimately controlled by my mother. If you want everything to go like today, then you're just fooling yourself. Qiuyue didn't believe it, as she firmly believed that the sky of the Zhū family had changed. From now on, no one would dare look down on her second miss again. Confident Xiaoyu only frowned with a pained little face after going to the kitchen to fetch the newly purchased fresh grapes. Miss Second Mother and the eldest miss are bullying people again. They bought so many grapes, but the eldest miss picked out all the best ones, leaving only these. Looking at the shriveled grapes in her hands, Xiaoyu felt like crying. She felt so useless, unable to help at all. A flicker passed through Zhū Xún Tao's eyes, and she curled her lips into a smile. The freshest grapes. My eldest sister took them all. Xiaoyu nodded, all taken away. Not a single one left for Miss Second. It was obvious that Miss Second had asked for them to eat. Zhū Xún Táo asked again. Do you know if the eldest sister took those grapes to distribute, or to eat herself? By her calculation, the latter was more likely. Zhū Xún Táo guessed perfectly. After Zhū Yingyan forcibly picked all the grapes that Zhū Xún Táo specifically requested, she had all the maids wash them thoroughly, leaving no chance for Zhū Xún Táo to get them back. Even if she couldn't eat all the grapes, throwing them away or stomping on them would still be better than giving Zhū Xún Táo a chance to show off her power. Today, with the steward and so many people busy in Zhū Xún Tao's courtyard, who in the mansion wouldn't know about it? Servants are all fickle turncoats. With the steward personally attending to Zhū Xún Táo, the second miss was no longer the same as before. Plus, Zhū Xún Tao's marriage was already settled, making her seem more promising than the unresolved Zhū Yingyan. The first thing the second miss ordered after taking her position, how could the servants in the mansion not do their utmost? Everyone focused their attention on Zhū Xún Táo, naturally neglecting Zhū Yingyan. Even if it wasn't obvious, Zhū Yingyan wouldn't accept it. So all these grapes ended up being Zhū Yingyan's. Zhū Xún Táo was left to pick the leftovers that Zhū Yingyan had chosen. Miss Second, if you're upset and want to cry, cry. I won't tell anyone. Zhū Xún Táo smiled. Why should I cry? Can I smile? Xiaoyu frowned and muttered softly. Why are you smiling even when you're being bullied? Xiaoyu's question finally got an answer by evening. Zhū Yingyan, who had always been healthy, suddenly fell ill with stomach troubles, vomiting, and diarrhea, and it was reported to be quite serious. 2 doctors were even summoned. After examining her repeatedly, neither doctor could find anything wrong, assuming Zhū Yingyan had simply eaten something that didn't agree with her. Looking at her daughter's pale cheeks, Mrs. Sun felt anxious and heartbroken. You two hurry up and write a prescription. This can't go on like this, it will ruin her health. And you all, how could you mistreat the eldest miss? What did you give Yenner today that made her like this? Yenner's constitution has been carefully adjusted since childhood by someone I hired precisely to avoid Yenner suffering the same fate as me, bearing the pain of childbirth. She had taken such great care of Yenner, yet Yenner still fell ill, which was enough to drive her mad. The little maids huddled together and quickly listed everything Zhū Yingyan had eaten that day. After hearing this, the doctor felt that these foods posed no problem. Mrs. Sun naturally understood this as well. That's all. Nothing else. The maids nodded firmly. The eldest miss doesn't have much appetite, and today she ate more than usual, but only these things. They had all taken a bite of what the eldest miss had eaten. If the food was unclean, they would have gotten stomach aches alongside the eldest miss. Mother, I feel so sick. After her rebirth, Zhū Yingyan had never suffered such hardship. This physical pain vaguely reminded her of the torment she had endured in the crown prince's harem, making her pale face look even worse. Mother, is someone trying to kill me? Poison me? Mother, save me. After saying this, Zhū Yingyan burst into tears. She hadn't yet taken revenge, hadn't made the crown prince taste her pain, hadn't even captured Jingzhan's heart, let alone enjoyed a day of romance. She couldn't bear that her life was ending just as it began. Perhaps the trauma of dying from poison in her previous life had been too much for Zhū Yingyan, making her agitated and dazed, looking as if she didn't have long to live. After the news reached Zhū Xún Tao's ears, she put down her brush. Expensive things really are useful. My clumsy handwriting is now barely readable. Actually, Zhū Xún Tao's handwriting wasn't that ugly. She was just a modern person, and Mrs. Sun never cared about her education. Zhū Xún Táo, used to writing with pens, could only produce neat calligraphy lacking style. Unlike Zhū Yingyan, a refined young lady meticulously trained by a noble family, whose exquisite kaishu calligraphy could serve as a model copy. For this, Zhū Xún Táo had often been mocked as illiterate by Zhū Yingyan. Every time Zhū Xún Táo would hide the look of pity in her eyes. In modern times, she was at least a university graduate from a prestigious 211 institution. We only differ in areas of knowledge, but if we talk about illiteracy, could Zhū Yingyan's beautiful handwriting really mock her? Miss Second, your handwriting isn't ugly at all, it's very beautiful. Xiaoyu was a fan of young ladies. Anything belonging to their miss was good. Put it away. Zhū Xún Táo set down the brush. Let's go take a look. To see the eldest miss. Xiaoyu quickly tidied up the desk, doing the work of 2 people. Otherwise, what else? What else could it be? Zhū Xún Táo led Xiaoyu to Zhū Yingyan's courtyard. Before they even entered, they heard Zhū Yingyan pleading with Lady Sun to save her. Zhū Xún Táo clicked her tongue in disbelief. Hadn't she been reborn? With such limited courage and intellect, how could she possibly topple the crown prince? Was it Zhū Yingyan's protagonist aura that was too strong, or was the crown prince simply too incompetent? This time, however, Zhū Xún Táo had underestimated Zhū Yingyan. In her past life, Zhū Yingyan had been poisoned to death, so when a similar situation befell her again, the traumatized Zhū Yingyan lost all composure, panicking in utter helplessness. Still, there was one thing Zhū Xún Táo had to commend Zhū Yingyan for. Neither of the two physicians could determine what was wrong with her, yet Zhū Yingyan adamantly insisted she had been poisoned. It was not for nothing that Zhū Yingyan was called the female lead. She stubbornly maintained she had been poisoned, leaving the helpless physicians no choice but to treat her according to detoxification methods, inducing vomiting. Mung bean soup can also neutralize the poison. As soon as the physician spoke before Lady Sun could say a word, a young maid promptly rushed out to prepare the mung bean soup. Zhū Shiji and Zhū Shuren, being older and thus inconvenienced to enter Zhū Yingyan's room, waited outside. The youngest Zhū Songyan, a girl, was led by concubine, he to stand by her, small face lowered in silence. Concubine Wang, who had only one son, Zhū Shiji, was merely putting on a show of respect by standing there with no intention whatsoever of getting involved from start to finish. At this moment, if she dared to lend a hand, even her clean hands would be called dirty. For the eldest daughter of the manor to be poisoned within the estate, what a shocking tale indeed. After repeated efforts by the two physicians, Zhū Yingyan's symptoms finally subsided considerably. The two physicians wiped the cold sweat from their brows, left a recuperative prescription for Zhū Yingyan, and quickly took their leave. Mother. Though her body no longer felt as tormented, Zhū Yingyan's heart remained heavy. Someone in the Zhū manor dared to poison her. Inger is fine now, but you may all return to rest. As the physician's detoxification methods alleviated Zhū Yingyan's suffering, Lady Sun had no choice but to believe it. Her beloved daughter had been poisoned right under her nose. Though the poison had been neutralized without exposing the culprit, how could she ever feel at ease again? What worried Lady Sun was that the victim today was Zhū Yingyan. Next time it could be herself, someone else in the manor, or even Lord Zhū himself. Yes, my lady. Concubine Wang was the first to respond and leave. Had her son not insisted she would have preferred to watch the drama of the main wife from the comfort of her own courtyard. My lady, this servant takes her leave. Concubine, he bowed to Lady Sun before departing with Zhū Songyan. Back in her own courtyard, Zhū Songyan pouted in displeasure. What does the eldest sister's poisoning have to do with us? Was all this commotion really necessary? Concubine, he admonished, you must not speak recklessly. Your eldest sister is the apple of your lady mother's eye. Whether it's a matter as serious as poisoning, or even a single lost strand of hair, it would be enough to grieve your lady mother. In the Zhū manor, we must never offend the lady. For the sake of both us mother and daughter, and for your brother. Mentioning her full brother, Zhū Shuren, Zhū Songyan relented. Concubine, rest assured, I only say this in front of you. I would never speak of it elsewhere. I know that the eldest sister is not only the lady mother's precious jewel, but also highly valued by father. Speaking of which, it's the second sister who is truly formidable, even able to make the eldest sister suffer a setback. No one in the Zhū manor was blind. The truth of Zhū Yingyan's infatuation with Xiao Jingzhan was easy to discern upon a moment's reflection. Concubine, he smiled bitterly. Given the lord and lady's high regard for the eldest daughter, even without the crown prince Xiao, there is likely a brighter future awaiting her. Hearing this, Zhū Songyan fell silent. These legitimate elder sisters of hers were all more accomplished than she was. Rather than worrying about her eldest and third sisters, she might as well worry about herself. What kind of husband her father and mother would find for her in a few years. With everyone else gone, given Zhū Xún Tao's background character nature, she shouldn't have left any slower than the others. But today was an exception. Seeing Zhū Xún Táo standing quietly to the side waiting, Lady Sun said with some irritation, so even you, this wooden block, have a shred of conscience, knowing to care for your own elder sister. You and Inger were both born from me, so you must always remember that in this world besides me and your father, only Inger is your closest kin. You are the younger sister, so you must defer to your sister, take care of her, and never let her suffer. Do you understand? As if fearing Zhū Xún Tao's mind was too dull to think for herself, Lady Sun added, for your sister's sake, even sacrificing yourself would be worthwhile. You must not hesitate. Remember this. Zhū Xún Tao's expression remained unchanged as she deftly changed the subject. Elder sister, do you know how you were poisoned? The implication was clear. Sacrifice herself for Zhū Yingyan. That was out of the question. Such a notion was nothing more than a fantasy for her cheap mother and the female lead sister. Uttering it aloud would only make others laugh in derision. While others were brother-devoted, here they wanted her to be a sister-devoted fool. She truly lacked that attribute. Right. Zhū Xún Tao's remark reminded Lady Sun of the real issue. As long as she was around, Zhū Xún Táo could never escape her grasp. How could Zhū Xún Táo dare to disobey when she commanded? Inger, why are you so certain it was poison? Do you know something? Having been thoroughly tormented, Zhū Yingyan's small face was a mix of pale and dark. If I knew who poisoned me, I would have already caught them. Besides, among the people in the manor who would dare to poison me. Having said that, for some reason Zhū Yingyan lifted her head and cast a glance at Zhū Xún Táo. Meeting Zhū Xún Tao's indifferent expression, Zhū Yingyan felt she was overthinking. Even if she had stolen her man, this coward Zhū Xún Táo wouldn't dare to turn against her. How could such an incompetent and weak-willed Zhū Xún Táo possibly have the skill and ability to poison her? Investigate. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Lady Sun's face hardened. She refused to let it go easily. If she didn't expose the poisoner, how could she, as the legitimate wife and legal mother, maintain any dignity? You stay here and attend to your sister. Be sharp about it. If you're clumsy and make your sister more uncomfortable, just see how I'll deal with you when I get back. Lady Sun's words were as if Zhū Xún Táo were merely a maid serving Zhū Xún. Zhū Xún Táo had long mastered the art of letting unpleasant words go in one ear and out the other, responding with silence. To Lady Sun, Zhū Xún Tao's silence was as good as acquiescence. Seeing her second daughter as obedient as ever, Lady Sun forgot her earlier panic and reverted to her former haughty demeanor, as if she had Zhū Xún Táo completely under her thumb. Lady Sun's attitude was no better than Zhū Xún's. Without even lifting her head, she said matter-of-factly, "Pour me a glass of water. I'm thirsty." Zhū Xún Táo blinked and did as she was told. Fortunately, Zhū Xún didn't go so far as to demand Zhū Xún Táo feed her the water herself. She took the glass and drank it. Zhū Xún Táo returned the cup to its place and asked calmly, "Elder sister, are you still pondering who administered the poison to you?" Zhū Xún frowned. "I can't figure out when the poison was administered or where it was placed. Having already died once, Zhū Xún never dared to touch anything from outside for fear it might be unclean. Even so, she still fell victim." Zhū Xún inwardly resented the multitude of people who sought to harm her. She had severed all ties with the crown prince in this life. Who could it be that refused to let her be and wanted her dead? Sitting down at a distance, Zhū Xún Táo poured herself a cup of tea. "This illustrates a truth." "What do you mean?" Zhū Xún looked up at Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo tilted her head and smiled. "It means that in this world, not only must one be careful with words, but also with what one consumes. Wouldn't you agree? Elder sister should take this as a warning, and then you can live in peace and happiness from now on." Zhū Xún's brows furrowed. "Zhū Xún Táo, do you know something? If you have something to say it directly. Don't be so evasive. If what you say is useful, I can put in a good word for you in front of mother." Zhū Xún Táo shook her head innocently. "If you don't know elder sister, how could I possibly know? I'm just speaking my mind. Putting in a good word for her in front of her biological mother. Truly, many thanks. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Rather than focusing all your energy on who did it, elder sister, you should reflect on what you have done. Such an act can only stem from making an enemy." Zhū Xún Táo smiled. "Think carefully, elder sister. Have you done anything wrong? If you wish to let the matter rest, simply stop your actions." Today, Zhū Xún only suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, mild symptoms of poisoning. Next time it wouldn't be so simple. Your health has just begun to improve, elder sister. I shouldn't disturb you further. Please rest well and recover your strength soon. Leaving behind these ambiguous words, Zhū Xún Táo waved her sleeve and departed without taking a single cloud with her. Zhū Xún's face shifted through various colors, oscillating between suspicion and self-doubt. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingzhan and the crown prince simultaneously received news of Zhū Xún's poisoning. What particularly caught their attention was that Zhū Xún had discovered the poison herself, yet the physician could not detect it. So how exactly had Zhū Xún been poisoned? While the crown prince was baffled, Xiao Jingzhan, after some deliberation, had a vague suspicion. He shared his doubt with his father, Xiao Yuanshan. "Father, is it possible?" Knowing the full context, Xiao Yuanshan took the matter very seriously. "Did Zhū Xún Táo truly say she would settle accounts with Zhū Xún for your grandmother's sake?" "Yes." These words were not heard by him alone. Xiao Jingzhan reasoned that at this moment, besides the crown prince's faction, only Zhū Xún Táo would have a reason to teach Zhū Xún a lesson. Others likely wouldn't have had the opportunity. Indeed, he believed Zhū Xún Tao's actions were merely to discipline Zhū Xún not to take her life. Xiao Yuanshan gave his son an inscrutable look. "In your opinion, from where did Zhū Xún Táo strike?" The men Jingzhan had sent were keeping such a tight watch on the Zhou residence, and likely the crown prince's men were doing the same. Yet even so, no one had seen through Zhū Xún Tao's scheme. From this, it was clear that his future daughter-in-law was no ordinary, easily extinguished lamp. But then Xiao Yuanshan thought about how Zhū Xún had bullied Zhū Xún Táo, and how Zhū Xún Táo had never once fought back. It was only because Zhū Xún had targeted old Madame Sheng that Zhū Xún Táo, in her righteous fury, decided to teach Zhū Xún a lesson. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yuanshan found he could utter no words of reproach. Zhū Xún Táo was a woman of means, yet she used her capabilities not to protect herself, but to shield those who cared for her. For this reason alone, he could not call Zhū Xún Táo malicious. Rather, he could only say she was excessively kind. Xiao Jingzhan pondered for a moment. In her food, Zhū Xún tampered with grandmother's food, causing her health to decline. This is a harm that only manifests under specific conditions. The substance itself is harmless. Xiao Jingzhan spoke as he thought, his reasoning becoming clearer. Since she was avenging grandmother, she must have used the method of returning the favor in kind. She probably used something harmless in itself, but combined with another to create a counteractive effect, thus trapping Zhū Yinyan. He still couldn't figure out which two things Zhū Xún Táo had used to make it impossible for Zhū Yinyan to avoid the trap. Perhaps he should consult a physician. Even if he summoned an imperial physician, without Zhū Xún Tao's explanation, they would never understand which two substances were incompatible, causing Zhū Yinyan such misery. In the end, the racked Xiao Jingzhan, recalling that Zhū Xún Táo had specifically asked for grapes that day, all of which were snatched away by Zhū Yinyan, speculated that the grapes might be one of the keys. As for the other, Xiao Jingzhan consulted physicians and imperial doctors alike, but found no answer. Faced with this result, Xiao Jingzhan was utterly speechless. With such ability and skill, how could Zhū Xún Táo have allowed herself to be bullied by Lady Sun and Zhū Yinyan, holding no status in the Zhū residence? If Zhū Xún Táo had possessed even a shred of desire for favor, as long as Lord Zhū was not foolish, he would have surely valued this daughter. By then, even if Lady Sun still disliked Zhū Xún Táo, with Lord Zhū's protection, Zhū Xún Tao's life in the Zhū residence would not only be tolerable, but could even surpass Zhū Yinyan's. So why hadn't Zhū Xún Táo done that? Before Xiao Jingzhan could figure it out, the crown prince arrived, his face taut with tension. Your Highness, what's wrong? Recently no major events had occurred, and the other princes had been remarkably well behaved, not creating obstacles for the crown prince. The crown prince paced back and forth, then finally issued an order to Xiao Jingzhan. Has the Marquis' residence agreed with the Zhū residence on a date for your wedding to Zhū Xún Táo? Xiao Jingzhan stiffened, then blushed. Not yet. The imperial edict had only been issued 2 days prior. No matter how urgent, it couldn't be this urgent. Couldn't it? No. The crown prince declared that for him it was exactly this urgent. Mentioning Zhū Yinyan, the crown prince's tone was full of wariness. Do you know what I have done ever since I suspected Zhū Yinyan was that calamitous, ominous star? Xiao Jingzhan was stunned. Your Highness, you have already. Indeed, the crown prince did not deny it. I sent men to make a move on Zhū Yinyan long ago. A question mark arose in Xiao Jingzhan's mind. Was Zhū Yinyan's poisoning not Zhū Xún Tao's doing? Had he guessed wrong, and was it related to the crown prince instead? As if reading Xiao Jingzhan's thoughts, the crown prince explained, unfortunately, I made 3 attempts, and each one failed. Even now the crown prince could hardly believe such bizarre occurrences could exist in this world. For the first attempt, the crown prince also resorted to poison. Yet no sooner had his man slipped the poison into Zhū Yinyan's meal than in the blink of an eye the serving maid accidentally knocked over the tainted dish and discarded it. For the second attempt, the crown prince's men tried to release poisonous smoke into Zhū Yinyan's chamber. But a strange, eerie wind came from nowhere, not only blowing the toxic fumes back out, but nearly poisoning the men themselves. The one meant to be poisoned remained unharmed, while the poisoner nearly fell victim. The man working for the crown prince declared that in all his years he had never encountered such a thing. For the final attempt, the crown prince's men tampered with the carriage Zhū Yinyan was to take when leaving the manor. Well then, for some unknown reason, Zhū Yinyan simply changed her plans to go out. The damaged carriage was then jolted when the driver fell, exposing the problem, and the Zhū family simply replaced it with a new one. 3 times. 3 whole times. All 3 times Zhū Yinyan emerged completely unscathed, unaware she had even brushed past the gates of hell. Faced with such a woman, the crown prince grew ever more certain of her extraordinary nature. It was precisely for this reason that the crown prince became increasingly convinced that Zhū Yinyan was the ominous star mentioned by Master Mingding. If she were not that star, how could he, the crown prince of the mortal realm, be powerless against her? Xiao Jingzhan's face darkened. He was not only surprised that the crown prince had failed 3 times, but more worryingly that Zhū Xún Táo had succeeded on her first attempt. Would Zhū Xún Táo have to pay a price for this? To harm herself in order to deal with Zhū Yinyan was hardly a worthwhile bargain. The crown prince looked at Xiao Jingzhan and continued, if Zhū Yinyan truly is that ominous star, and even I cannot overcome her, then Zhū Xún Táo has succeeded. Now I realize you were right before. Zhū Xún Táo is the auspicious Master Mingding spoke of. She and Zhū Yinyan are sisters born to counteract each other. It makes sense. Recalling that the crown prince had just brought up his marriage to Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan understood. Your Highness means you must marry Zhū Xún Táo as soon as possible. I am not at ease with Zhū Xún Táo remaining in the Zhū manor. The crown prince had thoroughly investigated Zhū Xún Tao's situation at home, especially Lady Sun's recent behavior, which was reported to him without omission. The crown prince had no concerns about Lord Zhū himself. Lord Zhū would not harm Zhū Xún Táo. On the contrary, he would only treat her well to mend their father-daughter bond. But Lady Sun was an oddity. Even though it was clear Zhū Xún Táo was destined to marry into a noble family, she still refused to show her a kind face. Coupled with Lady Sun's favoritism towards Zhū Yinyan, the crown prince feared she might harm Zhū Xún Táo for her sake. Thus, with Zhū Xún Táo staying in the Zhū manor, it would be impossible to guard against every threat. Only by placing Zhū Xún Táo in the Marquis' residence could the crown prince rest easy. With this thought, he looked at Xiao Jingzhan. Don't you love Zhū Xún Táo? Marrying her soon will fulfill your wish. Don't delay this matter any longer. Xiao Jingzhan's face reddened. He knew the crown prince had seen through his little game from a few days ago. A virtuous maiden is a gentleman's fair pursuit. You were already betrothed to Zhū Xún Táo. It is only natural that you have feelings for her. There is no need to be embarrassed. The crown prince felt that the one who should be embarrassed was himself. Xiao Jingzhan and Zhū Xún Táo had been a couple for many years. Just because she was an auspicious star, he had nearly entertained the thought of taking another man's wife. Truly a grave sin. That day when the crown prince said he would bring Zhū Xún Táo into the Eastern Palace, Xiao Jingzhan had dissuaded him with the excuse that she might not be willing. At the time, the crown prince had been too agitated, which allowed Xiao Jingzhan to fool him. No sooner had he left the Marquis' gate than the crown prince came to his senses. When Zhū Xún Táo first saw him, she had openly praised his good looks and declared her desire to marry him. He could hear these thoughts of Zhū Xún Táo, and Xiao Jingzhan surely could too. Yet despite this, Xiao Jingzhan dared to claim before him that Zhū Xún Táo was unwilling to enter the Eastern Palace. What his intentions were hardly needed further thought. Fortunately, the crown prince chose not to hold it against Xiao Jingzhan. Zhū Xún Táo was beautiful, yes, but her significance had nothing to do with her appearance. In the crown prince's heart, Zhū Xún Táo was perhaps the auspicious star who could assist him in protecting the people, not merely a woman of great beauty. Grateful for the crown prince's understanding and approval, Xiao Jingzhan said, "Thank you for your blessing, your highness. If you truly wish to thank me, then marry Zhū Xún Táo without delay." The crown prince shot Xiao Jingzhan a glance. Words of thanks were useless. He wanted to see Xiao Jingzhan take action. Is it really that urgent? Zhū Xún Táo was still angry about the betrothal decree and hadn't given up on the idea of becoming a widow. If he were to marry her now, wouldn't it make her even angrier? The crown prince stated with absolute certainty, "You may consider this my command." It was an imperial order. Your subject obeys. Xiao Jingzhan had no choice but to set aside his concerns for Zhū Xún Táo and first give the crown prince an answer. Zhū Xún Táo was drinking water when she heard that the Marquis' men had arrived with 99 chests of betrothal gifts. She spat out a rainbow arc of tea. Wiping her mouth casually, Zhū Xún Táo said, "The imperial betrothal decree was issued less than 3 days ago, and now the Marquis' residence wants to set the wedding date. Are you sure? Was the Yongjing Marquis' residence in such a hurry?" It wasn't as if Xiao Jingzhan couldn't find a wife other than her. As someone who was in truth marrying above her station, she wasn't anxious, so what game were they playing? Chiyue chuckled, covering her mouth. 99 chests of betrothal gifts. They blocked the entire street on the way here. How could this servant be unsure? "Miss, you are the first young mistress in this manner to be married. A full 99 chests of gifts. Who in our household has ever seen such a spectacle? Quite a few people have run to the front courtyard to gawk." She wasn't in a hurry. All those gifts were for her young lady. If she wanted to see them, would she lack the opportunity? "Miss, won't you go see for yourself? 99 chests. In the capital, unless a princess is getting married, no one else could be more honored than you, miss." The more betrothal gifts given, the more the Marquis' residence valued her. In the future, when the young lady married into the Marquis' household, she would surely enjoy a blissful life with the heir Xiao. Zhū Xún Táo, however, was not as optimistic as Chiyue. The entire affair seemed steeped in an inexplicable strangeness. It was one thing for the Marquis' people to have drastically changed their attitude towards her and Zhu Yin, but there was no mention in the book of the emperor and empress bestowing this marriage upon her and Xiao Jingzhan. The book only said that the empress, dissatisfied with her manners, had issued an imperial edict for her and Xiao Jingzhan to go their separate ways. Could it be that all the plot had deviated so greatly simply because she had transmigrated into the story? She could swear upon her conscience that ever since her awakening, every word and deed had faithfully adhered to the original portrayal of her character in the book. She had not done a single thing to overthrow the female lead and claim the throne for herself. Hadn't she, as the supporting female character, already cooperated to this extent? So what on earth was the meaning of the current situation? Was there any great deity of the plot who could come out and have a chat with her? Has Xiao Jingzhan arrived? Well, she still had to go see him. She needed to figure out what the Marquis' manner meant and what Xiao Jingzhan was thinking. Of course he has. For such an important matter as presenting betrothal gifts, how could the young master, Xiao, not come in person? "Miss, do you think young Master Xiao is too embarrassed to come see you right now?" Zhū Xún Táo tapped Qiu Yu's head unceremoniously. "Your young mistress's mind is already in a complete mess. Don't add to my troubles, all right?" Tisk, she felt that Xiao Jingzhan, the male lead, was even harder to deal with than the female lead Zhu Yin. She could fathom Zhu Yin, but she couldn't figure out Xiao Jingzhan's thoughts. Young Master Xiao. When Zhū Xún Táo came out, she happened to run into Zhu Yin, who had arrived in a flurry having heard the news. Seeing her elder sister, the female lead, Zhū Xún Tao's little mouth formed an O shape. Maybe I should just step aside. Perhaps once Zhu Yin finishes talking with Xiao Jingzhan, there will be nothing left for me. I mean, the one who should handle the male lead is the female lead. What does it have to do with me, a supporting character? Zhū Xún Táo, breathing a small sigh of relief, felt much better. Maybe the plot hadn't deviated as severely as she had imagined. Xiao Jingzhan still hadn't become immune to Zhū Xún Tao's talk of male lead and female lead. However, he had already figured out that in Zhū Xún Tao's eyes this world was a storybook, and they were all characters within it. What Xiao Jingzhan couldn't accept was that besides himself the central character of the storybook was Zhu Yingyan. After much deliberation, he felt it was impossible for him to have any relationship with Zhu Yingyan, let alone marry her. He had been betrothed to Zhū Xún Táo for many years. If he still wanted to be with Zhu Yingyan, he would surely face criticism. Young Master Xiao, I have a few words I wish to speak with you alone. Zhu Yingyan's complexion was still somewhat poor today after all the commotion yesterday had been quite significant. Yet no matter how much they investigated aside from selling off a few dishonest servants, Madame Sun could not find out who had poisoned Zhu Yingyan. It was as if no one had poisoned Zhu Yingyan at all, and everything was merely an accident. Madame Sun did not believe this outcome, and Zhu Yingyan could not accept it either. Hearing Zhu Yingyan's words, and seeing Zhū Xún Táo trying to sneak away, Xiao Jingzhan took a long stride to walk beside her. Once the wedding date is set, I should call you elder sister just like Tao Tao does. If you have something to say, elder sister, please speak freely. As soon as the term elder sister left his lips, Zhu Yingyan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, utterly shattered inside and out. As for Zhū Xún Táo, she almost blurted out, "What the hell, elder sister?" What kind of century-old, overly straightforward male chauvinist remark was that from Xiao Jingzhan? Looking at Zhu Yingyan, who seemed thoroughly shocked, Zhū Xún Táo shook her head. The female lead was rather pitiful. Zhū Xún Táo rolled her shoulders and decided to take action. In the original book, Xiao Miluo was the crucial catalyst who pushed Xiao Jingzhan to marry Zhu Yingyan. Now Xiao Miluo was not present and had seemingly defected from the female lead side. Alright, let me, the supporting female character, temporarily take the position of the divine catalyst and play my part, actually. I don't mind. Judging by elder sister's expression, it might be something important. Don't let it delay matters. Tell me, is there any woman in this world more magnanimous than me? Zhū Xún Táo was extremely pleased with her own performance. Truly, as long as Zhu Yingyan didn't cause trouble and didn't harm the old Madame Sheng in the future, she as the supporting character would be perfectly obedient, cooperating with Zhu Yingyan in whatever way she wanted. Don't be silly. Hearing Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts, as if deliberately going against her, Xiao Jingzhan mischievously reached out his large hand and ruffled Zhū Xún Tao's hair, giving her a head pat. This pat left Zhū Xún Táo dazed, but it stabbed like a knife into Zhu Yingyan's heart. Xiao Jingzhan saw Zhū Xún Tao's dumbfounded expression and felt very satisfied inwardly. Magnanimous. Did he need Zhū Xún Táo to be so magnanimous? If Zhū Xún Táo dared to act like this again, he would definitely make her regret her magnanimity. Elder sister, we will all be one family soon. Tao Tao respects you, and I will treat you just as Tao Tao does. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. There is nothing Tao Tao cannot hear, and I will never hide anything from her. Zhu Yingyan was speechless. Zhū Xún Táo was also speechless. Tao Tao Tao. For the first time, Zhū Xún Táo felt her name was so delicate. Calling her Tao Tao over and over was Xiao Jingzhan dreaming of something impossible. Unlike Zhū Xún Táo, who appeared calm, but was inwardly frantic, Zhu Yingyan was truly devastated. The intimate interaction between Xiao Jingzhan and Zhū Xún Táo not only stung Zhu Yingyan's eyes, but also pierced her heart. She could hardly believe that Xiao Jingzhan had feelings for Zhū Xún Táo. Xiao Jingzhan actually had feelings for Zhū Xún Táo. This was absolutely preposterous. What did Xiao Jingzhan like about Zhū Xún Táo? Her lack of education, her lack of intelligence, her stupidity and dullness. So if she lost, was it because she was too excellent, inferior to Zhū Xún Tao's awfulness? Zhu Yingyan looked at Xiao Jingzhan with disbelief, then at herself, as if she were garbage, leaving Zhū Xún Táo speechless. Is Zhu Yingyan's brain damaged? The thunder was struck by Xiao Jingzhan, so why shoot cold arrows at me? Xiao Jingzhan glanced at Zhū Xún Táo. If Zhu Yingyan had a screw loose, Zhū Xún Táo wasn't much more normal than Zhu Yingyan. Knowing full well that Zhu Yingyan was off, Zhū Xún Táo still went along with Zhu Yingyan's train of thought in everything. Faced with this kind of Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan didn't know what to say. He simply decided that after they were married, he would pay more attention and protect this silly wife of his. Young Master Xiao, are you truly unwilling to speak with me alone? Zhu Yingyan bit her lip. If Xiao Jingzhan wasn't afraid, what did she have to fear? Moreover, Zhū Xún Táo was perfectly clear about her intentions. Very well, then I will speak directly. Young Master Xiao, my heart belongs to you. Do you have any feelings for me? Zhū Xún Táo nodded. The female lead was playing it straight. Looking at Zhu Yingyan with tears welling in her eyes, her long crow-feather black lashes adorned with teardrops sparkling like diamonds, a beautiful picture of a weeping beauty. She gave it full marks. Earlier, Xiao Jingzhan had been annoyed at why Zhū Xún Táo always tried to pair him with Zhu Yingyan, completely disregarding their engagement. But this scene before him gave him some understanding. He quite liked this act of Zhu Yingyan's. Unfortunately, he just didn't like the object Zhu Yingyan herself. Thinking this, Xiao Jingzhan lowered his eyes and whispered to Zhū Xún Táo, learn from this. If Xún Táo were to display such an expression toward him, no matter what she asked him to do, he would likely agree. Xún Táo was shocked. What did Xiao Jingzhan mean by asking her to learn something? Learn from Zhu Yingyan. Why not just marry Zhu Yingyan right away? After teaching Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan finally answered Zhu Yinyan's question. Sister, you have a misunderstanding about me. You are Tao Tao's elder sister, thus also my elder sister. I hold only respect for you. No romantic feelings whatsoever. Besides, I will soon be marrying Tao Tao. From now on, please refrain from saying things like this to avoid causing Tao Tao to misunderstand and become upset at me. Fortunately, only the three of us heard your words. We won't spread a word about this, you can rest assured. Zhu Yinyan, furious, her palms leaving deep indentations from clenching, flushed red and snapped. Don't call me elder sister. I'm not your elder sister. Few women truly don't care about their age, especially since Xiao Jingzhan is actually 1 year older than Zhu Yinyan. What struck Zhu Yinyan most painfully was that she was indeed 17, but in her past life, she had died at 37. That's why the term elder sister cut Zhu Yinyan so deeply. Though she had been harsh with him, Xiao Jingzhan remained unperturbed. Though I'm unsure exactly where I erred or what made you angry, I apologize. But our status is settled. It's only a matter of time before you call me elder sister. The outcome won't change. There will never be anything between me and Zhu Yinyan. The only woman I will ever marry is Zhu Xún Táo. So Zhu Yinyan and Zhu Xún Táo shouldn't entertain any foolish thoughts. It would all be in vain. In her previous life, Zhu Yinyan would have long since snapped and walked away after such repeated slights. But now reborn, she would not act so rashly. Prince Xiao, I truly desire only your genuine words. Why won't you give them to me? As long as you speak them, I will endure whatever storms lie ahead. I only ask for your true heart. Zhu Yinyan refused to let go, not only because of the crown prince, but also because she couldn't bear admitting that this time she would once again lose to Zhu Xún Táo. She racked her brains in vain, unable to understand how someone so inferior to her, Zhu Xún Táo, could effortlessly obtain everything she desired. Had heaven granted her a second life, not to heal her past regrets and build a happier existence? Xiao Jingzhan grew serious. Elder sister, I have given you the truth you sought. It's not that I withheld it. You simply refused to believe it, let alone accept it. As he spoke, Xiao Jingzhan's earnest gaze settled firmly on Zhu Xún Táo, making her feel intensely embarrassed. Why are you looking at me? You said that to Zhu Yinyan, not to me. Look at her instead. Suppressing the urge to scratch her skin off, Zhu Xún Táo clenched her jaw tightly, refusing to let any hint of her inner turmoil show. Keep it up. Go all the way. Meanwhile, Zhu Yinyan was heartbroken, while Xiao Jingzhan's entire devotion was directed toward Zhu Xún Táo. Only Zhu Xún Táo, an anomaly, remained expressionless, as if she were an emotionless machine. Feeling as though her skin were about to burst under Xiao Jingzhan's intense gaze, Zhu Xún Táo was barely holding on. Money is hard to earn, shit is hard to eat. Why is being this female lead's background character so difficult? Main character, step it up. Drag Xiao Jingzhan's heart back to me. The more Zhu Xún Táo acted this way, the more Xiao Jingzhan deliberately defied her wishes, going against her desires. Xiao Jingzhan set aside the etiquette of a noble youth overcome by emotion. He gently took Zhu Xún Tao's hand and carefully cradled it in his palm. Of the countless waters, I choose only one cup. With Tao Tao by my side, all my wishes are fulfilled. Zhu Yinyan felt like spitting blood. What do you see in her? She learned. Zhu Xún Táo nodded rapidly. Exactly. What do you see in me? I'll change. Xiao Jingzhan paused, then unexpectedly said, I love Tao Tao because she is Tao Tao. With those words, Zhu Yinyan collapsed in despair, while Zhu Xún Táo froze. Her face darkened instantly. You, like me. Xiao Jingzhan. Now that Zhu Yinyan was gone, even if these were his true feelings, Xiao Jingzhan suddenly found himself unable to speak them aloud. Humph. Zhu Xún Táo scoffed coldly. Just days ago, Xiao Jingzhan had looked at her with eyes that were neither here nor there, cold, distant, dismissive. Every time she visited the Marquis mansion to see the Lady Dowager, Xiao Jingzhan wore an expression as if to say, why are you back again? Good heavens! How could he dare tell Zhu Yinyan that he loved Zhu Xún Táo instead? Suspecting Zhu Xún Táo might have misunderstood him, Xiao Jingzhan retracted his gaze, uncertain how to explain. Without an explanation from Xiao Jingzhan, Zhu Xún Tao's temper finally snapped. Shut, don't get angry. No one will take care of you if you fall ill. As a female lead, did she need reason to treat her how the male lead wished? No. So the script has changed. No more sweet romance, now it's a tragic love story where she runs, he chases, and she has nowhere to flee. As she thought further, Zhu Xún Tao's face twisted into a grimace, as if making a funny face. This batch of leads was uncooperative, the male lead was difficult, and as a mere background character, she was truly miserable. Feeling the same emotional weight, Xiao Jingzhan yielded to his impulse, and gently ruffled Zhu Xún Tao's hair. Don't overthink it. Just wait for me to come claim you, okay? The completely off-kilter Zhu Xún Táo was struck by that single low melodic instrument like, okay. A jolt of electricity shot up her spine straight to the back of her head. Zhu Xún Táo clenched her fists, forcing her heart to stop racing wildly. Then summoning the shy demeanor of a bride-to-be, she lowered her voice. I won't say more. I'm going back now. Oh my goodness, thank heavens I kept my composure and didn't fall for Xiao Jingzhan. If I'd lost control and fallen for him, would I even survive? Back in her room, Zhu Xún Táo downed a whole pot of cold tea to calm herself. Heaven, I didn't even know I was a voice fetishist. I'm going to die from this. When Mrs. Sun entered with a furious stride, Zhū Xún Táo looked up and said seriously, whatever you plan to do, I'll cooperate. Zhū Xún Táo was not someone who lacked self-awareness. Her resolve wasn't strong before. She had only valued appearance. But today Xiao Jingzhan had awakened another trait. She was now a voice fetishist. She never dared underestimate the heroine's halo nor the male lead's charm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have carefully controlled her eyes, avoiding looking at Xiao Jingzhan, even though she was his fiancée. Looking too often might stir feelings. After all, Xiao Jingzhan was truly outstanding. Before marriage, their distance was wide, and she had managed to avoid any real contact. The idea of love growing over time hadn't even occurred between them. Under different circumstances, however, that might not hold true. The Marquis house has arrived today to set a wedding date. If I truly become Xiao Jingzhan's wife, living day and night under the same roof, sharing the same bed, it is certain that trouble will arise. She is not that pure-hearted. She only wishes to play her role as a supporting character who exits early without intending to replace Zhū Xún as the protagonist. Survival is the priority. If she does not step back soon, Zhū Xún Táo fears for her life. Mrs. Sun, who had not yet had time to express her anger, was taken aback. Do you know what you are saying? Zhū Xún Táo replied, whether I know what I am saying is not important, to what matters is that you must know what you are doing. Mrs. Sun reined in her temper. It seems you have indeed taken my words to heart, always putting your sister first. Since your sister loves the young Marquis, you should indeed yield him to her. Regarding this matter, if you take the initiative, your sister and I will never forget your kindness. If you disagree, the final outcome will not change, and you will end up in an unfavorable position. Praise is not enough, she must be frightened further. Mrs. Sun did not believe Zhū Xún Táo was not attracted to Xiao Jingzhan or unmoved by the marriage proposal from the Marquis house. If this marriage were unsatisfactory, would she have bothered to expend such effort for her beloved daughter? Zhū Xún Táo paid no heed to Mrs. Sun's words, which were as meaningless as farting. Her departure was never to become a supportive sister figure. She simply wished to fulfill her role peacefully before retiring to a peaceful life. Xiao Jingzhan is admirable, but living people are far more troublesome than the dead. She was an abandoned infant from birth. She trusted neither marital bonds nor maternal or filial relationships. In modern times, she chose not to marry. In ancient times, she must marry, so she would rather wed a deceased person. It would be far more appealing. I will cooperate with your plan, but you must also agree to one of my demands. She and her birth mother were not engaged in one-sided sacrifice. Rather, they cooperated mutually, each obtaining what they desired. Mrs. Sun raised her eyebrows, feeling she had praised too early. What do you want? Things belonging to your sister, you had better not even think about touching them. Rest assured. Zhū Xún Táo reassured Mrs. Sun, what I want is definitely something Zhū Xún would never want. I heard the emperor was heartbroken over Yu Wang dying on the battlefield for the great Yong dynasty with no one by his side. I wish to become Yu Wang's wife. Speaking, Zhū Xún Táo added, if I become Yu Wang's wife, the emperor must compensate the Zhū family. Things beneficial to the Zhū family father will not oppose. She had even resolved her birth mother's concerns, leaving her mother no reason to refuse. Moreover, this was originally the ending arranged by her mother and Zhū Xún for her in the book. Mrs. Sun was initially disbelieving, then puzzled. You. Truly. Why? Why would she prefer to be a widow to Yu Wang rather than marry such a desirable suitor as the young Marquis? There is no reason. However, Mrs. Sun knew that no matter what, Zhū Xún Táo would not joke about such a matter with her. If the marriage with Yu Wang were truly sought, and Zhū Xún Táo later reneged, that would be an act of deceiving the sovereign. Without decapitation of 9 generations, Zhū Xún Tao's life would certainly be forfeit. Zhū Xún Táo scoffed. When you gave birth to me, due to the large size of the fetus, you nearly lost your life. Although both mother and daughter survived afterward, you lost the ability to bear children, forcing you to watch father take one concubine after another, watching other women bear children for him. The path you walked, why would I wish to tread it again? For this reason, since the day she was born, her mother harbored hatred toward her, hatred that lasted until today. Think about it, marrying a deceased person is quite good. In the future, within the Wang mansion, I will be the only master. The king has lived only one life, and I will be his only woman, bringing no trouble to me. Becoming Yu Wang's wife, status is secured, wealth is secured. Why would I not wish for it? Mrs. Sun was nearly convinced, but the men of the Marquis house do not take concubines. She even gave up the prospect of a son-in-law, the crown prince, solely because of the extraordinary loyalty of the Xiao family men toward women. If she could find a soulmate to grow old with together, immense power and status could be relinquished. Habits can change. The fact that they do not take concubines now does not mean they will never do so in the future. Zhū Xún Táo found it tiresome to explain so clearly to Mrs. Sun and brushed her off with an excuse. Xiao Jingzhan is the male protagonist, while Zhū Xún is the female protagonist. If a supporting character forcibly tries to be with the male protagonist, will she not be reduced to ashes? In the face of survival, lifelong monogamy is not worth mentioning, is it? Besides, by becoming Yu Wang's wife, she would still have a partner. The outcome is the same. There is no need to obsess over whether the partner is alive or dead. As a supporting character, she is this broad-minded. Now can we discuss your plan? With my cooperation, your plan will proceed more smoothly. Their goals were aligned. There was no need for her mother and Zhū Xún to play tricks with her. My original plan was to knock you unconscious on the day you marry Xiao Jingzhan and have your sister wear the wedding dress and ride in the bridal sedan. People from the Marquis house would not discover the bride was not Zhū Xún Táo until after the wedding ceremony and entering the bridal chamber. The marriage would be established and the difference would be negligible. That would work. Zhū Xún Táo nodded in agreement. Ancient weddings were so troublesome. The bride's face was hidden beneath the wedding veil, making it easy for mistakes to occur. The trope of riding into the wrong sedan chair, which she had seen many times in modern TV shows and novels, had finally become reality. All right, I agree. With such a plan in place, Zhū Xún Táo immediately expressed her full cooperation. If Zhū Xún remains undiscovered on the bridal sedan, the Marquis house would not notice the discrepancy. But what about my marriage to you, Wang? I must be certain my position as Wang's wife is secure before Zhū Xún can firmly take her place as the young Marquis' wife. Understood. Regarding you, Wang, I will go discuss it with your father. A thought arose in Mrs. Sun's mind, perfectly aligning with Zhū Xún Tao's earlier musings. If Yu Wang's marriage could also be arranged, the Zhū family could celebrate double joy by marrying off both daughters on the same day. Marrying off one daughter had already caused chaos within the household. If both daughters were married together, the mistake of the wrong bride becoming even more plausible, as no one would suspect deliberate interference rather than an accident. Agreed, I await your result. Zhū Xún Táo reminded Mrs. Sun. Whether Zhū Xún becomes the young Marquis' wife entirely depends on whether you can persuade your father today. Impudent. Mrs. Sun glared at Zhū Xún Táo. Remember the respect you owe your sister. I will not hold this against you today, but if it happens again. Zhū Xún Táo waved her hand, urging Mrs. Sun to quickly go see Father Zhū. Punishment. Throughout her life, apart from being strict about clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, when had her mother ever made her feel humbled? What did you say? Upon hearing Madame Sun's words, Lord Zhū asked directly if she was unwell. If you're feeling under the weather, summon a physician to take a look. Madame Sun's face darkened. My lord, I am not jesting. I am entirely serious. I do not consent. Refusing to back down, Madame Sun stood her ground, and Lord Zhū flatly rejected her proposal. All these years I have devoted nearly all my energy to Yenner. How could I possibly allow Yenner to marry a dead man, even if he were a prince? If he were alive, I might consider it. Prince Yu was the current emperor's own brother, sharing a deep bond with his majesty. The military power of the court was originally divided into two factions, one held by the Yongjing Marquis Manor, the other by Prince Yu. After Prince Yu's death, the emperor dispatched others to take over. A prince with military power as a son-in-law would naturally be satisfactory. But a deceased prince stripped of his command could never match his eldest legitimate daughter. Did I not tell you before? I have better plans for Yenner. You need not trouble yourself over Yenner's marriage. Lord Zhū grew angry, believing Madame Sun was meddling. Flicking his sleeves, Lord Zhū regained some composure. The marriage to Prince Yu is neither good nor bad. A daughter of the Zhū family could marry him, but from your lips Yenner's name should never have come. If you came to me today and said Xu Táo was betrothed to Prince Yu, I could believe your words and consider your proposal. Son, what scheme are you plotting? Lord Zhū had groomed Zhū Xún for the imperial harem from the start. From the very beginning, Lord Zhū intended to form a marriage alliance with the royal family, eyeing the crown prince as his son-in-law. Though Lord Zhū had never explicitly mentioned this to Madame Sun, he believed she shared his vision. The sudden emergence of Prince Yu as a candidate was unlike Madame Sun's usual methods. Ridiculed so bluntly by Lord Zhū, Madame Sun's face burned with embarrassment. Fortunately, she retained enough composure to know that if Lord Zhū discovered her true plan, he would never agree. Between her husband and her daughter, Madame Sun ultimately chose Zhū Xún, setting aside Lord Zhū's grand scheme for the time being. After all, the young Marquis Xiao was still a son-in-law of the Zhū family. Prince Yu might not match the crown prince, but he was far better than many other men. In any case, these two marriage alliances would not be a loss for the Zhū family. Your concubine means nothing else. It is all for you, my lord, and for the Zhū family. Prince Yu died early, and the emperor feels indebted to him. Whoever becomes his in-laws will surely earn his majesty's favor. A daughter's role is nothing more than this. Sooner or later, she must marry. Naturally, she should marry someone who can aid her family and ensure her own comfort. Enough. Lord Zhū cut Madame Sun off. No matter how excellent Prince Yu may be, you cannot make Yenner marry a dead man. The more she spoke, the more hollow it sounded. Madame Sun gritted her teeth. Are there not two young ladies in our manor? What about the fifth daughter? Fine, let Zhū Songyan be betrothed to Prince Yu. She still felt that having her daughter betrothed to Prince Yu, even if only in name, never to become reality, was inauspicious. If all that bad luck could be heaped upon Zhū Songyan's head, then she would have no problem at all. Have you lost your mind? Lord Zhū's beard quivered with rage. Yenner has not yet reached the age of 15. How could she marry Prince Yu? Regardless of sentiment, the ages alone were unsuitable. Given the emperor's stance, he will surely choose a suitable match for Prince Yu this year. Yenner is not appropriate. Even if he agreed, the emperor would not. The most crucial point was his youngest daughter's age. If he truly pushed his youngest daughter forward, he could not escape the infamy of selling his daughter for personal gain. Not that I ever intended to, but even if I did to avoid such filth, I would change my mind. Huh, Madame Sun sneered. You truly dote on Zhū Xún. What is Zhū Xún Táo not your own flesh and blood? Her ears were not deaf, nor her mind addled. Just now my lord had said that if Zhū Xún Táo were betrothed to Prince Yu, he would consider it. Now that it was Zhū Xún, instead my lord rejected it without a second thought. Why? Thinking of how her own daughter was so unequally treated by Lord Zhū, Madame Sun felt a surge of injustice. Silence. Understanding Madame Sun's insinuation, Lord Zhū's expression shifted. How have I been unkind to Xún Táo? Without me, Zhū Xún Táo would not even have had the chance to live, let alone become the second young lady of the Zhū family and enjoy all the riches and honors of the world. Enjoy all the riches and honors. Hearing this, Madame Sun's expression twisted, half in mockery, half in disbelief. Indeed, she did not believe that her husband was unaware of how she treated Zhū Xún Táo or what kind of life Zhū Xún Táo led. This time Lord Zhū steadied himself. The inner quarters of the Zhū manor are all under your management. You are Zhū Xún Tao's birth mother. If Zhū Xún Táo lives poorly, the fault lies with you, not with me. Not with you, only with me. Madame Sun's voice rose as she retorted to Lord Zhū. Husband utters such words, and do you think Zhū Xún Táo would believe you? Go say it at your father's grave. Do you think he would believe you? Years ago, it was only because the elder Lord Zhū could not bear Madame Sun's cold treatment of Zhū Xún Táo and Lord Zhū's indifference that Zhū Xún Táo, who had both parents, was like a rootless weed struggling to survive in the Zhū manor. Otherwise, why would the elder Lord Zhū, a man, have taken young Zhū Xún Táo to raise himself? Raising children was always the business of the women in the inner quarters. Given Lord Zhū and Madame Sun's attitude toward Zhū Xún Táo, the servants, adept at reading the wind, naturally slighted her. Without the elder Lord Zhū's upbringing, young and helpless Zhū Xún Táo would have found mere survival exceedingly difficult. Such a childhood for Zhū Xún Táo was described by Lord Zhū as enjoying all the riches and honors of the world. Even Madame Sun, who favored Zhū Yingyin, could not say that Zhū Xún Táo was fortunate to be born into the Zhū family. Son, are you rebelling against me? Accustomed to Madame Sun's recent obedience, Lord Zhū was greatly annoyed by her sudden return to the stubborn, quarrelsome ways of her youth. What's past is past. Zhū Xún Táo herself does not bring it up. Why are you getting red-eyed with me here? Are you a loving mother? Also, you had best not meddle in the relationship between me and Zhū Xún Táo, let alone fan the flames in front of her. If I find out you are sowing discord between father and daughter, you will have no good coming your way. After uttering these words, the master stormed off, unwilling to exchange another word with Madame Sun. Seeing him in such a state, Madame Sun, disregarding her dignity, collapsed onto the table and wept bitterly. Although her husband bestowed all his importance upon Yenner, he lavished all his affection upon the children of those vixens. Among the three daughters, only Zhū Xún was doted upon as a precious jewel by him. Not even her own Yenner received such treatment. Reflecting on this, how could Madame Sun's heart not ache? As for the master, Madame Sun had failed to obtain the answer she desired. Thus, when Zhū Xún Táo next saw her, Madame Sun's gaze towards her grew increasingly resentful. Gazing at Madame Sun, who resembled a spurned wife, Zhū Xún Táo remained expressionless, unwilling to offer any opinion. All faults lay with the scoundrel. If blame was to be placed, her mother should blame the scoundrel father, not vent it on her innocent self. In her powerless youth, she hadn't wasted her breath arguing with her birth mother. Now that she had grown up and was no longer so easily killed, she was even less inclined to bare her heart to her mother. For in this life, one can never wake those who pretend to sleep. Madame Sun was not stupid. She understood such a simple truth. She simply chose not to understand. Unable to do anything to the scoundrel Zhū, she vented all her anger on her weak daughter. Zhū Xún Táo was thoroughly sick of the petty grievances between Madame Sun and the master. The reason she had so readily given up on Xiao Jingzhan and obediently played her role as the supporting female lead was precisely because she had grown up watching the turmoil between Madame Sun and the master. Romantic feelings and marital bonds were all utter nonsense. Speak, what's the situation? Zhū Xún Táo asked calmly. Aren't you nervous? Madame Sun didn't understand. Zhū Xún Táo was the one involved that her request had been rejected by her husband. Shouldn't Zhū Xún Táo be the most concerned? Why was she half dead with anger over the master's attitude, yet Zhū Xún Táo remained so composed? Would being nervous help? Zhū Xún Táo poured a cup of tea for Madame Sun. Madame Sun accepted without ceremony, for she was after all her mother. What was wrong with drinking a cup of water poured by Zhū Xún Táo? It was only Zhū Xún Tao's duty. Originally, I wanted your father to arrange for your sister to marry the prince of Yu, so you two could be wed on the same day. I understand. Zhū Xún Táo nodded. A case of the wrong bride marrying the right groom. What a splendid plot. The secret guard sent by the crown prince to monitor the Zhū residence nearly slipped off the roof when he heard Zhū Xún Táo so calmly facing Madame Sun's favoritism. Most importantly, what did she mean by the wrong bride marrying the right groom? Was the second Miss Zhū so unwilling to marry young Master Xiao that she preferred to become the widow of the deceased Prince of Yu? Thinking of Xiao Jingzhan's strikingly handsome face, the guard shook his head, truly unable to fathom the thoughts of these aristocratic ladies. When the crown prince received the news, he could only remark that it wasn't that the thoughts of aristocratic ladies were hard to understand, but that this particular second Miss Zhū, the auspicious star mentioned by Master Mingding, had a peculiar taste favoring only the dead. Thinking of Xiao Jingzhan, whose popularity among the official ladies was not inferior to his own, the crown prince sneered. So many women liked Xiao Jingzhan, yet he looked down on every single one. When he was betrothed to Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan paid her no mind. Now that Zhū Xún Táo was wholeheartedly scheming to become the widow of his uncle Yu, Xiao Jingzhan had started to panic, even using cunning tactics against him. Perhaps Zhū Xún Táo was not only the auspicious star of the Yong dynasty, but also Xiao Jingzhan's bane. The crown prince was quite happy to watch the drama unfold regarding his cousin Xiao Jingzhan. The crown prince could send secret guards to watch the Zhū residence, but the Marquis' residence could not do the same. Thus, if Xiao Jingzhan wanted news of Zhū Xún Táo, he had to go through the outside of the crown prince. Feeling the mockery in the crown prince's gaze upon him, Xiao Jingzhan felt powerless to resist laugh on he supposed he had met his match in Zhū Xún Táo. Soon Xiao Jingzhan brought the topic back. Madame Sun and Zhu Yingyan will not let this rest. Indeed they won't. The crown prince continued with derision. Madame Sun and Zhu Yingyan are jumping around frantically, but the victim Zhū Xún Táo is particularly cooperative. She practically wishes she could give Madame Sun and Zhu Yingyan advice just to ensure that the one who marries you that day is Zhu Yingyan, not herself. Did Zhū Xún Táo perhaps meet my Uncle Yu in the past? A young girl, inexperienced, and Uncle Yu indeed has his exceptional qualities. So is there a possibility that Zhū Xún Táo genuinely wishes to marry my Uncle Yu out of true affection? Xiao Jingzhan's face darkened beyond compare. Impossible, Your Highness. This is not amusing, so please stop this jest. Your servant dares to assert that Cao Tao has never met the Prince of Yu or any member of the imperial family. Has Your Highness forgotten that at the Marquis' residence that day, it was also Cao Tao's first meeting with you? When the elder master Zhu took Zhū Xún Táo with him, they were always at the countryside estate. After the elder master died, Zhū Xún Táo returned to the residence, and Madame Sun never took her out to socialize with anyone, let alone the imperial family. Zhū Xún Táo didn't even know any other nobles. As the old saying goes, the reason Zhū Xún Táo could get to know the top-tier members of the Marquis' household was also thanks to the elder master Zhu. Without the elder master Zhu, upon returning to the capital, Zhū Xún Táo would have been invisible under Madame Sun's oppression. How could such a Zhū Xún Táo have had the chance to meet the Prince of Yu and fall for him at first sight? The crown prince refused to give up. Xiao Jingzhan had been steady and pragmatic since childhood, often praised by the emperor. The emperor's assessment of the crown prince's own son was half praise and half criticism. In short, the emperor's evaluation of Xiao Jingzhan was far higher than his evaluation of the crown prince. Finally having a chance to see Xiao Jingzhan's discomfort, the crown prince was unwilling to let it go. Tell me, is there another possibility? That Zhū Xún Táo saw my Uncle Yu, but Uncle Yu didn't know who she was. Uncle Yu was once a young general. When he returned victorious, the spectacle made countless aristocratic ladies swoon over him. Perhaps Zhū Xún Táo saw him, then fell in love at first sight, and could never forget him. Xiao Jingzhan suppressed the jealousy ignited by the crown prince's description. Is Your Highness curious whether Cao Tao truly has feelings for the Prince of Yu, or rather whether the one who ultimately marries me will be Cao Tao or Zhu Yingyan? Cao Tao is the most uncooperative bride in history. If Cao Tao were to hinder Your Highness, then it's possible my bride might indeed have to be changed. Ask the crown prince if he is afraid. He certainly wouldn't want a different bride, but would the crown prince want one? Your servant is Your Highness's subject and of course defers to your will. If Your Highness deems it acceptable, then your servant will reluctantly try to accept the change. The crown prince hadn't held the upper hand for even a cup of tea's time before being dragged back down by Xiao Jingzhan. Though the crown prince had harbored a fleeting suspicion toward Xiao Jingzhan, because of Zhū Xún Tao's words, the bond of years as ruler and subject, as brothers, ultimately suppressed this doubt. The future could change at any moment, and that change began with Zhū Xún Táo. Find an opportunity to engage with Zhū Xún Táo more, probe her a little. I wish to know in the storybooks. Zhū Xún Táo reads, how exactly did I become your enemy? This single point struck the crown prince as utterly inconceivable. The crown prince's trust in Xiao Jingzhan was something he could not even extend to his own blood brother. With such profound friendship, how could they ever turn against each other? Your servant accepts this command. Xiao Jingzhan had been seeking an excuse to visit Zhū Xún Táo, and the crown prince had handed him a perfect one. However, there is another matter that Your Highness must resolve swiftly. What matter? The crown prince looked at Xiao Jingzhan. Was there anything more pressing than Zhū Xún Táo? Little did Zhū Xún Táo know of their secret plotting, for she was currently troubled by her impending marriage to Prince Yu. She certainly wouldn't mind playing matchmaker. But if she helped Zhou Yingyan marry Xiao Jingzhan only to end up unable to marry Prince Yu herself, facing punishment, or being wed to someone far worse, wouldn't that be a tragic fate? From beginning to end, Zhū Xún Tao's priority was her own well-being, not fulfilling the role of supporting character for Zhou Yingyan. Since her own situation was unresolved, Zhū Xún Táo certainly wouldn't offer the cooperation that Madame Sun and Zhou Yingyan desired. If she didn't apply some pressure, they would continue to treat her like a soft persimmon, taking without giving. Madame Sun and Zhou Yingyan both felt the weight of Zhū Xún Tao's pressure. Sensing Zhū Xún Tao's newfound assertiveness, Zhou Yingyan's eyes darkened with malice. Mother, Zhū Xún Táo has grown bold. A Zhū Xún Táo like this needed to be put in her place. Only after being thoroughly disciplined would she return to her former obedient self. As her sister, this was the only use Zhū Xún Táo had left. If even this final shred of purpose was lost, did she have any reason to exist? Madame Sun frowned in disagreement. Zhū Xún Táo is not as weak as you imagine. The idea of subduing Zhū Xún Táo had occurred to Madame Sun even before Zhou Yingyan mentioned it. Madame Sun had already made her move against Zhū Xún Táo before Zhou Yingyan even spoke. Yet now she discovered that despite being the lady of the house, she could no longer interfere in Zhū Xún Tao's affairs. Even if she forced arrangements, Zhū Xún Táo, if displeased, would bypass her entirely and go directly to the steward. And the steward only heeded Master Zhu's orders, leaving Madame Sun powerless. With Zhū Xún Tao's daily needs no longer dependent on Madame Sun, what leverage did she have left to control her? It was only when the steward reminded her that Madame Sun realized back when she controlled everything in Zhū Xún Tao's courtyard, the girl had been unusually silent. That memory of obedience now seemed veiled and missed, a hollow illusion. In short, Madame Sun understood that for now she could not touch Zhū Xún Táo. Is weakness the point? What matters is that her very existence offends my sight. Zhou Yingyan pursed her lips. Mother, if it's inconvenient for you to handle Zhū Xún Táo, then leave it be. Marrying Xiao Shizhi is my own affair. But remember, Mother, it was Zhū Xún Táo who first betrayed and toyed with me. She showed no mercy, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Whatever I do to her, even if you condemn me, I will have no regrets. Madame Sun sighed. You are the one I have cherished most in this life. How could I ever blame you for someone else? In Madame Sun's words, her own biological daughter, Zhū Xún Táo, was reduced to merely someone else. Zhou Yingyan was not surprised by Madame Sun's words. She had anticipated this reaction. In her past life, when Zhū Xún Táo married Xiao Jingzhan, she lived a life of great prosperity. Whenever Madame Sun spoke of it to Zhou Yingyan, it was only with jealousy and resentment, never a shred of genuine blessing. All of Zhou Yingyan's schemes and entitlement towards Zhū Xún Táo were predicated on her certainty that Madame Sun would stand unconditionally by her side. Mother, you are so good to me. What fortune must I have amassed to be worthy of being your daughter? Zhou Yingyan's words were spoken with genuine emotion. In both lives, Zhou Yingyan had never found anyone who treated her better or more sincerely than Madame Sun. Madame Sun tightened her embrace around Zhou Yingyan as if she had made a resolution. In my heart, there has always been only you, my child. Mother. Zhou Yingyan nestled in Madame Sun's arms, seeking comfort, finding a moment of peace and happiness. Yet this fleeting tranquility was soon eclipsed by the hatred and ambition festering in her heart. Did giving up on the crown prince to marry Xiao Jingzhan mean she could never become the most esteemed woman in the realm? That was not necessarily so. There is always a way around every obstacle. Choosing a new worthy partner was not only for a better love, but also to ascend to a higher position than in her past life. She believed that with Xiao Jingzhan's capabilities, she would surely achieve her desires, and she looked forward to it. Second Miss Uncle Qian has returned. He's waiting at the back gate. Would you like to see him? Zhu Yue quietly brought the news to Zhū Xún Táo. Uncle Qian is back. Zhū Xún Tao's eyes lit up, a vibrant glow spreading across her face, making her appear much more lively. Uncle Qian was a legacy left to Zhū Xún Táo by the elder Lord Zhu, and naturally her feelings for him were special. In truth, the entire Zhu household combined could not rival Uncle Qian's place in Zhū Xún Tao's heart. I'll go see him. Wait, how could Zhū Xún Táo possibly wait? Uncle Qian had been sent on her errand to search for something, and he had been gone for over half a year. Thinking that Uncle Qian, now well into his 30s, was still a bachelor, Zhū Xún Táo felt a deep sense of guilt. In the past, her circumstances were too dire. She had wished to give Uncle Qian a better life, but her means were insufficient. Now, she was not short of silver. It was time to find Uncle Qian a wife, have a chubby baby, and let him enjoy the simple bliss of a family. Uncle Qian, you're back. You. Seeing him as disheveled as a beggar, Zhū Xún Tao's throat tightened and her eyes reddened. The sight of the child he had watched grow up on the verge of tears was pitiable. Uncle Qian quickly comforted her. Miss, don't cry. I may look a bit grubby, but I'm perfectly fine. All along the way I used the silver you gave me, and kept your words close to my heart. I ate well, drank well, and never neglected myself. Zhū Xún Táo sniffled. Uncle Qian, you're lying. You've lost weight. Uncle Qian scratched his head and gave a simple, honest smile. Traveling far from home, one is bound to endure the hardships of wind and dew and makeshift meals. But it's fine. Once I return, a few days of good food and drink will restore my weight. By the way, miss, I might have found the item you were looking for. See if this is the one. Uncle Qian had brought only a single sample with him for the convenience of Zhū Xún Tao's inspection. Seeing the golden yellow object clutched in Uncle Qian's hand, Zhū Xún Tao's eyes sparkled. Uncle Qian, you are truly amazing. This is it. Uncle Qian let out a long sigh of relief. It was for this small clod of earth that the young lady had sent him to search far and wide. This search had taken 3 whole years. It wasn't that Uncle Qian was truly stingy or intended to mistreat himself. However, he was meticulous with every coin he spent, for he was acutely aware that all the silver he used was money the young lady had scrimped from her own provisions. The more he spent, the harder her life became. Conversely, if he was frugal, she wouldn't have to be so harsh with herself. Miss, what is to be done with this thing now that we've found it? Having spent so many years and so much effort, Uncle Qian truly couldn't see what was so rare about this object that resembled a lump of earth. Although a fair amount of silver had been spent in the search, it hadn't cost much to actually acquire the items. Otherwise, no matter how much he saved, the young lady wouldn't have been able to afford such expenses. Plant it. Zhū Xún Tao's eyes glistened. Uncle Qian, don't underestimate this thing. Once you plant it, you'll understand its power when it's time for the harvest. Calculating the time, Zhū Xún Tao smiled. Uncle Qian, your timing in finding it is perfect, and bringing it back now is just right. I'll write down the planting method. When you return, find a few experienced farm hands to cultivate it in the small estate my grandfather left me. All right. Uncle Qian never doubted Zhū Xún Tao's decisions and agreed readily. But just as he was about to leave with the planting instructions, his lifted step faltered with hesitation. Uncle Qian, why are you holding back with me? Zhū Xún Tao noticed. Whatever it is, just say it. There are few people in this world I can trust, and you are one of them. Uncle Qian smiled. The young lady and her late father were both good people. Miss, you asked me to look into a scholar when I passed through Yuzhou. If he was in any trouble, to lend a hand if possible. Yes, what about it? Zhū Xún Tao naturally remembered this matter. After awakening, she knew she was a supporting female character, and a host of cannon-fodder passers-by surfaced in her mind. Others she could ignore, but Feng Nanshan's name was the first to appear in her thoughts. Although she didn't know when Uncle Qian would return, judging by the letters he had sent, his journey back would inevitably pass through Yuzhou, where Feng Nantian lived. So Zhū Xún Tao had simply sent a letter instructing Uncle Qian to check on Feng Nantian. His situation was not good. When I went to see him, he was being beaten. If not for your orders, and had I not come upon him, that scholar would likely have died that day. Zhū Xún Tao paused. She had awakened too late. Zhū Yingyan had already been reborn for several years before she remembered everything. With her thoughts in turmoil, the timeline in her mind was also unclear. So was Feng Nanshan's death in the book supposed to happen this month? That didn't seem right. As far as she remembered, Feng Nanshan's demise should have been in the spring of the following year. Was she confused from having transmigrated into a book, or was it the confusion of being born into this world? How is that scholar now? Zhū Xún Tao's head began to ache. Her role as the cannon-fodder supporting female character in the book was not substantial. After making way for Zhū Yingyan and marrying Prince Yu, her name was only mentioned in passing. She was satisfied with that. As for Feng Nanshan, he was miserable, far more miserable than she was. A beautiful wife, beloved children, high office, and a generous salary. That wonderful life was completely destroyed by Zhū Yingyan's interference, all transferred to Song Zichuan. Song Zichuan's success in the imperial examinations and his supposed brilliance were too much a matter of stolen glory, leaving him with a guilty conscience. Thus, when Feng Nantian came to the capital, Song Zichuan found a pretext, struck, first pinned a crime on him, and had him killed. But when Uncle Qian met Feng Nanshan, wasn't he still in Yuzhou? Not yet in the capital. Furthermore, in recent times, she hadn't heard of Song Zichuan using Feng Nantian to gain any particular prominence in the capital. Feng Nanshan's timeline was all wrong. After pondering for a long time, Zhū Xún Tao finally figured out the situation. In the book, on the day the Buyao was destroyed, the Marquis' wife entered the palace to inform the Empress. The Empress then resolved to defy Grand Madame Sheng's wishes and find another suitable wife for Xiao Jingzhan. The next day, according to plan, Xiao Miluo accompanied Zhū Yingyan to a jewelry store and then to a bookshop for calligraphy supplies. There they coincidentally met Song Zichuan and found an essay he had accidentally dropped. After reading it, Xiao Miluo fell in love with Song Zichuan at first sight. Thus, under the guise of Zhū Yingyan's cover, they began a secret and close relationship. According to this development, Song Zichuan at this time should have been wholly focused on Xiao Miluo, determined to win her over for his moon-like love, Zhū Yingyan. Song Zichuan's true love was Zhū Yingyan, but Zhū Yingyan was destined to marry Xiao Jingzhan. Moreover, Song Zichuan was clever. He knew very well the kind of wealthy and noble life he would have if he married Xiao Miluo. It was easy to imagine that in his dealings with Xiao Miluo, he was giving his utmost, pouring all his energy into her. He barely had enough time to court Xiao Miluo, so how could he spare any to deal with Feng Nantian? The problem was that after her awakening, which coincided with the broken buyao and the annulled engagement, events began to deviate from the original course. The Marquis's wife wasn't displeased with her and even found something to hold against Zhū Xún. As for Xiao Miluo, who was once inseparable from Zhū Xún, she inexplicably rejected Zhū Xún's invitation. Forget about a chance encounter with Song Zichuan. Recently, it seemed Xiao Miluo hadn't even stepped foot out of the Marquis's manor. As for Song Zichuan, under Zhū Xún's arrangement, he had shifted his target, trying to start a kite-flying romance with her. Everything was in chaos. Song Zichuan had failed to lure any woman. So frustrated and guilty, he had taken the time to deal with Feng Nantian early. So she said Feng Nantian was the truly miserable one, she couldn't compare. Zhū Xún Tao's original intention was that since they were both cannon fodder sacrificed by the female lead, one cannon fodder, helping another, she didn't mind giving Feng Nantian a hand. She couldn't help him reclaim his essays and his life, but she could certainly try to save his life. And this attempt succeeded. I brought him back to the capital. If I had left that scholar in Yuzhou, it would have been a wasted rescue. He couldn't stay there. Someone was determined to finish him off. Uncle Qian spent Zhū Xún Tao's money with extreme frugality, saving every coin. He not only saved Feng Nantian, but also took him along, which incurred considerable expenses. Uncle Qian spent Zhū Xún Tao's money with extreme frugality, saving every coin. He not only saved Feng Nantian, but also took him along, which incurred considerable expenses. When Uncle Qian rescued Feng Nantian, the latter had already been beaten nearly to death. Seeing a doctor and administering medicine cost a substantial sum of silver, making Uncle Qian wince in pain. What else could he do? Having rescued the person, he could not abandon him halfway. The reason for Uncle Qian's current destitute state upon returning was largely due to spending all his saved silver on Feng Nantian. If Uncle Qian took an extra bite, Feng Nantian would have no medicine to drink. Compared to Feng Nantian's life, Uncle Qian could only economize from his own mouth. Perfectly, Zhū Xún Táo understood exactly where Uncle Qian's hesitation lay. Uncle Qian was her person, raising a young stranger of approximately her own age. The silver used by Uncle Qian to raise the man was all hers. If this were discovered by others, it could be twisted against her, posing significant danger. However, since he had already rescued the person, Zhū Xún Táo could not possibly drive Uncle Qian away and leave him to his fate. Zhū Xún Táo took out a pouch and pressed it into Uncle Qian's hand. Uncle Qian, I have silver now. From now on, we don't need to live frugally as before. You eat well. Take care of Feng Nantian, don't worry about spending the silver. As soon as Uncle Qian touched the pouch, he knew it was filled with silver notes. But where did the young miss get such a large sum of money? Zhū Xún Táo held her chest high with pride. She had finally made good fortune and belonged to a wealthy family now. Thinking back to how she used to give Uncle Qian silver, often in small change including copper coins, Zhū Xún Táo felt pitiful about her past self. Uncle Qian, don't worry about me. I'm doing well now. If you don't believe me, ask Chiu Yu. If you want to help me, just take care of planting these things for me. Uncle Qian, the young miss is about to get married. The young miss. Uncle Qian was delighted. The young miss is to marry young Master Xiao. The Marquis house has finally agreed. Uncle Qian had always known that his young miss had been betrothed to the Yongjing Marquis house by her father. However, he also knew that besides the old Marquis and his wife, the others in the Marquis house did not particularly like their young miss. But it didn't matter. Her father had said that the Marquis house consisted of kind-hearted people. Once the young miss entered the Marquis house gates, everyone there would surely treat her well. Uncle Qian asked for nothing else. Thinking about the life his young miss had led in the Zhou family, he was certain she would fare much better after marrying into the Marquis house. Thus her father could rest assured in the afterlife. Chiu Yu, held back by Zhū Xún Táo, nodded vigorously to answer Uncle Qian. Fearing that Chiu Yu might say too much and cause Uncle Qian to feel heartbroken upon learning the truth, Zhū Xún Táo interjected. Uncle Qian, after I get married, leave the Zhou family with me. From now on, follow me, and I'll ensure you live in luxury. Uncle Qian, I'll even help you find a wife and watch you hold your grandchild. Uncle Qian's old face flushed red, embarrassed by the young miss's words. Good, after the young miss marries, as long as the young master and miss-in-law don't mind, I'll follow you. It's getting late, I'll go back first. By now that young Master Feng should have woken up. Before coming, he had worried that Feng Nantian, injured and traveling back to the capital with him, was in very poor health. With the silver provided by the young miss, he could not only arrange for planting those clods of earth, but also buy better supplements for himself and young Master Feng. Watching Uncle Qian leave in high spirits, Zhū Xún Tao's smile never faded from her lips. Suddenly Chiu Yu came back to her senses. Miss, how do you know Master Feng? Who is that Master Feng? I've been by the young miss's side since childhood. How could I not know there's such a Master Feng? Zhū Xún Táo pinched Chiu Yu's lips and reminded her, Chiu Yu, remember, there is no Master Feng. She could not possibly know Feng Nantian. No matter how she explained it, it made no sense. Zhū Xún Táo was not afraid of Uncle Qian and Chiu Yu knowing about this huge loophole, but she did not want others to know. Otherwise, even with 18 mouths, she could not explain it. Once she bore such a heavy stain on her character, even if she did not mind that Prince Yu was a dead man, the royal family would never allow Prince Yu to marry a woman with damaged reputation. She always had a major precondition when helping others, not harming her own interests. Qiu Yu's face turned pale as if realizing something. Miss, don't worry, Yu, I know nothing, Yu, I heard nothing. Very good. Zhū Xún Táo patted Qiu Yu's head. Just pretend you know nothing, and you need not be afraid. Yes, miss. This time Qiu Yu was truly obedient. She feared that if she spoke recklessly she would harm her young miss, she would rather die herself. Naturally, the scene of Zhū Xún Táo meeting Uncle Qian reached the crown prince's ears. However, Uncle Qian's situation was easy to investigate. He was an orphan found and raised by Elder Zhū when he was young. After Elder Zhū's death, Uncle Qian took Zhū Xún Táo as his master and often went out. Besides that, there was nothing unusual about Uncle Qian. The fact that Uncle Qian had contact with Zhū Xún Táo was even easier to understand. Wasn't it just a returning servant reporting to his mistress? It was an ordinary matter. Thus the crown prince paid no mind to Uncle Qian's return, completely missing a tremendous piece of good news and meeting it half a year late. Really, the crown prince treated Uncle Qian's return as an ordinary matter, but the same thing falling into the ears of those with ulterior motives had completely different effects. Really, Xiaofan nodded. My younger brother saw it with his own eyes, it must be true. Zhu Yin's eyes flashed with excitement. I was just worried about not finding a way to get hold of her, but the leverage came right to me. Indeed, heaven is on my side, and willing to help me. When her young mistress said this, Xiaofan was somewhat puzzled. Leverage? What leverage? How could she not see that there was any leverage in the whole matter? Zhu Yin gave Xiaofan a cold glance. Loyal enough, but not bright enough. She should replace her maid. It was just that the particular maid she most wanted had not yet appeared. Otherwise, how could Xiaofan by her side be this Xiaofan? You don't need to worry about anything else, just do as I say. Zhu Yin whispered into Xiaofan's ear, and then handed her a pouch of silver. This silver is for your brother to use. Once it's successful, you and your brother will surely be rewarded. Xiaofan tightly gripped the heavy silver in his hands, delighted. Don't worry, miss. This small matter will certainly be handled properly by my elder brother. I would not dare to disappoint your favor. Go on. She could hardly wait to hear good news. The 6 rites between Xiao Jingzhan and Zhū Xún Táo had already completed the betrothal gifts and date-setting ceremonies. Their wedding was scheduled for the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, a propitious day when both people and moon are reunited. With barely over a month until Xiao Jingzhan came to fetch Zhū Xún Táo into his home, Zhu Yin's anxiety was palpable. Even though Zhu Yin had heard multiple times from Lady Sun that Zhū Xún Táo was willing to cooperate with their plans, as long as they promised her marriage to Prince Yu afterward, her confidence wavered. Previously, Zhu Yin had been quite confident in collaborating with Zhū Xún Táo, but lately she faced constant misfortune. She couldn't guarantee anything to Zhū Xún Táo, and wouldn't dare either. Between them it had always been about what Zhu Yin wanted, never what Zhū Xún Táo refused. Once Zhū Xún Táo spoke those words, it effectively reversed their hierarchy, and Zhu Yin found herself utterly unwilling to accept it. In frustration, even decided she'd marry Xiao Jingzhan. But if Prince Yu's wife were to be someone else, especially under such unpleasant circumstances, Zhū Xún Táo would never have a chance. Since Zhū Xún Táo failed to understand her own worthiness, Zhu Yin resolved to teach her a lesson, to remind her who truly held authority over whom. Within just one night, a sudden wind swept through the capital city. As if coordinated by design, everyone discussed the same thing. The younger sister of the Zhou family, set to marry young master Xiao next month, was accused of violating propriety, raising an outsider in her country estate. This man had a close relationship with the second miss of the Zhou household, who knew whether she'd already lost her virtue. Surely young master Xiao wouldn't want to wed a tarnished bride. This scandal spread at lightning speed to every corner of the capital. All heard every word, whether they should or shouldn't have. After court adjourned, Lord Zhou returned home with a dark face amidst questioning glances from fellow officials. He immediately summoned Zhū Xún Táo before him and smashed his favorite inkstone beside her feet. Ungrateful daughter. If you don't give me satisfactory explanation today, you'll end up smashing yourself against the stone steps at our entrance. Our Zhou family will never tolerate such a lewd daughter. Zhū Xún Táo knew all too well the rotten nature of her father. Without even asking questions first, he blamed her outright, which made Zhū Xún Táo too angry to respond. How can I provide an answer for something fabricated? What kind of explanation do you expect from me? Once the rumor spread, Uncle Qian arrived early at the back gate of the Zhou residence to ask Zhū Xún Táo what to do. Zhū Xún Táo instructed Qiu'er to tell him hold firm and do nothing. Carry on as usual. Shameless. Lady Sun happened to arrive just then and overhear Zhū Xún Tao's explanation. Her expression turned foul. The scandal you've committed is now known throughout the capital. You've brought shame upon us all. How can anyone consider marrying into our family after this? Who dares take a Zhou girl? Are you trying to ruin every woman in our clan? Zhū Xún Táo understood perfectly. So mother thinks I should die. Lady Sun sneered, I don't think you deserve to live. You're bringing death upon yourself. To preserve your reputation, and for the sake of other Zhū daughters. Even if you die, it would be justified. After all this disaster was created by you. Zhū Xún Táo smiled faintly. Because cooperation between her and them stalled at Prince Yu's wedding matter, her biological mother and the protagonist conspired together to eliminate her once and for all. The rumor claiming she kept an outsider in her countryside villa, who could possibly have leaked such information. Zhū Xún Táo needed no brainpower to figure it out. Only members of the Zhū family could know about her private estate, one left behind by her grandfather. Laughing, how dare you still have the face to smile? Saying so, Lady Sun extended one finger straight towards Zhū Xún Tao's face. Zhū Xún Táo wasn't dead flesh. As soon as Lady Sun raised her finger, she sidestepped instantly. Today, if her mother touched even a single hair on her head, without permission she would lose. Lady Sun hadn't expected Zhū Xún Táo to dodge right in front of Lord Zhū. Her face flushed deep purple. Such an ungrateful child, better off dead. It would save me endless pain and reminders of past suffering and humiliation. Zhū Xún Táo paid no heed to Lady Sun, turning instead to Lord Zhū. Father, must I die to prove my innocence and protect the Zhū family's honor? Her calm demeanor made it seem as though she were truly ready to sacrifice herself nobly for the family. Seeing Zhū Xún Táo composed despite his fury, Lord Zhū felt somewhat reassured and began to cool down. Tell me exactly what happened. Master, Lady Sun objected indignantly. The Zhū family's reputation was already ruined because of Zhū Xún Táo. She deserved death. Even if Master wished to spare Zhū Xún Tao's life, he should send her to a nunnery, to become a nun. Beyond these two outcomes, she accepted nothing else. She insisted so fiercely for Yenner's sake, she couldn't believe Master would easily forgive Zhū Xún Táo for Song Yin's sake. Yet thinking about it, Lady Sun felt bitterly lonely. Zhū Xún Táo was her own child. Forcing her to die owed her debt. But why would Master do so? Both Zhū Xún Táo and Zhū Songyin were Master's daughters, Xún Táo being legitimate born. Why would Master sacrifice a legitimate daughter for a concubine's child? Thinking of Zhū Yingyan, Lady Sun suppressed all resentment. At least she and Master shared the same goal, for now. Of the three present, the one who should have been most anxious, Zhū Xún Táo remained the calmest and most collected. There's nothing to explain. The rumor is false. When did I ever grow close to an outsider? I don't even know what Feng Nantian looks like. And regarding keeping an outsider in my estate, the latter part is indeed false. I didn't lie about everything entirely. Given Zhū Xún Tao's attitude, even Lord Zhū grew puzzled. Where there's smoke, there may be fire. Still, the slander was so vile. It damaged both the Zhū family name and his official standing. What troubled Lord Zhū further was, even if false, once rumors surfaced, how would Yongjing Marquis house view Zhū Xún Táo? Would her engagement to young Master shall be jeopardized? If Zhū Xún Táo were formally broken off due to this slander, in Lord Zhū's eyes, dying would carry more meaning than living. Master Zhū Xún Táo is clearly fabricating excuses. Such a serious accusation, one simple denial won't sweep it away. As soon as these words spread, Yenner was moved to tears. Although Zhū Xún Táo committed the mistake, all the bitter fruits must be shared by them. Master, for the sake of the daughters who have yet to marry, and for the Zhū family's daughters who have already wed, this matter cannot be handled lightly. Zhū Xún Táo lowered her gaze, offering a gentle reminder. An investigation is certainly necessary, but I must be innocent, isn't it, Father? Master Zhū paused for a moment, then responded swiftly, exactly. No fault can be found on Xún Tao's part. I must uncover the person spreading these rumors and clear Xún Tao's name. Whether Zhū Xún Táo committed the act or not, it must be, and can only be, that she did not. The marriage alliance with the Marquis household cannot be lost. Whatever happened, he would find ways to suppress it tightly. What he intended to investigate was not the truth of the matter, but rather to cover it up. He nearly lost his way. Master, Mrs. Sun screamed. Zhū Xún Táo caused such a great disaster, and the Master was willing to let it go, even covering for Zhū Xún Táo. When has the Master ever valued Zhū Xún Táo so much as to disregard Yenner and that vulgar child Zhū Songyin? She refused to believe it. Master, what will concubine he and Zhū Songyin think of your decision? Woman's reasoning, said Master Zhū, now much calmer. As long as I am here, what could they possibly think? Recalling what Mrs. Sun had just said, accusing Zhū Xún Táo outright, Master Zhū warned Mrs. Sun, didn't you hear what Xún Táo said just now? The rumors outside are false. Someone in our household is envious of the Zhū family's good fortune and does not wish Xún Táo to marry Lord Xiao, thus coming to tarnish our family's reputation. Enough. Tell Yenna not to worry about it. I will handle this matter myself and ensure it has no impact on her. Besides, as the mistress of this household, be sure to keep everyone's tongues in check. If I hear any gossip or slander from any servant, no matter who they are, they will be punished and sold into servitude. And as for you, I believe concubine Wang and concubine, he would be more than willing to share your household duties, so you need not be overworked to the point of neglecting your own responsibilities. Master Zhū had left Mrs. Sun with no dignity at all. His heart was not on Mrs. Son, but for years he had maintained her status as the principal wife. Today Master Zhū paid no mind to such niceties, nearly tearing off Mrs. Sun's face and trampling it on the ground. Mrs. Sun, treated thus, turned a pale green, glaring fiercely at Zhū Xún Táo. Again and again Zhū Xún Táo, forced to be the scapegoat, felt indifferent and barely glanced at Mrs. Sun. Master Lord Xiao requests an audience. The butler hurried over, seeing Zhū Xún Táo present, and flashed her a fawning smile, a sight that surprised Master Zhū. Mrs. Sun wrinkled her nose. Butler Wang was the master of flattery and sycophancy. Zhū Xún Tao's reputation outside had been ruined to such a state, yet Butler Wang looked at her as if she were a mere lapdog, so eager to wag its tail before her. Wag its tail? If Butler Wang had a tail, he would certainly wish to wag it before Zhū Xún Táo. Master Zhū stood up. Lord Xiao has arrived. What is Lord Xiao's expression like? Butler Wang beamed with delight. Master need not worry. The first thing Lord Xiao said upon entering the estate was to ask whether the second miss had been frightened by those wild rumors outside. Lord Xiao showed such concern for the second miss. Hearing such news, not a hint of doubt crossed his mind. Earlier, how could he have failed to see the second miss's true capability, that she had so firmly captured Lord Xiao's heart? Butler Wang was a man himself. He could not possibly do what Lord Xiao did. Even Butler Wang was surprised, and Master Zhū himself was taken aback. Lord Xiao. Does he not care at all? Butler Wang flattered Lord Xiao, and the second miss's love is as strong as gold. Naturally, he will not be swayed by rumors. Lord Xiao holds great trust and concern for the second miss. He is still waiting outside. Is it? Butler Wang's fawning gaze turned toward Zhū Xún Táo. Lord Xiao had come at this time to see the second miss. Others were of no use. Only seeing the second miss would make Lord Xiao happy. Good, very good, Xún Táo, you truly are my daughter's daughter. After confirming everything repeatedly, Master Zhū was overjoyed. He looked at Zhū Xún Táo with unusual fondness, truly unable to believe his second daughter had such capability. Usually when she was quiet and unassuming, he had thought Lord Xiao would be reluctant to marry her. But it turned out Lord Xiao truly favored Xún Táo. Regardless of which method or aspect the second miss used to win Lord Xiao's heart, he was entirely satisfied with the result. Xún Táo, do not keep Lord Xiao waiting. Come with your father to see Lord Xiao, so he may feel at ease. Zhū Xún Táo had no time to be surprised by Xiao Jingzhan's behavior before her selfish father's words left her speechless. Xiao Jingzhan had come to comfort her, yet in her father's mouth she was expected to comfort him instead. Without further hesitation, Master Zhū walked ahead, urging Zhū Xún Táo to follow. Butler Wang, ever practical, yielded the space behind Master Zhū to Zhū Xún Táo. Only after Zhū Xún Táo began walking behind Master Zhū did Butler Wang match her pace as they slowly moved outward. As for Mrs. Sun, Xiao Jingzhan was still waiting outside, who had time to pay attention to her. Ignored by everyone, Mrs. Sun ground her teeth and hurried to follow. She simply could not believe it. Zhū Xún Táo had caused such a scandal, and Xiao Jingzhan truly did not care at all. Men, were there any who did not mind wearing a green hat? Uncle Zhū. Seeing Master Zhū, Xiao Jingzhan's gaze swept behind him, and there indeed stood Zhū Xún Táo. Master Zhū, so adept at reading expressions, smiled even more brightly upon that single glance. Indeed, Zhū Xún Táo was his good daughter. Thank you, Lord Xiao, for still wishing to visit Xún Táo today. Those baseless rumors outside, did you believe them? Xiao Jingzhan answered firmly, not a word of it. Even though he did not know who the male protagonist in the rumors was, it must be false. Anyone worthy of Zhū Xún Tao's gaze aside from the crown prince could only be the deceased Prince Yu. Why did Xiao Jingzhan use the word possibly when mentioning the crown prince? It was because on that day Zhū Xún Táo had impulsively said, I wish to marry, and afterward all her thoughts and actions had been directed toward Prince Yu. Not only was there no room for this fiancé, but the crown prince had never even been mentioned by Zhū Xún Táo. Given Zhū Xún Tao's attitude, Xiao Jingzhan found it impossible to believe she truly had feelings for the crown prince. Neither of the two most sought-after candidates in the capital had earned even a sliver of favor from Zhū Xún Táo. So how could this outsider, who appeared from nowhere, possibly capture her heart? Your Highness Xiao, hearing you say this puts my mind at ease. I believe that after Xún Táo marries you, you will surely treat her well. The more His Highness Xiao cherished Zhū Xún Táo, the more he would value his father-in-law and acknowledge the Zhū family as his in-laws. With the aid of the Marquis' estate, how could his ambitions be limited to the position of minister? Just the thought of it made Lord Zhū so delighted that he stroked his beard, a grin revealing his teeth. Xiao Jingzhan offered little response to Lord Zhū. Instead, he approached Zhū Xún Táo and asked, were you frightened? Rest assured, I have already sent men to investigate who spread these rumors and sought to harm you so maliciously. Lord Zhū chimed in, indeed this matter must be thoroughly investigated to clear Xún Tao's name and that of my household. Then I shall leave it in your hands, Your Highness Xiao. Zhū Xún Táo gracefully curtsied. This was the most heartfelt, Your Highness Xiao, she had ever uttered. Sensing the difference in her tone, Xiao Jingzhan's expression softened. Tao, do you have any suspicions? Zhū Xún Táo gently shook her head, and replied in a soft, measured voice, "No. Damn, do I even need to guess? Without evidence, it must be Zhū Yin's doing. She resorted to such ruthless measures to punish me for my disobedience with only one goal, to sabotage my marriage to Xiao Jingzhan. She resorted to such ruthless measures to punish me for my disobedience with only one goal, to sabotage my marriage to Xiao Jingzhan." Apart from Zhū Yin, Zhū Xún Táo could think of no one else capable of such a scheme. After all, aside from the female lead Zhū Yin, any other lady who admired Xiao Jingzhan had given up upon learning of his betrothal to her. It wasn't as if every man in the world had perished, nor was Xiao Jingzhan the only worthy one. Among noble young ladies, few were as stubborn and shameless as Zhū Yin, clinging to a man already spoken for. The decorum of a noble lady was never merely an empty phrase. This time, without needing Zhū Xún Tao's inner voice as a clue, Xiao Jingzhan also suspected Zhū Yin. But at this moment, failing to ask would seem odd. "Your Highness Xiao, since you've begun investigating, have you discovered whether there truly is an outsider in Zhū Xún Tao's small estate? Why only investigate who spread the rumors and not verify the truth of the rumors themselves?" The last to arrive, Lady Sun, bluntly criticized the order of Xiao Jingzhan's investigation. "Why are you here?" Seeing Lady Sun, Lord Zhū shot her a warning glance, signaling her not to speak recklessly before His Highness Xiao. Lady Sun's voice turned shrill and forced. "My own daughter is at the center of such a scandal. As her mother, how could I not come to check on her?" Seeing that Lady Sun seemed ready to clash with Lord Zhū, Zhū Xún Táo desperately wanted to leave. Facing her and her worthless father, her birth mother had no rationality, left her whole demeanor bristling like an enraged fighting cock ready to strike. To preempt the brewing argument, Zhū Xún Táo forced herself to explain patiently, "First, I do own a small estate, which my grandfather left to me. But I neither know nor recognize everyone living there." This was the truth. No master could possibly know every single worker on an estate. "Second, as a maiden, it's inconvenient for me to go out often. I've always entrusted the estate to Uncle Qian's management. Even if someone new arrived, it would be Uncle Qian's decision, and I wouldn't object." She wasn't someone who could visit the estate frequently. Even if the estate had taken in one outsider, or even a group of them, so what? Vulgar minds see filth in everything. An upright person faced with such a situation would at most offer a kind reminder, never speak so much slander. Lord Zhū's anger had stemmed from being blinded by greed. Now calmer, he realized today's rumor about Zhū Xún Táo was neither huge nor trivial. So far it was all hearsay with no solid evidence. Indeed, there was no need for such panic. Then does this still need to be investigated? Since it's baseless and untrue, perhaps ignoring it will let the storm pass in a few days. Xiao Jingzhan shook his head. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. If the rumor arose unintentionally, it's fine to disregard it. But if someone started it deliberately, they won't stop until they achieve their goal. If Zhū Yin was behind this, her only aim was to prevent him from marrying Zhū Xún Táo. Until then, Zhū Yin would never relent. At this thought, Xiao Jingzhan frowned. He didn't know why Zhū Yin was so fixated on him, but to him, she was a massive nuisance. In summary, encountering Zhū Yin was his misfortune. Xiao Jingzhan's men were remarkably efficient. He had barely been at the Zhū residence a moment when his subordinates delivered the findings to his hands. After reading the letter, Xiao Jingzhan wore an expression of "just as I suspected" and handed it to Lord Zhū. The moment the letter appeared, Lady Sun's expression grew tense. When Lord Zhū raised his eyebrows and shot her a glare, her hands turned cold, and she hid them in her sleeves. Wretched! If the letter hadn't come from Xiao Jingzhan, Lord Zhū would have torn it to shreds. "Steward Wang, bring Yenner here immediately." Steward Wang was startled at first, then wore a knowing expression. "Yes, master." "Wait." Lady Sun called out to stop him. "Master, what does this have to do with Yenner?" "Yenner is also a victim. Summoning her will only hurt her more." Lord Zhū rudely threw the letter at Lady Sun's face, causing no physical harm, but immense humiliation. "See for yourself." Ignoring the strange sensation on her face, Lady Sun tremblingly picked up the letter. After reading its contents, Lady Sun closed her eyes, a look of desperation in them. "It seems Your Highness Zhao's men are not so capable, investigating only half the truth and presenting it as the whole." Xiao Jingzhan remained unruffled. "Lady Sun, what wisdom do you offer?" "I dare not claim wisdom." Lady Sun took a deep breath. "Since Your Highness has uncovered this much, I won't mince words. This has nothing to do with Yenner. I did everything myself." Lady Sun glared at Xiao Jingzhan with barely concealed hatred. "In what way is my Yenner inferior to Zhū Xún Táo?" "She surpasses Zhū Xún Táo in every aspect. Most importantly, she is devoted to you with all her heart. Why can Your Highness Xiao not see Yenner's virtues and her sincere feelings for you?" If Marquis Xiao possessed eyes and a mind unclouded by folly, he would never have agreed to marry Zhū Xún Táo, causing Yenner such suffering and pain. Absurd. Zhū Darren looked at Mrs. Sun with disbelief, as she seemed to have gone mad. "The marriage between Xún Táo and Marquis Xiao was arranged when my father was alive. The 3 letters and 6 rites were all completed without omission. Legal, reasonable, and proper. Marquis Xiao is destined to wed Zhū Xún Táo. In the future, Marquis Xiao will address Yen'er as his elder sister. How could Yen'er harbor such feelings towards Marquis Xiao? Unethical and shameless. Master, how can you speak of our Yen'er like this? If Zhū Xún Táo cannot become Marquis Xiao's bride, and instead Yen'er is sent forth, dare the master refuse? Previously, both Marquis Xiao and the Marquis house showed dissatisfaction toward Zhū Xún Táo. Wasn't the master delighted to see Yen'er frequently visit the Marquis house, growing as close as sisters with Xiao Miluo? Now speak of ethics to her. Shut up. Zhū Darren silenced Mrs. Son, bring someone here. Madam suffers from nightmares and lacks vitality. Summon a physician to prepare calming medicine and escort Madam back to her chambers for rest. Zhū Darren would not allow Mrs. Son to expose his own face. He hurriedly had people cover Mrs. Son's mouth and drag her away. Marquis Xiao, do not take my wife's words to heart. She is merely an inner chamber woman who knows nothing and easily indulges in wild thoughts. Her words are false. Although Jingzhan could disregard Mrs. Son's remarks, he could not ignore how she treated Zhū Xún Táo. Master Darren, is Tao Dao truly your wife's biological daughter? Even if adopted, it should not come to this. Today, seeing Mrs. Son treat Zhū Xún Táo as though she were her mortal enemy. Mrs. Son genuinely wishes Zhū Xún Táo dead over Zhū Yingyan. Nothing about parents doing no wrong applies to Mrs. Son and Zhū Xún Táo. Jingzhan wondered where Mrs. Son's hatred for Zhū Xún Táo originated. Zhū Darren felt too ashamed to answer naturally. How could Zhū Xún Táo not be Mrs. Son's own child? Had she been otherwise, perhaps Zhū Xún Tao's treatment might have been better. Yet the truth remained something Zhū Darren could not even bring himself to reveal. Even bystander Jingzhan began feeling sympathy for Zhū Xún Táo, while the protagonist herself remained utterly calm and unmoved. The calmer Zhū Xún Táo grew, the more uncontrollable Jingzhan's heartache became. He wished to embrace the silent Zhū Xún Táo and comfort her. But since they were not alone with others present, Jingzhan could not perform such an improper act. Unable to console Zhū Xún Táo, Jingzhan grew angry, his gaze darkening. Master Darren, regarding these rumors, what measures do you intend to take? Shouldn't the Zhū family give Tao Tao some explanation, and also provide justice to our Marquis house? Jingzhan had grown angered, so naturally someone must suffer. All the misdeeds stemmed from those around Zhū Yingyan. Even if Mrs. Sun sought to shoulder responsibility for Yingyan, she must consider whether others would permit it. Jingzhan wanted the Zhū household to understand that Zhū Yingyan was Mrs. Sun's beloved treasure, cherished and doted upon. Yet Zhū Xún Táo represented another person's most sensitive vulnerability. To touch it meant certain death. Zhū Darren's beard trembled. What does Marquis Xiao intend? Mrs. Sun's little schemes were obvious not just to Jingzhan, but even to Zhū Darren. The acts were carried out by those close to Yingyan. Considering how deeply Mrs. Sun cared for Yingyan, would she truly employ her own daughter's attendants to commit wrongdoing? Mrs. Sun's associates handled these matters with far greater decisiveness. The emperor wishes to select a consort for Prince Yu, one who need not accompany him in death, lest he remain lonely in the afterlife. Jingzhan shifted the conversation toward Prince Yu's prospective bride, Zhū Darren. Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Darren hesitated to marry off Zhū Yingyan to a deceased princess. The benefits gained would be too limited. The crown prince had only one consort, Liang, and the position of crown princess remained vacant. Given the Zhū family status, should Yingyan enter the Eastern Palace, even if unable to become crown princess, the other consort Liang position remained highly attainable. Should Yingyan become the crown prince's consort, Liang, once he ascended the throne, securing one of the 4 concubine positions would be assured. Zhū Darren calculated that Yingyan becoming the crown prince's woman bearing a son might make the Zhū family the second Biao family, potentially producing a grandson who would become crown prince. A single phrase haunted Zhū Xún Tao's mind. The man she favored was again being snatched by Zhū Yingyan. What Zhū Xún Táo found unbearable was that the marriage she longed for yet could not obtain was instead being gifted by her own lover to her very rival. She felt an urge to curse loudly. Prince Yu has established meritorious military achievements for Yongqiao, and the emperor often remembers this. If Master Darren agrees, this matter should proceed swiftly rather than delay. Otherwise, missing out on Prince Yu might mean elder sister could never find a better husband. Zhū Darren could not decide, so Jingzhan helped him out. After all, Zhū Darren was his future father-in-law. Such a small favor was obligatory. Had Zhū Xún Táo known Jingzhan's mindset, she would have chuckled dryly and remarked, "You're surprisingly nice, you know." More agitated than Zhū Darren at this moment was Zhū Xún Táo, trembling as she asked, "How soon?" She hoped Jingzhan would not push Prince Yu and Yingyan's arrangement too harshly. If the situation spiraled too large, she feared she might lose control. August 15th, the 8th lunar month, when humans and moon unite in reunion. A fine day. I do not mind marrying alongside my elder sister. Ultimately the path converged, though not necessarily undesirable. Circling back again indeed. The earth truly is round. Unsuitable. Unsuitable. Both Zhou Darren and Jingzhan simultaneously rejected Zhū Xún Tao's proposal. Zhou Darren gazed at Zhū Xún Táo gently. Father understands you value your bond with Yinner and do not wish to quarrel with your elder sister. However, this is a pivotal moment in your life. Father hopes your wedding can be conducted perfectly flawlessly. Should Zhū Xún Táo wed Marquis Xiao, that is a joyous occasion worthy of grand celebration. Yinner, however, must marry Prince Yu. To marry a dead man. What glory is there in that? Is it not shameful? Had it not been for appearances, the imperial family would not have agreed. He truly wished Zhu Yingyan could arrive at Prince Yu's residence carrying merely a small sack akin to entering as a concubine. In any case, the marriages of his two daughters could not be held on the same day. At least he ought to celebrate one day when his second daughter wedded. Jingzhan likewise disagreed, fully aware of Zhū Xún Tao's intentions behind this arrangement. The crown prince's spies had overheard and reported to the crown prince, who subsequently sent a similar proposal to Jingzhan. Had this not occurred, neither he nor the crown prince would have decided to execute a decisive move against Zhū Xún Táo, immediately settling on who would become Prince Yu's wife. To prevent Zhū Xún Táo from continually harboring hope and occasionally making minor moves disrupting the crown prince's plans, all one could say was that this rumor storm caused Zhu Yingyan to blurt directly into the spearhead. Before the rumors spread, the crown prince had agreed with him on a different candidate, not Zhu Yingyan. But today Xiao Jingzhan felt that in every sense Zhu Yingyan was the most suitable choice. Xiao Jingzhan was confident he could persuade the crown prince. Since you also find it inappropriate, uncle, then it certainly cannot be said on the same day. And your eldest daughter is older than Tao Tao. Do you mean, young Master Xiao, that Yinner should marry Prince Yu first? Lord Zhu caught the implication and understood instantly. Xiao Jingzhan replied, Prince Yu's wedding should not be grandly celebrated. Master Mingdang said that for Prince Yu's accumulated blessings a modest ceremony will suffice. Lord Zhu quickly agreed. If His Majesty permits, then it can be done. He had already considered this union disgraceful, so a modest ceremony suited him perfectly. In that case, I will first discuss it with the crown prince. There should be no complications. Xiao Jingzhan volunteered to handle the matter. Lord Zhu smiled. Then I shall trouble you, young Master Xiao. Once this was settled, he would have resolved two problems at once, which was excellent. The old saying proved true: having allies at court makes everything easier. Under normal circumstances, arranging for any girl from the Zhu family to marry Prince Yu would have required considerable effort. But after becoming in-laws with the Marquis' household, such a troublesome matter was merely a word from young Master Xiao to the crown prince. The more Lord Zhu thought about it, the more pleased he became, and the more favorably he looked upon Zhū Xún Táo. I must take my leave now. Xiao Jingzhan was eager to resolve the trouble of Zhu Yingyan and at the same time nip all of Zhū Xún Tao's little schemes in the bud. She was already his destined wife. Besides him, Zhū Xún Táo could never marry another man in this lifetime. Zhū Xún Táo stretched out her hand like a farewell. Wait, the matter hasn't been clarified yet. How can you just leave? If Zhu Yingyan's wedding to Prince Yu was before hers and Xiao Jingzhan's, how could she and Zhu Yingyan switch brides in the chaos, marrying Prince Yu herself while letting Zhu Yingyan marry Xiao Jingzhan? Even if she were to take Zhu Yingyan's place in the bridal sedan on the wedding day, Prince Yu was as good as dead. Once he discovered that the bride was her and not Zhu Yingyan, the Yongjing Marquis' household could still arrange a swap back, especially since Xiao Jingzhan had just agreed with her worthless father that Zhu Yingyan's marriage to Prince Yu would not be a grand affair. If the wedding was held quietly, who would know if an accident occurred, let alone having the mistake corrected? Zhū Xún Táo was utterly numb. She realized that all her escape routes had been sealed off by Xiao Jingzhan. Was she truly destined to marry Xiao Jingzhan, the male lead, and become mortal enemies with Zhu Yingyan? With this realization, Zhū Xún Táo could only lament her terrible luck. Her peaceful retirement life was gone. All that lay ahead was a bloody path strewn with obstacles. Knowing full well that Zhū Xún Tao's words would never be what he wanted to hear, Xiao Jingzhan paid no attention to her inner thoughts, striding away as fast as if he were being chased. Father. Unable to deal with Xiao Jingzhan, Zhū Xún Tao's voice trembled. No matter what, this is eldest sister's lifelong affair. Is it right not to discuss it with her at all? Was this truly polite? Lord Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Xún Táo, I know you are a clever child, but today I realize you are also a loyal and affectionate one. You don't know what your eldest sister has done. Besides, Prince Yu is the war god of our Yong dynasty. Marrying him is Yinner's fortune. She has no room to be picky. Enough, this matter is settled and will not be changed. In a little over a month you will marry young Master Xiao. You should focus on your own marriage, do something for young Master Xiao, and your future relationship will be more harmonious. Zhū Xún Táo didn't need to worry about Yinner's affairs now, as she only needed to please young Master Xiao and keep his heart firmly in her grasp. Zhū Xún Táo. She could barely hold back the urge to spit on her worthless father. His scumminess truly knew no bounds. Zhū Xún Táo left in a daze, her heart wailing over the excellent husband Prince Yu, who had sprouted wings and flown away. Steward Wang poured a cup of tea for Lord Zhu. My lord, although the marriage between the eldest young lady and Prince Yu should not be grandly celebrated, some preparations are still necessary. Shall I inform the lady to prepare the eldest young lady's dowry? Zhū Xún said calmly. Go and tell her. Yenner's dowry would be prepared by Lady Sun. Oh, he would not be stingy with his own daughter on this matter. But as soon as Steward Wang left, Lady Sun smashed all the porcelain in her room. Has the master gone mad? Has he completely lost his mind? Thinking that Zhū Xún intended to marry Zhū Yinyan to Prince Yu, Lady Sun was utterly panicked. Ignoring the mess in the room, Lady Sun wanted to run and find Zhū Yinyan. She had to let Yenner know so she could prepare early. Her Yenner was so wonderful, worthy of being an empress. Why should she sacrifice her entire life for that dead man Prince Yu and remain a widow forever? No, she wouldn't allow it. But Lady Sun hadn't expected that not only could she not find Zhū Yinyan, she couldn't even leave her own courtyard. The old woman guarding the gate stopped Lady Sun. Madam Steward, Wang specifically instructed me before he left. The master has ordered that since you are unwell, aside from preparing the dowries for the two young ladies, you should rest and recuperate in your own courtyard. If you are truly too busy, the master said that concubine Wang and concubine, he can share the other household duties. The old woman knew these were not Steward Wang's words, but the direct orders of Lord Zhū Xún. In the Zhū residence, Zhū Xún was the ultimate authority. Before him, Lady Sun could only take second place. Impossible, I don't believe the master would treat me like this. Lady Sun nearly went mad. Confined to her courtyard and forced to hand over control of the household. Was the master really going to let those two vixens lord it over her? Lady Sun, both angry and sorrowful, tears in her eyes. If it weren't for my father's patronage back, then how could the master have achieved his current position as Minister of Rights? How can the master treat me like this? Is he worthy of my father, of my family? Speaking of their past, the love in Lady Sun's voice vanished, replaced by nothing but hatred. Madam. The old woman looked at Lady Sun with a troubled expression, thought for a moment, and then advised, Madam, in the future you'd better not say such things. The master doesn't like hearing them. Old Nanny Li, who served Lady Sun, arrived late upon receiving the news, just in time to hear her final words. Nanny Li's face turned pale with shock. She grabbed Lady Sun and dragged her back into the room. Nanny Li had been ill for some time, absent from Lady Sun's side for nearly half a month. Little did she imagine that during her convalescence so many events would unfold in her mistress's life. After learning of the situation, Nanny Li ordered a maid to swiftly tidy the room before advising Lady Sun, My good lady, you know well what the master holds most sacred in his heart. For your own sake, and for the sake of the eldest and second young ladies, you must not speak in a manner that pierces the master's heart. What the master detests most is you bringing up the past. Those bygone days are likely nothing but a disgrace in his eyes. If you wish to live peacefully with the master, you must guard your tongue. Things that must not be said cannot be said. Filled with resentment, Lady Sun retorted, Why must I not speak of things he himself has done? It was Zhū Xún who broke his oath and went back on his word, wronging me and my family, the Suns. And now he intends to marry Yenner to the Yu prince to silence the Yongjing Marquis manor. After treating my Yenner, so why should I spare his dignity? How much have I suffered over these years? Have I not endured enough? The last words were a cry from Lady Sun's lips. As the sound faded, she burst into loud sobs, as if to weep out all the grievances she had borne through the years. Nanny Li held Lady Sun close, wiping away her own tears. Cry, my lady. Let it all out. The lady had held back for too many years. If she were not allowed to vent, no words of advice would reach her heart. The lady had indeed suffered greatly. Nanny Li has recovered. Zhū Xún Táo, whose mood was equally foul, frowned upon hearing that the nanny had returned to her birth mother's side. After the failure of the hairpin plot, Zhū Yinyan's persona had somewhat crumbled, showing signs of veering toward madness. One Zhū Yinyan was already formidable enough, with Nanny Li now added to the mix. Was this a descent into a hellish mode? Zhū Xún Táo held Nanny Li in high regard, believing she alone could sustain Lady Sun's entire council of advisors. The conflict between her birth mother and the worthless father was not a recent development. To be precise, their union originated from a blend of exploitation and enticement. The worthless father was an avid official seeker, but her grandfather was not. In other families, rotten bamboo yields good shoots, but in the case of her grandfather and the worthless father, it was the opposite. Straight bamboo produced crooked shoots. Grandfather bluntly stated that this worthless father of hers was corrupt in both body and mind. If he truly became an official, he would not only fail to plead for the people, but would likely bring calamity to the land. Thus, after seeing through the worthless father's true nature, grandfather completely washed his hands of him, leaving him to his own devices. The worthless father poured all his energy into schemes for gaining office with limited learning and no support from grandfather, so he failed the imperial examinations and saw no hope of becoming an official. It was then that the worthless father met the birth mother, learning that her maternal family was a scholarly lineage that had produced an imperial tutor decades ago. Coincidentally, the birth mother, upon seeing the worthless father, was taken by his handsome face. The Sun family, though adept at scholarship, were too upright and unbending, lacking any finesse or adaptability, utterly unsuited for officialdom. Yet her maternal grandfather also harbored a desire to restore the Sun family's former glory. At that opportune moment, the worthless father presented himself. The two parties struck a deal sealing the marriage between the worthless father and the birth mother. The birth mother too had her days of innocence and longing for love. The Marquis of Yongjing, who held military power and was a key minister at court, had promised, when he married Jiang Yijing, to be with her alone for life. Such deep devotion stirred envy in countless maidens from noble families. After seeing the worthless father, the birth mother's heart stirred, thinking that since he sought her hand and had needs from the Sun family, her making a request would not be excessive. Eager to secure an official post, the worthless father agreed, without even asking what her request was. In her youth, the birth mother was far more guileless than now. Fearing the worthless father might find excuses to back out, she clarified on the spot, "If you truly wish to marry me, would you be willing to be with me alone for life?" Before the example of the Yongjing Marquis manor, Lady Sun had never dared to dream of such a marriage. After all, her own parents had a good relationship, yet her father still kept 3 concubines. Yet her father, no matter how fond he was of those concubines, always maintained propriety, never allowing them to shame her mother, the principal wife. In her early understanding, Lady Sun believed that a harmonious marital relationship was like that of her parents. But after Xiao Yuanshan married Jiang Yijing, Lady Sun realized there could be another way. Since the opportunity arose, she wanted to try, feeling she was no less than any other woman. When Lady Sun uttered these words, Zhou Dingxing, who had been brimming with confidence, first froze, then his face flushed red, whether from shame or anger. Hearing his daughter speak thus, old Master Sun, who had never entertained such thoughts, did not object. Instead, he quietly waited for Zhou Dingxing to give his answer. Seeing old Master Sun's attitude after about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhou Dingxing finally nodded, agreed. Hearing his consent, Lady Sun was overjoyed, fluttering like a butterfly among flowers, almost dancing on the spot. It was only after old Master Sun saw Zhou Dingxing off that he asked Lady Sun, "You saw Zhou Gongzi's reaction just now. So do you still wish to marry this man? If you are unwilling, there are other daughters in the Sun family." The Sun family had many daughters. Zhou Dingxing was merely a son-in-law, not a son. Thus, as long as any daughter from the main branch of the Sun family married Zhou Dingxing, the effect would be the same. It did not necessarily have to be his own legitimate daughter. Young and naive Lady Sun failed to grasp the warning in her father's words, her head spinning with joy. Why should I? Zhou Gongzi likes me and has promised to be with me alone for life. Such a wonderful match. If I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Such a good marriage, and her father intended to give it to another sister. Was he truly her father? Seeing Lady Sun's reaction, old Master Sun raised no further objection. On the night before her engagement to Zhou Dingxing, he said, "Since you have chosen this husband yourself, whether the road ahead is smooth or rough, you must bear it yourself and blame no one else." Nanny Li, still a maiden at the time, was not present, otherwise she might have discerned Zhou Dingxing's true character and understood the warning in her master's words. However, Nanny Li did hear old Master Sun's final admonition to Lady Sun. She immediately asked, "Miss, is the master saying this because there is something wrong with the future son-in-law?" Immersed in the joy of becoming a bride, Lady Sun would hear nothing of it, knowing only that she was about to marry her ideal man. Father's mind is set on restoring the Sun family's glory. Some words you just listen and don't take seriously. Zhou Gongzi has agreed to my request. In this world, I could never find a better match than him. It was not until Sun Shi married Zhou Dingxing, gave birth to Zhou Yingyan, and then Zhou Xún Táo, that she gradually came to realize what her father's words had meant back then. Zhou Yingyan knew less about the past between the two than Zhou Xún Táo did. Having finally seen the true face of Zhou Dingxing, Sun Shi regretted, but there was no turning back. She could only continue down this path. Madame Sun was unwilling to tell her beloved daughter about such a shameful and failed past, finding it too embarrassing. Naturally, if she didn't even tell Zhou Yingyan, how could she possibly tell Zhou Xún Táo, whom she neither cared about nor even despised? Everything Zhou Xún Táo knew was told to her by her maternal grandfather, old Master Sun. Given how he treated his own daughter, it was unlikely that he would pay much attention to his granddaughter, Zhou Xún Táo. He merely noticed Madame Sun's favoritism between her two daughters, and regardless of whether young Zhou Xún Táo could understand, recounted the past to her. Fortunately, Zhou Xún Táo had transmigrated into the womb, so her soul was not that of a child. She understood every word of old Master Sun. It was at that moment that she felt she had finally died with clarity. The vow he had made back then made Zhou Dingxing dare not completely break it, though he had his own schemes. Thus, after marrying Sun Shi, she gave birth to Zhou Yingyan the following year. Even under normal circumstances, it would be better for a woman to rest for a while after childbirth before conceiving again. But Zhou Dingxing said he had worked so hard to pass the imperial examinations and become an official. The Zhou family couldn't be without an heir, could it? Everything he had strived for would surely be passed on to his own son, so that his son wouldn't have to walk such a hard path as he did. He could refrain from taking concubines, but Sun Shi must give him a son. When Zhou Dingxing said this, Madame Sun, still immersed in sweet affection, did not perceive any danger at all, and immediately became pregnant with her second child, Zhou Xún Táo. During her second pregnancy, Zhou Dingxing, those around her, and even the physician who took Madame Sun's pulse, all said that the fetal signs indicated a boy. Hearing this, Madame Sun was overjoyed and nourished herself with good food and drink. First, of course, to raise the son in her belly to be plump, fair, and intelligent. Second, after giving birth to Zhū Xún, she had not recovered well during the postpartum confinement, and her body was not in good shape when she conceived the second child. Eating well during the second pregnancy would not only nourish the fetus, but also restore her own health, killing two birds with one stone. It is easy to imagine that such a nourishing approach directly led to Madame Sun's difficult labor during her second delivery due to the baby's large size. For the sake of giving birth to a son, and for a happy life, with Zhū Xún, Madame Sun gritted her teeth. The second labor lasted a whole day and night. She narrowly escaped death, but finally both mother and child were safe. No sooner had the child been born than Madame Sun suffered a massive postpartum hemorrhage. When she regained consciousness, she was met with two devastating pieces of news. First, she had not given birth to a chubby son, but a chubby daughter. Second, due to the difficult labor, her body was damaged, and she could no longer bear children. Now Madame Sun could no longer have children, and Zhū Xún had no son. Even though Zhū Xún had promised Madame Sun that he would not take concubines, with this excuse, the vow naturally became null and void. Concubine Wang was originally a senior maidservant attending Zhū Xún. In the year he turned 16, she became his woman. Thus, Concubine Wang was the first to be elevated to the status of concubine by Zhū Xún, and he also exempted her from taking contraceptive potions. Concubine, he was the daughter of the teacher Zhū Xún had studied under. The two could be considered childhood sweethearts. If not for Concubine, his low family background, Zhū Xún would have preferred to marry her instead of Madame Sun. After taking these two concubines, whether out of deference to the Sun family, or because his childhood affections had all been fulfilled, Zhū Xún stopped, and did not add a fourth woman to the household. Concubine Wang had served Zhū Xún since childhood, and Concubine, he was the one he truly loved. Once these two women entered the inner courtyard, Zhū Xún became busy, and Madame Sun tasted the bitterness of an empty bed. Perhaps Zhū Xún's change of face was too swift, so swift that Madame Sun could not accept it, nearly driving her mad. But Zhū Xún was truly wicked, for his actions did not go all the way out. He stopped after taking two concubines, never plunging Madame Sun into utter despair that would make her think of severing ties with him. Under this extreme tug-of-war, Madame Sun still became obsessed. Tragically, Zhū Xún Táo became the target of Madame Sun's venting and was deemed the source of all faults. The clearer her understanding, the colder Zhū Xún Tao's heart grew. It was precisely for this reason that whenever she was mistreated by Madame Sun and subjected to her cold violence, Zhū Xún Táo could console herself and maintain an outsider's heart, coldly observing it all. Zhū Xún Táo completely cast aside and forgot the joy and happiness she had felt when she was first born, and learned that she had gone from being an orphan to having parents. She was destined to be an orphan. Even though she had been reborn, she was still alone, without father or mother. Fortunately, with the experience of a lifetime to fall back on, she could get used to it. Second Miss Nanny Li is here. Qiu Yue's voice interrupted Zhū Xún Tao's recollection. Shall I let her in? In the past, Zhū Xún Táo did not have the authority to keep people outside the courtyard and refuse entry. Now she must have it. The perceptive steward Wang had arranged for Zhū Xún Táo all the treatment that a proper second miss deserved. Thus, when Nanny Li came to visit Zhū Xún Táo, without her consent, she was temporarily stopped at the courtyard gate. Seeing that she could no longer enter a place where she had once come and gone freely, Nanny Li first blinked her eyes, then the smile on her face grew even warmer. The second miss had truly changed. Thus, she must help the madam win over the second miss, and not let the second miss become estranged from the madam. The master was unreliable. The madam had only her two daughters in this life. As long as both young ladies married well, and kept the madam in their hearts, the master would not dare to treat the madam poorly. Greetings, Nanny Li. Qiu Yue curtsied to Nanny Li and led her into the courtyard. Everyone in the household knew that Qiu Yue was the second Mrs. Senior maidservant. Qiu Yue's attitude naturally reflected the second Mrs. attitude. No one dared to stop anyone Qiu Yue was escorting. Seeing Qiu Yue, who had become much more confident and gracious, no longer timid, Nanny Li's eyes flickered, and she smiled. In just a few days, Qiu Yue has grown into a young lady. Qiu Yue smiled shyly. Nanny Li, don't tease me. The young miss says I'm still young. Sitting in her room, Zhū Xún Táo watched Qiu Yue and Nanny Li walk over, chatting and laughing all the way. After all, when facing her biological mother and Zhū Xún, Qiu Yue was either as frightened as a little rabbit or as angry as a little hedgehog. Nanny Li was still the most capable stewardess by her biological mother's side, yet Qiu Yue showed no hostility toward her, only a hint of warmth. For this alone, Nanny Li lived up to her reputation as a wise counselor. To Zhū Xún Táo, the reason Mrs. Sun had remained the undisputed matriarch of the Zhū family for over a decade without being overshadowed by the concubines Wang, and he who had each born sons was entirely due to the constant counsel provided by this Auntie Li. Without Auntie Li by her side, Mrs. Sun would long have retreated to a small temple to live out her days in devotion to the Buddha. The quality of the biological mother's life within the Zhū household depended entirely on Auntie Li's capabilities. Seeing Zhū Xún Táo calmly sipping tea with a composed expression, Auntie Lee's eyes lit up, and she could not help but think, the second miss is truly the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. Furthermore, the second Miss's demeanor gave Auntie Lee no reason to fear for her future. Even if the lady made a mistake in arranging a marriage for the second miss, Auntie Lee firmly believed that with the second miss's abilities, she would surely manage her life well. Only a young lady raised by a noble family should possess such grace and capability. The eldest miss had everything, yet the second miss had none, having been raised by the old master for only a few years. Alas, despite this, the eldest miss's performance still fell short of the second miss's. Why? Auntie Lee was unwilling to say it, but Zhū Yingyan was far inferior to Zhū Xún Táo. Mrs. Sun would not find these words pleasing, and they would wound Zhū Yingyan's heart. Of course, these were only Auntie Lee's inner thoughts, never voiced aloud. Zhū Yingyan had received formal education and been meticulously nurtured by Mrs. Sun, with numerous renowned teachers hired to instruct her. In contrast, Zhū Xún Táo could truly be described as wild and untamed. Yet even so, Zhū Yingyan was still no match for Zhū Xún Táo. This fact Mrs. Sun refused to acknowledge. Zhū Yingyan would not admit it, and how could Auntie Lee invite trouble by voicing such unpopular truths? Some words are meant to be kept within one's heart, known only to oneself. Second miss, greetings. Auntie Lee bowed respectfully to Zhū Xún Táo. I knew from the very beginning that you were destined for great accomplishments. Now that your betrothal is set and the auspicious day is approaching, I offer my humble congratulations, hoping that in the future you and your future husband will live in harmony and blessed with a son. You are too kind, Auntie Lee. One should not strike a smiling face, as Zhū Xún Táo would not dwell on the sincerity behind Auntie Lee's congratulations. These are some needlework I prepared during my leisure at the countryside estate, a small gift for the second miss, hoping you will not disdain them. Auntie Lee placed the clothes and shoes she had been holding on the table. Zhū Xún Táo smiled. Auntie Lee, you have been so busy finding a few moments of leisure, yet you still think of me. How could I possibly disdain this? Chiyoyu put it away. After Chiyoyu had gathered the clothes and placed them in the wardrobe, Auntie Lee's eyes grew slightly moist, her voice trembling. My second miss, you have suffered much these past days. Zhū Xún Táo felt a slight ache in her cheeks, but she had not expected Auntie Lee's opening words to be so heartfelt. In the past, although Auntie Lee had never neglected or bullied her due to her biological mother's hostility, she had always maintained only a superficial respect. In truth, Auntie Lee had only shown her courtesy with nothing more behind it. Such a sincere second miss left her slightly unprepared. She wondered whether Auntie Lee's boldness was due to her biological mother's influence, or perhaps the greater power of the Marquis of Yongjing's household, or perhaps both. Or maybe both. Auntie Lee, you are too kind. There is no such thing as suffering. I have long been used to it. Zhū Xún Táo was willing to extend a small measure of courtesy to Auntie Lee, but nothing more. Auntie Lee sighed deeply. All these years the lady has suffered so much that she has lost all sense of distinction. Second miss, you do not know that after each outburst, when the lady calms down in her room, she holds my hand and weeps, saying she is sorry for the second miss, that she did not mean to. She is simply reminded of the past and cannot control herself. She has no choice, second miss. The lady's heart is truly so bitter. Zhū Xún Táo, sipping her tea, did not respond to Auntie Lee, simply watching her quietly, allowing her to speak freely. Her understanding of the past between her biological mother and the scoundrel father, and her mother's mindset, came primarily from her maternal grandfather, who had spoken of it most clearly, followed by Auntie Lee's frequent and detailed accounts. The maternal grandfather was a man uninterested in the inner workings of the household. When he spoke of the past, he kept it as brief as possible, omitting all minor details. For instance, concubine Wang was the scoundrel father's first concubine after he came of age, and concubine, he was his childhood sweetheart. Such detailed information, aside from Auntie Lee, would no one else have shared with Zhū Xún Táo. Auntie Lee, would you like some tea? Given the effort Auntie Lee had made to bring such a collection of gifts and the careful stitching that revealed they were made by her own hand, how could Zhū Xún Táo be stingy with a cup of tea? Auntie Lee, seeking to make amends for Mrs. Sun and to build a better relationship with Zhū Xún Táo, would certainly not refuse the offer. She drank the tea in one gulp as if it were the finest nectar. I have always advised the lady to let go. Second miss, you are a good child, truly understanding the lady's hardships. You must know that the lady's outward expression is not what she truly feels. How could a filial child like you hold a grudge against the lady or harbor any resentment? Knowing how hard the lady has been treated by the master, I imagine you would be more than willing to pity her. Auntie Lee, you have traveled far and endured much. Would you care for another cup? Auntie Lee's tongue was best suited for drinking water, not for talking. Though reluctant to refuse Zhū Xún Táo, she drank anyway. Zhū Xún Táo was no longer the same person as before. She could no longer be compared to her former self. Auntie Lee wished to cultivate a good relationship with Zhū Xún Táo, yet dared not offend her. Thus, as Zhū Xún Táo poured a cup of tea, Auntie Lee would drink one, and soon one cup followed another. After an entire pot of tea, even Auntie Lee's aged composure began to waver, her urgency growing. Second miss, perhaps I should retire now. The lady needs me. Her swollen belly felt most uncomfortable, and as nature would have it, Auntie Li was too embarrassed to relieve herself at Zhū Xún Tao's residence, so she rose to take her leave. Zhū Xún Táo commanded, and Zhou Yue with practiced ease retrieved a small pouch and pressed it into Auntie Li's hands. A small token from my lady, please do not refuse. Zhū Xún Táo smiled. Zhou Yue see Auntie Li to the courtyard gate lest some ungracious person offend her. Auntie Li was elderly and had consumed so much water. Should she be bumped into Zhū Xún Táo, could not guarantee she would not be embarrassed in public. Thank you, second miss. As Zhū Xún Táo had anticipated, Nanny Li could no longer hold back. Ignoring how much of her own advice the second miss had absorbed or her reaction, Nanny Li inhaled deeply, tightened her abdomen, and rushed toward the madam's courtyard with swift steps. Second miss, why was Nanny Li in such a hurry today? Usually Nanny Li would stay in our courtyard for at least half an hour. She never left before the time was up. The madam did not favor the second miss, and the master had no leisure to attend to her. Among all the household, only Nanny Li enjoyed visiting the second miss's courtyard, often coming to console her. Looking at the simple-minded Zhou Yue, the smile on Zhū Xún Tao's face became more genuine. Perhaps Nanny Li had some urgent business today, so she left early. Oh, simple Zhou Yue. Did Nanny Li come each time to see and comfort her? Nanny Li clearly came to manipulate her on behalf of her biological mother. After her biological mother mistreated her, Nanny Li would hurry to her side, pleading on behalf of the mother, asking her not to blame or hate her mother, but instead to sympathize with her. Especially when recounting the difficult childbirth, Nanny Li racked her brains hoping to make her empathize, and then feel guilty, ultimately fostering the thought of sacrificing everything to make up for the suffering her mother endured for her. If she had not been reincarnated with memories intact, but had been born as an ordinary child under Nanny Li's brainwashing, she would have long become a puppet in her mother's hands, easily manipulated. Otherwise, she would not have called Nanny Li her mother's able assistant. Nanny Li played a crucial role as the voice of her mother's mind. Zhū Xún Táo had seen through Nanny Li's hypocrisy from the very beginning and had never been deceived. But there was no choice. When under someone's roof, one must bow the head. Only by turning the tables, deceiving Nanny Li, and stabilizing her, could she gain some control over her mother's outbursts through Nanny Li's persuasion. Hence she had been playing along with Nanny Li. But now she was tired of putting on the same pretense as before. From this incident, Zhū Xún Táo was willing to admit that being involved with Xiao Jingzhan had not only disadvantages, but also benefits. At least her status in the Zhū residence had risen thanks entirely to Xiao Jingzhan's influence. Nanny Li, how did it go? Seeing Nanny Li return, Madame Sun placed all her hopes on her. Nanny Li shook her head. Madam, I did not mention the matter you instructed to the second miss. The second miss's marriage to young Master Xiao is a great blessing. Oh, why would you want to stop it? Madame Sun insisted, but Yinner wants to marry young Master Xiao. Nanny Li frowned again. Earlier, I never heard the first miss express any interest in young Master Xiao. If the first miss had made her intentions clear earlier, there might have been room for negotiation. Now that the second miss has been engaged to young Master Xiao for years, and the imperial edict has been issued, it is utterly capricious for the first miss to harbor such thoughts now. Nanny Li knew it was Zhu Yinyan's fault. Could Madame Sun not know? She simply refused to blame Zhu Yinyan. If the second miss marries young Master Xiao, she can also help the first miss in the future. Why must the first miss be so stubborn, insisting on young Master Xiao? I clearly remember that when the first miss was learning etiquette, she always mentioned the crown prince. Nanny Li felt that in the short time she had been ill, the entire Zhū residence had turned upside down. The silent second miss had made a stunning move, receiving an imperial marriage. What a great honor. The once brilliant and ambitious first miss seemed bewitched, changing her mind, no longer favoring the crown prince, but instead competing with the second miss for young Master Xiao. What a chaotic mess. Madam, think about it. The first miss has always been proud and arrogant. If she truly has taken an interest in young Master Xiao, it is probably just to spite the second miss. We cannot let the first miss ruin her lifelong glory for a moment of pique, can we? For the first miss to be with the crown prince was already a great elevation. In what way is the crown prince inferior to young Master Xiao that the first miss now refuses to even mention him? I don't know. Madame Sun was also at a loss. After all, it's a daughter's heart. Since Yinner likes young Master Xiao, there's nothing wrong with it. She had been unsatisfied in her own life. Her beloved Yinner must have a happy life. Madam, Nanny Li was exasperated. The first miss is being foolish, and you are indulging her in her mistakes. Today she competes with the second miss for young Master Xiao, while you help her. Tomorrow, if she changes her mind again and thinks the crown prince is better, what will you do then? The first miss's habit of changing her mind at will. Does Madam not understand? On such a grave matter, Madam really should not indulge the first miss's whims. Madame Sun smiled bitterly. It's too late to say anything now. The master has agreed with young Master Xiao to marry Yinner to Prince Yu. I won't marry. Madame Sun could not leave the courtyard to see Zhu Yingyan, but Zhu Yingyan was not under house arrest. The rumors about Zhū Xún Táo were spread by Zhu Yingyan's orders. She had lit the fire and was eager to see the aftermath. When Xiao Jingzhan visited the Zhū residence, Zhu Yingyan thought she would get the result she wanted. Unexpectedly, there was no news of the engagement between Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan being broken. Instead, she heard that her mother was supposedly under house arrest. Thus, Zhu Yingyan came to find out the truth. But the moment she entered, she heard that she was to be married off to that dead man Prince Yu. How could Zhu Yingyan accept this? Why would father marry me to Prince Yu? Father wouldn't do that. Oh, I don't believe it. Madam Sun smiled bitterly repeatedly. Do you think it's for nothing that your father put me under house arrest? It's because I also disagreed. But young Master Xiao insisted on a resolution, and your father feared him choosing to sacrifice you. Zhu Yingyan's face turned pale. Resolution. What resolution? Madam Sun sighed. Yin'er, since you knew there was a strange man in Zhū Xún Tao's villa, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had handled this matter, today's disaster would not have fallen on you. What you did, not only young Master Xiao knows, but your father knows too. Nanny Li closed her eyes, feeling dizzy. Such an important matter, and Madam had not told her just now. Zhu Yingyan was shocked. Impossible. Is there evidence to prove it was me? Madam Sun remained silent, utterly exhausted. This was not a court case. Oh, what need was there for evidence? With the superficial evidence, young Master Xiao had enough to act. If a thorough investigation were conducted, it would only embarrass the Zhu family and bring even harsher punishment upon Yin'er. Zhu Yingyan bit her lip. Mother, do not deceive me. Has the young Marquis truly forced father to marry me to the Prince of Yu, treating me so cruelly? Lady Sun's heart ached. What else could it be? Among all the children, though your father does not love you the most, he values you the most. If you had not changed your heart to the young Marquis, you would know his long-laid plans for you. Without the young Marquis's coercion, how could your father bear to marry you to the Prince of Yu? As she spoke, Lady Sun began to weep again. Years ago, she had misjudged Zhu Dingxing, mistaking a wolf for a worthy man. Little did she expect her Yin'er to share her bitter fate. In vain had Yin'er devoted her heart to the young Marquis, yet he was so heartless and cruel, forcing her to wed a dead man. Why must the fates of us mother and daughter be so cruel? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yingyan laughed in fury. Very well, very well. Count it as my blindness that I misjudged Xiao Jingzhan. If Xiao Jingzhan wishes me dead, let him see if he has the means. Having lived a second life, she only wished to live well. Why should Zhu Xuanzhao find a perfect husband, while she Zhu Yingyan could not? The truth proved that Xiao Jingzhan was not only not her destined partner, but would become her enemy. She had but one rule for her enemy's death. The crown prince she would seek revenge upon. Xiao Jingzhan she would not let off. Not only Xiao Jingzhan, but she would make the entire Marquis household pay the price, and make Xiao Jingzhan regret ever betraying her. Yin'er, do not frighten your mother. If the young Marquis is unworthy, we shall forget him. As for the Prince of Yu, your mother will find a way. Zhu Yingyan's manic laughter terrified Lady Sun, who did not wish to see her daughter driven mad. Young miss, do not be afraid. Your lady mother and this old servant will surely help you. Nanny Li's heart ached deeply. Zhu Yingyan was Lady Sun's beloved daughter, and Lady Sun was Nanny Li's loyal mistress. Naturally, between Zhu Yingyan and Zhu Xuanzhao, Nanny Li reserved all her true affection solely for Zhu Yingyan, recognizing only her as her young mistress. Zhu Yingyan's alternating laughter and tears pained Nanny Li greatly. After her outburst, Zhu Yingyan calmed down, a faint aura of ruthlessness settling upon her. Mother Nanny, do not worry about me. I am fine. The more Zhu Yingyan insisted she was fine, the more worried Lady Sun became. Yin'er, do not be anxious. Your mother will surely think of a way to resolve the trouble with the Prince of Yu. You must not do anything foolish for the Prince of Yu. Young miss. Nanny Li tried to join the persuasion, but was cut off by Zhu Yingyan. Zhu Yingyan's expression was stern and fierce, her eyes sharp as knives. Mother Nanny, if you do not believe me, just wait 3 days. In 3 days, whoever is named the Princess of Yu, it will never be me. No one believed that Zhu Yingyan would take this matter lying down. The Crown Prince and Xiao Jingzhan struggled to find a way to crush her with a single blow. Since they could not directly take her life, they would confine her to a corner. Thus, no matter how great her abilities, she could not stir up any trouble. Therefore, the Prince of Yu's marriage was the perfect scheme to trap Zhu Yingyan. Had it not been for this, the Crown Prince would not have sacrificed his uncle's marriage, choosing such a demoness for him. Royal uncle, may your spirit forgive me. I act for the sake of the realm. Royal uncle, you safeguarded the peace of the Yong dynasty in life. Protect this realm once more in death. Surely you do not wish to see the peaceful realm you built fall into chaos under the ruinous hand of Zhu Yingyan. While the Crown Prince paid his respects to the Prince of Yu, he incessantly murmured about Zhu Yingyan's situation. The Prince of Yu's spirit tablet stood silently watching his dutiful nephew, who would arrange his marriage even after his death. Your Highness, has His Majesty agreed? Though he had anticipated this outcome, Xiao Jingzhan naturally sought confirmation before it was official. The Crown Prince offered a stick of incense to the Prince of Yu. My imperial father has consented. By now the Prince of Yu's and Zhu Yingyan's birth charts should be with the Imperial Observatory. He had acted first and reported later. Having done the deed, he had to inform the concerned party. Is your Highness uneasy, eh? Xiao Jingzhan asked. The Crown Prince took a deep breath. Are you not? Xiao Jingzhan fell silent. Indeed, he did not know what had come over him. They both felt that with the crown prince's request to the emperor and Zhu Dingxing's consent, this marriage was as good as sealed. But until the final verdict was announced, their hearts remained inexplicably suspended, a feeling they had never experienced before. Growing impatient, the crown prince clasped his hands behind his back. Find a way to summon Zhū Xún Táo. I wish to see her. The demon star Zhu Yin had unsettled his heart. To calm his heart, he could only rely on the auspicious star, Zhū Xún Táo. At the Zhou residence, Zhū Xún Táo, who had been leisurely reading a storybook and cracking melon seeds, was utterly bewildered as steward Wang personally escorted her to the Yongding Marquis residence. Standing at the main gate of the Marquis residence, Zhū Xún Táo looked dazed as Xiao Miluo took her arm and led her inside. After a long pause, Zhū Xún Táo could not hold back. Xiao Miluo, what mischief is your brother up to now? He already has a busy post and has to assist the crown prince. How does he find so much free time? Is he neglecting his duties? Was this the supposed righteous and glorious male lead? Even if Xiao Jingzhan truly had nothing better to do, why must he always come to torment her? Could he not find someone else? Xiao Miluo gave an awkward laugh, unable to reply. In a daze, she recalled that the term mischief had once been used to describe Zhū Xún Táo. Truly, fortunes change. With heavy footsteps, Zhū Xún Táo walked as if she wanted to stomp a hole into the ground with each step, radiating intense resentment. Upon entering the residence and spotting Xiao Jingzhan before she could vent her anger, she caught sight of the particularly resplendent figure beside him. Zhū Xún Táo quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes. What material is the crown prince's robe made of? The reflection is blindingly bright. Hearing this, Xiao Miluo and Xiao Jingzhan looked at the crown prince in confusion. The crown prince's robes were indeed dazzling, but not to the eye-stinging degree Zhū Xún Táo described. Xiao Jingzhan and the others could perceive Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts, but she could not. Zhū Xún Táo tilted her head and suggested, "Can we discuss this in a shaded spot? It's not good to keep my eyes squinted like this." "Let's go to the lakeside pavilion," Xiao Jingzhao replied. Agreed. The crown prince nodded, and the group, led by him, headed to the lakeside pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, Zhū Xún Táo wondered why the shade did not seem to help. Was the crown prince a walking light bulb possessing his own luminescence? Upon sitting in the pavilion, the crown prince grew impatient and asked, "Zhū Xún Táo, your father will soon issue an imperial decree to arrange the marriage between your uncle and Zeminjian. You will address her as your aunt-in-law from now on, or continue calling her your elder sister." Zhū Xún Táo tightened her skin to avoid giving herself away, though her eyes nearly rolled back into her head at the thought. To be called aunt. It's me who should be the one advancing in status. Ignoring Zhū Xún Táo inner turmoil, the crown prince persisted. "Zhū Xún Táo, why do you not answer my question?" Zhū Xún Táo dared not grind her teeth, fearing the sound might be heard. Instead, she replied with a sweet voice, "As for matters of rank, I shall call her as appropriate." Confirmed, this crown prince has a venomous tongue. He truly knows how to strike at one's deepest sensitivities. But this time the crown prince may be disappointed. "I probably won't get the chance to call her aunt. I'll likely continue calling Zeminjian my sister." Perhaps in this life Zeminjian chose Xiao Jingzhan over the crown prince because of his sharp tongue. How could a crown prince be born with such a mouth? If he were of another identity, surely he would never win the affection of a wife. Xiao Miluo first shrank her neck, then touched her ears. Good heavens, she seems to have heard far too much that she shouldn't have. Xiao Jingzhan and the crown prince exchanged glances. The marriage between Zeminjian and the Prince of Yu was actually in doubt. The crown prince found it even harder to believe than Xiao Jingzhan, and couldn't help but wonder if Zhū Xún Táo was indeed the auspicious star the Master of Brightness had foretold. What had seemed so firmly settled was now negated by Zhū Xún Táo, and it hardly seemed plausible. Xiao Jingzhan had suffered more lessons than the crown prince, so he did not hastily dismiss Zhū Xún Táo words, fearing to embarrass himself. "Since the second Miss Zhu speaks so confidently, I shall see if this marriage can truly come to pass. My people will deliver the news at the first opportunity. Let us wait and see." Zhū Xún Táo, accustomed to playing a role, was never singled out before. She remained like a shadow, silent and unnoticeable. But today Zhū Xún Táo found herself in constant danger of breaking character. It's not her fault. It's the fault of the bizarre people before her. "Wait, did Xiao Jingzhan specifically bring me out from the Zhou family just so we could all wait for news together? What's wrong? If I stay at the Zhou family, I won't have ears to hear the news. Or perhaps news heard at the Marquis' house would taste sweeter. What's wrong with that?" With these accusations, neither the crown prince nor Xiao Jingzhan could offer a rebuttal, so they remained silent. Xiao Miluo, nearly in tears, sniffled to indicate her innocence. She had only been dragged along to fill the numbers. Between the crown prince and Zhū Xún Táo, it seems Zhū Xún Táo luck was slightly better. Not long after, the crown prince's people delivered the latest news directly to him. After reading, the crown prince's expression darkened. No further explanation needed. The marriage between Zeminjian and the Prince of Yu truly did not come to pass. Reason? Xiao Jingzhan did not understand. "You read it yourself." The crown prince tossed the letter to Xiao Jingzhan, his gaze shifting towards Zhū Xún Táo. The second Miss Zhu declared with certainty that this marriage must not succeed. May I ask second Miss Zhū, why do you make such a prediction? The crown prince was indeed angered that Zeminjian's marriage to the prince of Yu had fallen through, because he realized he was powerless over Zeminjian. If Zeminjian were a calamitous star, and as the heir apparent, he could not restrain her, would he merely watch her wreak havoc upon the world? Then what kind of heir apparent would he be? How could he justify himself before the common people? Zhū Xún Táo lowered her eyelids, slightly pondering for a moment. The crown prince just said that the birth charts of the prince of Yu and Zeminjian were submitted to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, so mismatched birth charts. That is the only answer she could conceive. Indeed, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau concluded that their birth charts are incompatible. Zeminjian will bring misfortune to your uncle. Even if your uncle has already passed away, should Zeminjian become his widow, it would disturb his peace in the netherworld. The Prince of Yu had been the war god of the Yong dynasty, protecting the people and ensuring their safety. Regardless, the emperor wished for the Prince of Yu to find peace even after death. He did not care who married the Prince of Yu, but he could not ignore whether the woman would bring misfortune to him. With such a judgment on their birth charts, the emperor's insistence on arranging the marriage would in the eyes of the people be seen as harming the Prince of Yu, ensuring he would not find peace even after death. Such a thing, how could the emperor possibly do it? Therefore, even if the crown prince had proposed this match and Dingxing, the father, had personally agreed, the emperor could not grant it. Alright, Zhū Xún Táo was not at all surprised by this outcome. Except for Xiao Jingzhan, who had just detonated this bomb, and unprepared Zhū Xún Táo could not withstand the sudden blow and momentarily panicked, feeling that all her plans had been disrupted by Xiao Jingzhan. As a normal human being, one cannot be that quick-witted. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying as, when it concerns oneself, one becomes disordered? Once Zhū Xún Táo calmed down slightly, she realized this matter was likely far from simple. Zeminjian would absolutely not agree to become the Prince of Yu's consort. Moreover, Zeminjian was the female protagonist of this novel, so she certainly would not easily perish. From this macro perspective, the marriage between Zeminjian and the Prince of Yu was doomed to fail. But since this had already been set in motion, Zhū Xún Táo came to understand one thing. Even if Zeminjian could not marry the Prince of Yu, she probably would not have the fortune to become the widow of this war god either. The royal family would settle this matter as soon as possible and could not delay it further. Zhū Xún Táo's composed and unruffled demeanor caught the crown prince's attention. Is this the reaction you expect of the second Miss Zhū? Was Zhū Xún Táo not longing to marry your uncle and become your aunt-in-law? If not to extinguish Zhū Xún Táo's hopes, I would not have matched that calamitous star Zeminjian with your uncle. Could it be that because Zeminjian's marriage failed, Zhū Xún Táo felt she now had a chance? The crown prince shot Xiao Jingzhan a look. You poor fellow. Your future bride is always ready to climb onto your uncle's wall. Xiao Jingzhan looked straight ahead, ignoring the crown prince's teasing. With Zeminjian's marriage to the Prince of Yu failed, the crown prince showed no urgency, but instead took the time to watch the spectacle. Who had given the crown prince such confidence? The crown prince replied to Xiao Jingzhan with an expression, your future bride gave me this confidence. Seeing Zhū Xún Táo's calm and composed demeanor, the crown prince's sense of urgency gradually subsided. Since we have come, let us make the best of it. Even if Zeminjian cannot marry your uncle, he still did not believe that so many people could not overcome a single Zeminjian. The Prince of Yu's marriage had been delayed for some time. Since he was incompatible with Zeminjian, they would continue to seek a match. On the very night that Zeminjian and the Prince of Yu failed to be paired, another daughter of a minor household was matched with the Prince of Yu according to their birth charts. Thus the Prince of Yu's marriage was settled. Zhū Xún Táo's ideal husband was gone, and Zeminjian's crisis had also passed. Yenner, how did you manage to achieve this? Witnessing such an outcome, Madame Sun was utterly astounded. Could Yenner truly possess such formidable capabilities? She had believed there was no possibility of altering this matter. Zhu Yingyan smiled with confidence. Mother, as I told you, this marriage will never come to pass. As long as I am unwilling, there can never be anything between Prince Yu and me. The Emperor and Prince Yu had always shared a close bond. The Emperor felt both regret and guilt over Prince Yu's death in battle. Thus, when selecting a princess for Prince Yu, the chosen woman must not bear any significant flaws. Will this affect your future marriage prospects? Regardless, the outcome was favorable, yet Madame Sun found herself burdened with new worries. No, Zhu Yingyan affirmed with certainty. Prince Yu and I are simply incompatible according to the 8 characters. My destiny only clashes with his and has no bearing on other men. How could she possibly assign herself a fate that would bring adversity? That is a relief. Madame Sun patted her chest, her expression finally softening. And the crown prince? Young Lord Xiao had struck at Yenner so ruthlessly this time. Surely Yenner was now disillusioned with him. Since young Lord Xiao was no longer an option, shouldn't Yenner strive for the crown prince's favor? Absolutely not. Zhu Yingyan's cheerful countenance hardened. Although Xiao Jingzhan initiated the matter with Prince Yu, it was the crown prince who brought it before the emperor. Both of them sought to harm me. They are my enemies. There is no possibility between Xiao Jingzhan and me, and even less between the crown prince and me. Madame Sun could not comprehend the depth of Zhu Yingyan's animosity towards the crown prince. As Yinner's mother, she could discern a distinct difference in her daughter's tone when mentioning young Lord Xiao versus the Crown Prince. It was clear to her that Yinner held greater resentment towards the Crown Prince. Madame Sun wished to persuade her further, believing that Zhū Xún must have misunderstood the Crown Prince, perhaps influenced by Xiao Jingzhan. There was no need for Yinner to abandon such an excellent match as the Crown Prince out of spite. However, Li Mama, who stood to the side, saw things clearly. She stepped forward and interjected, "Madam, our eldest young lady is truly gifted with exceptional intelligence. To resolve such a thorny issue so flawlessly, she is indeed worthy of being your and the master's daughter." It turned out that she not only needed to view the second young lady in a new light, but had also failed to truly understand the eldest young lady. The two young ladies born to the madam were each more formidable than the last. The Imperial Observatory. Of all things, the Imperial Observatory. Li Mama could not fathom how Zhū Xún possessed the influence to make the officials of the Imperial Observatory tell such an enormous lie to the emperor. Had they lied? Confronted by the Crown Prince's icy glare in the palace, the Imperial Observatory officials broke out in a cold sweat. "Your Highness, we swear our words are true with not an iota of falsehood." Although it was true that someone had appeared from nowhere stuffing silver into their hands, asking them to prevent the marriage between Prince Yu and Minister Zhu's eldest daughter. They had accepted the silver, but they did so with a clear conscience. Even without that bribe, their divination would have yielded the exact same result. Therefore, it was money for nothing, and they would be fools not to take it. But now the Imperial Observatory officials began to regret their decision. They never anticipated that the Crown Prince himself would come to investigate this matter. So what answer did the Crown Prince wish to hear? The Crown Prince's face was dark and somber, his heavy gaze falling upon the assembled officials, causing them to tremble in fear and fall silent. After a long pause, the Crown Prince spoke, as if granting them a reprieve. "Give me the 8 characters of my imperial uncle and Zhū Xún." He certainly did not fully trust these officials. The world was not short of those who could read destinies. He could find his own people to perform the calculation. "Yes, Your Highness." The officials of the Imperial Observatory dutifully presented the 2 sets of birth characters. Having obtained what he sought, the Crown Prince swept away, his sleeves billowing. Only then did the Imperial Observatory officials dare to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. Returning to the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince placed the 2 sheets of paper bearing 4 birth dates side by side for comparison. Good. The Imperial Observatory officials were not so blind as to present false data. The birth characters were indeed genuine. The Crown Prince tossed aside the paper from the Imperial Observatory and handed the one he had originally held to his shadow guard. "Deliver this to Master Mingdang. Have him cast the fortune. Remember, wait at the door until Master Mingdang has finished his calculation. Until it is placed in my hands, this item must never leave your sight or your person." "Yes." The shadow guard took the paper and sped off to find Master Mingdang. About an hour later, he returned to the Eastern Palace and presented the result to the Crown Prince. Seeing that Master Mingdang's divination was identical to that of the Imperial Observatory, the Crown Prince sighed helplessly. "So be it. It is the will of fate." If the calamitous star were so easy to deal with, why would he have been so anxious before, and why would Master Mingdang have compassionately warned him? With the Crown Prince temporarily abandoning his schemes against Zhū Xún, Zhū Xún Táo also completely gave up on the deceased Prince Yu as her golden suitor. As guessed earlier, once the candidate for Prince Yu's marriage was confirmed, the wedding was conducted with astonishing speed and secrecy. There was no helping it, for Prince Yu was already dead. A Princess Yu was now officially in place, and no matter how many ideas Zhū Xún Táo harbored, she had to let them go. She was not Zhū Xún. She lacked that ruthlessness to harm an innocent person just to fulfill her own desires. It couldn't be helped. A citizen raised in the 21st century was simply too accustomed to abiding by the law. If Zhū Xún did not provoke her, she would not even deign to pay attention to her, the female lead. If she were forced into a corner and retaliated, the fault certainly would not lie with her. In this regard, Zhū Xún Táo felt that Zhū Xún had learned her lesson. After altering Madame Shang's menu, Zhū Xún Táo had checked, and there were no further problems with the matriarch's meals. After a short period of recuperation akin to fattening a rabbit, Madame Shang's body felt considerably lighter, and her episodes of pain and dizziness decreased. As long as Zhū Xún left Madame Shang alone, Zhū Xún Táo was willing to coexist peacefully with her. "Second young lady, come quickly and see the magnificent dishes the small kitchen has prepared for you today." Qiuyue led a procession of people filing in like fish, each carrying a plate of exquisite aromatic delicacies, which they set down one by one before Zhū Xún Táo. "Why are there so many dishes?" Seeing that the small table could barely accommodate them all, Zhū Xún Táo frowned in displeasure, showing none of Qiuyue's joy. "Is that not a good thing?" Qiuyue gazed at the table laden with food, practically drooling. Zhū Xún Táo treated Qiuyue well. It was essentially whatever she ate, Qiuyue ate too. Precisely for this reason, Qiuyue knew she would have a share of this splendid feast, so how could she not be tempted? Zhū Xún Táo, with a headache, did not know how to explain to Qiuyue, as there were too many complications involved. Not understanding, Qiuyue tried to persuade her according to her own thoughts. "Young lady, it's not that I hold a grudge against the madam, but I have never seen a mother treat her child like that. Miss, you are so virtuous, yet the lady does not favor you. Since the day I first served you, your meals consisted of a single dish and a bowl of broth that was always clear and watery. She was too embarrassed to say it, but she always felt that the dishes sent to the second miss were made from scraps. The rice was not only cold, but also reheated from the previous day, barely short of being spoiled. After the young lady became betrothed to Prince Xiao, her meals improved to 2 dishes and a soup, allowing her to taste some meat at last. By the time the wedding date was set, her meals were upgraded to 4 dishes and a soup. Today this feast was even more lavish than a New Year's celebration. Such an obvious improvement in treatment made Qiu Yue so easily pleased, oblivious to the hidden dangers lurking beneath. Braised pork knuckles, braised pork with mustard greens, red cooked spare ribs, and mutton stew. Zhū Xún Táo recited the names of the meat dishes, then looked at the thick layer of transparent fat covering the surface of the soup, her lips twitching slightly. Good heavens! Fortunately, her diet had improved some time ago, so her belly was not lacking in oil. If she ate this according to her childhood diet devoid of meat, would she not be half dead from diarrhea afterward? Why would the small kitchen suddenly prepare so many dishes for me? Doesn't it cost silver? Shaking her head, Qiu Yu then laughed brightly. It must be because the kitchen staff saw that you are about to become the prince's consort, and they all vied to curry favor with you and please you. This was so normal, nothing strange. Zhū Xún Táo shook her head. A table full of this much must cost quite a lot of silver. Even if the kitchen staff wished to curry favor with me, they would not go to such lengths using their own money. Moreover, she still had over a month before her wedding. If this meal was prepared so lavishly, what about the next one? And what about all the meals before her wedding? If any subsequent meal failed to meet this standard, the kitchen staff's flattery would be wasted on a horse's hindside, and they might even offend her. Therefore, this would not be something the kitchen staff would do. If Miss is not at ease, I shall go and inquire. Qiu Yu did not see any problem with such a lavish meal, but if Miss was concerned, she was determined to investigate together. No need. Zhū Xún Táo raised her hand to decline, then leaned Qiu Yu closer to her. Ear you. Yes, Miss. Remember, do this quietly, and make sure no one discovers it. All right. Qiu Yu obediently nodded, unquestioning of her Miss's words. In the end, whatever her Miss said, she would do it. She was the most loyal maid serving her Miss. After Zhū Xún Táo finished the feast on the table, her belly protruding slightly, a maid entered carrying something. Second Miss, this is the black sesame soup prepared by the kitchen for you, most nourishing. Second Miss, remember to drink it while it is hot, otherwise the taste will not be as good. Touching her small belly, Zhū Xún Táo did not refuse, and in front of the maid, she sipped the sweet soup, slowly, 1 spoonful at a time. At this time, the black sesame soup prepared in the inner quarters was made of genuine ingredients without a trace of adulteration. It contained red dates and walnuts, all good things. A supreme tonic for women to restore health without flaw. The maid stood by watching intently as Zhū Xún Táo drank the entire bowl of sweet soup spoonful by spoonful before leaving with a beaming smile. As soon as the person left, Qiu Yu leaned forward. Miss, was the sweet soup tasty? Hungry? Seeing Qiu Yu's expression, Zhū Xún Táo naturally knew what the little girl was thinking. Although Qiu Yu felt embarrassed, she nodded honestly. Patting Qiu Yu's little head, Zhū Xún Táo said generously, next time I'll let you taste it too. Thank you, Miss. Qiu Yu's eyes sparkled. Her Miss treated her so well. She would follow her Miss for this life, the next, and the one after that, only her Miss. Meanwhile, Qiu Yue, who was so happy, had no idea that the maid who had just brought the sweet soup to Zhū Xún Táo had left their side and gone to Zhu Yingyan. Eldest Miss, I personally saw the second Miss finish it. Finished it all. Zhu Yingyan was surprised. What about the lunch dishes? To answer eldest Miss, the second Miss probably has never tasted anything good before, so she ate greedily. How can the second Miss compare to the eldest Miss? The eldest Miss is raised like a precious gem, while the second Miss has never even seen good things. No wonder, with such good things suddenly available, she naturally ate to her heart's content. The maid flattered excessively, her eyes filled with greed as she looked at Zhu Yingyan. Zhu Yingyan laughed and gave her a silver ingot. You did well. Keep it up. The maid eagerly tucked the silver into her bosom, her eyes beginning to spin again. Serving eldest Miss is something I am fully willing to do. But according to eldest Miss's requirements, from now on prepare the second Miss's meals to today's standard. The expenses are too great. Even the monthly allowance arranged by Manager Wang for the second Miss has been exceeded. Don't worry. Zhu Yingyan had it all figured out. You may take all the things prepared for Zhū Xún Táo from me. Only one requirement, do not deceive me. If you scheme too much, your hands and feet may easily be lost. Clear water has no fish. Such a small greed I permit it. But if greed goes too far with so many people in the mansion, whom would I use instead? The maid's heart tightened, instantly extinguishing the thought that had just arisen. Their family's manumission contract was still in the lady's hands. The eldest Miss was the lady's most favored daughter. Offending the eldest Miss was equivalent to offending the lady. She must not risk harming her entire family for a bit of silver. Eldest Miss, I am absolutely loyal to you. Go down. With both the stick and the sweet, Zhu Yingyan naturally paid a little more attention to the maid. A maid who worked in the kitchen, full of the scent of cooking lingering for a while in her room, made the air in the room turn sour. After the maid left, Zhū Xún did not understand, but wholeheartedly supported it. Eldest miss is such a good sister, using her private funds to subsidize the second miss. After the second miss gets married, she will surely have a good relationship with the eldest miss. If the second miss forgets eldest miss's kindness, I will surely confront the second miss. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhū Xún's words, Zhū Xún laughed endlessly. This maid was a bit silly, but her loyalty was unquestionable. Occasionally her silly words were quite amusing. Zhū Xún Táo and I are sisters of the same mother. In this life I only have this one legitimate younger sister. If I do not treat her well, whom would I treat well? Before she gets married, I will do my best to nurture her health, so that she may bear children for Prince Xiao. All those precious things I bought with real gold and silver were fed to Zhū Xún Táo, without a trace of falsity. If she is not well, who else would be? For Zhū Xún Táo, she truly was a good elder sister. Zhū Xún spent her own money to ensure Zhū Xún Táo remained healthy and happy. When this news reached the ears of the crown prince, he was utterly bewildered. However, when spreading rumors about Zhū Xún Táo, Zhū Xún was quite different. Could it suddenly be that Zhū Xún had awakened to the value of her sisterhood with Zhū Xún Táo and wished to make amends? If Zhū Xún truly felt such thoughts, how would Master Ming have labeled her as a demonic star? On that day, Master Ming, like the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, declared that Zhū Xún's fate clashed with that of the Prince of Yu. Master Ming also hurriedly examined Zhū Xún's birth chart, stating that it bore an uncanny heir, a fate that was both immediately life and death, noble and impoverished simultaneously. Even the crown prince found himself lost in confusion, while Master Ming began to doubt his own cultivation, wondering if his spiritual power was insufficient. Zhū Xún's birth chart nearly forced Master Ming into seclusion. It was only after the crown prince repeatedly pleaded that Master Ming was persuaded to stay. Zhū Xún Tao's bridal gown, crafted through the combined efforts of 8 skilled embroiderers, was finally presented before her. Qiu Yue, who had never seen much of the world, could only exclaim, "Wah wah wah," upon seeing it. After carefully examining it, Zhū Xún Táo agreed that the gown was dazzlingly colorful. The color red, not only festive, was inherently eye-catching. Furthermore, the intricate and exquisite embroidery on the wedding attire. If placed in the modern era, it would undoubtedly be high fashion, costing perhaps 7 digits. Thinking that she, merely an office worker, might one day afford such high fashion, Zhū Xún Táo found herself both amused and bewildered. Was life truly full of opportunities? "Mistress, please try it on right away." Qiu Yu's little hands twitched with eagerness, as if she wanted to strip Zhū Xún Táo of her clothes and dress her herself. The embroideresses are waiting. If any part doesn't fit, they can adjust it promptly. The more Qiu Yu looked, the more entranced she became by the gown's beauty. "Mistress, do you think young Master Xiao truly loves you? With such a beautiful wedding gown and such tight timing, how much silver must young Master Xiao have spent?" "Young Master Xiao would take such care for Mistress. Surely he holds deep affection for her." Zhū Xún Táo first felt speechless, then proceeded to explain for herself and for Xiao Jingzhan. "I admit this wedding gown cost a considerable sum. But to claim that because of this gown Xiao Jingzhan loves me more, that I cannot agree with." Although lately she had noticed Xiao Jingzhan seemed to have changed his view of her. In the past, her image in Xiao Jingzhan's heart was certainly not very good. It was only during these recent days that Xiao Jingzhan seemed to have taken a liking to her just a little bit. But that was all and nothing more. "I don't believe you," Qiu Yu huffed. Zhū Xún Táo explained gently, "Young Master Xiao and I are no longer bound by the old agreement between our families. This marriage was bestowed by the emperor. If the Marquis of Yongjing did not show proper enthusiasm for this marriage, it wouldn't be about whether they liked me or not. It would be about disrespecting the emperor." Qiu Yu wrinkled her brow. What the mistress said did make sense. But she still felt something was off. Finally, her gaze settled on the wedding gown, and she stopped arguing. She was to accompany her mistress to the Marquis of Yongjing's household. Whether young Master Xiao truly loved her or not, she would watch closely with wide-open eyes. "Mistress, shall we try it on?" Zhū Xún Táo shook her head. "I don't want to try. The embroideresses hired by the Marquis of Yongjing possess extraordinary skills. There should be no problem with this gown. If there were any issues, how could they justify the generous payment from the Marquis of Yongjing?" Qiu Yu persisted. "Please try, mistress." "You should try? How could you remain so unmoved by such a beautiful gown?" "Mistress, you didn't also like fine clothing, didn't you? How could you bear such a beautiful wedding gown?" Seeing Qiu Yu on the verge of screaming, Zhū Xún Táo had no choice but to give in. Of course, she liked new clothes and beautiful ones too. But while those clothes could lift her spirits, this wedding gown could not. She was a staunch advocate of remaining unmarried. Marrying the Prince of Yu had been the best choice available to her in this ancient time. Now instead she had to marry Xiao Jingzhan, a living, breathing man. The pressure she felt was immense. Such a beautiful gown brought joy to others, but to her it carried an aura of death. It truly worried her to death. One thing could always be subdued. Despite Zhū Xún Tao's lack of enthusiasm, she was eventually persuaded by Qiu Yu to put on the bridal gown. The vivid red fabric complemented Zhū Xún Tao's fair peachy complexion and rosy cheeks. Her eyes like gems radiated the clarity of a deep valley stream. Her lips naturally red and her waist slender enough to be grasped in one hand. After the gown was placed on her back, Qiu Yu felt her eyes were dazzled. She seemed to see blooming flowers behind her mistress. And her mistress was like a fairy surrounded by blossoms. No matter how beautiful these delicate flowers were, they could only serve as a backdrop to her young mistress. Mistress, you're even more beautiful than a fairy on the day of your wedding. If young Master Xiao sees you like this, he's sure to be utterly enchanted by you. Mistress, do fairies really exist in this world? Can a fairy be more beautiful than you? Certainly not. You are the most beautiful in the world. Qiu Yu was the devoted fan of the second young lady, a true fangirl. Zhū Xún Táo laughed amused. Qiu Yu, have you been secretly eating sugar behind my back today? But she had to admit that in this life her face was truly beautiful. Every time she looked in the mirror, she couldn't help glancing at herself a few more times. Unfortunately, there were no glass silver mirrors, only bronze ones which didn't show things clearly. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't be able to tear her eyes away from her reflection. Truly being reincarnated into a world without mobile phones or the internet, the one thing she was most satisfied with was having a new face. Not at all. The straightforward Qiu Yu didn't realize Zhū Xún Táo was praising her sweet-tongued remarks and earnestly explained, Mistress treats me very well, and since receiving her monthly stipend, she has never neglected me. If I want sugar, I can simply ask openly. How would Mistress refuse to give it to me? Ha! Zhū Xún Táo was thoroughly amused by Qiu Yu. In the Zhū family, Qiu Yu was her joybringer. She couldn't even imagine how she might have survived to this day without Qiu Yu by her side after her grandfather passed away. Young Master Xiao, why are you standing outside the second young lady's room instead of entering? A voice came from the door, Madame Li's, and Zhū Xún Tao's laughter abruptly stopped. Qiu Yu winked at Zhū Xún Táo. The second young lady said young Master Xiao doesn't like her. Look, young Master Xiao has come again to see Miss Zhū with such eagerness. Since the wedding date was set, young Master Xiao has visited Miss Zhū more times than all the years he has known her combined. Don't you like it? She feels that young Master Xiao, just like her, is deeply in love with Miss Zhū. Miss Zhū is so wonderful, unless young Master Xiao is blind, he couldn't possibly not love her. Thinking this, Qiu Yu also took a few extra glances at Xiao Jingzhan's eyes. She confirmed that young Master Zhao's eyes were fine. Xiao Jingzhan pushed into the room, by Aunt Li felt extremely awkward, his entire neck turning red. Those unfamiliar with Xiao Jingzhan might think he was unwell from his appearance. However, those who know him would immediately recognize that his reaction was clearly one of shyness. Xiao Jingzhan's shyness was different from others. While others flushed on their faces, Xiao Jingzhan's neck and earlobes turned red. The intensity of his redness indicated that he was truly quite excited. Aunt Li led Xiao Jingzhan into Zhū Xún Tao's room, feeling that young Master Xiao was too proper. Even though they were about to get married, what was wrong with young Master Xiao visiting the second miss? Previously, young Master Xiao seemed indifferent, as if he didn't care for the second miss at all. Now it seems he has finally realized his feelings, and is clearly quite attentive to the second miss. With a son-in-law like young Master Xiao, how could the Lord not treat the lady well? Second miss. Aunt Li turned her face and saw Zhū Xún Táo in her wedding attire, radiant and magnificent, and was completely stunned. Good heavens, is my second miss perhaps an immortal descending from heaven? She knew the second miss was beautiful, the most beautiful mistress in the mansion. But was the second miss this beautiful? Aunt Li could not help but look at Zhū Xún Táo from left to right, even wanting to reach out and touch her. How can one change into a different person just by changing into a new outfit? My dear, with the second miss looking this beautiful, even the palace concubines might not be able to compare. Aunt Li suddenly felt that in the past they had only thought about sending Zhū Yingyan into the Eastern Palace, which was too immature. With Zhū Xún Tao's face, perhaps sending Zhū Xún Táo into the Eastern Palace would be more likely to win the prince's favor. How could anyone resist liking such a beautiful person? The sudden appearance of others in the room made Zhū Xún Táo immediately withdraw her smile. The radiant smile vanished, and the sparkling eyes returned to silence, as still as an ancient well. The vivacious and soul-stealing beauty from a moment ago, after being tinged with twilight, became a wooden beauty. Beautiful, yet lacking a certain charm. How did Xiao Jingzhan and Aunt Li come here? If I hadn't listened to Qiu Yu's chatter, I wouldn't have been turned into a monkey for others to watch. For Zhū Xún Táo, the looks from Xiao Jingzhan and Aunt Li were no different than those one would give to animals at a zoo. Especially Xiao Jingzhan, whose gaze made her extremely uncomfortable. It was as if countless ants were crawling all over her body, causing an itchy discomfort. It was also as if a fire was about to burn her. Facing such a gaze, Zhū Xún Táo had only one thought: escape. Thus she adopted her most habitual posture, hiding all her emotions. Perfect, she was just a backdrop, something others would see without paying attention, let alone taking a second look. A monkey. Hearing Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts, Xiao Jingzhan himself felt quite awkward. He wanted to shift his gaze away from Zhū Xún Táo, but found that his eyes seemed uncontrollable today. Refusing to obey him was Zhū Xún Táo, never seeing what a monkey looked like. Is there anything inappropriate about the wedding attire? The embroiderer can alter it. Clearing his throat, Xiao Jingzhan finally remembered the purpose of his visit today. Originally, it would have been appropriate for Xiao Miluo to make this trip. But just before leaving, Xiao Miluo had a stomachache, so Xiao Jingzhan, the main person, took her place. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhan suddenly felt like praising Xiao Miluo. He had spoiled this younger sister for over a decade, and today was finally a return on his investment. Xiao Jingzhan was too shy to touch it himself, but Aunt Li had no such reservations. She had come for this purpose. Regardless, Lady Sun would not come forward to care about Zhū Xún Táo. Such a gesture of goodwill toward Zhū Xún Táo could only be carried out by Aunt Li. Worried that Zhū Xún Táo, being young and inexperienced, might be too embarrassed to say anything herself, Aunt Li had come to check Zhū Xún Tao's condition. After examining her, Aunt Li nodded in satisfaction. The embroiderer from the Marquis manor, of course, has no skill issues. This garment fits perfectly. More importantly, the second miss looked incredibly beautiful in it. It was at this moment that Aunt Li realized why Xiao Jingzhan had been standing at the door lost in thought. Young Master Xiao was so captivated by the second miss in her wedding attire. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Aunt Li turned to look at Xiao Jingzhan. Young Master Xiao, the garment fits perfectly and does not need any alterations. Confirming again that Xiao Jingzhan's gaze on Zhū Xún Táo was unshakable, Aunt Li was overjoyed. From now on, the second miss would be young Master Xiao's. Young Master Xiao could look as much as he wanted. There was no need to rush today. Then it's fine. Even though Zhū Xún Táo adopted the posture of a backdrop, Xiao Jingzhan had seen a different version of her making certain things beyond Zhū Xún Tao's control. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhan's heart and eyes were filled with the Zhū Xún Táo, who had laughed freely and vibrantly earlier, not this dull, lifeless, and uninteresting Zhū Xún Táo in front of him. Xiao Jingzhan fell silent, and Zhū Xún Táo was also a silent one, so Aunt Li had to pick up the conversation again. Young Master Xiao, where is the phoenix crown? Xiao Jingzhan's earlobes flushed slightly, and he had the phoenix crown lifted and placed on the table. Seeing the equally exquisite and precious phoenix crown, Aunt Li's satisfaction was almost overflowing. Aunt Li could discern whether the Marquis manor's emphasis was due to the emperor's arranged marriage or Xiao Jingzhan's love for Zhū Xún Táo. Exactly, that is why Aunt Li was so happy. Aunt Li grabbed Qiu Yu's hand to prevent her from causing trouble. Qiu Yu, come with me. I need to ask you about the second miss. Qiu Yu sighed, reluctant to leave. As long as the miss had not yet married young Master Xiao, it was not appropriate for them to be alone, especially in the miss's boudoir. She wanted to protect the miss. Unfortunately, what chance did a little girl like Qiu Yu have against Aunt Li? In Aunt Li's hand, she was like a little chick, unable to resist at all, and was simply carried away. A slight smile curled at the corner of Xiao Jingzhan's mouth. This old woman was indeed shrewd. I heard your treatment in the Zhou family has improved lately, with plenty of meat and fine food and drink. After Aunt Li left, Xiao Jingzhan got straight to the point. Zhū Xún Táo was first startled, then realized. You were staring at me on purpose just now to send Aunt Li away. Xiao Jingzhan is the male lead. He should be a virtuous man who loves no one but the heroine. Oh, how could he leer at me like an old lecher? Phew, I almost overthought it. Xiao Jingzhan. He hadn't expected his cleverness to backfire. Yet in this situation, there was nothing he could do to explain himself to Zhū Xún Táo. He couldn't clarify that he never liked Zhu Yingyan. Besides, the only person who could break his chaste demeanor wasn't Zhu Yingyan. It was Zhū Xún Táo herself. If he explained, wouldn't he admit he was the old lecher she accused him of being? You saw your grandmother's condition sooner than anyone else. How could you make such a mistake? The last rumor about your close relationship with a stranger was spread by Zhu Yingyan. With your intelligence, you must have noticed Zhu Yingyan's ill intentions toward you. No matter what decision you make, you shouldn't risk your health as leverage. Can Zhu Yingyan's things just be eaten? Hearing that Zhū Xún Táo not only consumed them, but accepted everything outright, Xiao Jingzhan grew deeply worried. Zhū Xún Táo raised her eyebrow. How did you know? She was well aware of her circumstances and found it unsurprising. Xiao Jingzhan knew as much as she did, so why was it strange? So you've linked the problem with the elderly lady's diet to Zhu Yingyan. Wow, Xiao Jingzhan is impressive. He uncovered something so hidden. If I hadn't read the novel and didn't know Zhu Yingyan's mindset, I'd never have suspected her of causing the elderly lady's death. It seems Zhu Yingyan has the heroine's halo, but Xiao Jingzhan has the male lead's halo too. I wonder which one shines brighter. As long as you investigate, you'll find out. Xiao Jingzhan spoke with some guilt. Without Zhū Xún Tao's clues, this case would have been hard to solve, and more likely ruled an accident. Don't change the subject. You clearly know Zhu Yingyan harbors ill will toward you, so why accept everything she offers? Well, it seems she truly cares for me after all. Zhū Xún Táo wasn't ungrateful. My situation differs from the elderly lady's. I'm young and still growing. As she said Zhū Xún Táo, and Xiao Jingzhan's eyes simultaneously landed on Zhū Xún Tao's chest. Zhū Xún Táo turned dark. That wasn't what I meant. At her age, with proper nutrition, sleep, and exercise, her height could still increase. Xiao Jingzhan. He had no such intentions either. But human instinct is uncontrollable. Didn't Zhū Xún Táo look too? Back when I was young, we didn't eat well. Hadn't my grandfather protected me, I might have starved to death. Now Zhū Xún prepares delicious food and supplements for me. As long as I don't overindulge, these are truly beneficial to me. Was accepting Zhū Xún's goodwill part of her plot to frame me? No, I'm nurturing my revolutionary potential. My body is mine. Whether I marry or whom I marry, I must ensure my health is top-notch. No overindulgence. Seeing Zhū Xún Táo had clear boundaries and wasn't playing along with Zhū Xún's schemes, Xiao Jingzhan's tone softened considerably. Yes. Zhū Xún Táo nodded. Guessing my personal opinion. Just for reference, not the official answer. I didn't mean to slander the heroine before the male lead. We were merely discussing matters openly. If I didn't clarify first, the male lead might misunderstand I was stirring up trouble. That would be disastrous. I really didn't want to become a piece in his chase and catch play. The things Zhū Xún sent as gifts pose no issue. They contain no poisonings or incompatible ingredients. They're harmless. The only abnormality is the quantity. Not only is there excessive meat, but dessert soup is served every single meal. 18 counteractions and 19 avoidances. I've mastered those long ago. If Zhū Xún understood pharmacology, she wouldn't still be confused about how she was poisoned last time. Since Zhū Xún doesn't even comprehend her own poisoning state, she certainly can't suspect anyone else. Xiao Jingzhan listened intently to Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts, fully understanding now. Indeed, Zhū Xún's poisoning was orchestrated by Zhū Xún Táo. But what exactly are the 18 counteractions and 19 avoidances? In your view, what is Zhū Xún's true purpose? Zhū Xún wouldn't waste silver on futile efforts targeting Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo stroked her chin. I think Zhū Xún intends to fatten me up into a hefty woman. One whiteness covers 3 uglinesses, one heaviness ruins everything. She wants you to marry a fat woman, disgust you while ruining my happiness. 2 birds with 1 stone. Understood. Xiao Jingzhan affirmed it. Then suddenly realizing the implications, he quickly added with strong survival instinct. Even if you gained weight, you wouldn't be ugly. You'd still be a beautiful plus-sized woman. Zhū Xún Táo felt neither comforted nor reassured. Reincarnating had only granted her one benefit, a stunning face. How could she let weight ruin it? Is there a possibility I won't gain weight at all? Also, does a beautiful plus-sized person cease to be plus-sized? What kind of straight man remark was that? Fine. Xiao Jingzhan silently nodded. Zhū Xún Táo refused to gain weight. Even if he didn't mind, he'd still prefer her as before. But since Zhū Xún Táo minded herself, he would naturally take note. Following his wife's wishes came naturally to him. Anything else? With little common ground, Zhū Xún Táo wished to end their conversation today. Most unsettling was wearing wedding attire before Xiao Jingzhan. It made her uncomfortable. She didn't wish to become a pawn in Xiao Jingzhan and Zhū Xún's game, nor did she want to play any games with him. Simply put, everything felt off today. Cough. Nothing. Today he achieved all his goals plus an unexpected bonus, seeing Zhū Xún Táo in her wedding dress. Indeed, this wedding dress belonged solely to Zhū Xún Táo. Then go away. Zhū Xún Táo urged Xiao Jingzhan to leave. And fortunately, she was right. Before marriage, having Xiao Jingzhan meet Zhū Xún Táo alone in her room was entirely arranged by Andy Li. In other families, such a meeting would have been nearly impossible. Out of feminine propriety, Zhū Xún Táo should have sent Xiao Jingzhan away. Knowing exactly what Zhū Xún Táo was thinking, Xiao Jingzhan paused his steps before departing, leaving a slightly embarrassed statement. Wait for me. Watching Xiao Jingzhan hastily depart, Zhū Xún Tao's heart harbored a question mark. Wait for him. What was Xiao Jingzhan expecting her to wait for? No matter how it was put, it seemed so difficult. Li Mama, sharp as a fox, dragged her heels so that Xiao Yu wouldn't disturb Xiao Jingzhu and Zhū Xún Táo. Seeing Xiao Jingzhan leave, Mama Li noticed the emotion flickering in his eyes. Sighing, she remarked, "The second miss has caught the favor of young Master Xiao. She will enjoy good fortune from now on." After informing Madame Sun about all these details, Madame Sun remained indifferent. Even if young Master Xiao is kind to Zhū Xún Táo now, it won't matter. Don't be fooled by how focused young Master Xiao seems on Zhū Xún Táo right now. How can one tell if it's not just infatuation? As time flies swiftly, after no more than a while, how much true affection will remain between young Master Xiao and Zhū Xún Táo? Is she truly blessed? Li Mama, don't overestimate Zhū Xún Táo. Only my Yinner deserves to be the most fortunate person in this household. Zhū Xún Táo isn't even worthy yet. Li Mama caught the tone in Madame Sun's words. It sounded like she wasn't talking about Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan at all, but rather about herself and Master Zhu. Mama Li opened her mouth, but found it hard to explain to Madame Sun the difference between young Master Xiao and Master Zhu. To date, no man from the Xiao family had taken concubines after marriage. Young Master Xiao was the heir of Yongjing Marquis Manor with excellent character and integrity. How could he possibly become the first crooked tree in the Yongjing Marquis Manor? Mother, Zhū Xún heard Madame Sun's remark as she stepped inside, laughing happily. It shouldn't be said that way. Even if young Master Xiao is kind to Zhū Xún Táo temporarily, that's still fine. Between men and women, what's hardest is maintaining love over time. Now that Zhū Xún Táo still holds some charm, how could young Master Xiao, who isn't blind, not be captivated by her beauty? I hope Zhū Xún Táo and young Master Xiao stay together forever, never separating. She waited eagerly for Zhū Xún Táo to betray her merry young Master Xiao, then see what happened when young Master Xiao changed his mind. What kind of future awaited Zhū Xún Táo then? Only if they stayed apart could she witness Zhū Xún Táo being abandoned and tormented by Xiao Jingzhan. Mr. Jia is absolutely correct. Mama Li didn't know Ying Yan's true thoughts. She believed Ying Yan finally understood and let go. Mr. Jia, you must persuade mother properly. The second miss is your daughter soon to marry young Master Xiao. Why continue arguing with her? Mothers and daughters don't hold grudges overnight. The second miss always obeys mother. If only mother softened her attitude slightly, the whole family could be harmonious again. It's wonderful that Mr. Jia has come around. Once she understands, half the problem is solved with mother too. Since Ying Yan has grown wise, she followed Mama Li's advice and encouraged mother. Mom, I understand you care deeply for your daughter. So Mom, rest assured, I promise to live better than anyone else. But there's one thing you must remember. Even if I don't marry young Master Xiao, I'll never enter the Eastern Palace. There are plenty of other men out there waiting for me. After reflecting on these days, Ying Yan gave up on Xiao Jingzhan and found someone new. Yan, are you sure this isn't just an angry remark? Asked Madame Sun. Madame Sun worried less about anything else. She feared Ying Yan had been hurt by Xiao Jingzhan. Ying Yan leaned her face close to Madame Sun's. Mom, look closely at me now. Does this look like I'm holding a grudge against someone? A mere young Master Xiao. I don't need him alone. If he refuses me, it's his loss. Though she had moved on, mentioning Xiao Jingzhan still stirred anger and resentment within Ying Yan. But now she knew how to hide those feelings from others. Let's talk about Zhū Xún Táo instead of young Master Xiao. Mom. Thinking of her goal, Ying Yan brought up Zhū Xún Táo. There's only 1 month left before sister returns home, Mom. We should treat Zhū Xún Táo well. Yes, exactly. You're right, Mr. Jia. Mama Li's eyes lit up. She thought Ying Yan's words were spot on. Madame Sun suffered greatly. Betrayed by her husband, left without a son, destined to live like this. When both daughters married, Madame Sun would rely solely on them and their husbands for support in the household. Her husband was clearly untrustworthy. He divided his heart between 2 mistresses, showing no affection toward Madame Sun. Of their 2 daughters, Madame Sun couldn't afford to lose either. Madam, you ignore old servant's advice, but surely you'll listen to Mr. Jia. Madame Sun hesitated. Yin, are you serious? There's nothing more serious than this, replied Ying Yan with a smile. With Ying Yan's help, Madame Sun immediately went to confront Zhū Xún Táo, frowning. This time Madame Sun didn't visit empty-handed. Besides her tongue, she brought something else. These gifts are for you. Don't say your mother ever neglected you. Glancing at nearby Mama Li, Madame Sun felt humbled, as though she had to humble herself before her own daughter. Both hands are flesh and blood. I love you both equally. But there's some tension between us. I couldn't figure it out earlier. Now that your wedding is set, we have little time left to spend together. Let bygones be bygones. Take these items. Everything afterward was coached by Mama Li word for word. Since it wasn't heartfelt, Madame Sun spoke coldly, devoid of genuine emotion. Fortunately, Mama Li had low expectations. All she wanted was for Madame Sun to speak enough to save face for Zhū Xún Táo. Seeing what her mother had sent today, Zhū Xún Táo nearly burst into laughter. How outdated these patterns were. They must have been gathering dust for years. Truly, mother must have rummaged through every corner to find them. Quite an effort. In short, retrieving these things was no easy task. Mama Li defended Madame Sun. Don't underestimate these treasures, Miss Eyre. They're Madame Sun's prized possessions, kept carefully away. Unless giving to Miss Eyre, Madame Sun wouldn't dare touch them anyway. Regardless of quality, the gesture mattered. The gift was meant for Miss Eyre. Miss Eyre mustn't use this later to criticize Madame Sun or claim she wasn't treated well. It was merely symbolic, understood by all parties involved. Thank you, mother, smiled Zhū Xún Táo, accepting gracefully. Mama Li grinned widely, showing her teeth. Why didn't you act sooner? From now on, harmony lies ahead, with mother and both daughters united in affection. Under Mama Li's enthusiastic encouragement, for the first time, no awkward silence fell between Zhū Xún Táo and Madame Sun. Only after Li Momo had accompanied Madame Sun away did Xiaoyu finally let her discontent show, pouting, Miss. These fabrics are far too old-fashioned. How could they possibly be used to make clothes for a young lady? By now Xiaoyu had seen fine things. The Yongjing Marquis mansion had gifted Zhū Xún Táo the latest and most luxurious fabrics, all of which Xiaoyu had personally managed. Comparing what the Marquis mansion had sent with what their own madam had brought today, Xiaoyu was tempted to say that what madam had sent over was nothing short of trash. How could madam have the face to send such things? Zhū Xún Táo pinched Xiaoyu's cheek. Don't be upset. The patterns on these fabrics may be a bit dated, but the material itself is good quality. It can fetch a decent amount of silver. You know how little monthly allowance I've received over the years. Consider this my compensation. Disdain? How could she disdain them? They were all good things that could be turned into money. Xiaoyu tilted her head. Sell them all. Just like before. Sell them. The patterns are truly ugly. There's no fashion cycle to complete here. Since they can't be worn, they might as well be turned into cold hard cash. You know your miss is desperately short of money. Xiaoyu snorted. This servant doesn't know that. The Marquis mansion has given so many fine things, how could Miss be short of money? In the past Miss was short, but now she isn't. Zhū Xún Tao's expression shifted slightly. We cannot touch what the Marquis mansion gave. What I can use is only what the Zhū family provided. Be good and listen. Xiaoyu nodded. This servant will obey. This wasn't Xiaoyu's first time doing such a thing. She had help on the outside, so the process was very swift. Within a single day, not a single item that Madame Sun had sent remained. All had been converted into silver, which now rested in Zhū Xún Tao's hands. The crown prince reported the situation to Xiao Jingzhan. Jingzhan is Zhū Xún Táo so desperately in need of money, selling everything so thoroughly. Wasn't she afraid Madame Sun would bring it up later, leaving her unable to explain herself? Xiao Jingzhan frowned. Tao has no major expenses. Zhū Xún Táo didn't even leave the house, as she couldn't spend money even if she wanted to. Since she couldn't spend it, how could she be short? You're about to marry Zhū Xún Táo. Shouldn't you show some concern for her? The crown prince kindly reminded Xiao Jingzhan. Zhū Xún Táo is short of silver. You are not. The crown prince was a man of dignity and was truly unaccustomed to Zhū Xún Tao's impoverished behavior. Madame Sun was an elder. It didn't matter if their relationship was poor, and it didn't matter if the gifts were bad, one could simply toss them aside. Selling them, however, was a disgrace. I would be willing to give, but she may not be willing to take. Xiao Jingzhan saw through Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts in one sentence. The Marquis mansion sent over a mountain of betrothal gifts, including 10,000 taels in silver notes. If Zhū Xún Táo wanted to use them, she could just take them. The Marquis mansion wouldn't mind. With her intelligence, if she wanted to use the silver, her methods would be more numerous than the difficulties. But Zhū Xún Táo simply didn't use them. So Xiao Jingzhan had reason to believe that even if he put the silver directly into her hands, she still wouldn't touch it. Faced with Zhū Xún Tao's stubbornness and principle, Xiao Jingzhan was both exasperated and charmed, wondering how such a contradictory woman could exist in this world. Very well. The crown prince was even more helpless with Zhū Xún Táo than Xiao Jingzhan was. Seeing her like this, the crown prince couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't insisted on her entering the Eastern Palace as his consort. He was accustomed to being fawned over by women, not to expending so much effort and worry for one. Zhū Xún Táo. These are all minor issues. If he couldn't stand to see it, he simply wouldn't look. But what game is that ominous star playing now? This act of sisterly affection is hardly suitable between her and Zhū Xún Táo. The performance isn't even convincing. Xiao Jingzhan tapped his fingers on the table. Tao can handle it. Zhū Xún Táo had already seen through the table laden with scheming delicacies. The things Madame Sun sent were merely old with no other faults. So there was nothing to worry about. The crown prince's gaze narrowed slightly. Jingzhan, I am entrusting Zhū Xún Táo to you. Others may not know how important Zhū Xún Táo is to the realm, but I have never hidden it from you. Do not betray the trust one have placed in you. The conflict between Zhū Xún Táo and Zhu Yingyan was by no means merely the petty squabbles of young ladies vying for favor. Your subject understands. Xiao Jingzhan gave a wry smile. What was already a complicated matter had become even more convoluted because of the divination by Master Mingdeng. The crown prince exhorted Xiao Jingzhan to protect Zhū Xún Táo well, and there was another person who constantly murmured Zhū Xún Tao's name to Xiao Jingzhan. Xiao Yuanqi watched his young grandson chase a white kitten back and forth, then looked at his nephew Xiao Jingzhan with a useless expression. How long has it been since Zhū Xún Táo last came to the Yongjing Marquis mansion? Tao will be married and soon, Xiao Jingzhan explained. She was about to become a bride. It wouldn't do to have her constantly coming to the mansion. Those in the know would think the mansion valued her. Those who didn't would assume she was eager to marry and curry favor with her in-laws. Precisely because you are about to marry, you should visit more often to strengthen your bond. You have been engaged to Zhū Xún Táo for years, but if you think about it, you don't have much of a relationship. Let me ask you this, since you've known her, can you count on your fingers the number of words you've exchanged? Xiao Jingzhan. He was speechless. Because it was indeed countable. Tell me yourself, do you two seem like an engaged couple? What's the difference between you and strangers? Nephew, you're the man. You need to take the initiative. Don't tell me you're shy. Xiao Jingzhan. Xiao Yuanqi wasn't done. He jabbed at Xiao Jingzhan's sore spot again. Nephew, be honest with your second uncle. Have you ever given Zhū Xún Táo any little trinkets to win her favor? Xiao Jingzhan. No. Xiao Yuanqi. Not even one. No matter how cheap. Xiao Yuanqi persisted. Xiao Jingzhan's answer was a dead silence. Xiao Yuanqi slammed the table in anger, frustrated that his nephew wouldn't amount to anything. Thank goodness Jingyu isn't a wooden block like you. He knows how to please his wife. If he were like you, who knows where Qinliang would be today? Grandpa. Xiao Qinliang, who had been chasing the kitten, heard his name, ran over with a silly grin, hugged Xiao Yuanqi's leg, and laughed until he drooled. Good boy. Facing his adorable little grandson, Xiao Yuanqi's anger vanished completely. Touching the chubby round face of his grandson, his heart softened completely. To protect his little grandson, if his nephew drove Zhū Xún Táo away in anger, he would break his legs. In other things you surpass Jingyu in every way, but when it comes to pleasing a woman you are truly inferior to him. Your second uncle advises you if you still want a wife go and seek advice from Jingyu. I finally understand why Zhū Xún Táo chose the Duke of you instead of you. The Duke was forced into marriage, but he could still be a good husband to his wife. You on the other hand are alive and breathing, yet you act like a dead person, utterly unappealing to anyone. In short, Xiao Yuanqi despised his nephew, Xiao Jingzhan, to the core. Just by looking at Xiao Yuanqi today, no one could guess that he regarded Xiao Jingzhan as his pride, even placing his own nephew above his biological son. Good heavens, because of Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan was completely belittled by Xiao Yuanqi. Second uncle, tomorrow, I'll invite Tao Tao to come over to the Marquis manor. Grandmother hasn't seen Tao Tao in ages. She must be longing for her. For grandmother's sake, Tao Tao will come. Upon hearing that Xiao Jingzhan would invite Zhū Xún Táo to the Marquis manor, Xiao Yuanqi's anger vanished. He smiled and patted Xiao Jingzhan on the shoulder, truly worthy of my great nephew. Your actions always please me. Take good care of Zhū Xún Táo. On your wedding day, I'll give you a big red envelope as a gift. Having gotten his desired outcome, Xiao Yuanqi pushed Xiao Jingzhan aside and lifted Xiao Chunliang into his arms, tossing him playfully into the air. Chunliang, your auntie Tao Tao will be coming to the Marquis manor tomorrow. Are you happy? Clearly Xiao Chunliang still remembered Zhū Xún Táo, his eyes sparkling. Tao Tao. I'm happy. As long as you're happy, your uncle will make sure to invite Auntie Tao Tao over often. In less than a month, your Auntie Tao Tao will be marrying your uncle. After that, you can visit her every day. But by then, you'll need to call her aunt-in-law instead. Watching the grandfather and grandson depart in high spirits, Xiao Jingzhan remained silent, utterly speechless. Fortunately, Xiao Jingzhan was a man of broad temper. He didn't flare up at his second uncle's harsh words, and carried on as usual. He hadn't expected that while he took things lightly, his second uncle was taking them with utmost seriousness. Jingyu, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Xiao Jingyu, Xiao Jingzhan frowned in displeasure. Ever since Xiao Jingyu met Yang Zhuo, he fell in love at first sight, couldn't forget her after a second glance, and finally used every means to marry her. Since then he had become completely different. Every sentence and every word revolved around Yang Zhuo, as if he couldn't speak a single word without mentioning her. As a workaholic, Xiao Jingzhan simply couldn't tolerate such a lovesick husband. If it weren't for their blood ties, he wouldn't have acknowledged this younger brother at all. Xiao Jingyu, even more resentful, wore the expression of a scorned husband, all because of you. My father said that if I can't learn how to please my wife, he won't let me return to the courtyard to be with Zhuo. Big brother, do you know how much I've sacrificed? If you still have any conscience left, I'll teach you later. Try to learn it properly, master it in one go, and don't bother me again. He even found his own son too much of a burden, handing him over to his parents and the wet nurse. Now he was expected to sacrifice time with his beloved wife to teach this stubborn older brother. He was truly suffering. Xiao Jingzhan felt it itching in his fists, wanting to throw Xiao Jingyu away. But since his younger brother was also a blood relative, he decided to endure it. I don't need your help. I have my own plans. I have a long-standing engagement with Zhū Xún Táo, and it was even arranged by the emperor and empress. Zhū Xún Táo is not going anywhere. Xiao Jingyu, who had been displeased earlier, felt delighted again, seeing how dark Xiao Jingzhan's expression had become. Big brother, you can't go on like this. Even if Zhū Xún Táo is destined to be your wife, if you don't understand the ways of the boudoir, your marital harmony will be difficult to achieve. You should know that intimate relations between husband and wife are natural and profoundly intricate. You need to be more perceptive and considerate. Only then will your wife eventually listen to you and let you have your way. Trust me, I won't betray you. Although Xiao Jingzhan was still inexperienced in worldly matters, he wasn't a fool. From Xiao Jingyu's sly grin, he could clearly detect the suggestive undertones in his words. Did second uncle send you to teach me these things? Xiao Jingyu wanted to explain further, but Xiao Jingzhan pressed his lips together, lifted his foot, and kicked him away. Xiao Jingyu, after being kicked, brushed himself off and shook his head with a sigh. This wood cannot be carved into anything useful. One day, when my older brother truly appreciates my wise words today, he will surely be grateful to me. A virgin, truly impossible to teach. It's so hard. Wait a moment. I must go complain to my wife and ask her to comfort me. After driving Xiao Jingyu away, Xiao Jingzhan paid another visit to Xiao Yuanqi. Second uncle, please don't let your son come see me again. The sight of him hurts my eyes. He doesn't want to come, and I certainly don't want him here. What kind of filthy language is he teaching? Xiao Yuanqi felt somewhat embarrassed. He had intended for his son to teach his nephew how to win over a girl's heart, not something like that. What a foolish son. Xiao Jingzhan steadied himself and fired back. Second uncle, when do you plan to tell Xiao Jingyu about Chunliang's matter? As a father, he may not be overly attentive to Chunliang, but at least he's his biological father. Chunliang's situation can't be kept from him forever. Xiao Jingyu can speak freely in front of me because he knows so little and has been overly protected. Chunliang is Xiao Jingyu's own son. Why are they all frantic while Xiao Jingyu remains calm and unaffected with only Yang Zhuo occupying his heart? It's time to give this father something to do. Thus, after yet another forced visit by Zhū Xún Táo to the Yongjing Marquis manor, Xiao Jingyu made his entrance. Tao Tao Dudu. Upon seeing Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Qinliang, who had been squirming in Xiao Jingyu's arms as if they were strangers, suddenly lit up, kicking his legs to get down. Xiao Jingyu called his son a little ungrateful one, and didn't force him, letting him get close to Zhū Xún Táo, even though he often complained that this chubby little one interfered with his time with his wife. But since the child was his own, how could he just stand by and let someone harm him? That said, Xiao Jingyu's usually unrefined gaze flickered toward Zhū Xún Táo. After all, Zhū Xún Táo was his future sister-in-law. He was afraid that if he stared too long, someone would get jealous. Tao Tao did a hold me. Okay, I'll hold you. Zhū Xún Táo too adored this chubby little boy. The two embraced tightly, and Xiao Qinliang immediately pressed his chubby face against Zhū Xún Tao's, rubbing affectionately like a spoiled child. So cute, so cute. Suck, suck, suck. What relieves sorrow? Only adorable children. Even though Xiao Jingzhan had warned her earlier, upon hearing Zhū Xún Tao's unusual inner thoughts, the normally frivolous Xiao Jingyu momentarily composed himself. Could such a wondrous thing really exist in this world? Xiao Jingyu was surprised by this, but when he saw the enthusiasm of Zhū Xún Tao's own chubby child, he smiled again. He shot a glance at Xiao Jingzhan. Big brother, you're not up to it. Look how capable my son is, completely enchanting your future wife. It seems not only can he be the big brother's teacher, but even the chubby son is qualified to teach the big brother a few moves. He didn't enjoy the same favor that Zhū Xún Táo did with his chubby son. Similarly, the chubby son held a higher position in Zhū Xún Tao's heart than the big brother. After comparing the two, Xiao Jingyu felt more comfortable. Xiao Qinliang, what is this? Zhū Xún Táo took out a small rattan ball and waved it in front of the chubby child. Ball. Xiao Qinliang patted his small palm to express his love for the ball. Play. Since Qinliang wants to play, will you play with me, Annie? Zhū Xún Tao's eyes flickered with a hint of mischief. Xiao Qinliang forcefully patted his little head, revealing his little rice teeth in a smile. Zhū Xún Táo put Xiao Qinliang on the ground and then gently tossed it, and the small rattan ball rolled away. Without Zhū Xún Táo saying anything, Xiao Qinliang laughed happily, waddling over to pick it up and put it back in Zhū Xún Tao's hand. Then Zhū Xún Táo deliberately threw the ball again. Sure enough, Xiao Qinliang continued laughing, and his two little legs ran faster and faster. After watching 2 or 3 rounds, Xiao Jingyu felt uncomfortable. Is Zhū Xún Táo treating my son like a dog to play with? Why did he feel more and more suspicious? Xiao Jingzhan did not answer, because wasn't the answer very obvious? Why ask? Xiao Jingyu's face sagged. Is Zhū Xún Táo such an aunt-in-law, actually teasing my son to play? It was his matter to disdain. Zhū Xún Táo was too bad, teasing his silly son. Xiao Jingzhan was naturally on Zhū Xún Tao's side. Qinliang's happiness is the most important. The process was not important as long as the result was good. Xiao Jingyu was not really concerned, just said it. He touched Xiao Jingzhan's shoulder. Just watch Zhū Xún Táo teasing my son to play. So what exactly did my son disappear? When did he disappear? Where was he found? So many questions, he must give an answer right. He was still hiding this from his wife. If handled improperly, the chubby child might really be lost, and his wife would definitely not let him into the room. No rush. Mainly because being anxious is useless. It is not easy to guide this matter, and they cannot directly tell Zhū Xún Táo that they can hear what she is thinking. Even this situation, Xiao Jingzhan did not dare to tell Zhū Xún Táo for fear of misunderstanding Zhū Xún Táo. Only until Xiao Qinliang was teased into a sweat, Zhū Xún Táo called someone. Who is the nanny or maid taking care of Qinliang? Qinliang has played until he is sweating. Quickly help him change into a set of clothes so as not to catch a cold. Xiao Qinliang was the youngest child of the Yongjing Marquis mansion. Of course, there were many maids and nannies to attend to him, not just 1 or 2. A kind-looking woman smiled and reached out to Xiao Qinliang. Little master, will the nanny carry you to change your clothes? Xiao Qinliang was reluctant to leave. Tao ji dudu. Zhū Xún Táo lowered her eyes and looked at Xiao Qinliang as if conceding. Will Auntie go with you to change your clothes? A 2-year-old child changing his clothes should not be difficult. Okay. Now Xiao Qinliang was satisfied, did not want the nanny to carry him, but stuck to Zhū Xún Táo and would not let go. Fortunately, Zhū Xún Tao's skills raised in the orphanage were not completely abandoned, plus Xiao Qinliang was especially obedient. Zhū Xún Táo asked him to stretch his arm, he stretched his arm, asked to lift his leg, he lifted his leg, and cooperated very well. Xiao Qinliang cooperated, and Zhū Xún Táo also had skills. This set of clothes was changed, and it did not take much time, and Zhū Xún Táo also helped Xiao Qinliang wear it very properly, making Xiao Qinliang uncomfortable. Zhū Xún Táo held the changed Xiao Qinliang in her arms and poured water for him to drink. The thirsty Xiao Qinliang drank 2 cups of Zhū Xún Tao's water before he was done. At this time, another nanny who took care of Xiao Qinliang came up. Miss Zhū, the little master has gained weight now. You have held him for so long, you must be tired, otherwise let me take over. Just listening to these words, you know that this nanny is a smooth talker and a schemer. The understanding Xiao Qinliang twisted his body, giving the nanny a back of his head. Zhū Xún Táo held Xiao Qinliang and lightly patted the chubby child's back. This set of clothes is beautiful, but it seems to be missing a pendant. Where is Chunliang's jade pendant? Come on, let me pick one to wear. The cunning Zhou nanny hesitated for a moment. Zhū Xún Táo raised her eyebrows. What's wrong? Is there any inconvenience, or are you afraid I will steal your little master's things? Xiao Chunliang lifted his little face buried in Zhū Xún Tao's arms. Give to Dudu. Tao Ji Dudu was happy he could give it. Gently pinched the chubby child's doe-like little face, Zhū Xún Táo smiled. Really a little rascal. Such a sweet little baby, how can I not protect him a little? Even the ignorant Xiao Chunliang had said this. Zhou nanny had no reason to stop it anymore, took a large wooden box from the box, and placed it in front of Zhū Xún Táo. This was his own thing. Xiao Chunliang was very familiar with it. He actively opened the box, and took out what he thought was beautiful, and asked Zhū Xún Táo. 1. Xiao Jingyu, who was secretly observing, saw that his chubby son had grabbed the warm jade pendant that he had worked hard to find. If it were not for the fact that the material was too scarce, and the chubby child's first birthday. Otherwise such a good thing, he wanted to give it to his wife. Ungrateful little rascal. He gave his father's hard work to outsiders' wastrel. Zhū Xún Táo grabbed Xiao Chunliang's little claws and shook them. Don't you like it yourself? Xiao Chunliang nodded. Happy at it. Pretty. Give to Tao Ji Dudu. Because he liked it himself and thought it was good, he wanted to give it to his favorite Annie Tao. Xiao Chunliang's words were easy to understand, and Zhū Xún Táo, who was at level 3 of infant language, understood immediately. Facing such a pure heart, Zhū Xún Táo could not help but kiss Xiao Chunliang's chubby face several times. Annie does not like this. Chunliang keeps it yourself. Nanny, keep it yourself. Xiao Chunliang was really generous to Zhū Xún Táo. Seeing that Zhū Xún Táo did not like what he had chosen, he let Zhū Xún Táo choose herself. According to the color scheme of the clothes Xiao Chunliang was wearing at the moment, Zhū Xún Táo finally found the jade pendant she wanted in the box. A jade pendant with a blue-green jade color matched with a blue-green tassel. When Zhū Xún Táo reached out for the jade pendant, she deliberately slowed down her movement, showing hesitation in her selection. But her gaze turned, and it fixed on the two nannies attending to Xiao Chunliang. Nanny Zhou, quick-tongued, moved her lips as if to say something. Nanny Chun, with a kindly face, lowered her head, appearing docile. Thus, Zhū Xún Táo still grabbed this jade pendant out. Xiao Chunliang furrowed his little brows, and with a babyish voice cried out, "This is not good." Zhū Xún Táo scratched Xiao Chunliang's little nose. It was precisely because the little fatty didn't like this jade pendant and wouldn't wear it that someone had tampered with it and swapped it out. Picking up the jade pendant, Zhū Xún Táo rubbed it a few times, then told the young maid to fetch Nanny Feng, who served the Marquis's wife. What's wrong? Why does Miss Zhu want to summon Nanny Feng? Xiao Jingyu, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally found an opportunity to appear and make his presence known. As soon as Xiao Jingyu appeared, everyone except Xiao Qinliang, who was intently eating pastry in Zhū Xún Tao's arms, looked at him. Seeing Xiao Jingyu, Zhū Xún Táo hesitated at first. Thinking that the little fatty's safety was paramount, she still spoke up. Although I haven't seen many jade pendants, I've never seen one like this. Perhaps it's my limited knowledge, so I'd like to ask Nanny Feng to take a look. Before today, I had never seen the little fatty's belongings. I can't just grab it and say that his things have been swapped. The real one turned into a fake, can I? Fake. Xiao Jingyu put away his casual demeanor, stepped forward, and took the jade pendant from Zhū Xún Tao's hand. Xiao Jingzhan, a step behind Xiao Jingyu, looked at the other, but said nothing. Xiao Jingyu examined it, and also noticed something amiss. To avoid misunderstanding, he handed the jade pendant to Xiao Jingzhan. Xiao Jingzhan weighed it in his hand, and said affirmatively, fake, but it's a forgery that could pass for the real thing. Of course, Xiao Jingzhan didn't say this to express that the fake could be exchanged for a few taels of silver. Compared to the authentic piece worth over 100 taels, the fake worth a few taels was naturally trash. He said this to tell Xiao Jingyu that given the craftsmanship of the fake, there was a trail to follow. Good, very good indeed. Xiao Qinliang was the only child in the Marquis' manor, and the servants attending him received relatively high monthly wages. Their Marquis' manor treated servants well, but instead it spoiled these people, making them bold enough to touch their master's belongings. Shouldn't we inform second aunt about this? Xiao Jingzhan thought of Xiao Jingyu's mother Xiang Yingxin, who was also his second aunt. The servants attending Xiao Qinliang were all chosen by the child's biological grandmother. Now that someone among these people had caused trouble, it was only proper to inform second aunt. Let's wait until the results are out. Xiao Jingyu refused. Today they wanted to find out how his fat son had gone missing. The jade pendant being swapped was a minor matter. But if Zhū Xún Táo had brought it up, it probably wasn't minor. So what was the connection between the fake jade pendant and the fat son? The young master's real jade pendant is missing and the one in the box is fake. What do you have to say? Xiao Jingyu's face turned cold, exuding an aura of intimidation. The young master of the Marquis' manor could hardly be a pushover. The old nannies and maids in Xiao Qinliang's room knelt in panic, each claiming they had nothing to do with it. They knew nothing. The maids and nannies feigned ignorance, infuriated Xiao Jingyu, but he was helpless. Sudden wealth. Send someone to check the circumstances of these people's families. Xiao Jingzhan never thought anyone would step forward to confess in such a situation. Unfortunately, Xiao Jingzhan's tactic failed this time. When he said this, Xiao Jingyu observed that none of the kneeling people reacted. They all had an attitude of letting the manor investigate as it pleased. Zhū Xún Táo gently wiped the cake crumbs from Xiao Chunliang's face, her warm lips uttering chilling words. What is there to investigate? They all serve Chunliang. If something goes wrong, they are all responsible. Sell them all, and replace them with a loyal batch. Whether they stole or not, they are all at fault. Those who didn't steal. The young master's room has had issues more than once, yet no one spoke up. What use is there in keeping such servants? They are just freeloaders. Rice is expensive, you know. Even if the manor is rich, it's no way to waste it. At first, Xiao Jingyu thought Zhū Xún Tao's method was a bit excessive. But after listening to her analysis, he actually found it very reasonable. Xiao Jingyu looked at Xiao Jingzhan, who said in a deep voice, "Go to second aunt for the contracts of indenture, and do as Tao Tao said." As soon as Xiao Jingzhan spoke, everyone was terrified, kneeling and kowtowing with a thump-thump. For a moment, cries of "the servant is wronged" rose up in a chorus. Zhū Xún Táo covered Xiao Chunliang's ears, her face sour. "What are you yelling for? Are you trying to scare your little master again? If you don't want to be sold off, if you think being a servant in the manor is sweet, does crying out useful? Only you can save yourselves. Speak up one by one if you have any discoveries. The law cannot punish the many." What does that even mean? It's clearly that everyone is at fault. Xiao Jingyu decided to support Zhū Xún Táo, this sister-in-law, and silently stood behind her, saying, "You all heard Miss Zhu's words. Think for yourselves." The kneeling people looked at Xiao Jingzhan again. Xiao Jingzhan first glared at Xiao Jingyu, who had once again stolen a step ahead of him, then said, "Miss Zhu's words are my words." Zhū Xún Tao's position as the heir's consort was solid. Since Xiao Jingzhan had said so, the kneeling people had no hesitation and quickly spoke out their discoveries. The first to step forward was also a young maid serving in Xiao Chunliang's room. In reply to the heir and the second young master, this servant 3 months ago by chance discovered that the silver fruits in the young master's room were always missing. Xiao Chunliang was young, and his elders doted on him, always stuffing silver into his hands. Especially when going out, Xiao Chunliang would always reap a harvest. Since they were silver beans and such for amusing the child, as a parent, Xiao Jingyu didn't bother. Besides, Xiao Chunliang had no idea of the value of silver beans, and having seen too many, he didn't even have interest in them as toys. Thus, whether there were any in the room, or if any were missing, no one really noticed. Where are Chunliang's private belongings? Good, the problem was not small. Just as Zhū Xún Táo had said, not a single one would escape. Nanny Zhou first glanced at Nanny Chun, and seeing that Nanny Chun had no reaction, she could only muster the courage to bring out another box. Xiao Jingyu opened it, and saw a fair number of large denomination silver notes, apparently all there. But the large pile of loose silver beans and gold beans was completely missing. Based on Xiao Jingyu's memory, the fat son's loose items alone could fill this box. Speak, what other anomalies are there? Xiao Jingyu was furious. Someone was using the ant-moving method, trying to empty his son's private treasury. Had the silver banknotes not been so large and easily noticed, the box would have been emptied entirely. Such a scene made Zhū Xún Táo wish to disappear, for she was still an outsider. Yet she worried that Xiao Jingzhan and his brother might let the culprit escape, leaving the chubby baby in her arms to suffer the consequences. Thus, Zhū Xún Táo shamelessly stayed put. Little fatty, and he sacrificed so much for you. Do you realize it? Without you, given my temper, I would have fled at the first sign of trouble. Xiao Jingyu looked at his foolish son, who appeared unintelligent. But he was fortunate to have chosen the right ally. Protected by Zhū Xún Táo, his son, though foolish, was blessed with good fortune. Had the occasion been suitable, Xiao Jingyu would have shared all his combat experience with Xiao Jingzhan without reservation. Such a miraculous and powerful sister-in-law as Zhū Xún Táo must not be allowed to escape. Besides, in such a vast world, why only the Xiao family and the prince could hear Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts? Wasn't it destined that she should become their sister-in-law, fated to be connected to their Marquis house? After giving Xiao Jingzhan a silent, "You can do it," glance, Xiao Jingyu continued to deal with the matter of his son's maids being dishonest. Once one person stepped forward, others followed, confessing to the theft. Some even specified the exact day items had gone missing from Chun Chunliang's room. As more confessions emerged, someone finally could no longer hold back, trembling with fear. Auntie Zhou. Xiao Jingyu had excellent eyesight. How could he ignore the fact that such a large figure as Auntie Zhou was shaking so violently? Auntie Zhou, named out by Xiao Jingyu, let out a wailing cry. "I am innocent. I did not. Although I took some, I did not take that much. Second young master, I am truly being wronged." As she cried, Auntie Zhou grew more furious, blaming her own short-sightedness and lack of control over her hands. Chun Chunliang, unable to hear, clearly held on to Zhū Xún Tao's hand, covering his ears, shaking it back and forth. Seeing Auntie Zhou weep bitterly, Chun Chunliang tugged at Zhū Xún Tao's sleeve, then pointed at her. Zhū Xún Táo gently poked Chun Chunliang's small belly to distract him. Thus, the only sounds in the room were Auntie Zhou's sobs and Chun Chunliang's clear, cheerful laughter. While amusing Chun Chunliang, Zhū Xún Táo held his hand, making various funny gestures, her verbal skills undiminished. "No one will be wronged. If you wish to live, confess what you have done." You will not be blamed for things you did not do. At this point, Zhū Xún Táo had already formed a clear picture in her mind. Watching Annie Chen kneeling straight, her appearance flawless, Zhū Xún Táo could not help but admire her. To be a villain, one needs Annie Chen's composure. Truly, it is impossible without it. Unlike Annie Zhou, who had already lost her courage before the fire even reached her. In truth, Annie Chen's composure was not as strong as Zhū Xún Táo had imagined. When Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingyu's stern gazes fell upon Auntie Chen, her body still trembled involuntarily. At most, she trembled less severely than Annie Zhou. Too afraid to notice the masters shifting their gaze, Auntie Zhou only wished to distance herself quickly from the matter. I only discovered half a year ago that the silver coins in the young master's box were missing. I wanted to catch the thief for the young master, but I am too foolish. No matter how closely she watched, the silver coins in the box would still go missing. Afraid of being blamed for failing in her duty, Auntie Zhou never dared to report this situation. Gradually, her mindset changed. Silver coins were often missing, but the masters did not notice. When the gold coins in the box began to disappear too, Annie Zhou thought, no one will notice anyway. Who steals the silver? It is still theft. As the young master's nanny, she believed her contributions were greater. She took little, just a small amount as a reward from the young master for her service. Thus Annie Zhou also reached for the box. After succeeding once, she took several more times later. Compared to the silver that went missing, Annie Zhou claimed she took very little, nothing at all. She was too timid to take much, nor did she dare to take often. Such a great responsibility, she could not bear it alone. I did my best, but I could not catch the thief. I even suspect a demon is stealing things, otherwise how could I not catch them? Xiao Jingyu. How dare she neglect her duty and blame theft on spirits or ghosts? After hearing Annie Zhou's words, Xiao Jingzhan quickly realized she had been manipulated. Zhū Xún Táo shook her head, kindly reminding Annie Zhou, by your account you only discovered this half a year ago, yet the silver missing from the box should have been gone for longer than that. Think carefully again. On that day, how did you notice the silver was missing? Auntie Zhou likely terrified, her mind confused, and with half a year having passed, she could not remember clearly. She slapped her head hard, then her eyes lit up. She remembered. I remembered because Auntie Chen muttered to herself, saying she felt something was wrong with the silver in the box. Hearing Auntie Chen say this, I opened the box. Counting the young master's silver coins and comparing them, I indeed found many were missing. As she spoke, Auntie Zhou hit upon a blind spot. She looked at Auntie Chen in disbelief. Since Auntie Chen had also noticed the silver being stolen, why had she not reported it to the master, but instead come to whisper to her? What was her true intention? Seeing the young master possess so many fine things, Auntie Zhou, though harboring theft intentions, lacked the courage. There were things she dared to think, but not to do. But once a lead was given, things changed differently. Seeing through this, Auntie Chen passed the lead directly to Auntie Zhou. The Auntie Chen mentioned by Auntie Zhou finally reacted. She stepped forward, knelt down, and cried out her innocence. I am innocent. All in the box belongs to the young master. I did not even dare to look at it, let alone take anything. Auntie Zhou herself is dishonest and tries to drag me down. I have never done anything against the young master. I hope the young master and second young master will clear my name. A straight body casts no crooked shadow. My home can also be investigated by the young master and second young master. Zhū Xún Táo twisted her lips. Look, someone like Annie Chen, so calm and composed, is truly made for committing villainy. Your son is addicted to gambling. The silver you stole was either lost by him in gambling or used to pay off his debts. Checking the assets, it was indeed impossible to find even a single coin. It was no wonder that Aunt Chen was not afraid of the investigation. She had stolen so much silver and precious goods, yet she herself enjoyed none of the fortune, not even a single extra piece of meat. If Aunt Chen says that the investigation must still proceed anyway. By the way, Aunt Chen, I remember you have only one son. He is quite old now. Where does he work? Xiao Jingyu understood this son was Aunt Chen's vulnerability. Mentioning her only son, a look of panic once again appeared on Aunt Chen's face. My son is useless. He can do nothing but sell his strength. Ha! Aunt Zhou spat at Aunt Chen. Young master, second master, do not believe her lies. She is deceiving you. Her son is an ungrateful man who only loves gambling. He has lost all his silver and has never earned a single coin for the family. Aunt Zhou first touched her own clothes and then pointed at Aunt Chen's. Because of this wastrel at home, the Marquis house pays her a high monthly salary, yet she cannot even afford decent clothing. All of this is due to her good son. Aunt Chen, who had remained calm until now, felt her anger rise at Aunt Zhou's disparagement of her son. Shut up. My son is perfectly fine. If your son is so good, why can you only afford coarse cloth with such a high monthly salary? If you were not serving the young master and had to appear presentable, I doubt you would even buy clothes like these. As she cursed, Aunt Zhou finally understood. Her eyes grew wide and her mouth opened even wider. I understand now. All the silver inside the young master's box was stolen by you. Your son loves to gamble and loses so much silver. Even if the Marquis house pays you a high monthly salary, you save so much, yet you cannot cover your son's gambling debts. Aunt Zhou raised her voice and pointed at Aunt Chen triumphantly. Young master, second master. The young master's silver was definitely stolen by this old hag. How dare you, shameless old woman, steal so much silver from the young master and be afraid of being discovered by the master, so you dragged me out to be your scapegoat. The case was solved. Even Aunt Zhou had seen through Aunt Chen's petty calculations, so how could she deceive Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingyu? Aunt Chen was angry that Aunt Zhou had ruined her plan and tried to drag her into trouble. But under the current circumstances, she could not admit it. If she admitted her hands were dirty and stole the young master's money, the Marquis house would never keep her. Leaving the Marquis house, she would not only be unlikely to find a master with a higher salary, but also no one would want to hire her anymore. Thinking of her son at home waiting for her to bring silver home, Aunt Chen decided to keep her job. Young master and second master, please see clearly. I have not done these things. It is this Aunt Zhou who has been dishonest and tampered with the young master's silver. She is clearly trying to smear my name and drag me out to take the blame for her. I am the one who is truly wronged. With only Aunt Zhou's word, how could Aunt Chen admit her guilt? Xiao Jingzhan agreed with Zhū Xún Tao's words. This Aunt Chen had an extraordinary level of psychological resilience. He had seen and interrogated many prisoners, but in terms of reactions, Aunt Chen could rank among the most ruthless criminals. Under such circumstances, how could Xiao Jingzhan underestimate the threat posed by Aunt Chen? Aunt Zhou says your son is addicted to gambling. Is this true? Aunt Chen. This was too easy to verify. Aunt Chen lowered her head and said yes. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Since your son loves gambling, how much he bets daily and his wins or losses can be clearly investigated within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Aunt Chen, have you thought about how to make up for this silver? Aunt Chen was just a servant with limited income. If the accounts did not balance, it was not enough for Aunt Chen to cry injustice. It truly meant she had done nothing and refused to admit it, and no one could do anything about her. Chenliang's jade pendant is now in your hands. That must have been exchanged for silver by you. Whether you pawned or sold this jade pendant, do you think our Marquis house cannot investigate? Caught red-handed, it is not difficult. With Xiao Jingzhan's cold words, the Aunt Chen, covered in cold sweat, could not hold on and collapsed to the ground. In a breath, Aunt Chen knelt on the ground, weeping loudly. Young master and second master, I was forced to do this. I have only this one son in my whole life. If I do not protect him, no one else will. I have not done anything else. I only took some silver to help my son through a difficult time. I hope young master and second master can spare me this time, considering that I have not done anything wrong and have served the young master faithfully these years. I will not do it again. Aunt Chen's tears were so heartbreaking that they moved those who heard her. These were also Aunt Chen's genuine feelings. Xiao Jingyu thought of how in daily life Aunt Chen had indeed taken meticulous and thoughtful care of his little chubby one who liked Aunt Chen very much. But, once disloyal, 100 times unacceptable. Brings second aunt over. Since Aunt Chen had confessed herself, she could be handed over to second aunt for handling. On her way to come, Xiang Yingxin heard that the nanny she had arranged for her grandson had caused such a big problem, and her body swayed slightly. How could you do such a thing? Second madam, I have betrayed your trust. Second madam, please forgive me. Second madam, please give me another chance. My husband died early. If second madam had not given me a mouth to eat my son, and I would have died long ago. Second madam, please save me this time. If I leave the Marquis house, my son and I will both starve to death. Aunt Chen's husband died when she was young, and she was driven out by both her in-laws and her own family with nowhere to stay. Unable to survive, Aunt Chen took her son to the riverbank and wanted to drown herself. At that moment, Xiang Yingxin encountered Aunt Chen and her son. After knowing Aunt Chen's tragic situation, Xiang Yingxin gave her a job. Later, when Xiao Chunliang was born, Xiang Yingxin saw that Aunt Chen was careful and steady in her work, so she recommended Aunt Chen to take care of Xiao Chunliang. Thinking of these past events, how could Xiang Yingxin not be moved? Other matters I might give you another chance, but it was wrong to take Chunliang's things. Aunt Chen's red-rimmed eyes stared at Xiang Yingxin, as if accusing her of being rich and unkind. There were so many pieces of silver and gold in the young master's box. To an innocent young boy, these things were just toys he could do without. But for them, they were things that could save their lives. Without those silver tails, her son would have been beaten to death by the gambling den thugs. If her son were to die, how could she possibly go on living? These silver tails could save 2 lives. Why should they merely lie there untouched and unworthy of even a glance from the young master, yet forbidden to be used by her to rescue her son? The second madam was too heartless and ruthless. Zhū Xún Táo observed Chun Mammy's resentful gaze and stored it in her memory. This is what they mean by a favor in need becomes a debt in greed. One must not be a doormat, or else your kindness is taken for granted. Even when you act with reason, it's seen as a lack of conscience. Don't tell me the Marquis mansion intends to keep a wretch like Chin Mammy on the payroll. If they dare to do so, don't blame me for abducting the little fatty. After all, if the little fatty stays in the mansion, he'll end up discarded by Chin Mammy anyway. Thinking of Xiao Chunliang's fate, Zhū Xún Tao's hand stroking his chubby cheek grew even more tender. Oblivious, Xiao Chunliang thought his peach Annie was playing with him, and feeling the ticklish sensation on his face, he giggled and dodged Zhū Xún Tao's touch. Little fatty, you ought to eat less from now on. Do you have any idea how tempting that baby fat of yours is? In this world, there are always those perverse, abnormal people who instead of eating proper grain feast on human flesh, and they have a particular taste for children. The thought of those people calling their prey two-legged sheep made Zhū Xún Táo gag, yet her arms holding the little fatty remained unyielding. In the original story, Chin Mammy had almost emptied the box of loose silver, unable to touch the other more conspicuous items. But her son's gambling debts could no longer be delayed. To get her hands on more silver, she contrived to take the little fatty out of the mansion, abandoned him on the street, and hired someone to watch him. Afterward, Chin Mammy let everyone discover the little fatty was missing, terrifying old Madame Sheng into a state of collapse. Chin Mammy's intention was never to truly abandon the little fatty. She planned to wait until the entire mansion was in a panic, then appear as the savior who helped them find him. This way the mansion would surely reward her handsomely. Chin Mammy even fantasized about using this incident to claim a nominal kinship with the mansion. After all, her son's need for silver was an endless pit. But Chin Mammy never anticipated that the person she hired would be unreliable, failing to keep watch, allowing the little fatty to be abducted and sold to a terrible place. The little fatty was well fed, his skin fair and tender, making him a perfect target for those eyes. TSK. Watching the reluctant expression on the second madam's face, Zhū Xún Táo sighed deeply. Second madam, do you realize that your momentary kindness will lead to the little fatty being devoured? By the time they find him again, all that's left are his remains, and you will go mad from grief. The second madam goes mad, the old madam dies. TSK. Zhū Xún Táo dared not dwell on that passage. Unthinkable, utterly horrifying. She even questioned the author's mental state when writing that segment. Why inflict such a gruesome fate on such an adorable little boy? Was she trying to drive the second madam and old madam insane, or simply horrify and sicken us readers? Xiao Jingzhan. So Chen Liang wasn't just lost, he was devoured. Xiang Yingxin's body swayed more violently, her eyes closing as she collapsed to one side. Xiao Jingyu reacted swiftly, catching his fainting mother in his arms. If not for steadying her, his first impulse after hearing Zhū Xún Tao's inner thoughts would have been to kick Chin Mammy, that vile servant, to death. So his chubby little one wasn't just lost, but the little fatty was never found. Xiao Jingyu's heart ached with a suffocating pain, his rage demanding to be unleashed upon Chun Mammy, the root of all this evil. Xiang Yingxin, whose health was better than old Madame Sheng's, quickly regained consciousness. Jingyu, just now. She heard Zhū Xún Táo say that Chin Mammy would abandon her grandson, and her grandson would die a tragic death. Was she having a nightmare? Surely none of this was real. Shoo, mother, it's all right. Everything will be fine. Chun Liang is right now in the care of sister-in-law, being played with. With sister-in-law watching over him, Chun Liang will surely turn misfortune into good fortune and be kept safe. Xiang Yingxin was not the only one terrified. Xiao Jingyu found his own body trembling. Xiang Yingxin could no longer distinguish truth from illusion. Her son's words seemed to confirm that what she heard was real, not a hallucination. But looking at her plump grandson's rosy, laughing face, so lively and adorable, Xiang Yingxin's heart ached fiercely. How could anyone harm her precious grandson so cruelly? If not for Xiao Jingyu's words, Xiang Yingxin would have clutched Xiao Chunliang tightly in her arms, refusing to let anyone else hold him. Only then could she convince herself that what she heard was a lie. Her precious grandson was perfectly fine. Xiao Jingyu claimed Xiao Chunliang was safe, but Zhū Xún Táo disagreed. Can the little fatty truly be safe if the mansion doesn't deal with Chin Mammy properly? Why the hesitation in handling a mere servant? Just follow the law. It's simple. How can personal sentiment override the law? Isn't it better to act according to it? Theft. In a feudal society, a servant stealing her master's silver. It might not warrant death, but it certainly warrants imprisonment. As a law-abiding citizen, Zhū Xún Táo could not fathom Xiang Yingxin's train of thought. Xiao Jingyu nodded. His sister-in-law was right. Chin Mammy's case was not one of pitiable circumstances. Handing her over to the authorities was the proper course. Xiao Jingyu helped his mother sit beside Zhū Xún Táo, where she could clearly see the little fatty. Mother, let's report her to the authorities. In the face of her grandson's well-being, Xiang Yingxin recognized no Chin Mammy or Zhou Mammy. Knowing that her little grandson would suffer such a horrific fate because of Chun Mammy, all affection and pity vanished. Xiang Yingxin grasped one of Xiao Chunliang's chubby paws and declared without hesitation, report her to the authorities. No, second madam, please have mercy, spare me this once. Young master, save me. If you don't, you'll never see me again. Hearing this verdict, Chin Mammy nearly went mad. She never imagined she would end up being handed over to the authorities. She had thought that by pleading and groveling she might be allowed to continue serving the young master. Instead, the mansion not only dismissed her, but also reported her to the officials. Chin Mammy knew that once she entered those gates, she would never come out. It didn't matter if she died, but what would become of her son? The moment Chin Mammy began to shriek, Zhū Xún Táo and Xiang Yingxin both moved in perfect unison to cover Xiao Chunliang's ears. Giggle, giggle. Xiao Chunliang's attention, which had been drawn away by Nurse Chen, returned to Zhū Xún Táo and Xiang Yingxin. Fun Tao Tao Gigi Dudu Zuzu play with me. Upon hearing that the Marquis' household intended to send Nurse Chun to the authorities ensuring she could no longer lose, Xiao Chunliang Zhū Xún Táo had no desire to remain any longer. Chunliang, how about going to the courtyard to play ball with Andy again? Yes, yes. Xiao Chunliang nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. He had grown tired of staying indoors and wished to go out and play. Zhū Xún Táo raised no objection, and Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingyu, having no reason to change their minds, quickly summoned servants to subdue Nurse Chun and escort her to the authorities on charges of theft. Nurse Chun's ultimate fate now rested entirely on the court's judgment. With this major threat eliminated, Zhū Xún Táo felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders. There were few people in the Marquis' household whom she cared about. Aside from the elderly Marquis and his wife, now Xiao Chunliang had joined that circle. Knowing the little chubby one was safe, she could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Exhausted from playing with Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Chunliang barely ate a few bites of dinner before falling asleep at the table. After accompanying the old madam through her meal, Zhū Xún Táo was personally escorted back to the Zhou residence by Xiao Jingzhan. Zhū Xún Táo descended from the carriage, watching as the household servants unloaded the gifts from the carriage one by one, carrying them into her courtyard. After a long moment, Zhū Xún Táo couldn't help but speak. Isn't the second madam being too generous? I merely spent a day playing with Chunliang, and he played with me too. We kept each other company and shared joy. There's really no need to send me so many things. I feel unworthy of such generosity. So many fine items. How much must they be worth? Her eyes coveted them, yet she dared not accept. As a former 007 corporate drone, Zhū Xún Táo could hardly believe that in ancient times the pay for being a playmate could be so exorbitant. The Marquis' household was far too generous. No wonder Nurse Chin's greed had grown so large. It's not much. Just take it and don't feel burdened. You've earned all of this. Feel unworthy. No, compared to the help Zhū Xún Táo had given their household, their repayment was but a pittance. Had it not been for Xiao Jingyu's persuasion, who insisted that once Zhū Xún Táo married Xiao Jingzhan, they would have ample opportunities to repay and care for her, Xiang Yingxin would have showered her with even more treasures. Xiao Qinliang was the very lifeblood of Xiang Yingxin. Zhū Xún Tao's inner voice had clearly stated that if anything happened to Xiao Qinliang, their Marquis' household would suffer 2 deaths and 1 madness. With so few masters in the Marquis' household, losing 3 at once would be a devastating blow to those who survived. As Xiao Qinliang's grandmother Xiang Yingxin would go mad. But Xiao Qinliang still had his father Xiao Jingyu and his mother Yang Shira. Even if they survived, their lives would be no more comfortable than the maddened Xiang Yingxin's. The fear was that without Xiao Qinliang, Xiao Yuanqi's entire branch would be utterly ruined. For this reason, everyone in the Marquis' household felt that the gifts given to Zhū Xún Táo today were too few, not too many. Earned. Zhū Xún Táo didn't understand. But never mind. If the Marquis' household insisted she deserved it, she would accept it. At worst, if the household encountered trouble in the future, she would offer a word or 2 of warning, just as she had today. You may go now. Zhū Xún Táo waved her hand, dismissing Xiao Jingzhan. Xiao Jingzhan stood still, not moving. Let me first see you enter the Zhou residence. Zhū Xún Táo was taken aback. Her lips moved slightly, then she turned and left. Let him wait if he wished. What did she care? It wasn't as if she had asked Xiao Jingzhan to see her off. Who knew what madness had seized him now? Zhū Xún Táo had been invited to the Marquis' household by Xiao Jingzhan, staying until evening. Not only that, but Xiao Jingzhan personally escorted her back, only leaving after watching her cross the threshold of the Zhou residence. This description painted Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan as deeply affectionate and entangled, their syrupy atmosphere almost tangible enough to stretch into threads. In such a scene, who could still claim that the bond between Xiao Jingzhan and Zhū Xún Táo was merely born of parental command and matchmaker's words, that Xiao Jingzhan held no feelings for her? Coupled with the mountain of gifts Zhū Xún Táo brought back, everyone grew more convinced that Xiao Jingzhan's affection for her was profoundly deep. Within a single night, nearly 18 versions of the romantic tale of Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan were circulating wildly throughout the Zhou residence. When the rumors reached Zhū Xún Tao's ears, she was so disgusted she could barely eat. Why must she, a mere supporting female character, be subjected to this? Was she supposed to die from this online gossip? Hadn't she already transmigrated into a book arriving in ancient times? In the modern world, there were keyboard warriors. In ancient times, they were all tongue warriors. She truly felt like carving the word innocent onto her forehead. Miss. He. While Zhū Xún Táo was tormented by the gossip, Qiu Yu was utterly thrilled. From time to time, she would sneak a glance at Zhū Xún Táo, then cover her mouth with a little hee laugh. Truly, Qiu Yu was Zhū Xún Tao's sole senior maid, treated like a sister. Given their close relationship, Qiu Yu could look at Zhū Xún Táo openly. She had done so for years. It wasn't the first time Qiu Yu had lost herself in Zhū Xún Tao's beauty. But today Qiu Yu had picked up the annoying habit of stealing glances at Zhū Xún Táo. Paired with her intermittent hee laughter, she nearly drove Zhū Xún Táo to distraction. Detestable CP fans. She desperately wanted to advise Qiu Yu not to ship every random couple. It would only hurt her. Pairing her with Xiao Jingzhan was far too toxic. What Zhū Xún Táo found absurd, everyone else considered perfectly normal. Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan were to be wed in just another month. The CP they were shipping was real. How could it be random shipping? Having reached her limit, Zhū Xún Táo hooked an arm around Qiu Yu's neck. Qiu Yu, as a young lady, you must mind your image. Can you not laugh like that? It's too creepy. Has your miss wronged you in any way? Let's just talk properly, shall we? Zhū Xún Táo couldn't take it anymore, but neither could Qiu Yu. Rubbing her sore, nearly cramped cheeks from smiling all day, Qiu Yu said apologetically, the hereditary prince cherishes you so deeply, miss. I am overjoyed for you. When you marry the hereditary prince, miss, the two of you will surely live in harmony and happiness for a lifetime. Miss, when you give birth to a little master, I will take care of the child for you. Miss, you are so beautiful, and the hereditary prince is exceedingly handsome. The child you two bear, how beautiful must that little one be? At the thought of such a beautiful child calling her Annie one day and being raised by her Qiu Yu was simply bubbling over with happiness. Miss, I can hardly wait. Why not marry Lord Xiao sooner? The sooner they wed, the sooner they can have children, and she could finally take her little master with her. Zhū Xún Táo remained silent. Was it truly appropriate for Qiu Yu to speak like this? Didn't she fear offending her? If Qiu Yu continued speaking this way, the conversation could not possibly continue. Just as Zhū Xún Táo felt utterly despairing, Qiu Yu's mischievous laugh rang out again, angering Zhū Xún Táo so much that she slapped Qiu Yu and nearly knocking her to the ground. Miss young master, it's terrible. It's terrible. Before Qiu Yu's question could even be resolved, a little girl from outside rushed in, gasping for breath between every word. What is it? Speak slowly. What could possibly be wrong? The little girl took a deep breath and said, just now news came from the Yongjing Marquis manor. The young master is missing. Upon hearing this, the madam and the others fainted. Now everyone in the Yongjing Marquis manor is searching for the young master. What? The little fat one is missing. Zhū Xún Tao's voice cracked. How could the little fat one possibly be missing? She had already eliminated the threat of Nurse Chin ahead of time for him. 2 lifetimes. No, it should be 3 lifetimes now. Could the little fat one never escape this deadly fate even after 3 lifetimes? How did he get lost? Thinking of the adorable Xiao Qinliang disappearing possibly according to the original ending, Zhū Xún Tao's heart grew cold and desolate. Suddenly, she remembered something, grabbed some items, tucked them into her bosom, and rushed outside. Miss, where are you going? Zhū Xún Tao's voice drifted faintly as she ran far away. Qiu Yu, tell Uncle Qian to go find me at the ruined temple 3 li east of the city. Zhū Xún Táo, having left without preparing anything, only realized her folly when she was nearly at the city gate. She had not taken Zhou family's carriage, and now she even planned to walk to the ruined temple on her own feet. How overconfident was she? Realizing her mistake, Zhū Xún Táo stopped the departing carriage at the city gate, offering a silver hairpin from her head as payment, asking the driver to take her to the ruined temple as quickly as possible. Wah wah. Cough cough. Help. Save me. A small child's crying and cries for help came from inside the ruined temple. A disheveled man with a hideous face was choking the child. The man, having stayed out of sunlight for too long, had a sickly pale and extremely dry complexion, his excessively dark eye circles making him even more repulsive. It's all your fault, you little brat, that ruined my mother. My mother was sent to the authorities and can't get out. Since your Marquis manor won't give my son and I a chance to live, then no one should live. Everyone must die to accompany my son and me. Cough cough. At first Xiao Qinliang could still cry. Later he could no longer make a sound, his tender face turning the color of liver and gallbladder. The man did not know that as he was about to harm Xiao Qinliang, a slender figure was quietly approaching him. At the right distance, Zhū Xún Táo raised the stone high, aiming to strike the man's back of the head in one blow. You bastard, how dare you bully a child? Shameless. Perhaps sensing the danger before even hearing Zhū Xún Tao's words, the man turned his head slightly. Zhū Xún Tao's stone missed the man's head, striking only his shoulder instead. Seeing this, Zhū Xún Táo tried to remain calm despite her panic, quickly kicking the man, knocking him to the ground. Without checking Xiao Qinliang's condition on the ground, Zhū Xún Táo unleashed a flurry of blows while the man was down. A man versus a woman, she was no match for him. So she had to take advantage of the initial surprise and fight to the death. If she didn't kill him, she and the little fat one would die. Fortunately, the small moves she had learned in modern times, Zhū Xún Táo had not forgotten. Before the man could even get up from being kicked, Zhū Xún Táo, quick-eyed and agile, firmly stepped on his lower body. Countless teachings told Zhū Xún Táo that as long as she struck a man's lower body, it would definitely work. Fearing death, Zhū Xún Táo kicked with all her might. Murder and breaking the law Zhū Xún Táo set aside for now. If anyone was committing a crime, it was the person in front of her. After Zhū Xún Táo kicked, if a fourth person had been present, they would certainly have heard the sound of something shattering. In the end, the man who could only roll on the ground and crawl was deprived of his ability to attack. Confirming the man could no longer cause trouble, Zhū Xún Táo anxiously checked on Xiao Qinliang lying on the ground. Fortunately, because Nurse Chun had been imprisoned even after the plot changed, the little fat one still ended up at this ruined temple. If Zhū Xún Táo had not found the little fat one at the ruined temple, she would have had no choice. Seeing the little fat one's unnatural color and the obvious marks on his neck, Zhū Xún Táo quickly pressed his chest and gave him breath. Fortunately, the little fat one had only stopped breathing due to shock for a short time. After Zhū Xún Táo's rescue efforts, the little fat one not only regained breathing, but began crying loudly. Xiao Qinliang, upon opening his eyes, saw his beloved Auntie Peach opening his small arms, crying and reaching for a hug. "Peachy do it hurts." Zhū Xún Táo embraced Xiao Qinliang, kissing his chubby cheek. "Don't be afraid, Auntie Peach is here. Will Auntie Peach take you home?" "Why, yes." "Yes." Xiao Qinliang sobbed, but in the presence of someone familiar, he was no longer as frightened as before. When he saw the man lying on the ground screaming, Xiao Qinliang urgently kicked his little feet, his small head burrowing into Zhū Xún Táo's arms. "Be bad, man. Don't be afraid." Zhū Xún Táo picked up Xiao Qinliang. "Auntie Peach has defeated the bad man. He can't bully Qinliang anymore." "Oh, what's this situation? A girl and a little kid have knocked down a grown man." Zhū Xún Táo, carrying Xiao Qinliang, had not even taken 3 steps when 2 more men looking shifty and with ill intentions entered the ruined temple. The 2 men who entered later flashed with admiration in their eyes upon seeing Zhū Xún Táo's face. "Did we just run into a real treat today?" One of the men licked his lips, smiling seductively. "Little girl, why are you all alone outside? There are many bad people outside, it's not safe. Let us brothers take you home." Zhū Xún Táo sighed inwardly, but on the surface, she dared not relax her breath. In the book, after the little fat one was abandoned by Nurse Chun, he somehow managed to walk out of the city, stumbled, and hid in the ruined temple. Of course, this journey took the little fat 2 days. Then the little fat one was taken away by bad men in the ruined temple. The timeline had advanced so much this time. The little fat one had not wandered into the ruined temple by himself, but had been brought there by someone. But it seemed those villains who had taken the little chubby boy were finally making their presence known. It is often said that loyalty frequently resides in lowly men of action, while ungratefulness tends to be the mark of scholars. The 2 young gentlemen look exactly like the kind of rough and ready heroes renowned for their righteousness. "My sister, my aunt, and I accidentally lost our way here by chance. If you heroes are willing to escort us back to our residence, we will surely offer a generous reward." Upon hearing Zhū Xún Táo's words, the 2 men exchanged glances. What sort of generous reward? Besides, they were only after money. This small girl before them knew nothing of who they were. Therefore, silver is silver, and the path to acquiring wealth need not be limited to one avenue. The men did not refuse her offer, which made Zhū Xún Táo feel less tense. 1,000 taels. Zhū Xún Táo, who had little money, said these words with evident pain. She comforted herself. Never mind, later on she must make Xiao Jingzhan reimburse her for this 1,000 taels. "Are you sure there really is 1,000 taels?" This amount was still quite tempting. "Indeed." Zhū Xún Táo nodded. "Heroes, just look at how my aunt and I are dressed. We hardly appear to be the type who would break our promises. If the heroes remain truly distrustful, I understand. How about this? Although this jade bracelet is not worth 1,000 taels, it is certainly worth hundreds. It can serve as a down payment for you 2 heroes." Speaking thus, Zhū Xún Táo dared not play any tricks. She took off her bracelet, placed it on the ground, and pushed it toward the 2 men. The man picked it up and examined it. It was indeed good quality. Saying it was worth 100 taels, he was not lying. "All right, miss, if you say we are good men, we certainly would not harm anyone. Where shall we take you?" "Back to the Zhū family residence in the capital. Money really is a fine thing, but can save one's life when the moment comes." The 2 men appeared to have been bribed by Zhū Xún Táo, yet she did not dare let her guard down, completely maintaining a safe distance from both of them. The man who received the bracelet was willing to take Zhū Xún Táo back directly. The other man had more thoughts. He looked at the one rolling around on the floor and asked, "Who is he?" Zhū Xún Táo trembled slightly and glanced back, saying, "Not a good person." As for Xiao Qinliang, Zhū Xún Táo pressed his neck down, hiding his face against the hollow of her neck. Fortunately, Xiao Qinliang did not object to this posture and quietly wrapped his arms around Zhū Xún Táo's neck without speaking. Whether the man whose crotch had been crushed had recovered or not, his face was covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with ferocity. "You stinking bitches. You 2 don't let them escape. That little boy is the young master of the Yongjing Marquis mansion. The woman is the daughter of the minister." Zhū Xún Táo. "I underestimated him. For villains who prey upon children, crushing their testicles was insufficient. Was she going to have to cultivate the mindset and courage of a murderer to survive in this ancient era?" Taking a deep breath, Zhū Xún Táo spoke first. 2 heroes do not listen to his nonsense. The castrated man's meaning was understood by all 3 of them. Both Zhū Xún Táo and the chubby boy came from noble families, being children of officials. If they kidnapped them, obtaining 1,000 taels would be easy. 10,000 taels could even be extracted. Silver is undoubtedly a fine thing, but one needs life to spend it upon. If today you heroes escort us back to our residences in the future, you will become benefactors of both the minister's mansion and the Yongjing Marquis estate. Which is more valuable, which less so? The heroes must consider carefully. Do not be deceived by petty people. Zhū Xún Táo could not be certain her words would work, but she had done her best. At present, she could only pray that Uncle Shu would arrive as quickly as possible after receiving Chuyua's message. The desperate castrated man laughed maniacally. Do you two think you can truly escape and become benefactors of the Yongjing Marquis mansion? Dream on. The castrated man struggled to speak, his complexion growing paler and paler. If I did not know what this dilapidated temple was, why would I deliberately bring people here? As long as these two walk out alive, the secret of this ruined temple cannot be concealed. You will have no way out. Brother, since death approaches, might as well enjoy the taste of the minister's daughter before then. If the two of you deal with these two as before, perhaps there will still be a chance of survival. Zhū Xún Táo. Very well, I have already accumulated enough killing intent. No wonder she was still able to find the chubby boy inside this ruin. He had intentionally led them there. The two men also understood why the castrated man chose to commit evil deeds within this dilapidated temple, to use him as cover to sweep away trailing pursuers. The brothers had never been treated so contemptuously in all their years of roaming. The leading man smiled coldly, drew a dagger from his waist, and approached the castrated man. Zhū Xún Táo hurriedly backed away and repositioned herself. The leading man paid no attention to Zhū Xún Táo, allowing her to evade. The entrance to this dilapidated temple had already been guarded by his brother. Such a delicate lady holding a chubby boy in her arms. She could not possibly escape. The eldest man glanced at the castrated man's crotch and sneered, a man without balls. Is he still a real man? How could he bear to live? No wonder after hearing their cries for help this man fell to the ground and never got up again. The castrated man finally realized fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. The eldest man thrust the dagger into the castrated man's chest with movements so swift they were frightening. The castrated man cried out, spat blood, and quickly went his way, died very swiftly. Even without experience, Zhū Xún Táo was certain the two men before her radiating murderous intent were seasoned killers who robbed and murdered for profit. But with the castrated man having stirred things up so much, the possibility that these two giants would spare her was too slim. Even everything can be discussed. What he said may not be true. We have never met before, two heroes. Regarding this man, he deserves death many times over. He intended to harm my aunt and me. If you act today, you effectively save us too, thereby eliminating a menace to the people. Two heroes. Apart from this, I know nothing. The eldest man smiled again, his murderous aura unchanged. Indeed, a clever girl. No wonder you could knock down an adult male with a single kick. Pity. Releasing her. Never going to happen. The secret of this ruined temple could not be discovered, and they could not take such a risk. Zhū Xún Táo. She glared at the fully dead castrated man, gritting her teeth. Two heroes, could you please stab this dead body a few more times for me? I think one strike to finish him was too lenient. Even dead, the castrated man still intended to harm others. Truly, some people truly deserve to die. The eldest man smiled. Shall I give you a knife yourself before you go to fulfill your wish, and let you handle it personally? After speaking, the eldest man indeed boldly tossed the knife to Zhū Xún Táo. He truly did not worry that Zhū Xún Táo could escape his grasp. Zhū Xún Táo bit her lip, struggling to crouch and bend down, attempting to reach for the knife. At that very moment, the eldest man launched himself at Zhū Xún Táo. At that moment, the elder brother launched an attack on Zhū Xún Táo. Little girl, you are so beautiful, it would be better if you stayed away from such dangerous weapons like knives. Knives. Those are tools only for men to handle. Just as the elder brother was about to grab her, Zhū Xún Táo, who should have been focused on the knife, suddenly looked up, and with whatever she was holding in her hand, she sprayed it fiercely at the elder brother's face. The elder brother first felt something watery splashing on his face. Then after his eyes came into contact with that water, he was in so much pain that he could barely open his eyes. Big brother. The younger brother was shocked. Could his elder brother, like the broken egg man, be defeated by a delicate lady in the inner chambers? What did you do to my big brother? Zhū Xún Táo continuously adjusted her distance and position from the two men, finally managing to turn her back towards the temple entrance. I don't want anything, I just want to survive. It's you who won't let me go. If there is indeed some secret in the temple, you don't need to worry about it. After we run away, you can deal with it completely clean. So there is no need to kill her and the little fat boy. Of course, the elder brother could think of what Zhū Xún Táo said. But compared to clearing up the secret of the dilapidated temple, it was much easier to take away Zhū Xún Táo and the other person and also make a fortune. Don't care about me, that lady is beautiful. Once a buyer is found, it will be no less than 10,000 taels. There is also the child being held. He looks good, and there are many willing to buy him. Today these two must not leave the dilapidated temple. When you act, be careful. That woman has something in her hand that can make people unable to open their eyes. The elder brother covered his eyes with one hand while giving orders to the younger brother. Big brother, can you do it alone? The younger brother was worried. Stop talking nonsense. If we don't chase any more, that woman will really run away with the little kid. Could Zhū Xún Táo wait for the two of them to reach a conclusion? After turning her back towards the temple entrance, she suddenly turned around and ran away with all her might. She knew that even if she ran alone, she would not be able to outrun a man. But precisely because there was someone in her arms, she had to run. Big brother, don't worry. I will give her another cup of tea's worth of time, and she will not be able to escape. The younger brother helped his elder brother sit down. Big brother, you can't see now. I will go after you. Can you do it alone? The elder brother rubbed his eyes, feeling more and more uncomfortable. This is our own territory. What is there to worry about? Hurry up and bring her back. I don't know what she put on my eyes. I am in great pain. Could it be poison? The younger brother's face changed. The elder brother said, no, if it were poison, I wouldn't have died and my eyes should have been blind, but now I am just in pain and can't open them. I can barely open my eyes and I can still see it. Because my eyes could still feel the light, the elder brother could remain calm and did not rush to urge the younger brother to chase Zhū Xún Táo. After confirming that the elder brother was really okay, the younger brother was finally willing to chase after Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo, who had run away with Xiao Qinliang, was both panicked and frightened, trying hard to suppress the urge to cry. If she had the strength to cry, she would have used it all for running. Tao Tao Ji Dudu. Usually when being carried, Xiao Qinliang would laugh happily. Children are sensitive. He felt that today was different from usual and dared not make any fuss. Ignoring the soreness in his arms, Zhū Xún Táo clenched her teeth. Be good, hold on to Auntie's neck, don't let go. Hearing these words, Xiao Qinliang obediently followed. Running so far while holding a child, she is really capable of running. The younger brother thought Zhū Xún Táo could not run far. He never thought that while talking to his elder brother she had already run far away, so that he was out of breath. Zhū Xún Tao's little face turned pale with fear. She did not dare to look back and kept rushing forward. She did not know what the man behind her had done. Zhū Xún Táo felt a push behind her, and she was unable to control herself and fell forward. Helpless, Zhū Xún Táo had to use her hands to create a safe space for Xiao Qinliang, and when she fell, she completely hid Xiao Qinliang in her arms. She only had one thought: she must not let the men see Xiao Qinliang's face. She was afraid that after the men saw Xiao Qinliang's face, they would have the thought that he must be delicious. Where do you think you can run? As soon as Zhū Xún Táo fell, the younger brother grinned and approached, reaching out to catch Zhū Xún Táo. You are looking for trouble. At the critical moment, Xiao Jingzhan descended like a god, saving the lives of Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Qinliang. Her back had not been moving for a long time, and the man's groans continued. Zhū Xún Táo held the simplified self-defense tool in her hand and cautiously looked up. When she saw a huge head approaching her, she almost used the self-defense tool. Big sister-in-law, are you okay? Xiao Jingshan looked at Zhū Xún Táo anxiously. In the years he had known Zhū Xún Táo, he had never seen her in such a messy state. Xiao Jingshan did not know that this big sister-in-law saved his pair of dog eyes. Zhū Xún Táo loosened her hand, and then realized that the person approaching her was not a bad person, but Xiao Jingshan, third young master. Big sister-in-law, it is me. Are you and Qinliang okay? Qinliang, the little fat boy. Zhū Xún Táo sat up and helped Xiao Qinliang up, checking his body. Little fat boy, tell auntie, is there anything uncomfortable? Just now he fell. I don't know if the little fat boy was bumped or hurt. Xiao Qinliang's round chubby finger pointed to his neck. Ouch, cough. Xiao Qinliang had been strangled just now, and it was normal to be in pain now. Is there any other discomfort? Xiao Qinliang shook his head. That's good. Seeing that his little nephew was fine, and there were not many problems on his body, Xiao Jingshan relaxed completely. The man chasing Zhū Xún Táo cried out, and his arm was cut off by Xiao Jingshan. Just now this man was the one who caused Zhū Xún Táo to fall. Zhū Xún Táo looked at Xiao Jingshan, and then at Xiao Jingshun, and burst into tears. Xiao Qinliang was greatly frightened today, and seeing Auntie Tao crying without thinking, he opened his mouth and wanted to cry along. Before Xiao Qinliang could show his little baby voice, Zhū Xún Táo started giggling again. At that moment, Zhū Xún Táo cried one moment and giggled the next. Xiao Qinliang was first confused, looking at the three familiar adults. He simply grinned and smiled along with Zhū Xún Táo. The sweet laughter of children relaxes people. Little baby, you are finally safe to live. With a smack, Zhū Xún Táo forcefully kissed Xiao Qinliang's dirty little face and then fainted. Tao Tao. Xiao Jingzhan ran over as fast as possible and supported Zhū Xún Tao's falling body. Big brother, big sister-in-law has fainted. Xiao Jingshan wanted to look, but dared not approach. We must hurry back and find a doctor to examine the eldest sister-in-law and Qinliang. The eldest sister-in-law was truly remarkable. She had managed to save her nephew from the grasp of a brute. Even though it was Xiao Jingzhan who finally intervened, Xiao Jingshan found himself admiring Zhū Xún Táo. Along the journey, they had both feared arriving too late. To their surprise, Zhū Xún Táo arrived safely with a child in her arms. Xiao Jingzhan lifted Zhū Xún Táo into his arms, while Xiao Jingshan held Xiao Qinliang. Bind him and take him back. Yes, elder brother. Once the man fell into the hands of Xiao Jingzhan, and Xiao Jingshan, escape was impossible. How is Tao Tao? Is she all right? Grandmother Shung stood anxiously by Zhū Xún Tao's bedside muttering prayers to the Bodhisattva. Under the gazes of everyone present, the doctor cautiously stated that Zhū Xún Táo was unharmed, though she had suffered great shock. Moreover, during her escape, Zhū Xún Táo had exerted herself too much and became exhausted. Miss Zhū carried the young master while fleeing. Tomorrow when she wakes, her arms will likely ache severely, and she may not be able to raise them. The doctor seemed surprised. He had met the young master of the Marquis house before. Though small, the child was plump and heavy for his size. Most people would grow sore after holding him for a short while. Yet Miss Zhū had managed to carry such a chubby child from the clutches of villains and escape alive. Impressive. Doctor, do you have medicinal wine? If they could get a maid to massage Tao Tao properly, this situation would improve. Grandmother Shung tenderly stroked Zhū Xún Tao's small face, remarking that this time the girl had truly suffered greatly. Everyone in their Marquis house should be grateful to Zhū Xún Táo. I do have. The doctor took out a bottle of prepared medicinal wine and handed it to the maid standing nearby. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Thank you, doctor. Xiao Jingshan saw the doctor out before returning. Xiaomi Luo took a deep breath and asked, Grandmother, when will Sister Tao Tao wake up? I do not know. Grandmother Shung also wished to know this answer. Fortunately, the doctor said Tao Tao's body is unharmed. She will be fine once she wakes. By the way, how is Chun Liang? Jiang Yijing replied, Mother, do not worry. Perhaps because Tao Tao protected him, he was not frightened at all. Upon returning home and seeing his family, he smiled after applying medicine to his neck. As for other reactions, they would have to wait until Chun Liang fell asleep that night. Grandmother Shung felt even more heartbroken. Chun Liang was not frightened, but Tao Tao must have expended so much effort. Had it not been for Tao Tao protecting Chun Liang, who knows how frightened the child would have been. Thinking of the culprit, Grandmother Shung's face hardened as she sternly declared that so-called Nanny Chun will never be allowed to leave this lifetime. A traitor. Jiang Yijing shook her head. Upon hearing that her son had died, Nanny Chun wailed and then crashed into the wall, killing herself. To dote on a child is akin to killing him. The mother and son Nanny Chun had brought this upon themselves. It was truly unfortunate for their child, who had suffered such an undeserved disaster. After Zhū Xún Táo fainted, Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingshan not only brought them back, but also sent people to investigate the dilapidated temple Zhū Xún Táo had mentioned. Inside the temple, the Marquis house people found a man's corpse. Upon investigation, it turned out this man was Nanny Chen's son. He knew that because of his actions, his mother's theft of silver had been discovered, leading to the Marquis house sending him to the magistrate's office. Considering the massive debts he owed outside, without his mother's help he would never be able to repay them. Unable to pay his debts, he faced death. Since death was inevitable anyway, before dying he surely wanted to take a few others down with him. Thus Nanny Chen's son targeted Xiao Chunliang. After all, Xiao Chunliang was the easiest target in the Marquis house. Mother, Sister Tao Tao hasn't woken up yet. Should we send Sister Tao Tao back to the Zhū family? Xiaomi Luo followed closely behind Jiang Yijing, speaking softly. Until Tao Tao recovers, she will stay with us at the Marquis house. Grandmother Shung firmly refused. If Tao Tao returns to the Zhū family, who will take care of her? Xiaomi Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The glance the elder brother had given her before leaving seemed to indicate that he wanted her to keep Sister Tao Tao. If Sister Tao Tao were sent back, how could she explain herself to the elder brother who had just returned? At that moment, a familiar inner voice rang out, maybe I should be sent back to the Zhū family. Otherwise, will I have to stay unconscious forever? Zhū Xún Táo had suffered less harm and shock than Xiao Chunliang. She was simply exhausted from holding the chubby Xiao Chunliang. Therefore, after sleeping for half an hour, Zhū Xún Tao's spirit was fully restored. For certain reasons, upon waking, Zhū Xún Táo kept her eyes tightly shut, pretending to be unconscious. Grandmother Shung. Jiang Yijing. Xiaomi Luo. Grandmother Shung laughed in exasperation. She had never realized before that Tao Tao had such a mischievous side. Jiang Yijing's tense nerves relaxed somewhat. Since Zhū Xún Táo had saved Xiao Chunliang, the Marquis house could not allow anything to happen to Zhū Xún Táo. Xiaomi Luo was overjoyed. Fortunately, Sister Tao Tao was unharmed. Tao Tao. Without hesitation, Xiaomi Luo wanted to wake Zhū Xún Táo, but Jiang Yijing stopped her. Zhū Xún Táo herself had said she was pretending to be unconscious and was not yet ready to wake up at the Marquis house. Jiang Yijing looked at Grandmother Shung and asked what to do. Should they follow Zhū Xún Tao's wishes and send her back? As long as Zhū Xún Táo woke up safely, it did not matter whether the Zhū family would take care of her. If necessary, she would send a maid to the Zhū family to look after Zhū Xún Táo. Grandmother Shung found the eldest sister-in-law's plan feasible. She had always favored Zhū Xún Táo. Now Grandmother Shung cherished Zhū Xún Táo to the very core of her heart, placing her on par with Xiao Chunliang. Younger sister. Has the eldest sister-in-law woken up? As Jiang Yijing was arranging to send Zhū Xún Táo back, Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingshan returned. Xiao Jingzhan, without a word, took long strides toward Zhū Xún Táo to check on her condition. Xiao Jingshan naturally did not vie for position, quietly stepping aside and asking Xiaomi Luo about the situation. Xiaomi Luo opened her mouth. Sister Tao Tao, has she woken up? Could she say that? Damn Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingxin returned so quickly. I haven't been sent back to the Zhou family yet. Alright, I'll continue pretending to be unconscious. Zhū Xún Táo was mainly pretending to be unconscious to avoid these few people from Xiao Jingzhan. For certain matters, if Xiao Jingzhan questioned her, she would not be able to answer. If she answered, she might be taken for a madwoman. Xiaomi Luo. Good, she did not need to force herself to answer. Sister Tao Tao had answered herself. Xiao Jingzhan. Well, at least she's awake now. Xiao Jingxin. He gave Zhū Xún Táo a thumbs up. His elder sister-in-law was in a way incredibly formidable. Jiang Yijing came to her senses. Did he confess everything? Xiao Jingxin replied to spare his elder brother from being distracted by staring at his sister-in-law. He did. That man saw that our sister-in-law was attractive and Chun Liang was just a boy, so he wanted to extort some silver. Truly a man unafraid of death, daring to lay a hand on someone from their Yongjingho mansion. Zhū Xún Táo, who had been feigning unconsciousness, snapped her eyes open and sat bolt upright in bed. Is that what the man said? Wait. I sent Xiao Yu to tell Uncle Qian to meet me at the abandoned temple. When you tracked me down, did you hear about that too? Xiao Jingxin was startled by Zhū Xún Tao's swift movement. Was she rising from the dead? That's right, my elder brother. They had thought their sister-in-law might know Chunliang's whereabouts, so they rushed to the Zhou residence. By that time, their sister-in-law had already left the Zhou residence to give chase. Fortunately, the maidservant by her side wasn't foolish and knew to relay the message to them. Upon receiving the news, they mounted their horses and pursued her straight to the abandoned temple 3 li away. As expected, their sister-in-law was a capable woman, seemingly omniscient. She truly knew where Chun Liang had been taken. Unwilling to mention the real reason they sought her out, Xiao Jingzhan interrupted his younger brother. Is something wrong? Plenty of things are wrong. Zhū Xún Táo slapped her thigh. How could she have forgotten such a crucial detail, and even thought of feigning unconsciousness to escape the Yongjingho mansion? By the way, have you found out who the man who kidnapped the little fatty is? The son of Madame Chun. Xiao Jingzhan poured Zhū Xún Táo a cup of water to moisten her lips. Zhū Xún Táo didn't stand on ceremony. She took it and downed it in one gulp. That petty man. A look of sudden realization dawned on Zhū Xún Tao's face. Madame Chun had been imprisoned, and to keep the story consistent, this person became her son. Wait, were the people in the home mansion all dead? The little fatty was taken away right from inside the mansion. Regarding the point Zhū Xún Táo raised, Xiao Jingzhan had already investigated. There's a dog hole by the back garden wall of the mansion, usually hidden by the plants, and very hard to find. Anything Madame Chun had stolen in the past was likely smuggled out through this hole. No wonder she had been able to operate so stealthily all this time. Zhū Xún Táo, a dog hole nearly killed the little fatty. The masters of the home mansion should reflect on themselves. Alright, that man's son is dead, let's not mention him. As for the abandoned temple I mentioned, have you searched it thoroughly? Is there something wrong with the abandoned temple? Xiao Jingxin caught on. Amazing, their sister-in-law had found another clue. There's a huge problem. Send people to search it immediately. Furthermore, besides that man's son, there were 2 other people at the time, not just one. The abandoned temple is their turf. The son of Madame Chen chose that place to kill the little fatty, so those people could help him cover his tracks. Remembering how the little fatty was abducted, and how the home mansion's people found nothing, Zhū Xún Táo warned, search carefully. There might be secret passages, hidden rooms, or underground chambers. Xiao Jingzhan and Xiao Jingxin exchanged a glance. They had suspected that man hadn't told the whole truth. They hadn't expected him to be more than just an inconsequential opportunist. The matter seemed far deeper than they thought. Elder brother, I'll take some men to investigate now. Xiao Jingxin volunteered. For his sister-in-law and his nephew, he had to seek justice and restore their honor. I'll go too. Xiao Jingyu, standing at the door, still wore a stiff expression. After sending Madame Chun to the authorities yesterday, he thought his son's deadly ordeal was over. He never expected that a moment of negligence would almost cost him his son again. Fortunately, he had Zhū Xún Táo as his sister-in-law. Otherwise, thinking of how the news of his chubby son's disappearance had caused the 2 most important women in his life to faint, Xiao Jingyu dared not face the possibility of failing to rescue his son. Be careful. Xiao Jingzhan was confident in the abilities of Xiao Jingyu and Xiao Jingxin. Sending one would be enough, but with both brothers going, not even an ant would escape. With the matter of the abandoned temple settled, the surge of adrenaline faded, and Zhū Xún Táo wilted. Can I faint again now? After all, I was terribly frightened by today's events. My emotions are very unstable. It would be perfectly normal for me to pass out at any moment, wouldn't it? Xiao Miluo. Tao Tao Jijit definitely wouldn't want to know. They could hear her thoughts. Precisely because Zhū Xún Táo couldn't hear them, Xiao Miluo couldn't help but feel secondhand embarrassment for her. It was so awkward. Xiao Miluo couldn't help but feel grateful that she wasn't the one whose thoughts were being eavesdropped on. Otherwise, how would she be able to go on living? Will you be returning to the Zhou residence today? Xiao Jingzhan knew why Zhū Xún Táo kept wanting to faint. She was afraid they would ask how she knew Chun Liang was at the abandoned temple, and she wouldn't have an answer. Yes, I have to. Staying in the home mansion, I can only play the mute. Since Zhū Xún Táo herself wanted to go back, Xiao Jingzhan and the others couldn't very well stop her. After all, Xiao Jingzhan and Zhū Xún Táo weren't married yet, so he couldn't openly keep her in the mansion. Thinking of this reason, the three women in the room besides Zhū Xún Táo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Zhū Xún Táo, was there a problem with her returning to the Zhū residence? It's less than a month away. Xiao Jingzhan, understanding his woman's thoughts, kindly reminded her. The eyes of old Madame Sheng and the other two women lit up, and they nodded. Yes, in less than a month Zhū Xún Táo would be a member of their home mansion, and she could stay there every day from then on. Jiang Yijing warmly grasped Zhū Xún Tao's hand. Tao Tao, take good care of yourself. Your mother will make sure your wedding to Jingzhan is grand and splendid, no less than a princess's. And mother. Zhū Xún Tao's tongue seemed to have been stolen by a cat as she was speechless. Jiang Yijing smiled warmly, her heart answering, yes, silently. No hurry, in less than a month she would be able to say it out loud. That one word, mother, made her feel incredibly content. I'll escort you back. Now the task of escorting Zhū Xún Táo back to the Zhū residence naturally fell to Xiao Jingzhan. What are you doing? Zhū Xún Táo nearly jumped out of bed. Was Xiao Jingzhan trying to carry her like a princess? Zhū Xún Táo firmly pushed away Xiao Jingzhan's outstretched hand, insisting with a tenacious spirit that she could manage. My arms are just weak and I can't use them well, but my legs are strong. I can walk on my own. If Xiao Jingzhan really carried her back, how could she ever hold her head up again? As for how she had arrived at the Marquis residence after fainting, Zhū Xún Táo chose to forget and did not pursue it. Miss, are you alright? Qiu Yue, anxiously waiting, had nearly worn a hole in the floorboards of Zhū Xún Tao's room. Upon seeing Zhū Xún Táo, Qiu Yue immediately rushed over, disregarding the situation, pushed past Xiao Jingzhan, and stood beside Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo was delighted and gave Qiu Yue a thumbs up. This girl was worth the care. Xiao Jingzhan felt the exact opposite. He was pondering where to transfer this ill-mannered little girl after their wedding. My legs are a bit weak, please support me. Before Qiu Yue, Zhū Xún Táo had nothing to pretend and relied on her completely. Mr. Qian doesn't know about my affairs, does he? Xiao Jingzhan has already rescued you. It's better that Mr. Qian doesn't know about the incident in the dilapidated temple so as not to worry him. Qiu Yue shook her head. The young master said he would go. Mr. Qian couldn't be stronger than the young master. Hearing this, Xiao Jingzhan felt a bit better. This maid could be kept for a while. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Zhū Xún Táo turned around. Thank you, young master Xiao. I've returned safely to the mansion, and with Qiu Yue by my side, you need not worry. On your way back, please take care. Xiao Jingzhan, who had been used and discarded. Unable to get angry at Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan instructed Qiu Yue, pay more attention to your miss. If she feels unwell, quickly summon a doctor and send a message to the Marquis residence. Yes, young master Xiao. Qiu Yue nodded, helping Zhū Xún Táo with special speed. She only thought of getting her miss back to the room to rest quickly, completely ignoring Xiao Jingzhan's desire to look at Zhū Xún Táo a few more times. Xiao Jingzhan. Well, perhaps it was better to send this maid away. She lacked discernment. Back in the room, Qiu Yue almost wanted to undress her miss to check thoroughly. Miss, are there any places on your body hurt? Please tell me, I will apply medicine for you. Zhū Xún Táo gasped, extending her arm to Qiu Yue. Use this medicinal wine to rub my arm properly. If it's not rubbed open, my hand won't be able to move tomorrow. SSS. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhū Xún Táo noticed something wrong in other parts of her body. Qiu Yue, bring me a basin of hot water to soak my feet. My feet seem to hurt a bit. After soaking her feet in hot water, Qiu Yue pinched and found blisters on the soles of Zhū Xún Tao's feet. Consequently, the tears in Qiu Yue's eyes grew faster than the blisters on Zhū Xún Tao's feet. Miss, you suffered so much. Zhū Xún Táo was both amused and exasperated. Oh well, she was no longer the resilient modern-day worker, but a delicate young lady. As soon as Qiu Yue popped the blisters, applied medicine, and bandaged them, Zhū Xún Táo received her first visitor of the day. Aunt Li followed Zhu Yingyan. Seeing Zhū Xún Tao's feet wrapped as thick as pig trotters by Qiu Yue, she called out, my second miss, you've suffered greatly this time. But bitterness precedes sweetness. The second miss's fortune was unquestionable, and she was convinced. Aunt Li had learned that Zhū Xún Tao's commotion that day was to save Xiao Qinliang. If this had happened to someone else, Aunt Li would have said that girl was crazy. But for Zhū Xún Táo, Aunt Li only praised her for being bold and meticulous, daring to act and bear responsibility, someone with great fortune. The Marquis' little son was missing and no one could find him, yet his own second miss had managed to locate him. Who could say their second miss had bad fortune? Qiu Yue, what medicine did you use on the second miss? Is it effective, eh? No, the madam has a bottle of excellent wound-healing medicine. Here, I'll go fetch it for the second miss right away. Facing Aunt Li, who moved with swift steps, Zhū Xún Táo had no chance to stop her. Once Aunt Li left, she had left Zhu Yingyan behind. Zhu Yingyan glanced indifferently at Zhū Xún Tao's injured foot, frowned disdainfully. Xún Táo, I heard you saved Xiao Qinliang. Is that true? Zhū Xún Táo extended her hand to Qiu Yue, asking her to finish attending to her feet, and then her hands. Just a coincidence. Coincidence? Zhu Yingyan sneered. Did she look that gullible? After Zhū Xún Táo went missing, the Marquis residence was thrown into chaos, and this matter was impossible to investigate at all. The Marquis residence had no clues, yet you found them so coincidentally. Zhū Xún Táo smiled thinly. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying as no coincidence, no story? By the way, add one more if similar, purely coincidental. Zhu Yingyan was determined to argue with Zhū Xún Táo today. Is that so? So coincident, can you tell me how coincident it was? How could it be that you turned left, he turned right, and then you met? Speaking these words, Zhu Yingyan's tone was full of resentment. Why didn't he die? In his past life, Zhū Xún Táo had clearly gone out of the residence and got lost on the street. By the time the Marquis residence found him, only clothes and a pile of bones remained. Seeing those things, the women of the Marquis residence nearly went mad. Until Zhū Xún Táo married, they became pregnant and gave birth to Zhao Jingzhan's legitimate eldest son. The people of the Marquis residence took a lesson and each doted on Zhū Xún Tao's son as if it were an eye. The most amusing was the branch of Zhao Yuanxi. Their own child was gone, yet they were happy for someone else having a child. The branch of Zhao Yuanxi seemed to want to make up for all their regrets in this child, even more anxious than Zhū Xún Tao's own relatives about this child. How could it be that after a child died, Zhao Jingyu was ruined and could not have children anymore? Because they couldn't have children, so they doted on Zhū Xún Tao's child. Thinking of how she had finally managed to conceive a child only to have it harmed by the women in the harem of the crown prince. Zhū Xún Tao's child from birth was the treasure of everyone's hands. Zhu Yingyan felt resentful and thought it unfair. According to Zhu Yingyan's initial plan, since she wanted to replace Zhū Xún Táo and marry into the Marquis residence, naturally the person who deserved to die, she still wanted him to die. Zhū Xún Táo was not lost by her, nor was he killed by her. If, like in the past life, Zhū Xún Táo were to die again, it would just be bad luck for Zhū Xún Táo. What could she do? After Zhu Yingyan was reborn, she never thought about preventing Zhū Xún Tao's tragedy from happening, not only for herself, but also for her child. Her child was destined to be born later than Zhū Xún Táo. Perhaps by the time her child was still innocent, Zhū Xún Táo would already be flattering and pleasing. Zhao Jingzhan was the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis residence, so her son, with Zhao Jingzhan, should be the eldest among the next generation of children. The existence of Zhū Xún Táo squeezed her son to a secondary position. Throughout history, only the eldest and the youngest children are favored by elders. Secondary. The very word secondborn carried an unpleasant connotation. Zhu Yingyan refused to let her own child be the neglected one sandwiched between others. Especially when compared to Zhū Xún Tao's previous life, Zhu Yingyan grew even more determined to respect Zhū Xún Tao's personal fate. His death was fate's decree. If he lived, she would devise another plan. On the very first day of her rebirth, Zhu Yingyan had already mapped out every detail concerning Zhū Xún Táo with absolute clarity. What angered her most was Zhao Jingzhan's ill-timed refusal. She was the chosen daughter of heaven, reborn once more by divine selection. Zhao Jingzhan could never imagine what precious treasure he had missed. Zhu Yingyan retained enough sense not to reveal this secret so easily. Otherwise, on the day Zhao Jingzhan repeatedly rejected and humiliated her, Zhu Yingyan would have proven her uniqueness. After abandoning Zhao Jingzhan, she nearly forgot all about Zhū Xún Táo, because Zhao Xún Tao's time had not yet arrived. Fortunately, due to the matter concerning Zhū Xún Táo, she remained exceptionally vigilant over the movements of the Marquis of Yongjing's household. When the servants reported that Zhao Xún Tao's nanny had been sent to the authorities on charges of theft, Zhu Yingyan quickly realized that circumstances had begun to shift. Zhao Xún Tao's demise had stemmed entirely from trouble within his own household. 5 years after Zhao Xún Tao's death, the Marquis of Yongjing's household only uncovered the truth of his disappearance when valuable items were stolen, finally leading to the capture of that nanny. In this lifetime, both of Zhao Xún Tao's nannies were sent away early. Some sold, others handed over to the authorities. Did this not mean Zhao Xún Táo would now live in peace and safety? That would not do. Even if Zhao Xún Táo perished, Zhū Xún Tao's son would still be doted upon by the Marquis' household until he reached the heavens. But what if Zhū Xún Táo bore no children this time around? Would it matter if Zhao Xún Táo lived or died if Zhū Xún Táo could not bear children? Zhao Jingzhan had so firmly rejected her before Zhū Xún Táo and her mother, leaving her utterly humiliated. She had already declared her intent to retaliate against Zhao Jingzhan, making him regret his actions forever. Was Zhao Xún Tao's death not the perfect opportunity to inflict pain upon him? Zhao Jingzhan's affection for Zhao Xún Táo was no mere pretense. Once she confirmed the nanny responsible for harming Zhao Xún Táo was the one imprisoned, Zhu Yingyan took effort to investigate the matter thoroughly. Upon learning that the nanny had a son addicted to gambling, a plan took shape in Zhu Yingyan's mind. Even Zhū Xún Táo had not anticipated that Chun nanny's son's audacity in stealing Zhao Xún Táo from the Marquis' household and killing him was partly instigated by Zhu Yingyan's scheming. Xiufin's older brother conspired with the gambling den, ensuring Chun nanny's son lost a large sum of silver once again. They warned him that this sum was too large. If not repaid immediately, they would not merely take his limbs, but his very life, sparing neither his mother, driven into a dead end, he naturally sought help from the person he trusted most. Thus Chen Nanny's son discovered that his mother's theft had been exposed, and she was now imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Chen Nanny's son's first instinct was to flee as far and fast as possible. His mother had merely stolen silver, she had committed no other offense. So he would be imprisoned for a few years at worst, never facing death. Unlike himself, without his mother's silver, the gambling den would certainly kill him. Only escape could save his life, allowing future reunion with his mother. Xiufin's older brother anticipated this move, inviting him to dinner and wine with the utmost insinuation. Encouraged by Xiufin's older brother and emboldened by wine, Chen Nanny's son risked entering and exiting the Marquis of Yongjing's household through a dog hole to steal and kill Xiao Chenliang. Zhou Yingyan had orchestrated everything perfectly flawlessly. Today Xiao Chenliang, as in his previous life, would surely die. While Zhou Yingyan eagerly awaited the news of the Marquis's household mourning, she instead learned another outcome. Zhū Xún Táo had rescued Xiao Chenliang unharmed. Unable to control her rage, Zhou Yingyan shattered a set of cups. Even now a small cut remained on her index finger from the broken pottery. Her first act of revenge against Xiao Jingzhan had been thwarted by her own younger sister, Zhū Xún Táo. How could she not be furious? Zhū Xún Táo looked at Zhou Yingyan in bewilderment. Why did the female lead need such detailed accounts? Big sister, the matter was urgent. Upon hearing the news, I rushed out of the household and ran on foot all the way to the city gate. Look at me now. Do my actions make any sense? Purely on sixth instinct, like a headless fly, crashing everywhere. Had I any clear plan, I would have used the household carriage and taken the household servants. Thus how could Xiao Chenliang and I have nearly fallen victim to bandits? Had Xiao Jingzhan and his brothers not arrived in time, both our lives would have ended today. Zhū Xún Táo did not lie entirely. She had been so frantic by the news of Xiao Chenliang's disappearance that she acted alone. Had Zhū Xún Táo exercised even a fraction of reason, she would have had Qiue deliver the news to the Marquis of Yongjing's household immediately rather than seeking help from Uncle Qian at such great distance. Given Uncle Qian's distance, by the time he arrived, he would likely only have been there to collect their remains. Zhū Xún Tao's words were best proven by her feet wrapped like boiled pig's trotters. Nearly. Zhou Yingyan sighed softly, her tone alternating between relief and regret. Zhū Xún Tao's lips pressed together. She suspected the latter possibility was more likely. Zhou Yingyan was indeed disappointed, believing Chen Nanny's son could handle Xiao Chenliang alone. Even if Zhū Xún Táo suddenly intervened, couldn't one grown man manage a little girl and a baby? Zhou Yingyan had never anticipated that Chen Nanny's son would prove no match for Zhū Xún Táo. Not only did he fail to subdue Zhū Xún Táo, but she turned the tables and defeated him. Without those two men joining the fray, Zhū Xún Táo would have returned to the Marquis's household unharmed with Xiao Chenliang. You said besides Chen Nanny's son there were other villains. I never knew you possessed such remarkable skill, Zhū Xún Táo. Your strength surpasses men's. Two grown men, yet both returned alive with you and Xiao Chenliang. Were they truly men? One couldn't handle Zhū Xún Táo, and Zhou Yingyan grew angry. Neither succeeded, and Zhou Yingyan became increasingly agitated. Zhū Xún Táo, could you tell me how you escaped with a child from two men's grasp? She needed to know Zhū Xún Tao's methods. If another opportunity arose, she couldn't allow Zhū Xún Táo to turn disaster into fortune again as she had today. Considering how the Marquis of Yongjing's household had suddenly gone mad, each one now favoring Zhū Xún Táo. With this added gratitude for saving Xiao Chenliang, the household would surely elevate Zhū Xún Táo to the heavens. Enraged at the thought that her interference had only elevated Zhū Xún Tao's standing in the Yongjing Marquis' mansion, Zhou Yingyan wished she could tear several silk handkerchiefs to vent her fury. Zhū Xún Táo. The female lead was truly persistent. Eldest miss, the second miss, is injured and should not exert herself. If you have something to say, please wait until my mistress has rested today. You may return to question her tomorrow. Xiaoyue, protective of her mistress, stepped forward, deeply displeased with Zhou Yingyan's behavior. Questioning. Did she think she was interrogating a criminal? The eldest miss truly had no semblance of an elder sister. How dare you? Zhou Yingyan's eyes narrowed, her tone laced with danger. Was a mere servant daring to disrespect her, relying on Zhū Xún Tao's influence? Zhū Xún Táo shielded Xiaoyu. Elder sister, please do not hold Xiaoyu accountable. She is but a young maid, overly protective of her mistress. I am indeed exhausted today and lack the energy. If elder sister wishes to know more, come tomorrow. Tomorrow she would have all her lies perfectly woven. When elder sister returns tomorrow, I will speak without reservation. Yes, leave it for tomorrow. The second miss is tired and needs proper rest. Sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere between Zhū Xún Táo and Zhou Yingyan, Nanny Li quickly stepped in to block Zhou Yingyan. Having heard Zhou Yingyan express her wish to visit Zhū Xún Táo, Nanny Li had praised her profusely in front of Madame Sun. Clever. The eldest miss was the cleverest in the entire mansion. Wouldn't the second miss be moved by the eldest miss visiting her at this time? If only the eldest miss and the second miss had a good relationship, there would be countless ways the eldest miss could benefit from the second miss in the future. A venture with a thousand-fold return, the eldest Mrs. Forsyte was truly astute. Who would have thought that people were so prone to being overpraised? At first Nanny Li didn't notice. But when she heard Zhou Yingyan persistently questioning how Zhū Xún Táo had rescued Xiao Qinliang, she began to understand. Wasn't it enough to know that the second miss had rescued the young master of the Marquis' mansion and escaped safely? Why did she need to ask for such details? Had they not come out of genuine concern for the second miss? Or was it that only she was insincere, while the eldest miss still harbored sisterly affection for the second miss? The more she listened, the more wrong it felt. Nanny Li realized she had overthought things. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere between the two young ladies had become tense and hostile. Seeing the two young ladies about to quarrel over the maid Chiu Yu and Nanny Li had to step in to stop them. Eldest miss, it's getting late. Not only does the second miss need rest, but you do as well. A woman who sleeps too late will have a poor complexion the next day. Eldest miss, let us go. Zhou Yingyan did not want to leave, but she had to respect Nanny Li's authority. Eldest miss, why did you come today? Nanny Li looked confused. Hadn't the eldest miss come to visit the second miss to mend their sisterly bond? How did it turn into an interrogation? What was she questioning? It couldn't be that the eldest miss was blaming the second miss for meddling and rescuing the young master of the Marquis' mansion. No, that couldn't be. After leaving Zhū Xún Tao's courtyard, Zhou Yingyan's anger had mostly subsided. Nothing much. I just think Nanny Li was right. My sister is truly fortunate. Even if the Marquis' household never liked her, with the old madam's protection, her marriage to the young Marquis was unassailable. Now Zhū Xún Táo has saved Xiao Qinliang's life. The Marquis' household will surely elevate her to the heavens. With such a status, how wonderful would Zhū Xún Tao's life be when she married into the Yongjing Marquis' mansion? Zhou Yingyan could not imagine it, nor did she wish to. She had been reborn, so why was Zhū Xún Táo still the only one destined for happiness? She would not allow it. Nanny Li was stunned and did not argue. The second miss was a fortunate one, as she had said that too many times. Tomorrow eldest miss must not act as she did today, pressing the second miss with questions. That was not how one showed concern. In such a dangerous situation, even though the second miss escaped, she must have been terrified. By questioning her so persistently, was the eldest miss worried that the second miss was too carefree and might forget today's nightmare too quickly, so she felt the need to constantly remind her. Terrified. Zhou Yingyan did not believe it. She was far fiercer than I was when protecting that little maid. I wasn't scared of her, so who could possibly scare her? This sister of mine has been underestimated by everyone. She is formidable. Nanny Li hesitated. No, it can't be. That the second miss had some cleverness was undeniable. As for the rest, it surely wasn't as mysterious as the eldest miss claimed. She had watched the second miss grow up. How could she not know? Second miss, this is the freshly brewed calming tea. Drink it quickly. Chiu Yu brought the tea to Zhū Xún Táo and insisted on watching her drink it. Chiu Yu knew that her mistress was perfect in every way except for her aversion to medicine. Fortunately, her mistress was healthy and rarely fell ill. Otherwise, forcing her to take medicine would be a full-time job. Zhū Xún Táo frowned. Although the calming tea was not as bitter as other herbal medicines, it was far from pleasant. In ancient times, taking medicine was the thing she dreaded most. Could she not find a way to make pills instead? Was this large bowl of decoction meant to fill her stomach and save her a meal? She was not short of money for a meal now. Under Chiu Yu's watchful eye, Zhū Xún Táo pinched her nose, closed her eyes, and gulped it down. On the other side, outwardly, Xiao Qinliang had no injuries other than the bruise on his neck. But the Marquis' household was not reassured. Seeing the carried Xiao Qinliang giggling and drooling as usual, they prepared a bowl of soothing broth even without the calming tea. Whether he liked it or not, they pinched his nose and forced it down his throat. Because Zhū Xún Táo had arrived in time, Xiao Qinliang, who had barely cried during the whole ordeal, now burst into a full-blown tantrum under the elder's ministrations, his little mouth constantly shouting, "Bad, bad, bad. Want any Tao, all bad people." After drinking the broth, Xiao Qinliang found the taste strange in his mouth, sticking out his tongue and wiping it with his little paw. Having shared a perilous ordeal with Zhū Xún Táo that day, Xiao Qinliang's affection for her had naturally deepened. When his own father pinched his nose and forced the medicine down, Xiao Qinliang unceremoniously demanded Zhū Xún Táo his aunt, instead of Xiao Jingyu his own father. "Here, have a piece of candy to sweeten your mouth." His biological mother Yang Shirua popped a piece of sugar into her son's mouth. That did the trick. The little fatty stopped fussing. To protect the little fatty's baby teeth, the elders usually restricted his sugar intake. Having a piece today made him immensely happy. "Thank you, mother." Satisfied, the little fatty was a good boy and remembered to thank his mother. Yang Shirua, holding back tears, wiped the medicine-stained mouth of her son and said nothing. She feared that if she opened her voice, all she would emit would be a trembling cry, frightening her son. Seeing Yang Shirua in such a state, Xiao Jingyu said, "Father and mother, today, let us take this little one to sleep with us. If we don't put the little one in our room tonight, the wife won't be able to sleep." Yang Shirua looked at Xiao Jingyu with a grateful expression. Only at this moment could she touch her son's warm little hands, yet her heart remained unsettled. She had almost lost this precious child of hers. Once more, just once more, she had nearly lost her beloved heart. Xiao Jingyu stood behind Yang Shirua, silently offering her support. In a corner unseen by others, his eyes were clouded with darkness. He and his third brother, accompanied by others, returned to the dilapidated temple mentioned by his sister-in-law. After a thorough inspection, they discovered that there was indeed a hidden chamber inside the ruined temple. Entering the hidden chamber, they found evidence that many people had been bound there before. Unfortunately, they had returned too late. Aside from traces, no living person was found. Regarding the other man, mentioned by his sister-in-law, who had eye discomfort, they saw no one there. Undeterred, they searched around the temple area for a full circle. Finally, they discovered numerous corpses in a ditch, mostly young women and children. Xiao Jingyu dared not imagine what would have happened if his chubby son had not been saved by his sister-in-law. Would his small body also lie coldly in such a desolate place? Some things, even merely thinking about them, were beyond their endurance. For this reason, Xiao Jingyu and Xiao Jingdeep concealed the subsequent events tightly, unwilling to let the women in the Marquis mansion know, fearing to frighten them. Even they themselves were filled with dread. How could the women in the mansion bear it? Xiang Yingxin was reluctant to let go, as she also wanted to hold her chubby grandson to sleep, so she wouldn't lie awake herself. But the daughter-in-law had also been greatly frightened. As a grandmother, she should not compete with the child's own mother. Xiao Yuanqi held Xiang Yingxin's hand. As long as the child remains safely within the Marquis mansion, there will be many opportunities later to sleep with the grandson together. Most importantly, the grandson was unharmed. As long as he is alive, that is enough. Xiao Qinliang's affection for his father Xiao Jingyu may have slightly diminished, but he still liked his gentle mother Yang Shirua very much. That night, as he slept nestled in his mother's arms, his little mouth kept muttering, Tao Ji Dedu. Before today, hearing his son mention his aunt instead of himself, she might have been angry with Xiao Jingyu. If he hadn't constantly clung to her, causing her to spend less time with her son, how could anyone possibly replace her place in her son's heart? But today she would not be angry. Especially since the person mentioned by her son was Zhū Xún Táo. Yang Shirua would not be angry at all. She kissed her son's forehead. You like Auntie Tao? Nodding vigorously, Xiao Qinliang said, Tao Ji did a good nest like food. Speaking, Xiao Qinliang stretched both small hands out of the quilt and gestured in the air, so many like food. Yang Shirua was amused by her son's adorable appearance, and then grabbed his hands, placing them neatly back in the quilt. Qinliang likes Auntie Tao. Oh, from now on you will often play with Auntie Tao. Okay. Xiao Qinliang responded in a babyish voice, then let out a small yawn, and fell asleep with soft snores seamlessly transitioning from one state to another. Lying on the other side of Xiao Qinliang, Xiao Jingyu felt uneasy. It's all about Auntie Tao. Where does this father of mine fit in? Today I was truly scared by this brat. To save him, I even raided the villain's lair. I exerted great effort for him, you know. Yang Shirua held her son's chubby little body and forced a smile. As long as Qinliang is fine, I don't care about anything else. If my husband wants to be jealous, let him be. Xiao Jingyu sighed. One was his own son, the other was his beloved wife. In this lifetime he would never be able to manage these two people. Xiao Jingyu pressed down the quilt, half embracing his chubby son and beloved wife as they fell asleep. The next day at the Zhū residence. Don't be afraid of the bitterness. Oh, I've prepared some sugar. Drink the medicine quickly. Wait a moment. We've waited for a tea's worth of time already. The medicine is almost cold. How much longer do we need to wait? Until the end of the world. Just as Xiao Jingzhan was about to enter, he overheard this conversation and shook his head helplessly yet affectionately. Why don't you drink the medicine, Tao Tao? If you don't take the medicine, how can your illness heal? If my illness doesn't heal, will it affect our wedding? Seeing Xiao Jingzhan arrive, Qiu Yu looked as if she had seen a savior. Young master, Xiao, the young lady refuses to take the medicine. Speaking, Qiu Yu's eyes turned red with grievance. If the young lady doesn't take the medicine, she won't get better. Last night the young lady's face was burning hot. She didn't dare close her eyes all night, constantly watching over the young lady. Zhū Xún Táo turned red-faced. The medicine is too bitter. How could such a horrifyingly bitter taste exist in this world? I'm a patient, why must I endure such torment? Under the assault of the herbal medicines sent, Zhū Xún Táo felt that having no mobile phone or internet in the ancient world was nothing compared to this. Actually, physical attacks were still quite powerful. Xiao Jingzhan smiled. He hadn't expected Zhū Xún Táo to have such a side. I brought candied fruits and pastries. They can sweeten your mouth after you finish drinking the medicine. See, everything is prepared. You should drink the medicine quickly. Qiu Yu to personally attend to Zhū Xún Táo had no time to go buy all these things herself. Zhū Xún Táo was about to marry Xiao Jingzhan, so her treatment in the Zhū residence had improved considerably. However, the person who truly cared for her with meticulous attention and thoughtfulness was still only Qiu Yu. Zhū Xún Táo had a fever at night, and only Qiu Yu, who stayed up to guard her without worrying, discovered it. The Zhū residents hired a doctor for Zhū Xún Táo to prepare and decoct the medicine, but that was all. Zhū Xún Táng's pretty face unashamedly twisted into an expression of resistance, screamed with the word refuse. I feel much better. I don't need to take the medicine anymore. Liar. Qiu Yu was stubborn and wouldn't be fooled by Zhū Xún Táo so easily. Xiao Jingzhan placed the things on the table. Chunliang takes medicine. Oh, we hold his nose and force it down. If you need help, I can lend a hand. Qiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Jingzhan, her face clearly saying need help. Come on over. Zhū Xún Táo stared wide-eyed at Xiao Jingzhan. Are you a devil? I'm a patient. And a patient who saved your chubby kid. How can one be without conscience? Regarding the skill of making someone who avoids taking medicine comply, the Marquis mansion had already learned their lesson from Chunliang. Seeing that Zhū Xún Táo was clearly a Chunliang number 2, Xiao Jingzhan abandoned any notion of delicacy he had experience with feeding medicine. Taking the medicine bowl from Qiao Yue, she used one hand to restrain Zhū Xún Táo, who sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, firmly pinning her in her embrace. Xiao Jingzhan clamped Zhū Xún Tao's arm, extended his hand from her chest upward, pinched her nose, and lifted it, giving her no chance to react or resist as he poured the entire bowl of medicine down her throat. Zhū Xún Táo, Qiao Yue. From now on, when the young lady falls ill, she would never again worry about getting her to drink her medicine. This task she would entrust to the master. After downing a bowl of bitter, life-threatening medicine, Zhū Xún Táo sighed. The illness might not kill her, but this medicine would take half her life. Seeing the bowl empty, Qiao Yu swiftly stuffed a piece of candied fruit into Zhū Xún Tao's mouth. The young lady did wonderfully today, finishing the medicine so quickly. Such a good girl. Xiao Jingzhan gently stroked Zhū Xún Tao's soft, fluffy head and praised her with a tender gaze. Indeed, very good. Zhū Xún Táo appeared less distant and more fragile than usual, softening Xiao Jingzhan's heart. Thinking this, Xiao Jingzhan's thumb brushed over Zhū Xún Tao's fever-flushed crimson lips, wiping away the lingering medicinal residue. The soft, delicate touch like spring blossoms traveled from his fingertips to his heart, reddening his neck. Unaware of this, Zhū Xún Táo restlessly squirmed in his arms. Why are you here? She was already burning with fever and felt like she was suffocating from the heat. Xiao Jingzhan was shamelessly holding her tight, and she was about to explode. But the one feeling even more explosive than Zhū Xún Táo was Xiao Jingzhan himself. Zhū Xún Tao's soft, delicate body writhed in Xiao Jingzhan's arms like a feather, tickling the depths of his heart. Coupled with the faint, pleasant fragrance wafting around his nose, Xiao Jingzhan was utterly undone. He shuddered slightly, quickly released Zhū Xún Táo, and stood up from the bedside. Zhū Xún Táo felt as if she had been pushed. The warm furnace at her back finally gone, bringing her much relief. I heard you had a fever, so I came to see you. What did the physician say? Xiao Jingzhan restrained himself briefly before answering Zhū Xún Tao's question. Qiao Yu answered for her. The physician said the young lady's body is not seriously ill as she has been properly nourished. However, she was frightened and overexerted herself, which led to this illness. Properly nourished. Xiao Jingzhan looked at Zhū Xún Táo. Did the Zhū family have such kind-hearted people? Zhū Xún Táo pursed her lips around the candied fruit, eager to suppress the bitterness of the herbal medicine. Indeed. Although someone intended to fatten me up, the good things truly entered my stomach and nourished my body. The donkey-hide gelatin sweet soup at the beginning was nothing. Later, bird's nest and fish maw were all served to her one by one from the kitchen. To make her as plump as possible before marriage, the meals were made as oily as possible, and these nourishing tonics were as sweet as could be. Assessment: Zhu Yingyan truly understood the power of sugar and oil. She hit her with calorie bombs every time. Fortunately, she was not a naive fool who knew nothing, as she ate what she could and didn't waste what she couldn't. Everything was arranged by her and went to its proper place. During this illness, Zhū Xún Táo especially wanted to praise Zhu Yingyan. Without Zhu Yingyan's thoughtfulness, with her previous frail constitution, she would certainly be much sicker now. In any case, ruining her health to escape marrying Xiao Jingzhan was out of the question. For that, she had to thank the female lead. In her 16 years living in the Zhū mansion, all the good things she had missed out on were now made up for. Not at a loss. How wonderful. How is the little fatty? Does he have to drink bitter medicine like me? Having gone through life and death with the little fatty, sharing some hardships together wouldn't be too much, would it? Xiao Jingzhan smiled. Sorry to disappoint you. Chunliang's neck injury is fine with just some ointment. He slept early yesterday and woke up today already happily playing with the rattan ball you gave him along with his father. What darkened Xiao Jingyu's face was that when Xiao Chunliang played rattan ball with Zhū Xún Táo, she threw and he fetched. But when Xiao Jingyu the father played with Xiao Chunliang, the boy insisted on throwing and made Xiao Jingyu fetch. Watching Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Chunliang play, Xiao Jingyu remarked that the game seemed like Zhū Xún Táo was teasing Xiao Chunliang. Now the one being teased was himself, leaving Xiao Jingyu with a bitter taste in his mouth. He had taken the little brat's side in vain. From now on, he would never meddle in the affairs of the little one and the elder sister-in-law again. The elder sister-in-law could play with the little brat however she liked. He gave up free of charge to the elder sister-in-law. Zhū Xún Táo chewed and swallowed the candied fruit. The little fatty is fine. He was nearly strangled to death yesterday. She had a fever, but the little fatty was fine. It sounded too unreal. Xiao Jingzhan cast a grateful look at Zhū Xún Táo. This shows that you truly protected him exceptionally well. Today he is emotionally stable, happily gesturing about how you fought off the bad guys and protected him. He said that when he grows up he wants to be as formidable as you and protect you. Xiao Yu's mouth dropped wide open. Young lady, you fought off bad guys. She only knew that the young lady had rescued the young master, but she hadn't told her that she had actually fought someone. What are you thinking? Zhū Xún Táo quickly calmed Xiao Yu to prevent her from bristling. Don't you know how capable your young lady is? With my slender arms and legs, who could I possibly fight? You forgot about the little gadgets I usually tinker with. I relied on those. We won using this. Zhū Xún Táo pointed a finger at her head. Did she use force? She relied on her intelligence. While speaking with Xiao Yue, Zhū Xún Táo kept stealing glances at Xiao Jingzhan. If Xiao Jingzhan asked what I used, how should I answer? The little things she made were known to Xiao Yue, who wouldn't ask too many questions, but Xiao Jingzhan certainly couldn't know. Xiao Jingzhan's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't even thought to ask Zhū Xún Táo this question. Focus on recovering and get well soon. Chunliang is waiting for you to play with him. If Zhū Xún Táo didn't go play with Xiao Chunliang, then Xiao Chunliang would be the one playing with Xiao Jingyu. One consuming the other, quite fitting. Zhū Xún Táo didn't answer. Since the little fatty is fine, why should I keep seeking him out? Xiao Jingzhan looked at Zhū Xún Táo with a meaningful gaze. Was she, after doing a good deed, ready to retreat, without even claiming credit? He would indeed have to worry about Zhū Xún Tao's excessive kindness. Without his protection, such a good-hearted Zhū Xún Táo would surely be bullied to death. Zhū Xún Táo remained silent, but Xiao Yu spoke up first. Master, if you leave, what about the next bowl of medicine? This servant cannot make her drink it. Only you, miss, make her drink the medicine. Xiao Yu's little face looked bitter. If only she had the skill of her future son-in-law. Fortunately, in less than a month the miss would marry her future son-in-law. From then on, giving the miss medicine would be the son-in-law's job, and it had nothing to do with her. Xiao Jingzhan. Cough. Well, let's wait until Tao Tao finishes her medicine before I go back. Otherwise, how could he bear the future son-in-law address from the little girl? Zhū Xún Táo. No trouble needed, Prince Xiao. Such a small matter as taking medicine, I can handle it myself. Xiao Yu hummed. Miss, you can't handle it yourself. You only play tricks on me, bullying me, because I can't do anything about you. Future son-in-law, I think your idea of staying to watch the miss finish the next dose of medicine is quite good. Xiao Jingzhan had almost said, all right, when Zhū Xún Táo beat him to it. I promise, I swear I promise to take my medicine properly and not delay. You? Believe me once. Being a miss to this extent was already too much. Xiao Yu's expression was extremely conflicted. One more chance. Yes, just once. Xiao Yu nodded reluctantly. Only this time. If you trick me again, I'll ask the future son-in-law for justice. She had discovered it. She discovered that the miss was afraid of her future son-in-law. Xiao Yue, making a new discovery, looked at Xiao Jingzhan with an expression that said, future son-in-law, please support your servant. Xiao Jingzhan, who had become used to being called future son-in-law by Xiao Yue, was in a good mood. Let's give your miss one more chance. Xiao Yue, great, I'll listen to the future son-in-law. Zhū Xún Táo. This life was unbearable. Xiao Jingzhan left Zhū Xún Tao's courtyard, but did not leave the Zhū family immediately. Before leaving, Xiao Jingzhan met with Zhū Dingxing. Mr. Zhū. Prince Xiao is too polite. Looking at the handsome and upright Xiao Jingzhan, Zhū Dingxing's eyes were full of satisfaction. Son Mrs. was not as satisfied with Xiao Jingzhan as a mother-in-law would be, but Zhū Dingxing was. Zhū Dingxing wished that the day of Zhū Xún Táo marrying Xiao Jingzhan would come tomorrow. In this way he could hear Xiao Jingzhan call him father. Xiao Jingzhan maintained his attitude. Mr. Zhū also knows that saving Qinliang was mostly due to Tao Tao's contribution. Now everyone in the Marquis' household regards Tao Tao as a benefactor, and Tao Tao's illness is also due to Qinliang. Before the wedding, I would trouble Mr. Zhū to take good care of Tao Tao for a while longer. In less than a month, Mr. Zhū should know how to take care of his daughter, Zhū Xún Táo. If Mr. Zhū cannot learn to be a good father in such a short time before Zhū Xún Táo gets married, then what he expects in his heart will never come true. Prince Xiao is too kind, son. Tao Tao is my beloved daughter. Taking care of her is what I should do. Rest assured, in the Zhū family, Tao Tao is the most important. In 3 days, when you see Tao Tao again, she will surely be cured. That's good. Today, when Xiao Jingzhan came to the Zhū family, he saw only Xiao Yu attending to Zhū Xún Táo, and he was uncomfortable about it. Every time he came to the Zhū family, he found that Zhū Xún Tao's situation was worse than he had imagined. So the bad relationship between Zhū Xún Táo and her parents was probably entirely the fault of the elders, not Zhū Xún Tao's own fault. After all, having grown up in the Marquis' household, he had never seen a father like Mr. Zhū or a mother like son Mrs. Compared to Qinliang, who was surrounded by everyone in the household, Zhū Xún Tao's surroundings were truly pitifully cold. Sending Xiao Jingzhan away with a smile as soon as the person was far away, Zhū Dingxing's expression changed. Wang Butler. Wang Butler hurried over. Master, what is your command? Mr. Zhū, why didn't the father know that the second daughter is not getting better? Also, has the madam visited the second daughter? Xiao Jingzhan almost caught Mr. Zhū off guard. When asked about Zhū Xún Tao's illness, Mr. Zhū could not answer directly. As the relationship between Zhū Xún Táo and the Yongjing Marquis household became more stable, Mr. Zhū received more and more attention in the court. In recent days, Mr. Zhū had been busy with social interactions with his colleagues, trying to build more connections. As for the matters in the inner quarters, he simply had no time for them. Son Mrs. did not see Mr. Zhū and Wang concubine, and he concubine never mentioned Zhū Xún Táo in front of Mr. Zhū. It turned out that as Zhū Xún Tao's biological father, Mr. Zhū knew less about her than Xiao Jingzhan, an outsider. Wang Butler also looked troubled, I think. Not yet. Wang Butler knew that his master was preparing to hold someone accountable, and he immediately knelt down. Master, I am a male servant, and it is inconvenient for me to often disturb the second daughter's peace in the inner quarters. Often I want to take care of the second daughter, but I can't. Problems in the second daughter's quarters were the madam's responsibility after all. Mr. Zhū slammed the table. Stop trying to please me in front of me. You can't take care of her. Can't you find someone to take care of her? You are a man, and it is inconvenient to enter the back courtyard. Then what about your wife? Wang Butler gave a smile that was worse than crying. Master, if I get involved too much, I'm afraid it will make the madam unhappy. Regarding the madam and the second daughter, I really have no control over it. Who in the household did not know that the madam could not bear to see the second daughter having a good life? If he helped the second daughter too much, it would be seen by the madam as opposing her. As a butler, could he oppose the mistress of the house? You may go. After hearing Wang Butler's words, Mr. Zhū was very angry, but he suppressed it. A hint of suspicion flashed in Wang Butler's eyes. Is the master all bark and no bite this time? Otherwise, how could the master's reaction be different from what he expected? Yes, I retire. Back in the room, Wang's wife came up. Master, did it happen? Concubine, he is still waiting for our good news. Wang Butler shook his head. Not yet. I think it's just a matter of a final push. As for concubine, there's still a long wait. It's not that I don't help concubine, the master doesn't fall for it. What can I do? I have done all I can, risking offending the second daughter. I owe nothing to concubine. It is concubine, he who owes me a huge favor. Wang's wife made a bitter face. I thought this time it would be successful. The second daughter is so popular lately. Master looks forward to becoming the father-in-law of Prince Xiao every day. The madam is so indifferent to the second daughter in the inner quarters. Is the master afraid of offending the Yongjing Marquis household? Wang Butler answered, success or failure depends on Xiao. The master might punish the madam for the second daughter, but he will also give the madam a chance for the second daughter's sake. After all, the second daughter is the madam's own child. If concubine had been the second daughter's biological mother, she would have long gained power through her daughter and taken control of the Zhū household's finances. Since the matter didn't succeed, there's nothing to be done. I'll go report to concubine, now, lest she be kept waiting. Lady Wang's heart was still heavy with worry, not a trace of it abated. Only with the second miss still in the residence could they seize upon the madam's faults and expose them before the master. Once the second miss married into the Yongjing Marquis household, what faults could the madam possibly have that would allow the master to strip her of her authority over the household? Upon receiving the response concubine, he let out a faint sigh. Some people simply do not cherish their blessings, yet why is their fortune still so abundant? If the second miss were her daughter, she would have long become the power behind the scenes in the Zhū household. Such a perfect opportunity, and the madam, despite failing to grasp it, suffered no loss. What a pity. And what of her? No matter how hard she tried, all her efforts were in vain. Concubine, what did you say? Zhū Songyin, who was practicing calligraphy, lifted her head to look at concubine. Her delicate, fair little face bore a faint resemblance to Zhū Xún Táo. Gazing at her daughter's increasingly lovely features, concubine, he smiled. I was saying that I must protect you well, and in the future find you a fine husband. In this matter, the master was unreliable, and the madam was of no help. She could only rely on herself. Zhū Songyin's face flushed. Concubine, I am still too young. Concubine, he chuckled. Yes, still too young. If her daughter were a little older, she would have to start worrying. She had not only a daughter, but also a son, and since the madam had no legitimate son, there were certain things she could contend for. Miss Concubine, he has embroidered a handkerchief, saying it's a little trinket for you to play with. No, send it back. Zhū Xún Táo did not even glance at it, instructing Qiuyue to return the item. She could roughly guess concubine's intentions without even looking. After all, for a long time now, concubine, he had harbored only this one ambition. Her birth mother might have water in her brain, but her own mind was clear. How could a legitimate daughter possibly aid a concubine in scheming against her own mother? Was concubine he so desperate for advancement that she had lost her senses? Sigh. Qiuyue was not at all surprised. Concubine, he had sent gifts to her mistress 4 times before. This was the 5th. Though the frequency was not even once a year, those 4 times were enough for Qiuyue to remember. Even in the harder days, Zhū Xún Táo had never accepted anything from concubine. Now that times were better, Qiuyue saw no issue with Zhū Xún Tao's refusal. It was merely a handkerchief, no matter how exquisitely embroidered. Still, just a handkerchief. The Marquis' residence had sent so many fine fabrics to the young lady. If she wished, she could have a new handkerchief every day. Ha ha ha. Concubine, his little maneuver did not escape Lady Wang's notice. Hearing that concubine he had been rejected by Zhū Xún Táo, once more she laughed until her stomach ached. That he woman must be out of her mind. No matter how poorly the madam treats the second miss, they are still mother and daughter by blood. There's no mortal enmity between them. Unless the second miss's mind is clouded by folly, how could she ever agree to help that he woman? Before concubine, he entered the household. Lady Wang had been the favored one. After concubine, he was elevated. She took a significant share of Zhu Dingxing's affection. How could Lady Wang possibly look kindly upon concubine he? Moreover, both she and concubine, he had sons, and both had their eyes on that position. If concubine he succeeded, it would be her son Zhū Xún who would be elevated. Seeing concubine, he failed, knowing her own son still had a chance. Lady Wang was overjoyed. Qiu Jian leaned close to Lady Wang. Concubine the second miss's life was made so difficult partly because of concubine he's scheming. It wasn't entirely the madam's fault. Concubine, should we inform the second miss of this and curry favor with her? Lady Wang hesitated. Qiu Jian, what kind of person do you think the second miss is? Qiu Jian swallowed, caught off guard. Just a very quiet person who never caused a stir. The second miss was legitimate, yet she held no status whatsoever in the inner quarters. Given all the second miss had endured, if she had wished, she could have made a scene before the master 100 times over. Perhaps the master did not care for the second miss, but he valued his reputation. If the second miss had kicked up a fuss, the master would have had to say something, and her life could have improved. But not once, truly not once, had she done so. She was excessively quiet. The second miss had reasons to argue and to make a scene, yet she never did. Why do you suppose that is? Lady Wang admitted she could not fathom Zhū Xún Táo, this second miss. Even though most in the household thought the second miss was an easy target, Lady Wang, who knew how to avoid trouble, dared not lay a finger on Zhū Xún Táo. Lady Wang could not explain why. It was simply a feeling in her heart, and she acted on it. Qiu Jian was confused, because she's timid. Lady Wang laughed out loud. The second miss on her own rescued the young master before anyone else could. You call that timid? If the second miss was a timid person, then who in this world could be called bold? Also, she cannot be foolish. Otherwise, by yesterday the second miss's body would have grown cold. Then, is she blindly filial? After a long pause, Qiu Jian finally squeezed out an adjective. Lady Wang shook her head again. There aren't many children in the Zhou household, but Shiji has never looked at me the way the second miss looks at the madam. Several times, she felt that the second miss's gaze was not that of a relative, but rather of a stranger. It was this very look that, despite all her own petty schemes, prevented her from daring to move against the second miss as concubine he had done. Little did Lady Wang imagine that it was precisely this instinct, like a small animal avoiding a fierce beast, that secured her peaceful days in the Zhou household. Because she knew her place, Zhū Xún Táo was willing to grant her some desires. Qiu Jian then this servant truly cannot say. Seeing Qiu Jian like this, Lady Wang reminded herself that her deep wariness of the second miss was no groundless fear. Send word to the third young master. Tell him that from now on, when he sees the second miss, he must show her great respect and never offend her. Yes. Receiving his birth mother's message, Zhu Shiji was slightly surprised. During his studies at the academy, his concubine mother never disturbed him without an important reason, for fear of distracting him from his books. After reading the contents, Zhu Shiji grew even more puzzled. Even if the second sister was to marry young Master Xiao and become his consort, what use was it if she couldn't stand on her own? How could young Master Xiao's prowess alone be of any help? Was it really necessary for him to treat such a second sister as his concubine mother instructed? Fortunately, Zhu Shiji was a filial son. Even though he didn't see Zhū Xún Táo as someone not to be trifled with, he was still willing to heed Lady Wang's words. Thus he wrote a reply to Lady Wang. How outrageous! Lady Wang was so furious she tore the letter to shreds, unlike before, when she would carefully preserve her son's letters as treasures. The eldest miss and the second miss are blood sisters. If she wants to scheme against the second miss, why must she drag the third young master into it, causing him to offend the second miss? In his letter, Zhu Shiji told Lady Wang about Song Zichuan. Having spent many years navigating the inner harem, Aunt Wang and Lady Sun alike instantly perceived Song Zichuan's role and Zhu Xuanyan's underlying motives. Qiu Jian gathered all the shredded paper and burned it in the incense burner. The third young master has already set things in motion, Auntie. What should we do now? Unexpectedly, the third young master moved faster than Aunt Wang's tongue. Aunt Wang stamped her foot helplessly. What else can we do? Quickly select some fine gifts and go apologize to the second miss. With Zhū Xún Tao's status rising, Aunt He's initial attempts to bring her gifts seemed somewhat unusual. Now, however, no one in the Zhou household would be surprised to hear that someone had presented Zhū Xún Táo with precious items. Why wait until after Zhū Xún Táo officially becomes the heiress apparent to curry favor with her? Once she marries into the Yongjing Marquis household, the Zhou family members will no longer have access to her. Shall the miss receive visitors? Qiu Yu looked unusually excited. Many people had come to see the miss today. Without a doubt, the Prince Xiao was her family's son-in-law. Not long after the master arrived, showing great concern for the miss. No sooner had he left than Master Wang arrived carrying a large supply of nourishing supplements for the miss to prepare. Consequently, Aunt He's handkerchief was never even mentioned. Now even Aunt Wang had come. Compared to Aunt He's shabby handkerchief, Chiao Yu wholeheartedly acknowledged Aunt Wang's sincerity. Accept these items and tell Aunt Wang that there will be no next time. Upon hearing these words from Chiao Yu, Aunt Wang was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't even told the second miss about anything, yet the second miss already knew everything. In Aunt Wang's memory, they had only wronged Zhū Xún Táo in regard to Song Zichuan. Thank you, second miss. I promise there will be no next time. Aunt Wang dared not say more. Having finally gained Zhū Xún Tao's forgiveness, she did not want her persistent behavior to make Zhū Xún Táo change her mind and hold it against her. As the messenger, Chiao Yu maintained a blank expression on her face, yet internally, she had 100 questions. Just once, what was that one time? When had Aunt Wang offended the second miss? She had been accompanying the second miss all along, as surely she would have known if something were amiss. Driven by curiosity, Chiao Yu went to ask Zhū Xún Táo what that one time referred to. Zhū Xún Táo sifted through the pile of items Aunt Wang had sent, pulling out a piece of goose yellow fabric and a magnolia hairpin. These two things, yours. This color, you like it. Make yourself a new dress and wear it so I can see it. Thank you, miss. Chiao Yu took the soft, delicate fabric, adoring both its color and pattern. All she could think about was what style of dress to make. She forgot all about that once and next time talk. Zhū Xún Táo was thoroughly pleased. Though she could do little, she could still protect that foolish girl Chiao Yu. Zhū Xún Táo had no intention of mentioning Aunt Wang's and Aunt He's petty schemes to Chiao Yu, preferring to let Chiao Yu remain blissfully unaware. She could protect only a few people, but safeguarding Chiao Yu for an entire lifetime was certainly not difficult. How could Zhū Xún Táo not know that Aunt He had conspired with Lady Wang, using Master Wang to make things difficult for her? This matter had deceived Lady Sun, but it had not deceived Zhū Xún Táo. The reason Zhū Xún Táo had not yet settled accounts with Aunt He was simply because Aunt He had been fortunate. The hardships she had endured in her childhood were all due to her birth mother. What could she do? Being born to Lady Sun was something unchangeable, just as one cannot choose one's birth. Later, Aunt He perhaps sensed something and thought she could use Zhū Xún Táo to combat her birth mother. Starting from when Zhū Xún Táo was 11 years old, Aunt He would test her each year, seeking to form an alliance. It was also from that time onward that Aunt He had instructed Master Wang to deliberately neglect Zhū Xún Tao's matters, making her life even harder and forcing her to take action. How could Aunt He expect that Zhū Xún Táo, having returned from her grandfather's side, was no longer the child of her childhood, who could be kicked around without any means of self-protection? From that point on, her birth mother's oppression and cold violence seemed insignificant to Zhū Xún Táo, greatly diminishing their harmfulness. If Lady Sun's methods were like that, what could Aunt He's half-hearted taunts possibly amount to? But they were truly disgusting. Calculating all this, only Aunt Wang's actions remained relatively clean. Miss, shall I put the other things away for you? After feeling pleased, Chiao Yu did not forget her duties. Zhū Xún Táo shook her head as always. Dispose of everything. Not a single item remains. While these items still fetched a good price, it was better to save up more silver. Silver was more useful than these items. Selling again. Chiao Yu was terribly disappointed. I've already gotten a new dress and hairpin, miss. Won't you keep anything for yourself? My treatment is nearly surpassing that of the miss. Miss, we have silver now, but we don't lack anything. Why not stop selling and use it ourselves? Chiao Yu truly cared for her miss. When there was no money, saving was justified. But now that they had money, why should the miss not treat herself better? It's different, you don't understand. She lacked nothing in food, clothing, or shelter. There was no need to keep these items. They had better destinations. Chiao Yu wrinkled her nose in confusion. As a small servant girl, she naturally understood nothing, and the miss refused to tell her. Though harboring some resentment, Chiao Yu remained utterly obedient in her actions. Whatever the miss said, she did it. Having frequently performed this task recently, Chiao Yu had become quite skilled, and her efficiency continued to improve. Miss, we exchanged them for about 500 taels. Chiao Yu handed the silver notes to Zhū Xún Táo. Miss, I feel that the shopkeeper is truly honest in his business. The value he offers keeps increasing each time. Unlike the beginning, when he always tried to lowball us. Chiao Yu had accumulated experience regarding whether the prices were fair or not. Realizing she hadn't suffered any loss, Chiao Yu was as happy as could be. Though the items were gone, and the miss hadn't used them, it was somewhat regrettable. Yet seeing the silver notes gradually filling the miss's box, Chiao Yu felt utterly content. Zhū Xún Táo understood how to tease Chiao Yu. Just as she had finally filled the box, Zhū Xún Táo prepared to send it away immediately. Chiao Yu sent a message to Uncle Qian to come here. For ordinary people, time passed quickly enough. But for Zhū Xún Táo, day after day felt as if the fast-forward button had been pressed, playing at double speed. Staying in the inner harem, without anyone to help her, she could accomplish so little. Had it not been for the opportunity provided by her engagement to Xiao Jingzhan, she would not have gathered such fine items, nor could she have saved even this small amount of silver in the box. Even so, this amount of silver was still insufficient. Miss, Chiao Yu was surprised. Didn't you already ask Uncle Qian to find what you needed? Why give him silver again? Why spend the silver they had so painstakingly saved? Miss, please don't spend it all. This is your personal savings. Zhū Xún Táo shook her head. This money had to be given away, converted into something else entirely. Miss Qiu could do nothing about Zhū Xún Táo, stamped her foot in frustration, and obediently went to carry out the task. When Uncle Qian received the news and rushed over, he saw Qiu waiting for him at the back door, quietly wiping away tears. Has something happened to the second miss? Qiu shook her head, then continued crying. Uncle Qian was both anxious and annoyed. If nothing has happened to the second miss, why are you crying? Qiu sobbed intermittently. I just feel that our miss's fate is truly bitter. Among the 3 young ladies in the mansion, my miss lives the most miserable and impoverished life. She's not even someone who cherishes herself. She treats me better than she treats herself. Uncle Qian, my heart aches for our miss. After all, she is the young lady, and I am merely a servant. To this, Uncle Qian had no words to reply because he felt the same way. The miss would rather save a morsel from her own mouth, hoping he would have enough to eat and wear on the road and carry sufficient silver. Uncle Qian held back the bitterness and ache in his heart. Don't cry. The miss will be saddened if she sees. The miss is a person with foresight and calculation. It's enough that we know her goodness. As the miss's servants, if we handle matters well on her behalf, that is how we show our care and protect her. In truth, Uncle Qian himself did not understand the significance of the tasks Zhū Xún Táo had asked him to do. Fortunately, Uncle Qian understood one principle: his lack of understanding did not mean these tasks were meaningless. He believed that whatever his miss went to such great lengths to accomplish must be of utmost importance. Qiu quickly wiped her tears clean. She knew Uncle Qian spoke the truth. She simply felt sorry for her miss, and she certainly did not want to cause her miss any grief. Uncle Qian. Qiu looked around, ensuring no one was there before taking out the box filled with banknotes from her bosom and handing it to Uncle Qian. This box contains all the banknotes, the entirety of the silver our miss has saved recently. Qiu couldn't help but remind him, even though she knew Uncle Qian, like herself, would never squander the miss's money. As for what the miss wants you to do, it's all written in this letter. All right. Uncle Qian felt as though the items in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds, his arms nearly unable to lift them. Uncle Qian, you must be careful on your journey back. Anything could be lost, but this box of banknotes must not be lost. I will. After the handover, Qiu returned to Zhū Xún Tao's side with a gloomy face, unable to muster any spirit for the entire day. Has Qiu gone to see that Uncle Qian again? Zhu Yingyan, who was arranging flowers, raised an eyebrow. What is Zhū Xún Táo plotting with such frequent contact with this Uncle Qian? Could it really be just because Uncle Qian is a servant left to her by grandfather that she is so close to him? Among all the relatives in the mansion, Zhū Xún Táo chose none but a servant to be close to. Qiufan nodded. It is said that Qiu also gave that Uncle Qian a box supposedly for holding silver. Zhu Yingyan scoffed, her tone full of disdain for Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo is nothing but a poor master. She can't even get her full 10 taels of monthly allowance. Following such a master, Uncle Qian's days must be difficult. Even knowing that Zhū Xún Táo had given Uncle Qian silver, Zhu Yingyan paid it no mind. Precisely because she knew Zhū Xún Táo had no money, she was a pauper. As for using a box to hold it, it was likely just for show. Indeed, pulling out a few paltry pieces of silver would be too embarrassing. Putting it in a box could still fool people. Qiufan nodded. Should we continue to keep an eye on Uncle Qian? If even the second miss, the mistress herself, had no money, what could Uncle Qian, who worked for her, possibly accomplish? In this world, without silver nothing could be done. Thinking of how much benefit she and her brother reaped every time they handled affairs for Zhu Yingyan. Compared to Zhū Xún Táo, who couldn't even get her full 10 taels a month, Qiufan felt that being the second miss was not as good as her own life as a maidservant to the first miss. If the second miss, the mistress, was like this, then the servants working for the second miss must be suffering even more. Keep watching for a while longer. Zhu Yingyan did not give up. Zhū Xún Táo had managed to change Xiao Qinliang's fate of early death and saved him. For this reason alone, Zhū Xún Táo was worth her effort. She was someone who intended to rewrite her own destiny and could not afford any mishaps. No one else could, and Zhū Xún Táo even less so. As long as Zhū Xún Táo dared to stand in her way, even if they were born of the same mother, she would show no mercy. As she thought this, Zhu Yingyan snipped the scissors with a crack, cutting off the peony that was in full bloom on the branch, leaving only the peony to reign supreme as the sole protagonist in the flower pot. What do you plan to do with these things? The items Qiu had sold after many twists and turns had all returned intact to Xiao Jingzhan's hands. That shop actually belonged to the Crown Prince. After the Crown Prince reclaimed it, he sold it all to Xiao Jingzhan. Zhū Xún Táo was the woman Xiao Jingzhan was trying every means to marry, so this loss had to be borne by Xiao Jingzhan. It was not the Crown Prince's concern. Xiao Jingzhan handed the banknotes to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince need not worry. He had specially prepared a storeroom to keep all of Zhū Xún Tao's belongings. Zhū Xún Táo was short of silver, yet unwilling to spend his. He did not mind going to this trouble and effort, using such a method to fulfill her wishes. As the Crown Prince said, Zhū Xún Táo was his choice. In the past he would have thought such a method too troublesome. That was heartlessness. Now he found it a sweet burden. This was affection. Seeing that the busy Xiao Jingzhan could go to such lengths for Zhū Xún Táo, the crown prince found it incredible. Do you truly love Zhū Xún Táo? Xiao Jingzhan looked up. Isn't it obvious enough? If he were not deeply in love with Zhū Xún Táo, would he be so devoted to her? The crown prince continued. But did you not tell me that the woman you marry only needs to be suitable, capable of managing the Yongjing Marquis manor well, and you would give her respect? That feelings are not important in a marital relationship. When Xiao Jingzhan had said those words that day, he had sounded like an emotionless puppet. The ridiculous thing was he had almost believed it. And now looking at Xiao Jingzhan today, so bewitched by Zhū Xún Táo, wasn't that a slap in the face? Xiao Jingzhan did not deny having said those words. Your Highness, people change. When there are no feelings, one naturally believes feelings are unimportant. But once feelings exist, of course having feelings is better than being heartless. After a moment's thought, Xiao Jingzhan added, when your Highness meets the one your heart desires, you will understand your servant's current thoughts, feelings, and sensations. Very good, very good. At the very least he had no regrets, and was even reveling in it. The crown prince, covered in goosebumps from Xiao Jingzhan's words, coldly spat out a single word, get lost. Take Zhū Xún Tao's things, and get out, don't disgust him further. Seeing Xiao Jingzhan with his clearly stern and aloof face, yet with the corners of his mouth upturned in a tender curve, as he left, the crown prince was truly unsettled. It was truly strange. He hadn't even eaten yet, so why did he feel so full? Seeing Xiao Jingzhan return once again laden with goods that were clearly not his usual purchases, Xiao Jingyu knew that his elder brother had played the part of a spendthrift to curry favor with his sister-in-law. Oh, big brother returns bearing our sister-in-law's dowry. Indeed, before the wedding they cannot meet daily, so he must console himself with gifts. Xiao Jingyu clicked his tongue, teasing Xiao Jingzhan. When his own relationship with his wife was flourishing, his brother had always looked down on him. Now heaven had finally opened its eyes, plunging his brother into the pit of love for his sister-in-law from which he would never escape. Noticing Xiao Jingyu's schadenfreude, Xiao Jingzhan kicked him. What business do you have? A younger brother was best dealt with a swift kick. Xiao Jingyu's face fell. My little chubby one misses his Aunt Peach, asking when she will come. Big brother, can't you advance your wedding with sister-in-law? Once she entered the household, he could foist the little chubby one onto her, making the child happy, his wife content, and himself free as a bird. After all, the preparations for your wedding are nearly complete. Nothing is lacking. Moving it up by half a month would be perfectly fine. Xiao Jingzhan's lips twitched. He too wished for it. But could he? The auspicious day is set and the invitations have been sent. It's not easy to change. Mainly there was no reason to do so. TSK. Xiao Jingyu sighed. Fine, I'll stall the little chubby one for a while longer. Big brother, remember how much I suffer because of you. You'll have to compensate me later. He would dump the little chubby one on his sister-in-law, and his brother had better not object. Xiao Jingzhan took a breath and ordered the guards to place the items in his room first. With his hands free, he unceremoniously grabbed Xiao Jingyu and dragged him to the training hall. Among the Xiao brothers, Xiao Jingzhan had the highest martial arts prowess. Even if Xiao Jingyu and Xiao Jingxin joined forces, they would be no match for Xiao Jingzhan. As expected, the sparring session was a one-sided massacre, with Xiao Jingyu thoroughly thrashed by Xiao Jingzhan. His handsome face under Xiao Jingzhan's fists turned black and blew a riot of colors, truly beautiful. Compared to Xiao Jingyu's wretched state, Xiao Jingzhan's clothes were barely disheveled. He brushed a speck of dust from his robes acquired during the scuffle and offered a kindly reminder. Chunliang is your own son. If you keep trying to shake him off, beware that when he grows up he might disown you. The son was Xiao Jingyu's own, so of course he had to raise him himself. Xiao Jingzhan, not yet married, intuitively knew he should not take on the task of caring for Xiao Chunliang. This intuition had never failed him. Thus Xiao Jingzhan wisely used force to resolve the issue, beating Xiao Jingyu until he dared not bring it up again. The son was Xiao Jingyu's own, so of course he had to raise him himself. Xiao Jingzhan, not yet married, intuitively knew he should not take on the task of caring for Xiao Chunliang. Younger brothers were worthless. Big brother, you're the little chubby one's own uncle. Don't you like him anymore? Xiao Jingyu made a final desperate attempt. Have you thought about how heartbroken the little chubby one would be if he knew your attitude? Very well, I was treating you too much like a brother just now. This was the result of going easy on him. Let's have another round. When words failed, action was the most effective method Xiao Jingzhan had learned over the years to deal with a troublesome younger brother. Younger brother misbehaving. A beating would sort him out. One beating not enough. Then two. No. Xiao Jingyu sprang up from the ground, dodging Xiao Jingzhan's strikes. The movements aggravated his injuries, causing his handsome face to contort in pain. I was wrong, okay? You are my brother, my own big brother. I'll take care of the little chubby one myself, and I won't force you or sister-in-law. If big brother didn't stop, the little chubby one would be fatherless. Are you sure? Xiao Jingzhan stopped just as quickly, but his murderous intent hadn't fully receded. If Xiao Jingyu dared to be dishonest, he could knock him down again with one move. Xiao Jingyu was caught between laughter and tears. Absolutely sure. Big brother, it's getting late. I'm going back now to play with the little chubby one and put him to bed. Go on. Xiao Jingzhan, let Xiao Jingyu leave with satisfaction. Stepping out of the training hall, Xiao Jingyu glanced back furtively and muttered under his breath. Bah, what kind of big brother is that? Too cruel. If you won't agree, there's still my sister-in-law. As long as my sister-in-law agrees, does your willingness even matter? Give up. Absolutely not. At this moment, Xiao Jingyu placed all his hopes on Zhū Xún Táo. Thinking of how Zhū Xún Táo had risked her life to save Xiao Qinliang, he felt the chances of success were very high. As for paternal conscience, did he have any? Besides, was there a safer place in the world than by his sister-in-law's side? Leaving the little chubby one with his sister-in-law was to protect him. Who could understand his well-meaning intentions as a father? Meanwhile, after Uncle Qian received the silver and read Zhū Xún Tao's letter, he immediately set off to carry out her instructions. Uncle Qian has left the capital again. Zhū Yingyan truly couldn't fathom what Zhū Xún Táo was up to. Over the years, Uncle Qian had been constantly traveling, spending little time in the capital. So what was Zhū Xún Táo sending him to do? In all these years, they hadn't produced any results. Should we send someone to follow him? Xiaofan asked. Though it was hard work running errands for the eldest miss would surely earn a good sum of silver. Xiaofan was quite willing for her brother to take on such a job. It would also keep her brother from spending his silver in those disreputable places. At this thought, Xiaofan's brows furrowed. To carry out the eldest miss's tasks, her brother had gone to places he'd never been before and who knew he'd gotten addicted. Most of the silver he'd painstakingly saved was gone. At this rate, when would her brother ever buy a house, get a wife, and start a family? No need. Zhū Yingyan refused. If Zhū Xún Táo wanted her people to run around aimlessly, that was her business. Her own people had proper tasks to attend to. Looking at the weather outside, Zhū Yingyan recalled something. Xiaofan, isn't it time for those peasants to harvest the grain this season? In her focus on watching Zhū Xún Táo, she had almost forgotten such an important matter. Thankfully, she remembered today. Yes. Xiaofan nodded. The harvest on my family's fields is almost done. After threshing, we'll dry it and store it or sell it. Zhū Yingyan's eyes lit up. Do you sell the grain you harvest every year? Of course, fine rice is too expensive. We country folk can't afford it. We sell it for silver. Xiaofan answered matter-of-factly. There was plenty to eat, though coarse rice and such were rough on the throat. But they filled the stomach and were cheap. Xiaofan, take this silver to your brother now and tell him to buy as much grain as he can. I want to buy a lot of grain. If the silver is not enough, just come to me for more. I won't complain about having too much grain. Zhū Xún Tao's estate was given by old Master Zhū, and Zhū Yingyan also had an estate. Her estate was larger and in a better location than Zhū Xún Tao's. All the grain collected should be stored in my estate in the western suburb. Remember, the grain must be dried and stored in the granary. If your brother does this well, I will reward him handsomely. Xiaofan. Looking at the heavy banknotes in her hand, the eldest miss actually wanted to buy so much grain. All of it. Xiaofan shifted the banknotes in her hand. All of it, the more the better. After you finish collecting near the capital, you can have your brother go farther to buy. Jiangnan is the land of fish and rice. I hear there is plenty of grain there. Yes, have your brother hurry to Jiangnan. I can send others to collect here in the capital. That would take a lot of silver. Xiaofan was startled by Zhū Yingyan's bold move. Buying so much grain. Was the eldest miss planning to open a grain shop? Could it really require that much? Xiaofan reminded, eldest miss, polished rice left too long becomes old grain, it won't taste good, and the price will drop. It would be a loss. Xiaofan was not afraid of Zhū Yingyan losing money. She was afraid that her eldest miss would later blame the grain buying on her brother. That wouldn't do. Don't worry. Zhū Yingyan was confident. I have my own plans for this grain. No matter how much she bought, she could not only sell it all, but also make a huge profit. Yes, eldest miss. Xiaofan had given all the reminders she could. After confirming that her brother wouldn't be blamed, Xiaofan took the banknotes and ran off to find her brother. Once the banknotes were in hand, Xiaofan's brother, Yijia, glued his eyes to them, unable to look away. Seeing Yijia's greedy look, Xiaofan's face changed. Brother, this silver was given to you by the eldest miss for buying grain. Don't you dare touch it. The eldest miss is clever. She knows exactly how much grain can be bought with how much silver. You can't fool her. If you dare to embezzle her silver, such good opportunities will never come to you again. If the eldest miss holds you accountable, I'm just a little maid and can't protect you. Yijia didn't believe it. The eldest miss stays in the inner quarters all day. How could she know about common folk matters? Besides, the grain price changes every day and varies from place to place. Trying to fool the eldest miss. How could it be as hard as his sister said? At worst, he would skim a little less. That should be fine. Xiaofan sneered. If her brother had a chance to earn money from the eldest miss, would she stop him? But if he reached for money he couldn't earn, he would get his hand chopped off. Xiaofan handed Yijia a piece of paper with many characters written on it, and Yijia could read all of them. It was precisely because Yijia could read a few characters that Zhū Yingyan was willing to give Xiaofan and her brother this opportunity. Grain prices, and from different places. Seeing the content on the paper, Yijia's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even a small fry like me who hustles in the market doesn't know this clearly. How did the eldest miss find out? These prices on the paper. Couldn't the eldest miss have made them up to fool us? Zhū Xún slapped his arm. Anyway, you'll have to go to these places to buy grain. Whether the prices the eldest miss gave are real or fake, once you get there just ask around, and you'll know. How could one fabricate such things? Fine. Jia was still unconvinced, always feeling that Zhū Xún was bluffing him. Anyway, he would never give up on the silver he could earn. When Jia arrived in Jiangnan after a dusty journey and inquired about the local rice price, only to get a number exactly the same as Zhū Xún's, did he finally give up. He just cursed under his breath. The eldest miss was already so rich, yet she haggled over such a small amount with lowly servants like them. He had traveled far on her business eating dust, and only got a pittance of hardship pay, so stingy. Bah. And they said working for the eldest miss was lucrative. He didn't feel it at all. After confirming that Jia had received her orders and set off for Jiangnan, without a day's delay, Zhū Xún was very satisfied. With limited silver on hand in order to buy more grain, Zhū Xún went to Madame Sun to ask for silver. Mother, how much silver do you have? Can you give me all of it? I have a use for it. Consider it as a loan from you. When I repay, I'll give you interest and an extra filial offering. Madame Sun took banknotes from a box and pressed them into Zhū Xún's hand. Everything of mine is yours. If you want to just take it, why talk about repayment? But Yin, what have you taken a fancy to that requires so much silver? She hadn't heard of such a valuable thing in the capital. Zhū Xún spread it open and saw it was 1,000 taels. She was not satisfied with the amount. Mother, is there more? 1,000 taels is too little. Give me some more. 1,000 taels isn't enough. What do you need so much silver for anyways? It wasn't that she was reluctant to give, but she had to know how the money would be spent. Mother, don't worry about it. Just give me the silver. Madame Sun shook her head. If you don't explain clearly, I won't feel at ease. Zhū Xún frowned. Mother, didn't you just say that all your silver is mine? If that's the case, just consider it as giving me the silver in advance. I really need it. The silver belonged to Madame Sun. If she was unwilling to bring it out, Zhū Xún had no way. Even if she doted on her daughter, Madame Sun had her own bottom line. 1,000 taels is not a small amount. If you don't explain, I can't give you any more silver. Mother, you'll regret this. Zhū Xún gnashed her teeth in anger. She had never imagined that the one who would sabotage her grand plan and hold her back would be the mother who loved her most. Angry at Madame Sun's distrust, the spoiled Zhū Xún stopped pestering her mother and turned to leave. Zhū Xún knew too well that if her mother was willing to give, she wouldn't need to beg. If her mother refused, no amount of pleading would work. First, give this 1,000 taels to your parents and have them help me buy grain near the capital. Remember, don't give a higher price just because it's my silver. You still need to bargain and buy as much as possible. It was already the grain harvest season and there were many sellers. Zhū Xún knew that this was the best time to push prices down. Yes, eldest miss. Zhū Xún openly took half a day off and went back to her country home. Zhū Xún's parents tremblingly held the 1,000-tael banknote. In their whole lives, they had never seen so much silver. We have taken the young miss's instructions and will ensure the matter is handled properly. We are experienced in grain collection and will make sure the young miss does not spend money unnecessarily. Zhū Xún thought for a moment and said, Father, Mother, I am uneasy about the young miss's method of collecting grain. Why don't we keep the grain we harvest this year instead of selling it all? Now both I and my brother are favored by the young miss, and it is easier than ever to earn silver. But if we sell the grain, there will be none left. We ordinary folk cannot be like city dwellers who have to buy grain to eat. After a moment of hesitation, Zhū Xún's father finally made the decision. All right, we'll listen to our daughter. Our daughter serves the young miss and understands more than these rustic folk. Since the young miss is collecting grain, it would be wise for us to hoard some as well. At worst, they could sell the grain to the young miss a few days later. After all, they were the ones collecting it. They wouldn't want to harvest others' grain while their own rotted at home. Zhū Xún's people are collecting grain. Upon hearing this, the crown prince paused in his writing and ordered, Summon Lord Xiao to me. Since Zhū Xún Táo is destined to grace the Yongjing Marquis manor, the crown prince preferred to discuss the matter of Zhū Xún, this calamitous star, with Xiao Jingzhan. Your Highness. Xiao Jingzhan arrived quickly. The crown prince waved away his formal greeting and asked, Zhū Xún seems to be amassing grain in large quantities. What scheme is she plotting? Xiao Jingzhan pondered. Reports from various regions indicate that the Yong dynasty is experiencing favorable weather and good harvests this year. What is the purpose of such large-scale grain collection? The crown prince took a sip of tea and suddenly said, Do you recall that Zhū Xún Táo once mentioned that the calamitous star and I were destined for a lifetime together, though it was not meant to end well? Thus in this life the calamitous star has forsaken me to seek you instead. Could it be because Zhū Xún, having lived a life before, knows that a great disaster will befall the Yong dynasty and is preparing in advance? As he spoke, the crown prince's voice grew resolute. It is possible. Xiao Jingzhan's brows knitted tightly. If a great disaster were to come, it would be the common people who suffer, causing turmoil in the court. This would undermine the stability of the imperial house. Even after guessing some of it, the crown prince found the situation exceedingly difficult. He only knew the beginning, the rest remained unknown to him. He wanted to prepare in advance, but had no idea where to start. This Zhū Xún. The crown prince was truly tempted to eliminate Zhū Xún once and for all. Several attempts had been made to take Zhū Xún's life, not even a single hair of hers had fallen. Since covert methods failed, the crown prince considered taking a more direct approach. However, Zhū Xún's situation was too delicate. The crown prince feared that cornering a dog would make it bite back. If pushed too far, Zhū Xún might speak freely, causing trouble. In that case, not only would he fail to eliminate Zhū Xún, but he would also draw unwanted attention to her. If someone malicious exploited Zhū Xún, the crown prince could not imagine the chaos she could stir within the Yong dynasty. For the sake of the vast population of the Yong dynasty, he could not take this risk. Wait a minute. Zhū Xún knows many things we do not know, but we still have Zhū Xún Táo. The crown prince slammed his hand heavily onto the table and said, "Jingzhan, go find Zhū Xún Táo now and see if you can extract any information from her." Xiao Jingzhan. He was not unwilling to go, but there was something odd about the crown prince's request. Before Xiao Jingzhan could fully comprehend the crown prince's words, the crown prince's disdainful voice came again. "Jingzhan, you have been engaged to Zhū Xún Táo for years, and yet you have not married her. How utterly disgraceful." For anyone else, given the closeness between Xiao Jingzhan and Zhū Xún Táo, marriage should have been long overdue, and they should already have children running around everywhere. Thus this was Xiao Jingzhan's failure. If only Xiao Jingzhan had been more ambitious and married Zhū Xún Táo earlier, they would not be in such a passive position regarding Zhū Xún's matter. Xiao Jingzhan. He seemed to see the reflections of other members of the Yongjing Marquis manor in the crown prince. Those who once looked down on Zhū Xún Táo, believing it was a humiliation to marry her, and those who now criticized him for his incompetence and failure to marry her, seemed to be the very same people. People had such varied expressions. Upon hearing that Xiao Jingzhan had come to see her, Zhū Xún Táo rubbed her temples in headache. Can I avoid meeting him? Thinking that in just over half a month and less than 10 days she would marry Xiao Jingzhan, Zhū Xún Táo felt extremely troubled. Could she really not escape this marriage? No matter how handsome or excellent Xiao Jingzhan was, as long as he lived, he would never be her choice. Even when Xiao Jingzhan did not seek attention, Zhū Xún Táo could not forget his name and his face, which was outrageously handsome to the point of provoking heaven and man. Yet Xiao Jingzhan particularly liked to visit the Zhū family, causing Zhū Xún Táo to worry until her hair turned white. Truly, they had been engaged for almost 10 years, and now Xiao Jingzhan only came to show his devotion after all this time. What was he doing back then? He was clutching at the Buddhist foot at the last minute, and it was too late for her to accept it. Miss the Master has come. Yueqiu ignored Zhū Xún Tau's refusal outright. She hoped that Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan's relationship would improve, even just a little bit. In the past, when the two ignored each other, Yueqiu was worried. "Are you feeling well?" Upon seeing Zhū Xún Táo, Xiao Jingzhan's first concern was for Zhū Xún Tau's health. Yueqiu poured tea for Xiao Jingzhan. "Master, please rest assured. The miss is in perfect health now. I guarantee you that on the day of the wedding between the miss and the master, she will be lively and energetic, and it will not delay the auspicious date. The wedding date does not need to be changed." After Zhū Xún Táo saved Xiao Qinliang, she ran a high fever that same night. Rumors spread within the Zhū family that the wedding date between Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan might be postponed. The Yongjing Marquis manor would certainly not want Zhū Xún Táo to marry while ill-fearing bad omens. However, they would likely not break the engagement. After all, Zhū Xún Táo had just saved Xiao Qinliang. Hearing these rumors that did not support Zhū Xún Táo and Xiao Jingzhan's relationship, the person at the center of it all, Zhū Xún Táo, did not care, but Yueqiu was furious. If it were not for the fact that one tree cannot form a forest, she would really want to confront those people and have a good argument with them. How dare they be so envious of their Mrs. Good Fortune? Xiao Jingzhan fully understood Yueqiu's desire for him and Zhū Xún Táo to marry smoothly and as soon as possible. That's good. With you taking care of Tao Tao, I am very at ease. Once Zhū Xún Táo comes to my family, I will naturally reward Yueqiu for her loyalty to Zhū Xún Táo. Yueqiu poured tea for Xiao Jingzhan, who then took the teapot and filled a cup for Zhū Xún Táo. The weather has been quite nice lately. Would you like to go out with me to enjoy the scenery outside the city? A large question mark appeared above Zhū Xún Tau's head. She wondered what Xiao Jingzhan was up to. "We are about to get married. Why go on a spring outing? It's been 10 years, and you never wanted to go on a spring outing with me before. What's the meaning of it now?" "It's mainly because I feel such a beautiful view should not be wasted. I have many shortcomings in what I've done before, and I hope Tao Tao will forgive me. Fortunately, we have our whole lives ahead to revisit the scenery we've missed one by one." Xiao Jingzhan spoke these words with such sincere emotion that Qiu Yu was deeply moved. Qiu Yu kept nodding, hoping Zhū Xún Táo would give Xiao Jingzhan a chance. The young Marquis had admitted his faults. The young lady could also forget the wrongs he had done in the past. As long as the young Marquis treated the young lady well from now on, she would certainly speak favorably of him before her mistress. Xiao Jingzhan's sigh not only failed to resonate with Zhū Xún Táo, but made her heart feel even heavier. Don't be fooled by the splendid scenery. Now, soon the Yong dynasty will face great calamity. Winter will be harsh. Xiao Jingzhan, the Yong dynasty would actually face a great disaster in this very winter. The Yong dynasty is about to encounter a once-in-a-century blizzard. Completely unprepared, in just one night, countless commoners' houses will collapse under the snow, and many will be buried alive, crushed, or suffocated. The people will be displaced and starving. With no shelter, no food, and no clothing, in just one winter the population of Yong will plummet with countless casualties. The situation in the southern barbarian borderlands is also grim. Seeing the Yong dynasty in this state, they will simply fight with all their might. Before the snow disaster is even alleviated, the Yong dynasty will be struck by the scourge of war. Thinking about it, Zhū Xún Táo felt that the people living in this world were truly miserable. So miserable that nearly all of them would perish. The cup in Xiao Jingzhan's hand trembled slightly, spilling tea over the rim. Hearing Zhū Xún Tao's thoughts, what more did Xiao Jingzhan need to understand? Zhu Yin's massive hoarding of grain was solely to make a fortune, and a fortune from the nation's suffering. At this moment, Xiao Jingzhan fully agreed with Master Mingding's assessment of Zhu Yingyan, an ominous star. Knowing the nation was facing disaster, Zhu Yingyan not only did nothing, but also sought to profit from it. If the situation truly became that dire, anyone who could afford to buy grain from Zhu Yingyan could absolutely not be the common poor folk. Yet it was precisely this group, the most numerous, that would also be the easiest to perish. After understanding everything, Xiao Jingzhan could no longer sit still, wanting only to quickly report this situation to the crown prince, and then study with him how to combat this once-in-a-century snow disaster. The Yong dynasty absolutely must not fall into chaos or face ruin. The autumn outing was merely a pretext, and since Zhū Xún Táo was unwilling, Xiao Jingzhan naturally would not force her. I suddenly remembered I have unfinished business to attend to. I'll take my leave first. If you need anything, remember, you can send word to the Marquis residence. After saying this, Xiao Jingzhan hurried away. Zhū Xún Táo blinked her large eyes. What the heck? Is he just toying with me? One second he said he'd take her out for a walk, the next he said he was busy, and the walk was never mentioned again. Frowning deeply, Zhū Xún Táo declared that this was precisely why she was unwilling to marry a living man. Xiao Yu couldn't find a good excuse for Xiao Jingzhan, and said reluctantly, the young master is handling affairs for the crown prince, matters of state. Perhaps he truly is very busy. Zhū Xún Táo sneered. Whether he is or not, it's none of my concern. Let him be. Xiao Jingzhan, preoccupied with worry over the snow disaster, had no idea his actions today had angered Zhū Xún Táo. But even if he knew, he couldn't spare the attention for now. Your Highness, if we prepare now, we still have time. There were roughly over 3 months left until the snow disaster. Yes, we still have over 3 months to prepare. We have time. As long as it hasn't happened, yet we surely have time. The crown prince's face turned pale with shock. He had never imagined the situation would be this dire. A snow disaster compounded by war. The crown prince dared not imagine how the people of Yong could survive such a calamity on top of another. As for Zhu Yingyan, who sought to profit from the nation's suffering, the crown prince felt the urge to cut her down with a single stroke. Zhu Ying was also a citizen of Yong, enjoying the world's riches and honors. Did she truly have not a shred of compassion for the people of the world? A woman could be so cold-hearted and ruthless, evoking deep resentment and anger. Your Highness, we must hoard the remaining grain before Zhu Yingyan does. This grain absolutely must not fall into Zhu Yingyan's hands. If Zhu Yingyan hoarded it, the situation in Yong would inevitably worsen. Natural disaster plus man-made calamity. Whoever held the grain would be the victor. Both the crown prince and Xiao Jingzhan were well aware of this. Indeed, this matter brooks no delay. I will dispatch people to handle it immediately. The crown prince took out all the silver he could spare. Even so, when he sent people to collect grain, he specifically instructed that they would accept even old grain, but at a lower price. Apart from the crown prince and Xiao Jingzhan, no one paid particular attention to Zhu Yingyan's words and actions. The same situation, however, was entirely different when it involved the crown prince. The crown prince was the heir apparent, and the reigning emperor had more than one son. Besides the crown prince, there were also the 4th Prince Jin Yuanming and the 5th Prince Jin Yuanxi, who were close in age. It could be said that as soon as the crown prince made a move, the 4th and 5th princes received the news immediately. The crown prince wants to collect grain. The 4th prince looked at his advisors. In your opinion, what does the crown prince intend by this? A dignified crown prince would certainly not engage in competing with the people for profit unless he no longer wished to be the heir apparent. Even though the task was delegated to the Yongjing Marquis residence, everyone in court knew that the Yongjing Marquis residence sided with the crown prince. The people of the Yongjing Marquis residence were indeed cunning, having chosen the crown prince's camp early on. However, the young master of the Yongjing Marquis residence absolutely would not marry a princess. As for Xiao Miluo, the only daughter of the Xiao family, her relationship with the crown prince was only that of siblings. There was no need for the imperial family to be wary. The Xiao family had never intended to produce a second empress. In fact, if the emperor and empress hadn't already fallen in love, the Xiao family would never have sent their daughter into the palace. The Yongjing Marquis residence was so tactful and understanding that the imperial family felt at ease bestowing heavy responsibilities upon them. The emperor felt at ease, but the other princes were displeased. The more unshakable the relationship between the Crown Prince and the Yongjing Marquis residents, the more disadvantageous it was for them. As princes who didn't harbor the ambition to become emperor, the advisors by the fourth prince's side were utterly bewildered, unable to guess the intention behind the Crown Prince's actions at all. After all, they didn't have a prophet like Zhū Xún Táo by their side. We are incompetent and have failed to discern his intent. Please punish us, Your Highness. The imperial rice bowl was not so easy to eat. Unable to fathom the Crown Prince's intention, a group of people immediately knelt before the fourth prince, all begging for punishment. Seeing this scene, the fourth prince felt not the slightest bit pleased. What glory is there in being a mere prince when one could be the Crown Prince, or even the emperor? The Crown Prince has yet to ascend the throne, so he still retains his honor. But once the Crown Prince becomes the new emperor, who knows what fate awaits him? After all, in the imperial household, there is no such thing as familial bonds. If you cannot figure it out, I will not blame you. But you must come up with a solution for me. The strategist grasped the fourth prince's intent. Fourth prince, do you wish to emulate the Crown Prince and gather grain? The fourth prince smiled. Grain and fodder are truly unpredictable. The Crown Prince wouldn't be making such a fuss for nothing. I can't just watch him strive upward while I stand idly by. Following the Crown Prince's lead, even if wrong, wouldn't be a grave mistake. After all, the Crown Prince is the one bearing the brunt. Conversely, if the Crown Prince truly achieves something significant with this grain following behind him, I may not seize great merit, but I can still pick up a small crumb of credit. The adage, seek no merit but avoid demerit, does not apply to us princes. For many times having no merit is itself a demerit. Gathering grain will cost a considerable sum of silver, for we are already a step behind the Crown Prince. Following in the Crown Prince's wake to pick up scraps means preparing to spend more silver. Spend it then. The fourth prince licked his back teeth. Silver is hard to earn, but all too easy to spend. The place to gather grain was far from the capital. It couldn't be settled in a short while. The Crown Prince, not yet receiving news of his men returning with the grain, waited with eager anticipation. Instead, the auspicious day for Xiao Jingzhan to marry Zhū Xún Táo arrived first. Miss, with your bridal makeup today, you are even more beautiful. The young master will be utterly captivated when he sees you like this. Qiu Yu was completely enraptured by her young lady's peerless beauty, drooling with rapture as she stared at Zhū Xún Táo. Zhū Xún Táo looked at her own face, still stunning even in the blurry bronze mirror, and curled her lips without a trace of a bride's joy. Those in the know understood that Zhū Xún Táo was to marry Xiao Jingzhan today. Those unaware might think Zhū Xún Táo had mistakenly worn mourning attire, as if there was a death in the family. Miss, please smile. Today is your day of great joy. Your demeanor will make people think you are unwilling to marry the young master. Qiu Yuan, not understanding Zhū Xún Tao's melancholy, urged her to smile. Zhū Xún Táo sighed. Wasn't she precisely unwilling? Marriage was such a vexing affair. Old Nanny Li, following behind Madame Sun, seemed to be pushing her forward. This old servant congratulates the second miss, wishing you and the young Marquis a lifetime of happiness and an early arrival of a noble son. Compared to Madame Sun's sour expression, Old Nanny Li was all smiles, her eyes nearly disappearing. Until today, the stone that had been weighing on Old Nanny Li's heart had finally been lifted. The second miss was finally to marry the young Marquis. No more accidents could happen. With her mistress having a son-in-law who was a Marquis, who in the household would dare give her mistress a hard time? Even if the master doted on his other two vixens, he would have to consider the second miss and the second son-in-law's standing, ensuring the mistress maintained her dignity in the household. Old Nanny Li's aspirations were modest, as she only wished to secure this much. Reminded by a nudge from Old Nanny Li, Madame Sun took a deep breath and said, "All of you leave. Come back in a moment." "Yes, madam." Qiu Yu hesitated for a moment. Surely madam wouldn't cause a scene on a day like this. "Come with me." Old Nanny Li pulled Qiu Yu away. "Today is the second miss's day of great joy. Madam is going to teach her the ways of being a wife. A young girl like you shouldn't listen. The second miss will be too shy. What if because of this the second miss failed to learn the ways of being a wife properly and couldn't win the second son-in-law's favor after marriage?" Hearing this, Zhū Xún Táo was speechless. So she was about to receive that legendary premarital education with her birth mother, giving her a book of erotic art. Contrary to Zhū Xún Tao's expectations, Madame Sun did not immediately hand over a risque book. Madame Sun simply stood there stiffly, her gaze fixed intently on Zhū Xún Tao's face. It seemed as if she was looking through Zhū Xún Táo, seeing someone else. Feeling uncomfortable, Zhū Xún Táo touched her own face. Was her makeup smudged? "You look very much like someone." After a long silence, Madame Sun's plaintive voice came through. Zhū Xún Táo pursed her lips, utterly indifferent to her birth mother's words, and replied half-heartedly, "Is that so?" She had long noticed that she didn't resemble her worthless father much, nor did she share many features with her birth mother. Had she not been a reincarnator with memories from birth, and given her birth mother's neglect, she might have suspected she wasn't their biological child. Unfortunately, she was as biological as could be. "Do you know who in the Sun family you resemble?" "I don't think so." Zhū Xún Táo thought back to the appearances of the Sun family members, but couldn't find anyone she looked like. Madame Sun's eyes fixed on Zhū Xún Tao's face suddenly reddened. Why can some people just by their face easily get everything others desire? Is a life like that based solely on this face fair? Madame Sun's deeply resentful words sent a prickling current through Zhū Xún Tao's skin, causing an unpleasant sensation. So her birth mother's terrible treatment of her wasn't just because her birth had rendered her unable to bear a son for her worthless father, allowing him to openly break his promise from years ago. Even though Madame Sun hadn't explained it clearly, Zhū Xún Táo could already sense a huge, bloody family drama about to be thrown her way. You look like her. Very much like her. The first time I saw you after your full moon, I almost thought she had been reincarnated as my daughter. Saying this, a sarcastic smile curled on Madame Sun's face. How could she who hated that person so much allow that person to be her own child? Zhū Xún Táo pondered for a moment, and then realized, the person you're talking about is my aunt, Sun Qingqing. Don't mention her name. Hearing the name, Sun Qingqing, Madame Sun felt as if she was about to explode. Seeing her birth mother about to burst from just a name, Zhū Xún Táo fell silent. If she wasn't allowed to mention it, she wouldn't. This aunt had died young before her birth mother was even married. That was precisely why she had only heard of this aunt, but had never seen her. It made sense that she looked like her aunt who had died young rather than her own mother. Her birth mother didn't like to talk about this sister, and couldn't stand her face. So the relationship between these two sisters was probably as bad as hers with Zhu Yingyan. What Zhū Xún Táo didn't know was that this animosity was one-sided. It was Madame Sun who unilaterally disliked Sun Qingqing, but Sun Qingqing had been very attached to her elder sister. Aren't you going to ask me why? Since she had told Zhū Xún Táo not to mention it, Zhū Xún Táo had indeed fallen silent. Madame Sun was particularly displeased with this version of Zhū Xún Táo today. Zhū Xún Táo adjusted her hairpin before the bronze mirror and said indifferently, "That is a matter between you and has nothing to do with me. Therefore I care not. Moreover, even if I knew, what difference would it make? You would not find solace, and I cannot comprehend. As always, it is better to save your breath." It was merely a trivial matter of favoritism. Clearly her biological mother was not the favored one. Zhū Xún Tao's indifference did not ease Lady Sun's heart. Instead, it reopened her wounds. Are you her? Zhū Xún Táo paused, her hand stilling. Was her biological mother insane? Did she mean what she thought? Zhū Xún Táo looked at Lady Sun in disbelief. Aside from this face, in what way do I resemble my aunt to make you harbor such suspicion? Was her biological mother suffering from postpartum depression or full-blown delusions? Her, born as the reincarnation of her aunt. Damn it. Her biological mother must have been a novelist in her past life, and one who wrote nothing but melodramatic cliches. Is that not enough? Lady Sun felt that this face alone was sufficient. You are just like her. Both of you possess only a face, yet without any effort others eagerly offer their sincere hearts to you. Why? Zhū Xún Táo was utterly exhausted. What have I gained? Do I have a father's love, a mother's affection, or an elder sister's care? She had nothing. Absolutely nothing. Grandfather was very fond of my aunt, wasn't he? Lady Sun fell silent, offering no rebuttal. Her father had many children. He didn't even dote on his legitimate sons, only on Sun Qingqing. Seeing Lady Sun's tacit admission, Zhū Xún Táo sneered. I see. No wonder grandfather was willing to tell me about you and father. So it turns out I've been riding on the coattails of this face after all. Otherwise she would have died with lingering resentment. From beginning to end, from the Sun Mansion to the Zhū Mansion, only her grandfather had been sincere with her. He said he wanted to find a devoted husband for Sun Qingqing. He had his eye on the third son of the Yongjing Marquis Manor, now the third master, Xiao Yuansheng. When it came to Sun Qingqing, her father had chosen Xiao Yuansheng as a son-in-law. But when it fell to her, even Zhu Dingxing was someone she had chosen for herself. After so many years, Lady Sun could no longer fail to understand what her father's attitude back then represented. Her father had long seen that Zhu Dingxing was not only ambitious, but also no keeper of promises. Zhu Dingxing had agreed to her demands only to use the Sun Mansion as a stepping stone. Once he got what he wanted, all vows would become worthless scraps of paper. She was destined to be betrayed by Zhu Dingxing. Her father saw it clearly, but was unwilling to explain it to her, allowing her to marry such a man. She didn't believe her father would have taken the same attitude if the same thing had happened to Sun Qingqing. All her misfortunes stemmed from the man she loved most. She didn't want to be her biological mother's trash bin for grievances and anger. Frankly, it was none of her damn business. Lady Sun closed her eyes, breathing heavily. She didn't want to be her biological mother's trash bin for grievances and anger. Frankly, it was none of her damn business. Lady Sun closed her eyes, breathing heavily. When she opened her eyes again, all emotions were concealed. Seeing Zhū Xún Táo in her elaborate attire today, Lady Sun seemed to see Sun Qingqing under old Master Sun's arrangement, truly married to Xiao Yuansheng, with today being their wedding day. Lady Sun's face instantly turned as cold as ice. See for yourself. A small book with illustrations was thrown into her arms. Zhū Xún Táo was not angered by Lady Sun's attitude or actions. Her emotions were absolutely not to be wasted on unnecessary people. Thank you, Mother. Wasn't it just a book of illustrations? In modern times she had seen them. there were plenty of live-action versions. She could skip this part of the lesson. Lady Sun didn't truly care whether Zhū Xún Tao's marital life with Xiao Jingzhan would be harmonious or whether Zhū Xún Táo would be favored because of it. She had done what she was supposed to do. Who could measure how much effort she had put in? Her visit today was only to give face to Nurse Li having nothing to do with Zhū Xún Táo herself. People often cannot bear being spoken of. Old Master Sun, who had been absent from the conversations between Lady Sun and Zhū Xún Táo for years, suddenly emerged to assert his presence. Miss, a group of people has arrived outside carrying many things saying they are gifts for your dowry. Excited Xiao Yu abandoned Nurse Li to bring this good news to Zhū Xún Táo. Truth be told, the dowry Zhū Xún Táo was bringing to the Yongjing Marquis Manor was not insignificant. What dissatisfied Xiao Yu was that most of these items were from the Marquis Manor's betrothal gifts. The dowry prepared by the Zhū Mansion for Zhū Xún Táo was not substantial. Lady Sun in particular was tight-fisted with her. The dowry she had arranged for Zhū Xún Táo was all funded from the Zhū Mansion's public treasury. As for her own belongings, as she had said, she intended to keep them all for Zhū Yinyan alone. This troubled Xiao Yu greatly. She was deeply afraid that if the Marquis Manor found out, they would look down on Zhū Xún Táo, thinking she had no family to rely on. For this, Xiao Yu hadn't had a full night's sleep in 3 days. But with the arrival of the dowry givers today, Xiao Yu's confidence was bolstered. Seeing Xiao Yu's reaction, Zhū Xún Táo raised an eyebrow. This dowry, is it substantial? Yes, a whole lot. Xiao Yu gestured with her hands. I didn't get a clear look, but I think it's no less than what the Marquis Manor sent as betrothal gifts. That much, eh? Now it was Zhū Xún Tao's turn to be astonished. Who is it with such a generous gesture? As if to answer Zhū Xún Tao's question, Nurse Li, who had been beaming moments ago, now wore a stiff expression, her smile unnatural, her tone dry. Second Miss, the master has sent people to add to your dowry. The master? Zhū Xún Táo pondered. There seemed to be only one person Nurse Li would call the master, grandfather. Yes. Nurse Li nodded. Wasn't it the Sun family people carrying the dowry to the Zhū Mansion? How many years had it been since the Sun and Zhū Mansions had any dealings? After all, the Sun family had moved back to their hometown far from the capital. Before Zhū Xún Táo could figure out why her grandfather would suddenly pull such a move, she was distracted by the commotion outside. Is that mother's voice? Was she having a fit? Hearing Lady Sun's shrieks, Zhū Xún Táo felt extremely uneasy. So what had provoked her biological mother to scream so miserably, making the Zhū Mansion sound like a murder scene? Nurse Li sighed heavily. This old servant recognizes that the dowry the Sun family has added for you today was originally prepared by the master for Miss Qingqing. If she could recognize them, how could her mistress fail to do so? Miss Qingqing was the most favored by the old master, far beyond what the mistress could ever compare to. Later, Miss Qingqing fell gravely ill, and no medicine could save her. She passed away early. After Miss Qingqing's death, the mistress began to covet those belongings. When the mistress met the young master, she was overjoyed, believing she could take all of Miss Qingqing's possessions and marry into the Zhū family with great splendor. Who would have thought? Not a single one. Those were the dowry the old master had long saved for Miss Qingqing. He kept them securely and refused to give even one to the mistress. Even when the mistress made a scene, the old master paid her no heed. To this day, Nanny Li still remembers Lady Sun saying this. No matter how favored Sun Qingqing was, how could the dead ever contend with the living? She merely paved the way for me. Those dowries are all mine now. That was the one time Lady Sun felt she had triumphed over Sun Qingqing. Little did she know it would all end so differently. Today's situation reminded Nanny Li of the day Lady Sun married, when she discovered not a single item in her dowry had originally belonged to Sun Qingqing. She had been just as frantic and raucous then. The mistress has lost her senses. Seize her at once and escort her back to Qinfang courtyard. Lady Sun's clamorous cries drew nearer to Zhū Xún Tao's residence, her hoarse shouts filled with nothing but Zhū Xún Tao's name. Her piercing wails made it sound as if Zhū Xún Táo were her mortal enemy. Ha ha! Without even stepping outside, Zhū Xún Táo knew as clear as a mirror exactly why her birth mother was causing such a commotion. Her maternal grandfather certainly knew how to stir up resentment for her. Fortunately, she felt no affection for her birth mother. How much her mother hated her was a matter of complete indifference. The tangible benefits already in hand were what truly mattered. Did she care about her mother's hatred? Seeing Zhū Xún Tao's indifferent expression, utterly unconcerned for Lady Sun, Nanny Li wished to offer counsel. But on such a joyful day, she found it hard to speak up. After all, her mistress had prepared no dowry for the second miss, which was indefensible. She could hardly urge the second miss to surrender all the gifts from the Sun Mansion just to appease Lady Sun, could she? As expected, even if she had the audacity to suggest it, the second miss would never agree. In truth, Lady Sun genuinely believed this. No one understood the true value of those items better than she did. Their preciousness lay not merely in their monetary worth. Above all, it was the paternal love old Master Sun had lavished upon Sun Qingqing that Lady Sun craved most. Sun Qingqing was dead, yet she still could not obtain it. Why could Zhū Xún Táo, who had barely met her father, receive it? Was she inferior not only to Sun Qingqing, but to Zhū Xún Táo as well? She was her father's daughter. Zhū Xún Táo was not. Zhū Xún Táo was not as close to her father as she was. Therefore these things were hers, and she must keep them. If Zhū Xún Táo dared to take even one item away, she would disown her as a daughter. Lady Sun thought this, and she screamed it at the top of her lungs. Hearing Lady Sun's words, the servants in the courtyard stared speechlessly at her, who seemed half mad. Zhou Dingxing's face turned a livid green, all traces of joy vanished. He ordered the servants to restrain Lady Sun, preventing her from storming before Zhū Xún Táo. Hurry up. The Marquis' retinue will arrive any moment. If you delay the auspicious hour for my son-in-law to escort my daughter, I will sell every last one of you worthless servants. These words carried weight. The others no longer hesitated in dealing with Lady Sun. The men blocked her from entering Zhū Xún Tao's courtyard. The matrons and maids moved to restrain Lady Sun, attempting to drag her back to Qingfang courtyard. Master, you cannot do this. The mistress is the second Mrs. own mother. Today is the second Mrs. wedding day. How can you treat the mistress this way? If the Marquis' household sees this, what will they think of the second miss? Young master, for the second Mrs. Sake, you must at least grant the mistress some dignity. Nanny Li pleaded loudly. She pushed through the others, shielding Lady Sun behind her, standing alone against many. Is it I who refuses her dignity? She is the one who threw it away. As a mother, she prepared not a single item of dowry for Xu Tao. I have supplemented it from my own pocket without a single word of reproach. And now she even wants to seize the dowry her father prepared for Xu Tao. Tell me, is there any mother in this world who acts like this? Stealing her daughter's dowry. Only a woman like Sun could do such a thing. He was utterly ashamed. Nanny Li could not bear to hear of Lady Sun's deeds. Mistress, let us stop this. The second miss is getting married. His Highness the heir will arrive soon. Let us not provide a spectacle for outsiders. Mistress, please return with your old servant. Had she known the old master would give Miss Qingqing's dowry to the second miss, she would never have urged the mistress to come see the second miss today. No. Lady Sun's eyes were bloodshot, her expression deranged, as if possessed by a demon. They are all mine, every single one. Zhū Xún Táo cannot take them away. I am the victor. She, Sun Qingqing, is the loser. How dare a dead woman contend with me? So the most beloved one is still me. Mistress. Nanny Li strained to hold back her tears. Whether Lady Sun was willing or not, she pulled her back to Qingfang courtyard. When they were alone, Nanny Li held Lady Sun in her arms, patting her back. Mistress, you have been wronged. Cry if you wish. Your old servant will stay by your side. Hearing Nanny Li's words, Lady Sun could no longer contain herself and burst into loud sobs. Why is it always me who is wronged and overlooked? I am also my father's daughter. Why does he not cherish me? He doted on Sun Qingqing, and now he dotes on Zhū Xún Táo. What about me? Where do I stand? Nanny Li wept with Lady Sun, ultimately swallowing the words, the second miss is innocent as well. The second miss was born of the mistress. She owed her mother the debt of life. Even if it was unfair, the second miss would have to bear it. After all, the mistress needed some outlet for her anguish. Lady Sun was led away by Nanny Li, and Zhū Xún Tao's courtyard fell silent, its festive cheer greatly diminished. Miss Chiyu, equally pained for Zhū Xún Táo, looked at her with tearful eyes. Zhū Xún Tao's face was expressionless, her emotions utterly flat, as still as stagnant water without a single ripple. It's fine. See if the people from the Sun Mansion are still here. If they are, give them some tea money. Oh, Chiyu responded a beat late. Zhou Dingxing, standing at the doorway, answered. The Sun Mansion's people have already left. I have taken care of the other minor matters for you.